This is the first of 33 passages. Here's your requested translation. I am Naruto, and it's the year 61 of the Hidden Leaf, right in the middle of the Chunin exams. Master Jiraiya and I are training our ninjutsu next to a small stream. The water flows gently and endlessly, echoing the excitement surging in my heart. With a young, eager voice, I shout, summoning jutsu. With a dull thud, a puff of white smoke mushrooms up from the ground. Out of it appears a tiny tadpole with brown stripes, barely the size of my finger. Ecstatic, I leap into the air and exclaim loudly, I did it! Huh! But Master Jiraiya just looks exasperated. With barely a glance, he sighs, it's still just a tadpole. I point at the little creature, excitedly protesting, look here, here, it's already grown legs. Jiraiya is at a loss for words and teasingly chides me. You knucklehead, can't you summon a real frog for once? I shoot him a glare and retort. You pervy sage, you're so naggy. See, growing legs is way better than last time. Jiraiya is so flustered he's momentarily speechless, letting out a long sigh instead. You really have no talent at all for summoning jutsu, he mutters. Stomping my foot in frustration, I shout, what? Just you wait. I'll summon a giant frog and blow your mind. Just as I'm about to try again, there's a sudden, tremendous clang, loud enough to reverberate through the entire shinobi world. I look up to see a mysterious veil suspended in the sky like a colossal screen. All around, countless people gaze upward, stunned faces turned toward the heavens. Even people from the 5 great nations are staring intently at the sky. In that moment, my whole body trembles, and my eyes are locked onto the strange sight above. Then a mysterious voice echoes from the screen above. System has detected all living beings in the shinobi world, beginning information retrieval. Suddenly, my name, along with Sasuke's, Sakura's, and those of so many others, appear flashing one by one across the heavenly screen, filling it from end to end. All at once, the veil goes black, plunging the entire shinobi world into chaos. In broad daylight, such an eerie spectacle leaves no one untouched by fear. What in the world is this? Why is my name up there too? What is that thing in the sky? I was just sitting at home, and suddenly I got the scare of my life. Did the 5 great nations put this up there? Is war about to break out again? Is this an act of the gods? Panic runs rampant. Everyone is talking at once, confusion and alarm taking over. The entire shinobi world has fallen into unprecedented turmoil. I in the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf Village. The 3rd Hokage sat with a long pipe in his hand, his expression grave as he asked Shikaku, what do you make of the sky curtain? Shikaku pondered for a moment before replying, Lord Hokage, the appearance of this sky curtain was abrupt, and its purpose remains unknown. I suggest we observe it for a while before making any moves. The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll proceed as you recommend. Send a few umbu to keep watch. Report to me immediately at the first sign of activity. In the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki's eyes were fixed on the sky curtain with a detective's intensity as he questioned his subordinates. What exactly is that thing? The umbu exchanged looks and shook their heads, unable to give a clear answer. Inoki issued his orders. Investigate whether the Hidden Leaf or the Sand Village is behind this. Without hesitation, his agents departed swiftly. Inoki muttered to himself under his breath, let's hope I'm just being paranoid. Over in the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, stood with arms crossed, peering at the sky curtain through his window, as if trying to see straight through it. He turned to ask his secretary, Samui, what's your opinion? After some thought, Samui replied, the situation is still unclear. The sky curtain appeared so suddenly. It's best for us to remain vigilant. The Raikage pressed further. Could this be the work of the Hidden Leaf? Samui shook her head. While the 3rd Hokage is certainly shrewd, I don't think the Leaf has the means to pull off something like this. In the Hidden Mist Village, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, gazed at the sky curtain with worry etched on her face and called out, Chojuro, A.O. The two promptly stepped forward in response. Mei gave her instructions, find out the origins of the sky curtain, and keep an eye on the Chunin exams happening in the Leaf. Both received the orders and left without delay. Mei rubbed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concern. I lifted my head to the sky curtain, my voice trembling faintly. What on earth is that? Jiraiya-sensei immediately stepped protectively in front of me and said in a stern tone, stop training for now. Stay behind me. Looking at his solid back, I suddenly felt a calm steadiness settle deep within me. Elsewhere, Sasuke was training with Kakashi, who instinctively shielded him as well. Sasuke asked nervously, Kakashi, what is that? A mysterious, oppressive aura radiated from the sky curtain. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know either. Everyone, just stay put and don't act rashly. At that moment, the The sky curtain rang out with a crisp chime, a sound carrying a peculiar pressure that made everyone's head ache. Immediately following, a message appeared on the sky curtain. The quiz begins. What is a jinchuriki? In that instant, the entire shinobi world fell silent. A wave of confusion swept over everyone as people murmured to each other. A question? A quiz? What's going on? What's a jinchuriki? I've never even heard of that. What does it mean? What is a jinchuriki? Where did this word even come from? A jinchuriki? What is that anyway? Who? You ninjas are always so vague. Who exactly are you talking about? Jinchuriki, that is, the one who... Hey, you upstairs don't go around discussing matters like this. Such things are not meant to be known by anyone outside the upper ranks. What's there to be scared of? Honestly, any ninja with a bit of curiosity could figure out. It's not like it's some big secret. Jinchuriki actually refers to those who have tailed beasts sealed inside them. Simply put, they're monsters. At that very moment, Jinchuriki across the ninja world paled in shock. Even though Naruto didn't fully understand what the word Jinchuriki meant, he too carried the nine tails sealed within him. And so these words filled him with a strange, undefinable sadness. Did they ever truly choose to have a tailed beast sealed inside them? Kakashi, what exactly is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke asked aloud. Kakashi fell silent at Sasuke's question, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing this, Sasuke suddenly recalled how the villagers had always shunned Naruto, treating him like an outcast, never truly accepting him, sometimes even calling him a monster. Could it be Naruto is what they call a Jinchuriki? So Naruto is the one they're talking about? The Jinchuriki? Sasuke muttered under his breath. Kakashi gave a small, involuntary shudder, but remained silent. What does Jinchuriki really mean? Naruto asked Jiraiya, confusion clouding his voice. The words drifting down from the sky brought with them a coldness and an ache he couldn't quite name. I have a nine-tailed fox sealed inside me. Does that mean I'm what they call a Jinchuriki? He pressed, anxiety rising. Jiraiya fell quiet, then gently tousled Naruto's hair and gave him a reassuring smile. You knucklehead, why worry so much? Don't stress over it. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. But then, what is a Jinchuriki, pervy sage? Naruto insisted, bewilderment still lingering. Jiraiya didn't answer right away. He just looked at Naruto in silence, leaving the boy's question hanging in the air and deepening his confusion. Across the 5 great nations, the 4 Kage watched the sky nervously. Was the sky itself revealing Jinchuriki, making them the next target? Whatever the case, such a thing simply could not be allowed. Ding! Suddenly, the luminous screen above darkened. Amid the gentle glow that followed, a small figure appeared on the sky screen. A boy with golden hair, 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. Is that Naruto? The fellow ninja who had graduated with him stared in astonishment. Why would Naruto's image appear in the sky? What's going on? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze on the glowing screen, his face a mask of confusion and concern. Quick, bring Naruto here at once. He ordered without hesitation. Across the ninja world, is that a child? Why would it be a child? Is he the Jinchuriki? A so-called monster? He looks nothing like one. Are you big country ninjas trying to deceive us? That monster, that's him. He's Konoha's monster, the culprit behind the 4th Hokage's death. Him? Why would that monster show up on the screen? Is another disaster coming our way? Are you kidding me? How could a child be a monster? Honestly, your villagers' behaviors are far more shocking. You don't understand. It was because of him that Konoha suffered such a catastrophe back then. What do you really know? A small child, no more than 5 or 6, wandered through the village, while the people around him cast strange looks his way, eyes full of disgust and hatred. Yes, that's him, that monster. Why can't the 3rd Hokage consider our feelings? Why must he let this monster stay in Konoha? Remember, don't ever approach that child. Do you understand? Little Naruto stared blankly at the scene before him, his face emotionless. The cold stares of exclusion and hatred left him bewildered and in pain. Why? Why does everyone hate me? Back then, Naruto's question echoed across the entire ninja world. He couldn't understand why everyone looked at him with hostility, always sizing him up with strange eyes. What's really going on here? I don't see how this child looks like a monster at all. Konoha's way of handling things is just baffling. I've heard some rumors about the Nine Tails attack back then, but to let all that hatred fall on a single child, how could you? And what makes you think you understand? Shouldn't he bear responsibility? If it weren't for him, my parents would still be alive. You people are heartless. Even we from a small country can't bear to watch this. Those closest to Naruto fell silent. They had never realized, until this moment, that Naruto had grown up in such a harsh, lonely world. And yet, despite being isolated and rejected, he became a lively, optimistic boy, always wearing a smile. No one could comprehend how, After such a painful past, you could still face the future with a smile, still hope that one day everyone would accept you. Grandpa, why don't I have a mom or dad? In the stillness of the room, little Naruto sat at the table, his eyes fixed on the third Hokage, his voice brimming with bewilderment and longing. Why did everyone else have parents by their side, while his head never once appeared? Who were they, truly, and why they never stayed with him? Didn't I tell you before? A long time ago. I don't want to hear it again. It's always the same story about the Nine-Tails attack, isn't it? That incident claimed the lives of many villagers, including your mother and father. But I don't want to hear this. I want to know who they were, what kind of people they were, little Naruto pressed on, refusing to let the questions go. The third Hokage fell silent for a while before he finally spoke in a slow, weary voice. What would it change to know? The people we lose can never come back. Hearing these words, both Naruto inside the scene and the one beyond the glowing screen fell quiet. Who really were his parents, and what kind of people had they been? Sensei, Jiraiya's expression shifted subtly. Dissatisfaction flickered across his face, then faded into a helpless sigh. He understood too well what troubled the third Hokage. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Now it was a vast sandy playground. Young Gaara sat on a lonely swing, watching other children play with a longing heart. His eyes betrayed his yearning and hope. As he tentatively moved toward the group, the children scattered at once. The monster's coming. Run away. You're a monster. Stay away from us. Go away. Little Gaara froze, left staring as everyone ran from him. It seemed that simply by appearing, he was destined to be rejected, never welcomed into their games. It's Gaara. The moment his image appeared on the screen, both Temari and Kankuro's faces changed, disbelief written across their features. At that very moment, there was a new look in Gaara's eyes, a glint of coldness. Yashimaru, does everyone hate me? Little Gaara turned to ask his uncle, his voice tremulous. Yashimaru smiled gently. People usually don't hate others so easily. Upon hearing this, Gaara managed a faint smile, but then his expression twisted in pain. But why does it hurt so much, right here? He pressed his hand to his chest. Though nothing visible harmed him, a deep ache radiated from his heart, so much so he struggled to breathe. Is this what it means to be a Jinchuriki? I can't quite understand. If what they say is true, if a Jinchuriki harbors a tailed beast, sacrificing oneself to keep it sealed, shouldn't such a person be honored as a hero? And besides, why make a child into a Jinchuriki? Are there no adults in your 5 great ninja villages? Because he's a monster. The scene shifted once again. This time, it was the Hidden Cloud Village. Killer Bee moved forward with the rhythm of a dance, singing a cheerful tune. Suddenly, with a sharp smack, an egg struck squarely on his forehead, and he froze in place. Almost immediately, another egg, then a second, hit his head as hostile and suspicious voices swirled around him. That's the boy, isn't it? He's the one. They say he's a monster. The third Raikage. In the scene, Killer Bee hesitated for a beat, then started moving again with his carefree swagger, as if nothing had happened. Yet, eggs kept flying, and shrill insults sliced through the air into his ears. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village, boom. With a furious punch, the fourth Raikage shattered his desk into splinters and shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with a fire of rage. He had always known Killer Bee's life was far from easy, but the brutal reality unfolding before him was worse than he'd imagined. Disgust and fury rose inside him. Somebody, find every last brat who bullied him and teach them a lesson they'll never forget, he roared. Ninja World. What on earth is this screen trying to show us? I really don't get it. You great nations sure know how to push people out, huh? It's laughable, honestly. Every corner of the ninja world simmered with anger as they watched these scenes unfold beneath the sky screen. Was being a Jinchuriki really reason enough for someone to be shunned and cast aside? What was the original purpose behind founding ninja villages in the first place? Is this what you call protection? Is this what you mean by peace and security? It's just a cruel joke. At that moment, the 5 major nations, the great hidden villages, each fell into silence. None could find a single excuse to defend themselves. If anything, their resentment only grew deeper, fed by the images before them. Across the land, outcries of anger and bitterness spread from village to village. Even Konoha's 12 young ninja could hear the accusations as clear as day. Why? Why does everyone treat me this way? Even my teacher looks at me like that. I'm not a curse. I'm not a plague. I am Naruto Uzumaki. In the vision, a young Naruto cries out to Irika, demanding answers, unable to understand why every glance he meets is one of fear or suspicion. The scene shifts. You're the one who killed Irika's parents. You destroyed our village, the Nine-Tails Fox. If you ask me, even Irika actually hates you. No one needs you. You're nothing but that demon fox. This was what Mizuki said to Naruto, who was carrying the forbidden scroll on his back. In that moment, Naruto froze, his face filled with disbelief. Hearing those words again, Naruto couldn't help but tremble all over. That night had become a memory he would never be able to forget. Shikamaru gazed up at the night sky, his expression complicated, as if he were recalling a conversation with his father from childhood. "Dad, why does everyone hate Naruto?" young Shikamaru once asked. "That boy." Shikaka hesitated, searching for the right words before finally saying, "If you want to be friends with him, I won't stand in your way." Was everything really because of the Nine Tails? Reflecting on the past, perhaps Sasuke couldn't quite comprehend it back then. But now, with his eyes fixed on the sky, all those tangled knots in his heart seemed to unravel in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke stared unblinkingly at the sky, his fists clenched tightly. The events unfolding in his mind struck him deeply. At the same time, Gaara stood frozen where he was, his gaze drawn to that young boy, the one who shared a fate so similar to his own. "You were born after the one-tailed Shikaku was sealed inside you. All your life, you've been treated as little more than an experiment or a vessel to be protected. But because you can't control the power within you, it's only a matter of time before that power threatens the safety of the entire village." Gradually, Yashimaru revealed to Gaara the secrets long hidden away, even admitting that Gaara's own father had once ordered him to try to kill Gaara with his own hands. "So then, did you do it against your will? Or just because father commanded you?" young Gaara asked, forcing a bitter smile. "It wasn't like that. Lord Gaara, the truth is, deep down I've always resented you, because you took my sister's life. I try to love you as if you were the last thing she left behind, but I just couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. Your name was chosen by my sister. Gaara, the demon who loves only himself, one who lives solely for his own sake. She gave you that name not because she loved you, but so you would keep on living, to remember this pain, to hate the world, and to show everyone that she didn't really love you at all. My God, just listening to this is hard to bear. How could the Kazekage of the Sand Village plot to assassinate his own child? This is outrageous. That Kazekage, Raza, actually tried to have his own son killed. Now that the truth is out, let me add something. The so-called Jinchuriki are people who serve as hosts for tailed beasts. Their role is to restrain the beasts, preventing them from running wild, and they're also regarded as measures of a country's strength. If a nation lacks the protection of a tailed beast, its overall strength will inevitably fall behind the others. From the very moment the term Jinchuriki was coined, it has been inseparable from misfortune and loneliness. Jinchuriki have suffered rejection, been treated as outcasts, and even burdened with the hatred of others. This is the harsh reality they face. Konoha Village. Upon hearing these words, the villagers of Konoha fell uncharacteristically silent. Their minds drifted back to Naruto, the boy they had always shunned, the one called the Demon Fox. Though the scenes before them revealed the true identity of a Jinchuriki, it was still nearly impossible for them to let go of their long-held hostility toward Naruto. Even if you put it that way, I just can't let it go. Because of him, my mother is gone forever. If you expect us to just set aside our hatred, I can't do it. No matter how you explain it, nothing will change. I think I finally understand now. It wasn't Naruto who was at fault all along. It was the Nine Tails. I can't forgive. No matter how you explain it, nothing can make me forgive what happened back then, or that demon fox. So, by your logic, should we place all our hatred onto that child instead? What does he know? He knew nothing. Yet for 12 years, he bore the weight of our resentment for no reason. I've been so cruel to him all these years. That child, who understood nothing, endured so much without cause. Back then, he was only a baby, forced to become the vessel for the demon fox. Maybe deep down we always knew this truth. We just couldn't let go of our hate for the Nine Tails. The villagers of Konoha fell into silence. Was this really the case? It certainly seemed that way. They could never truly let go, because on the day the Nine Tails attacked, Konoha was left wounded and scarred. Almost every one of them was affected. So that's what your past was like, Naruto. Through the heavenly vision, Sasuke witnessed Naruto's history, a time shrouded in sorrow. He was rejected from an early age, all alone in the world, his life full of isolation. They didn't even know who they were, nor what the meaning of living was supposed to be. And most of all, they couldn't understand why they had to endure such pain. This suffering, in truth, was not so different from his own. I was so heartless back then. Sakura watched it all in silence, lips pressed together. She recalled how she had once mocked Naruto with so little mercy, blaming him for being an orphan. Now, looking back, she realized just how harsh he had been. The shinobi of the 5 great nations were also silent. Confronted with these scenes, not a single excuse came to mind. As the architects of the Jinchuriki system, their choices long ago had set this inescapable fate for all Jinchuriki. Whoever was chosen would spend their life destined for solitude and suffering. They couldn't change that, almost powerless to fight against it. In their hearts, the safety of their village always outweighed everything else, leaving personal feelings to be sacrificed. As Kage, their first instinct was always the safety of their people. Everything else had to give way before that. This is too much. I can't watch this any longer. What is wrong with you great nations? Wasn't the whole point of creating shinobi villages to protect the children? So why are you using children as seals for the tailed beasts in the end? As Kage, do you even have any conscience left? Is this what you call a great village, a great nation? Shifting the entire burden onto a single child. Did you ever think about how they felt? Now it's clear to me. You've long since forgotten your original ideals. All you see now are your own interests, aren't you? The sounds of argument grew sharper across the screen, waves of accusation and abuse rising one after another. Is it my fault? The third Hokage gazed at the photograph of the fourth, murmuring quietly to himself. He had been the one to choose secrecy in the first place, for Minato Namikaze had accumulated many enemies in life. He thought that hiding the truth might protect Naruto. Yet in the end, the affair with the Nine Tails was still exposed. Though he knew exactly who had leaked the truth, he was powerless to stop the chain of events. If, back then, he had revealed Naruto as the Hokage's son, would the boy's life have unfolded differently? Would it have spared him from so much hardship? Ultimately, his own indecisiveness was to blame. The identity of the Hokage's son had been hidden well, known to only a select few. But in stark contrast, nearly everyone knew about Naruto being the Nine Tails host. The irony was bitter. Once hailed as the sage of the shinobi world, he now found himself utterly helpless. He could not help but sigh. He truly was growing old. No one ever acknowledges me. Naruto's voice lingered in the sky, echoing for a long while. I am hatred. I am strength. I am the weapon of the hidden sand. I am a vessel for sacrifice. I hate this world. I despise everyone in it. That was Gaara's cold, detached voice, now rising in the heavens as well. There was a time when I hated everyone. I didn't know who I was, nor did I understand why everyone despised me. Back then, I understood nothing, neither the reasons nor the pain behind it all. This was Naruto's voice, as if asking, was he never meant to exist at all? To them, I am someone they wish would simply disappear. So why am I even alive? In the end, I came to just one conclusion. I was born to be a monster who would destroy everyone. Gaara's voice, now a true demon in human form, continued to reverberate through the sky. The people of the shinobi world watched in silence, stricken by what they saw. Especially among the ninja of the 5 great nations, the wounds from years of scorn and prejudice ran deep. Malicious whispers continued to spread across the land. Naruto, upon her sickbed in the Hyuga household, little Hinata gazed quietly at the heavenly projection, eyes filled with empathy. She had always known a little of Naruto's story. Whenever she walked the streets, she would hear people speaking ill of him. At the time, she could not understand why. Her family, too, had often warned her to stay away from Naruto, their advice repeated many times over. It must have been so painful going through all of that, Hinata whispered softly. With such a big family, why would someone still have to cry? Look at me, there's no one by my side, but I never cry, you know? Kana, memories from her childhood surfaced in her mind, as if she had returned to that snowy day once again. On that day, she remembered a little boy named Naruto Uzumaki. System Q&A. First question. Who is Naruto Uzumaki's salvation? Salvation. Hearing this question, people across the ninja world looked up to the sky, their eyes brimming with confusion and anticipation. Redemption? Are you talking about that blonde-haired boy? Haha, we've finally reached this topic. By the way, does anyone actually know who his redeemer is? No clue at all. Anyone here got an answer? If you're expecting me to know, then who am I supposed to ask? Redemption. That sounds pretty heavy. Hey, anyone from Konoha here? If you know something, speak up. How could we possibly know that? Besides, isn't it all because of that Nine Tails? Watch what you're saying. Still daring to throw insults? Give me your address. I'll send a squad of ninjas your way right now. Impressive, you've got some nerve, saying that with everyone watching on the sky screen. Aren't you worried the Hokage might find out? What's there to worry about? I go by average guy. If the Hokage can track me down through the sky screen, let him try. Are you serious? Are you trying to get me in trouble by using my real name? Some friend you are. By the way, his name is Random Guy B. The entire shinobi world fell silent in astonishment. What a remarkable turn of events. The 12 Konoha young ninjas watched this scene unfold, their faces filled with surprise. Redemption for Naruto. It seemed unthinkable to them that the always smiling boy might ever need redemption. If not for the visions projected on the sky screen, it would have been impossible to connect the Naruto they knew with the version shown there. Could that ever cheerful child, goofy and habitually coming in last, truly need saving? Naruto? Sasuke's brow nodded slightly as his gaze lingered on the question in the sky. Something about it struck a chord within him. Who would save Naruto? He didn't know either. Why is it that, after such a lonely and rejected past, you can still greet the world with a smile? Why is it that, even after enduring a life marked by solitude, rejection, and the weight of others' hatred, when most would have given in to darkness, how did you become the person you are today? My dream is to surpass the Hokage and to earn the recognition of everyone in the village. Those were the words Naruto shouted out on the rooftop when he introduced himself, a declaration that was both his dream and a promise to himself. But behind those words, what kind of past did he endure? No one ever asked him that. What lies hidden behind that radiant smile? And who was it that reached into the darkness and pulled you back to hope? He recalled that day, the day he went to Minato's home, hoping for a free meal, and Minato even considered naming his child after the protagonist in Jiraiya's novel. My redemption, he murmured softly to himself, his thoughts drifting back to days long gone. Back then, he was the outcast of the village, shunned and rejected by all. At the time, he didn't understand who he was, nor did he grasp the meaning of his own existence. He couldn't fathom why everyone held such dislike for him. Everything was shrouded in confusion. His heart was lost in a haze of uncertainty. To garner attention, he would pull little pranks, scribbling graffiti on the walls, for instance. These mischievous acts were nothing more than clumsy attempts to push away his loneliness. That was how he coped, using awkward tricks to be noticed, hoping people would remember that there was a boy called Naruto Uzumaki in the village. All he wanted was for others to recognize his presence. No one ever acknowledged me. He recalled that night, the night he clung to sealing techniques, hiding behind a tree as tears streamed down his face. He is no longer the demon fox, but Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. His teacher's words echoed in his mind. Whenever he remembered that night, the sound of that man's voice and his gestures, a feeling surged within him like never before. For the first time in 12 years, someone truly needed him. Someone truly saw him for who he was. Hidden behind the tree, he wept uncontrollably. Isekai-sensei! Suddenly, he cried out, as if his voice plunged the world itself into darkness. Naruto Uzumaki, correct answer. The one who redeemed Naruto Uzumaki. The image on the screen revealed a young man, a cross-shaped scar etched across his nose. It was none other than Iruka, the teacher from before. He was Naruto's redemption. As people witnessed changes ripple across the sky and saw the scene unfold above, the entire shinobi world erupted, with a flood of comments streaming in. Naruto's redemption is that guy. But he seems so ordinary. I really thought it would be someone incredibly powerful, the kind of person who gave you a sense of absolute safety. Inside the Ninja Academy's office, Iruka stared at his own image on the sky, tears running down his face, swept up in a storm of emotion and disbelief. Was he truly Naruto's salvation? No, perhaps the opposite. Maybe it was Naruto who saved him. Naruto. Iruka could no longer hold back his tears. Words could not express the emotion surging through him. Iruka-sensei. Naruto's classmates, witnessing this scene, were equally taken aback. None of them had expected Iruka to be the answer to Naruto's redemption. Yet, when they thought about it, no one else seemed more fitting. Iruka. Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured softly, a trace of warmth flickering in his eyes. Ding! Suddenly the sky went pitch black, shadow, clone jutsu. The scene shifts to a classroom, where Naruto shouts at the top of his lungs. A puff of white smoke rises, and a feeble clone appears on the ground, so powerless that it has not an ounce of fighting spirit, collapsing flat on the floor. This clone looks like it would fall apart at the slightest touch, so fragile, it can barely be called a ninja. Naruto, Iruka, the entire shinobi world, and then a chorus of laughter bursts out. This is hilarious. Is that really supposed to be a clone? It's almost like he's doing a comedy act. No way. Isn't the clone jutsu the most basic of ninja techniques? Naruto can't even manage this. I heard he's always at the bottom of the class, failed to graduate so many times already. Seriously, isn't he a Jinchuriki? How could he not even pass graduation? Seeing all this, Naruto's face darkened immediately. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura and the others couldn't help but laugh as well. During the actual exam, everyone had been called in separately to prevent cheating, so they had no idea just how Naruto performed. But now, the real reason might be the Nine Tails influence, making his chakra impossible to balance. Jiraiya watched the scene thoughtfully and quickly discerned why Naruto couldn't master the technique. Fail. The view shifts outside the Ninja Academy. Other students are celebrating their graduation with gleeful cheers, some standing proudly next to their families. Well done, that's my kid. Now I can stand on my own 2 feet. Look, there's only one child who didn't graduate. Under the shade of a great tree, Naruto Uzumaki sits alone on a swing. Sparse rays of sunlight dapple his face, heightening his loneliness and sorrow. Spiteful whispers echo around him as Naruto lowers his head, pulls down his goggles, and slips away in silence. Just then, Mizuki appears at his side. That Mizuki, he really looks shady. We saw him pop up earlier, and now he's come looking for Naruto again. What exactly is he after? On screen, Mizuki tells Naruto that if he can steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office, he'll be able to graduate and become a ninja. I knew it. Mizuki's actually egging Naruto on to steal a forbidden jutsu. How despicable. How can anyone exploit Naruto's innocence like this? Naruto, little Hinata from the Hyuga clan, gazes up at the screen in the sky, her face filled with worry. How could that guy Naruto be so gullible? Why would he agree to everything? Kiba asked in bewilderment. This all sounds like a lie. Who would actually believe something like that? I'm not surprised at all that Naruto would do something like this, Shino said calmly as he adjusted his glasses. The sealing technique is recorded in the Forbidden Scroll, which must be guarded under tight security. How could anyone manage to steal it? There's no way Naruto can actually get away with it this time. If he does steal it, I'll eat my words. No, I'll eat dirt. In the dead of night, with the Hokage's office left unguarded, Naruto quietly slipped inside. After a careful search, he really did find the Scroll of Seals and made his way out with it, unhindered. This is bad. The Scroll of Seals has been stolen. Suddenly, the entire ninja world fell silent. You gotta be kidding me. Something that important just gets stolen? The Hokage's office is supposed to be a stronghold. Weren't there any Umbu guards at all? Seriously? That can't be true, right? At the very least, you'd expect a ninja, or even just a genin, to be stationed there. And if there really was no one else, couldn't the cleaning lady have kept an eye on it? Who was it just a moment ago that said they'd eat dirt if it was stolen? Step up and show yourself. This has turned into an utter farce. What's going on in you Konoha people's heads? How is it that not a single person was left to protect the Scroll of Seals? This is beyond belief. Don't tell me Konoha let this happen on purpose. The people of Konoha were at a total loss for words. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. What is that? I don't know any jutsu like that at all. On screen, Naruto unseals the Scroll of Seals and looks at the first forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu, feeling immediately overwhelmed. I finally found you, you idiot. Iruka suddenly charges out from the woods, staring furiously at Naruto. Haha, Iruka-sensei, I just learned an awesome jutsu. If I pull it off, can I graduate? Naruto asked Iruka hopefully. Iruka listens to Naruto's explanation and, upon hearing the real story, realizes Mizuki deceived Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals, promising graduation as a reward. Hearing all this, Iruka's face grows more and more grave. Just then, a handful of shuriken come flying out of nowhere, but both of them manage to dodge just in time. It's Mizuki that he emerges from the forest, eyes cold and fixed upon them. It's you, Mizuki. Witnessing this, all of the ninja world was thrown into shock, and many of the Leaf Shinobi were inflamed with anger. As expected, that guy Mizuki always had a hidden agenda. I could tell right away, he wasn't to be trusted. On screen, Naruto is at a complete loss, staring at the scene before him. He can't understand. Why would Mizuki-sensei try to kill them? Wasn't this supposed to be the graduation test? What's going on? What's happening? Naruto cried out in panic. Naruto, don't give him the scroll. That scroll contains countless dangerous forbidden techniques. Mizuki is just using you to get his hands on it. Iruka called out urgently. Naruto's expression snapped to anger. He glared hard at Mizuki. But Mizuki remained completely unruffled, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Naruto, instead of handing the scroll to someone else, why not give it to me? Let me tell you the truth. The truth? Naruto responded, his confusion deepening. 12 years ago, when the nine-tailed fox was sealed away, the village established an unspoken rule that everyone followed. What rule? Why haven't I ever heard of it? Naruto asked, something raw and uncertain in his eyes. That rule. Never speak of the fact that you're actually the vessel for the nine-tailed fox. As the words landed, Naruto froze where he stood, his face stricken with shock and disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara's eyes grew complicated. The boy who had once averted his gaze from him now had a past strikingly similar to his own. But why? He remembered that honest smile Naruto had shown during the Chunin exams, a smile he could never forget. Why is it that after going through the same hardships, you became someone like this? I don't understand. You're the one responsible for the death of Iruka's parents. You're the demon fox who destroyed the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone despises you. Haven't you ever found it strange? Even Irika truly hates you deep down. You're nothing but a demon fox that no one needs. In that moment, Naruto's eyes went blank. He stood there, frozen, a storm of confusion swirling inside him. Oh, this was the so-called truth, and the rule that no one had ever told him about. He's the nine-tailed demon fox who brought ruin to the fourth Hokage back then. Everything happened because of him. Mizuki is right. That demon fox should never have been allowed to exist. Killing the fourth Hokage wasn't enough. Now he's trying to steal the sealing jutsu. If the third Hokage hadn't gone out of his way to protect him, he would have died long ago. You people of the Leaf Village are as cruel as anyone else that I can only laugh bitterly at that. Did Hitaki Sakumo's suicide really have nothing to do with you villagers? When it comes down to it, I honestly wish. You people of the Hidden Leaf really don't understand anything. You don't know a thing, but does he truly not deserve to die? It was he who took my family, my love, all those years ago. If you don't know the truth, you have no right to judge. There's nothing to say to beasts, just as there's nothing left to say to the Leaf Village. The Hidden Leaf, what a hypocritical place. Meanwhile, the chatter on the screen had devolved into chaos, filled with accusations and insults, echoing as angry shouts through every street and alley of the village. The 12 guardians could do nothing but sigh, their hearts heavy with worry for Naruto. He must be feeling so terribly alone right now, especially those of Team 7 and Naruto's closest companions. The villagers' words chilled them to the bone. Even as Jinin, the young shinobi, could keenly feel this icy rejection. Naruto had lived in this cold world for 12 long years. They could barely stand it, even for a brief moment. Only now did they begin to realize. On the surface, Naruto looked bright and cheerful, but behind there was a painful, hidden past. He grew up without a parent's love. Because of that night, he was shunned by everyone that he started misbehaving just so people might finally see him. He tried so hard, all just to prove he mattered, that he looked strong, but inside, he was already broken by pain. Irika remembered a conversation he once had with the third Hokage. Yusti. Naruto, get down. Irika called out desperately. Startled, Naruto dropped to the ground at once. Crash! A giant shuriken flew from Mizuki's hand, slicing through the air straight toward Naruto. Without hesitation, Irika shielded Naruto with his own body. The shuriken pierced through Irika's back. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his face a picture of confusion and shock. Why would you? Irika coughed up a mouthful of blood, crimson splattering onto Naruto's cheek. In that instant, Irika was flooded with memories. Ever since losing his parents, he had lived in loneliness, feeling like nobody truly needed him. Back at school, he'd sometimes play the fool just to get a little attention. But when night fell and the world grew quiet, he was left with unbearable solitude. Naruto, you're the same, aren't you? You've been hurting all along, haven't you? I'm sorry, Naruto. It was my failure, all my fault, that made your past so painful. On the screen, Irika was weeping uncontrollably. While Naruto could only stand frozen in disbelief, that moment, Naruto's eyes were full of confusion and turmoil. He was on the verge of breaking down, trust shattered to pieces. Even with Irika, he couldn't help but wonder, was this genuine or just another betrayal? Without looking back, Naruto dashed into the depths of the forest. Unable to accept the reality before him, he chose to stop believing in anyone. He just wanted to run, wanted nothing but to escape it all. That a harsh laugh echoed. Ha ha. Well, Naruto's always been stubborn. I'd say right now he's truly set on using that scroll to get revenge on the villagers. Irika, you saw it, didn't you? Those were the eyes of the Nine Tails. Mizuki sneered. That demon fox wants revenge. He absolutely will try it. A demon fox is a demon fox. No matter what, you can't change its nature. We should report to the third Hokage at once and demand the execution of Uzumaki Naruto. Honestly, what is Konoha doing? I've warned you before, he's a Jinchuriki. You people even know what that means. You put the blame for all the disaster the fox brought onto one child. You're Jinchuriki. Now, I finally understand. Konoha isn't just cold-hearted. You're hopelessly foolish, too. The 5 great nations replied. Fourth Raikage. If Konoha can't protect its Jinchuriki, why not hand him over to our Cloud Village? We'd be more than willing to take care of it. Anoki, Konoha, you've gone too far. Crueler even than Raza. Even this old man can't stand to watch. Meitarumi, for that child to be born in Konoha, that's truly his misfortune. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, the Kazekage. Terumi Mei, Raza, you know better than the people of Konoha. There's really no difference between you and them. As the leaders go, so go the villages. Orochimaru fell silent. Naruto Uzumaki stared at the endless stream of comments crowding the screen, and his spirits gradually sank. He'd already tried so hard, yet still failed to change the villagers' prejudices against him. Now, doubt crept in. Had everything he'd strived for all these years all been for nothing? No one acknowledges me. In that haze of confusion, it was as if he'd slipped back into the lonely, desolate days of his childhood. Haven't you already gained recognition from so many people now? Jiraiya, as if sensing Naruto's hesitation, broke the silence. Naruto looked at him in surprise. You can feel it, right here. Jiraiya gently pointed to Naruto's chest, a knowing smile on his lips. He understood, while that Naruto had felt a sense of acceptance growing within him. Hearing this, Naruto's whole body tensed slightly, the spark returning to his eyes. That's right, that he was no longer alone, that he'd found true companions. People who believed in him, people who understood him. Perhaps there still weren't many, but that only made each one more precious. Why let himself get bogged down in gloom? He was alone no longer. All right. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up to the sky, his energy flooding back. Watching him, Jiraiya felt deeply gratified. That's more like it. In the forest, high atop the sturdy tree branches, Naruto Uzumaki carried the sealing scroll on his back, sprinting swiftly ahead. At that moment, Iruka raced after him, calling out loudly to the boy running ahead. Naruto, hand over the scroll of seals. Mizuki's after you for that very thing. On screen, Naruto didn't answer. He launched himself from the branch, charging straight at Iruka and sending him flying with a hard hit. I knew it, he's the demon fox after all. Look, now he's even attacking people. I say we'd better get rid of him sooner rather than later. If he goes berserk, we'll all be at risk. You people from Konoha are worse than animals. Honestly, I wish Naruto would just finish you all off and be done with it. Yet, some shinobi who were adept at transformation jutsu saw through the ruse at once. The one disguised as Naruto wasn't the real Naruto Uzumaki. Beneath the shade of the trees, Iruka struggled to his feet and stared at Naruto in confusion. Disbelief filled his voice as he asked, "Why, Naruto, how did you know I'm not really Iruka?" There was a faint pop. A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing that Iruka's true form was Mizuki. Leaning against the tree and clutching the scroll of seals, the Naruto let slip a subtle smile, his appearance shifting smoothly into Iruka's. Because, he said calmly, I am Iruka. Across the shinobi world, what a joke. You people from the Hidden Leaf can't even tell a transformation jutsu apart, and you go around boasting. It's infuriating. I used to think Konoha was a powerful village, but look how pathetic they are. So much for a great nation or great village. They're not worth mentioning. No wonder rogue ninja keep popping up from Konoha. If it were me, I wouldn't stay either. At this point, I'm starting to suspect the fourth Hokage's death might not be so simple after all. The land of lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage burst into hearty laughter. Well said. What makes the land of fire so great? Does Konoha really deserve its reputation? If those old folks from the Leaf heard this, they'd be fuming. The Raikage gleefully watched Konoha's embarrassment unfold. The land of earth, Hidden Stone Village. For once, Inoki allowed himself a rare smile. Exactly what's so special about Konoha? That Hiruzen fellow, he's well past his prime. As another of the thirds, he now held Sarutobi Hiruzen in utter contempt. The scene pressed onward at Naruto's silhouette hid behind a tree. With a mocking tone, Mizuki sneered, How can you protect Naruto so desperately when he's the one who killed your parents? I will never let the scroll fall into your hands. Iruka replied with firm resolve. Mizuki scoffed. Compared to me and Naruto, you're the real fool. Iruka, with the jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, anything is possible. There's no way the Nine Tails wouldn't be tempted by such power. Naruto won't stay as innocent as you think. Inside the scene, Iruka merely gave a gentle, knowing smile. You're right. If it were truly just a demon fox, perhaps he really would be tempted. From behind the tree, Naruto hugged the Scroll of Seals to his chest even tighter as he heard Iruka's words. Here it is again. Even Iruka-sensei, in the end, can't accept me. Elsewhere, the 12 young ninjas watched Naruto on the screen with heavy, anxious hearts. At this crucial point, Naruto's mind had never been so torn. It seemed as if any little misstep could cause him to lose himself completely. Naruto, even Sasuke's eyes betrayed his growing concern. Gaara, meanwhile, stared up at the sky, straining to see what exactly had kept this boy called Naruto from walking the same path he had. No one ever accepted me. Naruto hugged the Scroll of Seals tightly to his chest, curled up behind a tree. Suddenly, Iruka spoke with unwavering conviction. That may be true for the Nine Tails, but Naruto is different. He's an outstanding student, one I am proud to acknowledge. In that moment, hidden behind the tree, Naruto's whole body trembled. He's always worked so hard and been so focused, it's just that sometimes he isn't flexible enough, which makes it hard for others to accept him. But he's already tasted the pain of being misunderstood and alone. The person he is now is no longer the Nine Tails. He belongs to the Hidden Leaf Village. He is Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing these words, Naruto remained behind the tree, clutching the scroll of seals in his arms, tears finally streaming down his face, unstoppable. No one could truly understand what he was feeling then, that he had waited 12 long years for this single moment of recognition. His efforts had finally been seen. At last, someone acknowledged his worth. All the tears bottled up over those 12 years came flooding out in an instant. And at this moment, it wasn't just the Naruto on the screen who was crying. Even the Naruto outside, training beneath the vast sky, was moved to tears. Even though he'd lived through this once already, even though it wasn't his first time hearing these words, that feeling of being accepted, being cared for, being needed was still overwhelming. What a fool you are. Jiraiya gave a helpless chuckle, gently ruffling Naruto's hair with his broad hand. Sasuke, practicing with Kakashi, fell silent too. He hadn't realized so much had happened that day. Is this the reason you never turn to darkness? Because you found someone who accepts you? 12 years of waiting, just for a single word of affirmation. How much strength and perseverance must it have taken to endure all that? For Naruto, that single acknowledgement was more precious than anything in the world. For Sasuke, though recognition always seemed within reach, people naturally gravitated toward him. He was a prodigy, after all. Now, for the first time, Sasuke truly understood how Naruto felt. In Naruto, he saw the qualities he himself lacked: strength and unwavering resolve. Sensei, Kakashi gazed at the screen, where Naruto sobbed at finally being acknowledged, whispering to himself, regret etched deep in his expression. Back then, he could have reached out to care for Naruto, but his own pain and losses led him to turn away, shirking the responsibility that should have been his. Perhaps, in the end, he was the one who should feel the deepest remorse for what happened. From the Hyuga clan, "That's wonderful." Naruto, Hinata wiped her eyes, unable to hold back her tears any longer. "You really are an idiot." Irika. On screen, Mizuki slowly reached behind his back, lifting the enormous shuriken. "Irika, I was planning to let you live a little longer. But now, I've changed my mind," Mizuki said coldly, rotating the shuriken in his hand, his tone icy as ever. "I'll send you straight to hell." Bang! Just as Mizuki was about to hurl the shuriken, a figure burst out from behind a tree and delivered a swift kick that sent Mizuki flying. Naruto's jumped out. With him here, maybe the two of them can beat Mizuki, right? But Irika is so badly injured. Why would you think that? There must be other ninja arriving in time to help, right? Come on, Naruto's only a rookie ninja, and Mizuki's a chunin. How could he possibly win? Well, I'm impressed. You actually have a little fight in you. Mizuki stood back up, brushing himself off. Naruto steadied himself, gripping the scroll of seals tightly, glaring at Mizuki with a fierce determination. "I won't let you hurt Irika, sensei. If you even try, I swear I'll make you pay." "You idiot, what are you doing here? Get out of here, hurry." Irika called out anxiously, fearing Naruto was just running toward his own demise. "You take me down? I could flatten you with a single punch." Naruto crossed his fingers, his eyes fixed firmly on Mizuki. "Then come and try. Whatever you did to Irika, sensei, I'll pay you back 1,000 times over." Big words. Let's see if you can back them up. Shadow, clone jutsu. The shinobi world froze. In an instant, the screen exploded into a storm of clones, hundreds, even thousands, crowding the entire forest. The scene left everyone across the shinobi world thunderstruck. Shadow clones? That many? But he's just a rookie. How can he possibly have that much chakra? You gotta be kidding. That's an insane number of clones. This is incredible. Even the 12 young ninja, usually so confident, were all stunned. That's unbelievable. Is this really Naruto? Ino's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Has he been hiding his real strength all along? She murmured under her breath. Amazing Naruto! Sakura's face was equally full of shock, struggling to believe he could create that many shadow clones. How much chakra did he actually have? Fourth Raikage. How in the world does this kid have so much chakra? He's still just a child, isn't he? Inoki, Uzumaki Naruto? Is he the last remnant of the clan that was wiped out? But I recall members of the Uzumaki clan having red hair. So wise as blonde. Madarumi. What an extraordinary child. Not even I, at his age, had this much chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You've finally grown up? Naruto. Kazekage Orochimaru. Didn't you look all tough just a moment ago? Weren't you boasting you'd knock me down with a single punch? What's wrong now? Lost your nerve? If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. When Mizuki witnessed this, his eyes were filled with unmasked shock and terror. He screamed, his voice high and wild with fear. He actually created 1,000 shadow clones, and each one is a fully formed, advanced clone. Maybe Naruto really can surpass the Hokage someday. In the end, Mizuki was defeated, collapsed on the ground, his face swollen comically like a giant pig's head. Maybe I went a bit too far. Iruka, sensei, are you alright? Naruto scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Naruto, come over here. I have something for you. Iruka called out with a gentle smile. Are we ready yet? Iruka, sensei? Alright, open your eyes. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see Iruka wearing a warm and proud smile. He noticed that Iruka's forehead was bare, but on his own forehead he felt a weight, a badge of honor. Congratulations, you've graduated. Night had faded. The first rays of morning sunlight slipped through the leaves, casting a glow over Naruto's young face. He stared in astonishment at the man before him. Happiness was something he had never truly known, but now. To celebrate your graduation, how about I treat you to your favorite ramen today? Naruto bit back his emotions, then suddenly threw himself into Iruka's embrace. Iruka, sensei. As the video drew to its close, everyone in the shinobi world felt unsatisfied, wishing it could have gone on a little longer. They sighed, thinking how fortunate Naruto was to have encountered such a mentor. So, this is Naruto's redemption? I think my eyes are getting a little misty. With a teacher like this, I have to give credit where it's due. Shouldn't you folks in Konoha be deeply grateful to Iruka? For Iruka's sake, I don't see Konoha in such a bad light anymore. What's that supposed to mean? Since when do you people from the Hidden Cloud Village get to talk about us? Do you even have the right? Who are you calling unworthy? Konoha, are you looking for trouble? Bring it on. Let's see who's really afraid. Did you really think we'd back down from you? Here, could you all maybe stop arguing? This is the heavenly screen. The entire shinobi world is watching. And who asked for any input from the Hidden Mist Village anyway? Hey, I was just trying to calm things down. Why am I getting yelled at when they're the ones fighting? Honestly, it doesn't make sense. Of all the villages, yours is definitely the most speechless. Hidden Stone Village. Ding. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for answering correctly. Reward. Chakra increased tenfold. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki, who was training under Jiraiya, suddenly felt a surge of strange energy within his body. The chakra he had nearly exhausted was instantly restored, and, in fact, it multiplied over several times, coursing through every part of him. He had so much chakra now that it seemed to overflow. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but be shocked. My chakra, it feels like there's a lot more of it now, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists in disbelief. Perfect timing. Use the summoning jutsu now. Jiraiya urged him, his tone quick and insistent. Acting on the instruction, Naruto nodded at once. He bit his thumb, his hands flying through hand seals, before pressing his palm decisively onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a booming whoosh, thick white smoke billowed out, and from within it emerged a giant toad, towering several dozen meters high, a veritable monster. The toad held a long pipe in its mouth. A sharp scar marked its right eye, and both of its eyes were a striking shade of yellow, with horizontal pupils. He had so much chakra now that it seemed to overflow. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but be shocked. My chakra, it feels like there's a lot more of it now, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists in disbelief. Perfect timing. Use the summoning jutsu now. Jiraiya urged him, his tone quick and insistent. Acting on the instruction, Naruto nodded at once. He bit his thumb, his hands flying through hand seals, before pressing his palm decisively onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a booming whoosh, thick white smoke billowed out, and from within it emerged a giant toad, towering several dozen meters high, a veritable monster. The toad held a long pipe in its mouth. A sharp scar marked its right eye, and both of its eyes were a striking shade of yellow, with horizontal pupils. Gamabunta, that kid actually pulled it off, Jiraiya said, a smile spreading across his face when he saw the massive toad. Haha, I finally did it. Naruto shouted in excitement from atop Gamabunta's head. Hey, brat. Who said you could be so loud on my back? Get down right now. Gamabunta barked irritably. He had been quietly enjoying the heavenly screen at home only to be suddenly summoned here, leaving him both exasperated and slightly annoyed at the whole situation. Yes, even the toads of Mount Mayaboku could clearly see the immense canopy overhead. This sky, majestic and divine, loomed over the entire ninja world. Aren't you my summoning animal? Naruto was stunned when he heard the toad speak. Wasn't this the toad he had just summoned? Why did he have such a bad attitude? What? You little brat? Wait a second. You look kind of familiar. Gamabunta squinted, scrutinizing Naruto carefully. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock. Aren't you that kid who appeared on the sky? Let me explain. Jiraiya leaped onto Gamabunta's back, interjecting smoothly. Jiraiya? After Jiraiya's patient explanation, Gamabunta gradually put the pieces together. Naruto had summoned him by accident while practicing summoning jutsu, and that was all there was to it. So, does that mean you're my summoning animal now? Naruto lay across Gamabunta's back, wearing a goofy smile and looking at him with eager eyes. Who said I'm your summoning animal? Not a chance. Gamabunta shot back instantly. Why not? But I'm your summoner, aren't I? How can this be? Naruto cried out in disappointed protest. With Naruto chattering incessantly on his back, Gamabunta began to feel itchy and grew impatient. Kid, get off my back this instant. I won't. Unless you agree, I'm not getting off. Get down. No way. I said get down. Absolutely not. Beep. Question 2. Who is Gaara's salvation? Suddenly, just as the world was settling down, the sky trembled once more. A new question appeared high above for all to see. The ninja world erupted into discussion. Gaara's salvation? Are they talking about that boy from the hidden sand who went down a dark path? I heard he had it even worse than Naruto from the leaf, especially because of that Raza. What kind of monster treats his own child that way? To use your own child for experiments? What sort of person could do that? It's just unforgivable. I heard the Kazekage, Raza, hurt his own kid time and again. That's just inhuman. How does someone like that deserve to be called father? It's cruel beyond words. Within the shared living quarters for Leaf and Sand Ninjas, my salvation? Gaara was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with confusion. Is it really possible for me to be saved? Who would save me? Kankuro and Temari were just as incredulous. That anyone could have rescued Gaara from those days seemed impossible. After all, Gaara wasn't like the ever-optimistic Naruto. He truly was a demon, one who would take lives without a second thought. Gaara. Temari gazed at the silent Gaara and gently called out to him. Bang! Suddenly, a savage sandstorm swept in, hurling them all into the air. How laughable. Such things, I have no use for them at all. I fight only for myself. Gaara let out a chilling, low laugh, his words thick with indifference. He had never trusted anyone, nor did he ever love anyone. To him, he was an Asura. He was Gaara, the very embodiment of hatred itself. The sole reason he lived was to survive by destroying everyone else. Training ground. That guy who controls sand. Sasuke recalled his encounter with Gaara that day. The icy aura still lingered in his mind. That sense of loneliness and chill, he knew it all too well, because it was his own reality, too. Redemption, he muttered quietly. That was never his aim. All he yearned for was the thrill of fighting the strong. And above all, there was only one man he wanted to defeat. Yes, revenge. In his world, there was room for only that one person, the person he loathed with all his heart. Watching from the side, Kakashi glimpsed the hatred burning in Sasuke's eyes and sighed with helplessness. Sigh. He understood the resentment festering in Sasuke's heart, and he knew how close that emotion now teetered at the edge of something dangerously extreme. On the back of Gamabunta, Naruto gazed up at the sky, pondering the question that had appeared there. A heavy expression clouded his face. That guy who beat bushy brows, wasn't that Gaara? He thought, troubled. Truth be told, someone like that was the last person he wished to face again. From the very first encounter, Naruto could sense a stark difference. The look in Gaara's eyes, the utter certainty with which he struck down his foes. He was like an Asura. Even someone as powerful as bushy brows lost so disastrously. Facing someone like that filled him with dread. Yet, at the same time, Naruto remembered the past that had been revealed in the sky, not so long ago, when Gaara was just a boy, lonely and tormented, much like himself. In reality, they were very much alike. Within both of them, a monster lay in wait. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. The Chunin exams were underway, and the Jinchuriki from the sand, right now, was here in the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, across the ninja world, Gaara is sure to find redemption through me. I'm the one who should save him. No way. It should definitely be me. Someone like me would be a perfect fit. Random onlookers, A, B, C. Incorrect answers. Penalty. Please perform a special dance in front of everyone. What? There's a penalty. Are you kidding me? What kind of dance is this supposed to be? What's happening? I can't control my body. No, what are these moves? I've never done anything like this before. In a ninja world, those bold enough to try answering were instantly punished by the heavens. Some were forced to break out in dance, some commanded to sing, and others made to perform all manner of acts. There were even punishments beyond imagination. The endless stream of penalties always managed to catch people off guard. Hey, what are you doing? Ah, someone's getting undressed in public. There's a pervert here. It isn't me. Don't talk nonsense. I can't hold it any longer. How many flights must I carry a bag of rice? One bag for the second floor, one bag for Sinro Flood. Oh, my darling, is that you? Youth is just like this. Your grandma's knocking at the door. Hurry, go open it. The entire ninja world dissolved into chaos. From the 5 great nations to the tiniest countries, everyone was bombarded by these bizarre voices and visions appearing out of nowhere. In such a frenzy, no one could answer the question calmly. Just now, I saw someone use their punishment as an excuse to sneak a peek at the girls, and he got smacked clear across the room by a whole group of them. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Of course not. The person protested, dabbing at the blood trickling from his nose. Phew. Thank goodness I resisted answering. Just imagining those punishments makes my skin crawl. So, who exactly is Gar's redemption? Is there really no clue at all? Gar just looks so pitiful. Feeling sorry for him won't help. We don't know the answer anyway. Come to think of it, whoever can redeem Gaara must be one heck of a powerful ninja, don't you think? After all, Gaara right now, his emotions are totally out of control. Ordinary shinobi wouldn't stand chance. I just want to know so badly, who on earth could defeat Gaara? People call him the Azura, the Sandstorm Gaara. It's more than just a nickname. Inside Konoha Hospital, Rock Lee lay on his hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, fists pressed tight, his eyes burning with frustration. He had trained so long, pushed himself to the limit, yet in the end, hadn't managed to surpass the so-called genius. How unbearable, this feeling. He trembled slightly, his gaze brimming with resentment, clenching his palms so hard that blood seeped through the bandages. Does all my effort really mean nothing compared to natural talent? It's just so hard to accept. Toad Sage Fukusaku remained silent, as he had always kept a respectful distance from the calamities wrought by Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. That child is a lot like you, Jiraiya said softly. Hearing this, Naruto looked up at him in puzzlement, not understanding what he meant. I've heard stories about the Jinchuriki from the Sand Village, and I learned more during my travels. That child's fate could be called a string of misfortunes, Jiraiya mused with a sigh. In truth, it wasn't just him. Almost every Jinchuriki had shared a similar fate. And among them, Gaara's lot was perhaps the most tragic, the most solitary of all. With a father like that, anyone in his place would find it unbearable. Pervy Sage, what exactly is a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked in confusion. Ever since that mysterious veil had appeared in the sky, this question had lingered in his mind. He was desperate to know, what did it truly mean to be a Jinchuriki? What did that label really stand for? After discovering that he himself was a Jinchuriki, Naruto's questions had only grown deeper. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment after hearing him. He gazed directly at Naruto, his voice slow and low. Do you hate the hidden leaf? Naruto's expression turned dazed at this question, not knowing how to answer. In the end, Naruto nodded ever so slightly. He had, indeed, hated it once. It wasn't a joke. He had truly resented the leaf, resented everyone in the village. For he, too, had lived through isolation and rejection. He knew perfectly well what that life was like. It was nothing short of hell. Jiraiya's face didn't change. He asked again, and now? Hearing this, Naruto's face grew clouded with confusion, as if he didn't grasp Jiraiya's intent. Sensing his hesitation, Jiraiya pressed on. Why do you want to become Hokage? Naruto hardly hesitated before replying. Because I want everyone to acknowledge me. I want everyone to know that Uzumaki Naruto can become Hokage and can earn their respect. And why do you want their acknowledgement? Jiraiya prodded further, as if trying to peel back the layers to Naruto's true motives. Because, for a moment, Naruto was at a loss for words. He couldn't find the answer. Why did he crave the approval of others so much? Why was he working so tirelessly for it? He sank into a deep confusion. Because you don't want to live alone anymore. Because you want to prove you exist. You want to show the world that you, Uzumaki Naruto, are not some demon fox or a monster, but just an ordinary person. Isn't that right? Jiraiya spoke gently. That sentence struck Naruto at his most vulnerable spot, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is that really it? It really might be. He simply wanted to show everyone that Naruto Uzumaki is not a disaster, not a burden, but simply a real person. He wanted to prove that he truly exists in this world. He wanted everyone to know that, no matter what fate brings, Naruto Uzumaki will never surrender. That child is a lot like you, but his fate has been even harsher. He still lives alone. Jiraiya gazed at the sky, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. Hearing this, Naruto seemed to understand, though not completely. He looked up at the sky, and in his mind, Gaara's figure appeared. Is still living alone, even now. Still trapped in that world of pain. Thump, thump, Naruto's heartbeat pounded in his chest. unsettling him deep inside. What was his feeling? Why was he so stirred? Why do I feel this way about that person? That person. I hate this world. I hate everyone in it. Those words echoed in his mind. The scene from the sky not long ago still vivid. Gaara's voice, each syllable dripping with resentment and fury toward the world. Gaara loathed this world, despised everyone. He didn't even understand why he existed. It was as if he were born only to kill, to give form to his hatred for all that surrounded him. He and Gaara, they were nothing alike. A torrent of thoughts surged through him, making his body tremble uncontrollably. Was it fear? Perhaps a little, but what welled up inside him even more was exhilaration. He, too, had once been denied recognition, cast aside by everyone. But through his own efforts, he'd finally earned acceptance. Now, he was no longer alone. He had friends, teachers, Sasuke with his ever-present arrogance, Sakura whose fiery temper only made her more endearing, and now Jiraiya, a steadfast pillar of support. He had found love. In this very moment, every trace of fear melted away. His body no longer shook. There was a new, vibrant gleam in his eyes. The one who defeated Gaara is a man who aims to become Hokage. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto fixed his gaze on the sky, shouting with pride and passion. His voice rang out, filled with fearless determination, as if nothing in the world could daunt him. Naruto Uzumaki, response correct. A hush descended. What? What's going on? Naruto again? How can it be Naruto? The one who defeated Gaara was really Naruto Uzumaki? Isn't he the one with the worst grades? Even as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's a stretch to think he could beat someone like Gaara, right? This just got interesting. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what happens when Jinchuriki face off. Hearing all this, Sasuke's eyes widened with disbelief, his shock plain to see. That loser was the one who beat him. For a moment, he simply couldn't accept it. How could the worst student of all people possibly pull it off? Sure, from the earlier scene, he'd learned Naruto could create 1,000 clones at once, a feat in itself. But that didn't mean he had what it took to defeat an opponent that formidable, someone with strength like that. In the Konoha hospital, Naruto defeated Gaara. Lee's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. It had never crossed his mind. Not Neji, not Sasuke, but Naruto Uzumaki, someone who had always been at the bottom with him, was the one who bested Gaara. Drifting into a haze, he recalled the time of the Chunin exams. Don't look down on me. I'll never back down. I'll become Hokage, even if I stay a Chunin for the rest of my life. I speak my mind. That's my ninja way. As if reliving the first round of the selection exam, Lee could almost hear Naruto's impassioned words. Back then, Naruto was just another underdog like him. And now he has beaten Gaara. That very person, the one even Lee himself could not defeat. Why? How could this be? It was hard to accept. Naruto and the others were probably still pushing themselves, training, striving, while he was left behind. Naruto, that guy. Shikamu, on his way to visit Chuji in the hospital with a bad stomach, glanced up at the sky and was taken aback. He knew the kind of person Naruto was. That sort of presence. No ordinary ninja could ever hope to compete. Even Kakashi and the others of Team 7, shocked as they were, hadn't expected Naruto to be the one who could defeat Gaara. Could it be the Nine-Tails? A thought struck Kakashi. If there was anything that could stand equal to the one-tailed Jinchuriki, it would have to be the power of the Nine-Tails itself. When did that dropout get so strong? Gritting his teeth, Sasuke's frustration was palpable. Under the sting of this rivalry, his Sharingan eyes spun silently with intensity. Maybe sensing this bitterness, Kakashi let out a helpless sigh. Such competitive drive and jealousy were not healthy for the soul. Yet beneath it all, something in him stirred with anticipation. Anticipation for the son of his former sensei, his own student. How far, truly, could Naruto grow? He couldn't help but look forward to it. Naruto beat the Sans Jinchuriki? No way. Are you kidding? You mean that same dropout? Kiba was visibly shaken, his voice brimming with confusion. If it had been Sasuke, or maybe Neji, he might have believed it. But Naruto, the one whose victory over himself had seemed like nothing but a fluke? I suppose interesting things are bound to happen in the future, Shino murmured, pushing his glasses up his nose. Among the Hyuga clan, Naruto is incredible. Hinata sighed, her eyes shining with joy and admiration. Hanabi, hiding just off to one side, was sulking. Why did her older sister like someone like Naruto? She was beyond jealous. The boy had stolen her sister's affection away from her. Humph. And yet, curiosity tugged at her heart as well. But perhaps the most shaken of all were Gaara and his group, for they had witnessed Naruto's strength with their own eyes. In their eyes, Naruto was nothing more than an insect. Even Kankuro himself was completely confident that he could easily defeat him. But this very person, To think that in the future, he actually defeated Gaara. It was simply unbelievable. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara said, his face dark and sullen. At this moment, the sky above suddenly darkened. Soon after, a scene began to appear gradually upon the heavens, slowly coming into focus. Within the scene, a dense forest came into view. Upon the tree trunks, two figures faced each other in tense silence. One of them was entirely covered with a layer of sand, half of his face resembling that of a wild beast, a tanuki. His expression was savage, drool streaming down as his gaze struck terror into onlookers. That person was Gaara. At this point, Gaara's body already showed features of a tailed beast. From his back, a tail swayed menacingly in midair. And yet, he was not facing off against Naruto, the main character, but against Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was staring at Gaara with a grave and intense look. Is that Gaara? He looks terrifying. Is this the power of a tailed beast? It feels so overwhelming. And that boy, he seems to be from the Uchiha clan. Isn't that the orphan Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke? Weren't we talking about Naruto? Why is Sasuke the one on screen? Such a terrifying aura. Even most jonin don't emanate something that strong. Is this the true power of a Jinchuriki? The 12 little ninjas were visibly anxious, but most worried of all were the girls who had secret crushes on Sasuke or Gaara. Sakura and her friends, for example. Suddenly, a gasp rang out. On the screen, Gaara shot forward in an instant, swinging his massive claw and bringing with it towering trees, crashing everything down on Sasuke. With a thunderous crash, several giant trees toppled at once. Yet Sasuke managed to evade the attack. Unbelievable, considering that the power of that strike seemed to dent even the very earth itself. Are you afraid of me, Uchiha Sasuke? Gaara taunted, his tone full of menace. Sasuke, hiding behind a tree, was struck by a fierce chill. If he hadn't dodged just in time, he might already be dead. Sasuke's mind flashed back to the memories of training, and Gaara's sudden intrusion and the words he had once spoken to him. You understand the gaze of true loneliness. And you bear the look of someone who knows the world's greatest suffering. Chasing after power, your eyes are filled with hatred and the urge to kill. You and I are very much alike. You have the eyes of one who wants to kill anyone who would condemn you to the hell of isolation. Sasuke's face darkened instantly as the memory of that night, the night of the Uchiha massacre, rose before his eyes along with that man. And those fearsome Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, deep down, isn't this what you truly believe as well? That figure just now? It must have been Itachi, the S-ranked rogue ninja who slaughtered the Uchiha clan, right? It's hard to fathom. Just a fleeting glimpse, yet it radiated such overwhelming intensity. It feels like the hatred burning inside Sasuke rivals even that of Gaara. Konoha truly is a remarkable place, home to people of all kinds. In the scene, what's wrong? Are you afraid of me now? Is this all there is to your hatred and thirst for blood? If you really want the answer, then face me in battle. That was Gaara, his voice savage as he shouted furiously at Sasuke. Sasuke fell silent, then slowly began forming hand seals with both hands. He left me alive. He went out of his way to let me live as the only survivor. Why? What was the reason? Now at last I understand. He spared me so that I would live out my days tormented by the guilt of being the one left behind after my clan's massacre. Sasuke's eyes fixed on Gaara, his Sharingan spinning with twin Tomo, and suddenly a sound burst forth from his hand. For an instant, it was as if thousands of birds were crying out all at once. He did all this so that I would become the avenger fated to kill him. Chidori. A piercing shriek split the air. In the very next moment, under the gaze of all the shinobi, the two rushed at each other from opposite sides. Sasuke's Chidori pierced straight through Gaara's gigantic claw, and Gaara howled in agony, pain racking his body. What kind of technique is that? It's like the cries of 1,000 birds. So powerful. That's Kakashi's Chidori. I can't believe Sasuke's mastered it too. It went right through Gaara's massive claw. Just imagine its destructive power. That's an Ultra S-rank jutsu. Who would have thought? It's unforgivable what Uchiha Itachi did back then, wiping out his whole clan. Sasuke, too, is consumed by hatred, just like that S-rank rogue ninja. In the Hidden Leaf Village. Incredible. That's Sasuke for you. Sakura and the others stared in awe, their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of affection. This was their idol, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, top of his class. Uchiha Sasuke. Elsewhere at the training grounds. Impressive power. Sasuke, observing the scene, nodded in earnest appreciation. He acknowledged the ferocity of his own Chidori. To him, Chidori was an even mightier technique than his fire-style jutsu. It looks like this was around the time of the Chunin exams. Sasuke, be careful from here on, Kakashi said, his tone grave. So cool. Kakashi-sensei is so biased. He taught Sasuke such an amazing jutsu, but never taught it to me. Not fair. Naruto exclaimed at first in astonishment, then protested with his usual frustration. Why is it always Sasuke who gets to learn the coolest jutsu? Humph, the sensei is definitely playing favorites. You brat, isn't the summoning technique impressive enough for you? Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. But deep down he was thinking it might finally be time to teach him that move. That move, the jutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. On screen, Aag! Gaara screamed in agony. His face twisted with pain, and then suddenly he broke into a wild, manic laugh, staring straight at Sasuke. Haha, so that's how it is? Defeating those who harm me, taking away everything they have. That is the reason I exist. Uchiha Sasuke, come at me again. At that moment, Gaara began to transform. His monstrous claw regenerated before their eyes at lightning speed. The tail on his back completely emerged, unfurling in its full, terrifying length. Here I come. Gaara's giant claw gripped a tree trunk, yanking with overwhelming force, launching his body like a missile. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he barely managed to dodge. Sasuke stared in terror. If it weren't for his Sharingan, there was no way he could avoid that attack. I've already used Chidori once before the match. I can't. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. His hands flashed through the hand signs midair. A roaring sphere of flame burst from his mouth. But in the next instant, Gaara barreled straight through the blaze, unfazed, snuffing out the fire completely, and with a swipe of his monstrous paw, sent Sasuke hurtling through the air. I have to use Chidori. So powerful. Gaara is so strong. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? How can anyone be this strong? Is that really what a ninja battle looks like? He smashed through dozens of giant trees with one swipe. Are you kidding me? Are they really just genin? This is supposed to be genin? When did genin learn A-rank jutsu? Are you serious? Is every genin in the Leaf Village this strong? Is the ninja world always this competitive now? Even genin can use A-rank techniques. They're geniuses. How can ordinary people like us even compete? Across the entire shinobi world, everyone watched this scene in utter shock. These are genin? On screen, Uchiha Sasuke was lost in thought, memories flashing in his mind. It was the training grounds. With your current chakra, you can only use Chidori twice a day at most, Kakashi said. What happens if I use it more than that? You'll die. The memory faded. Sasuke was slammed against a tree trunk, breath coming in ragged gasps. Is this really the extent of your existence? You're weak, Uchiha Sasuke. You're too naive. Your hatred isn't deep enough. The power of hatred turns into the will to kill, and that killing intent, it transforms into the power of revenge. Gaara sneered, baring his teeth in a cold smile. Sasuke didn't respond. He stood in silence, lost in memories of that figure in his mind, especially the image of those Sharingan eyes at the end. Watching Sasuke, Gaara's sneer only grew colder. Your hatred is weaker than mine. Shut up. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know what this means? A sound crackled through the air. The third Chidori began to form in Sasuke's hand. Blue lightning gathered at his palm, converging into streaks of energy that emitted a sharp, keening cry. It means you are weaker than I am. In a flash, Gaara and Sasuke shot forward, clashing once again. But this time, Gaara's monstrous sand claw began to break apart, while Sasuke, wounded too, watched as the black curse marks spread farther across his body. That's the curse seal. It's expanding again, Kakashi said in a grave tone. Orochimaru's curse seal. It's truly sinister to have such a profound effect. My power, it's still not enough. This strength is far from enough. Not nearly enough for my revenge. Sasuke brooded silently. He couldn't even defeat Gaara. How could he possibly face the man he truly hated? Incredible, Naruto murmured, frustration in his voice. How is Sasuke so strong? It stung. He didn't want to accept it. Oof. I'm going to surpass him, no matter what, Naruto declared, full of indignation. Orochimaru's cursed seal. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. He was no stranger to that mark. Did that guy really have his eyes on this boy's body? In the Hokage's office. Orochimaru's cursed seal? That fiend. The third Hokage's gaze darkened. The evil aura was unmistakable. He instantly knew whose handiwork it was. Could that villain have slipped into the Hidden Leaf Village? In the scene, Gaara's left arm was enveloped in sand, which quickly molded into a massive, monstrous claw. Wawa! With a wild roar, Gaara charged straight at Sasuke. Sasuke, weakened from using Chidori multiple times, was slumped exhausted on a tree branch. Damn it, my body won't move. A tremendous crash sounded. In an instant, A figure darted in from afar. Just as Gaara reached Sasuke, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Looking closer, it was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. That was close. Naruto finally made it. I thought Sasuke was finished. So this is when the main character arrives at the last second. Huh. Go, Naruto. Take down that Tanuki once and for all. Say, are you all really that certain that Naruto could defeat Gaara? Even Sasuke lost to him. Can Naruto really do it? Sasuke has fallen. Are we really going to rely on Naruto now? Don't forget, the opponent is a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. That demon. Frankly, I'm starting to doubt. Naruto has always been the dead last in the village. How could he possibly win? For a time, doubts rippled among the shinobi. Naruto was infamous in Konoha for trailing behind everyone else, and although he'd had a brief moment of brilliance, that meant little when facing someone like Gaara. After all, Gaara wasn't just anyone. He was something else, a true bringer of carnage, completely different from Naruto. Just then, two more figures appear by Sasuke's collapsed body. Focusing through the haze, it was Sakura Haruno and Pakin, the ninja dog. As Sakura, who is this guy? Naruto asked, his voice trembling as he stared at Gaara, who was transforming into something monstrous. With a grave look, Pakin explained, his appearance may have changed, but make no mistake, this is Gaara. He's the one who did this to Sasuke, Sakura echoed, her own voice tight with fear. Naruto, heart pounding, stared at Gaara and couldn't help but recall their last encounter in the hospital. I took my mother's life the moment I was born. From the day I entered this world, I've been a monster. So that's the real monster inside him? Naruto murmured to himself. A scream tore through the air. Sasuke's cry of pain snapped Naruto out of his daze. Gaara fixed his gaze on Naruto, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. You're the one I let live back then, living only for himself, loving only himself. My existence will not disappear. Naruto swallowed hard. We're no match for this guy, he realized, and suddenly yelled over his shoulder. Listen to me, run. Now. But in that split second of distraction, Gaara charged past Naruto, heading straight for Sasuke, intent on his kill. Uchiha Zazuka. And yet, Sakura moved too, seizing her kunai and rushing to stand between Gaara and Sasuke, her eyes blazing with determination, unflinching. Sakura. From the Konoha stands, Sakura's parents cried out, their voices breaking with fear and desperation. Ino, too, watched with frantic worry. Their friendship had frayed in recent years, but in this moment, Ino's heart was with Sakura. My God, this girl is brave. She's actually standing against Gaara in that state? That's true courage. Come on, Naruto. Don't just stand there. If I can't bear to watch, how can you only watch? How could he possibly win this fight? Can Naruto really defeat his opponent? The way things look right now, it just doesn't seem possible, does it? Oh no, oh no. Oh no, is Sakura going to end up in serious trouble here? Throughout the whole ninja world, anxious discussions erupted everywhere. On screen, Gaara, startled for a split second by Sakura's sudden appearance, did not hesitate for long. His immense claw swooped down, pinning her in place. She was mercilessly restrained against a tree, instantly losing consciousness. Sakura. Naruto called out desperately, but his body refused to obey, no matter how hard he tried. This helpless feeling gnawed at him. That look in his eyes. Off-screen, Naruto was transfixed by Gaara's gaze, and it shook him to his core. It was just like before. That look, a loneliness, an emptiness behind it, mixed with murderous intent and rage. Can I really defeat someone like that? Doubt crept in as Naruto questioned himself. Could he really overcome this foe? A being like a demon, a creature lost in isolation. Could he truly defeat Gaara? Meanwhile, Gaara gazed up at the sky, where sand swirled in wild, destructive waves, threatening to consume everything in its path. Yashimaru, in that moment, something about Sakura reminded Gaara of Yashimaru, plunging him into sudden madness. My existence will not disappear. Never, he muttered, the iciness in his eyes intensifying. I am a demon, a force that loves only itself. Damn it, is that all I've got? Get up, damn it. Get up now. Somewhere else. Sasuke watched the unfolding scene in frustration, glaring at the image of his still-defeated form. Was his power so worthless that he couldn't even stand? Go, Naruto. Go now. Teach that raccoon boy a lesson. All your comrades have fallen. Why are you still just standing there? Come on. That's Gaara. How could Naruto possibly beat him? The thought alone seems impossible. On screen, inside Gaara's mind, confusion and pain raged, blurring the world around him. Faint memories surfaced, a flashback to his childhood. Why don't I have friends? Why does no one like me? Why do they all avoid me? Why do they hate me? What have I done wrong? The young Gaara gazed longingly at a group of children playing, wanting nothing more than to join them, only to be turned away, shunned, left all alone. Back then, he couldn't understand. He hadn't done anything, so why did they treat him this way? Because I hate you. When you were born, I lost the sister I loved the most. Your name was chosen by your sister, not out of love for you, but out of a love for herself and a desire to fight for herself alone. She didn't name you out of affection, but out of hatred for this world, as if cursing it. She never truly loved you at all. Those were Yashimaru's final words before his death, still echoing endlessly in his mind. In that instant, his eyes turned cold. I am alone. I will never love anyone again, for I am an Azura. I am destined to be alone. Once again, that look in his eyes, Naruto gazed into those lonely eyes, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. There was something hauntingly familiar about them, just like how he used to be. The fate of a Jinchuriki is always uncertain, ostracized, shunned, left standing alone. No wonder Gaara turned out this way. And I'm no exception, all because I ended up with that wretched father. The 5 great nations. 4th Reikage. At a time like this, we have to bring up that beast, the Kazekage Raza. If you have any decency left, come out and confess your crimes now. Anoki. I've no objections, and I agree. Raza, it's time you admit to what you've done. Madarumi. Calling him a beast is almost not harsh enough. Raza, Jinchuriki aren't meant to be treated as you did. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm too old for this. I'll remain silent. 4th Orochimaru. Within the hidden leaf, Orochimaru, still disguised as Kazekage Raza, wore a gloomy look. Even in death, Raza cannot stop causing trouble for me. And then there's this mysterious sky curtain. At this very moment, his interest in the Sky Dome deepened. What kind of power could possibly cover the entire shinobi world? On the projection, Gaara locked eyes with Naruto, his handsome face twisted with menace as he shouted, "To you, what do they even mean?" At the same time, Naruto was furious, glaring back and pointing at Gaara. "They're my friends. If you dare hurt them, I'll take you down." At these words, Gaara let out a cold, mocking laugh. With a mere squeeze of his massive claw, Sakura's pained cries echoed in the air. "Aha! What's the matter? Didn't you want to take me down? Then come and try. Damn it, you bastard." The sight sent Naruto into a burst of rage. He charged at Gaara in an instant, only to be swatted away by a single blow of Gaara's claw. Witnessing this, everyone in the ninja world held their breath for Naruto. How could he possibly win? Surely he didn't stand a chance. Even Sasuke Uchiha, genius of his clan, had fallen, and now, with Sakura nothing but dead weight, things only went from bad to worse. As for that dog, what help would he be in a fight? Absolutely useless. In the scene, Naruto's demeanor is full of apprehension. He is clearly afraid of his opponent. With that kind of mindset, going into battle, unless something unexpected happens, Naruto hardly stands a chance of winning. Uzumaki Naruto stared tensely at the sky above. His heart pounded violently as he gazed at that lone figure. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he found himself utterly unwilling to lose to this adversary. Is this really all you amount to? Uzumaki Naruto! Naruto's youthful face changed slightly, betraying his unease. Let them all die. What do emotions, what does family matter? Those things are meaningless. Fight only for yourself. Exist only for yourself. Naruto looked at Gaara, his eyes clouded with confusion and a trace of fear. Could he truly defeat this opponent? What's wrong? Come on, aren't you going to fight? Don't you care what happens to them? Whether they live or die? Gaara grew even more derisive, mocking not just Naruto's resolve, but also the things he protected. He ridiculed Naruto's helplessness, as if to say there was nothing he could do. No way, the enemy's too strong. Naruto doesn't stand a chance. Winning this would be nearly impossible. Isn't Naruto also a Jinchuriki? Why isn't he using the power of his tailed beast? Look how terrifying Gaara is when he draws on his. Yeah, why is the tailed beast inside Naruto completely silent, while Gaara is so overwhelmingly strong? And doesn't Naruto have a 9 tails inside him? That's probably thanks to Konoha's powerful sealing techniques. Even the 9 tails can hardly break free. After all, the Uzumaki clan, they were practically Konoha's in-laws. The Uzumaki clan? Who were they? Were they really that powerful? Powerful is an understatement. Back in the day, they intimidated the entire shinobi world. The clan was renowned as sealing masters, so skilled, they could seal away tailed beasts with ease. That's strong? Then why have I never heard of them? Because their clan was wiped out. I see. Wait, that's strange. Isn't Naruto's last name Uzumaki too? Does that mean Naruto is part of the Uzumaki clan? Yeah, why is his last name Uzumaki? If he really is from that clan, Then maybe he could use their sealing techniques to seal Gaara away. It's not impossible. All throughout the shinobi world, people started to discuss and debate the Uzumaki clan, especially Uzumaki Naruto. The Uzumaki clan, the 12 little powerhouses exchanged confused glances. They knew nothing of these things. Even if they'd heard a little, it was barely the surface. All except Shikamaru, of course. So, Naruto, he's an orphan from a destroyed clan too? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. That Naruto, he was the same as him. No wonder his family name was Uzumaki. So that's how it is. He and I are the same. Sasuke pondered, and a new feeling slowly crept into his heart. That so-called dead last, just like himself, carried the pain of having his clan wiped out. Is he? Someone like me? Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, Uzumaki clan? What's that? Am I for the Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked with a curious look, scratching his head in confusion. What exactly is the Uzumaki clan? It sounds impressive, but how come I've never heard of it? Sealing technique? I don't know anything about those. Pervy Sage, am I really from the Uzumaki clan? Naruto inquired. You could say that, Jiraiya replied. Your mother was a member of the Uzumaki clan. You inherit her bloodline. Mom's bloodline? Naruto's pupils contracted. This was the first time he'd ever heard of this. On the screen, Naruto stared at Gaara in shock, his face tense with fear. Damn it, what should I do now? Can he really defeat Gaara? Defeat someone like that? Doubt began to cloud his heart. Naruto suddenly felt lost. If he went in alone, he had almost no chance of winning. Wait, if that's the case, even though it'll use up a lot of chakra. But to defeat this guy, I have no choice but to use the summoning jutsu to call out the boss toad. Summoning jutsu? Naruto can really use the summoning jutsu? That's unbelievable. Boss toad? What sort of summon is that? Could it really be a toad? At that moment, perched on Gamabunta's enormous back, Naruto's face lit up with delight. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's my turn to show what I'm made of. With this summoning jutsu, I'll take down that Tanuki in one shot. Naruto shouted, overcome with excitement. Boss Toad. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. Then, glancing down at Gamabunta, he joked, looks like you two are going to get along pretty well in the future. I want to hang out with this brat. Gamabunta grumbled. Training grounds. Summoning jutsu? Did you teach him that, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke blinked in surprise, turning to look at Kakashi. It can't be me, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. My summoned creatures are dogs, not toads. Then a thought crossed his mind. Toads. That's the domain of that notable person's summoning contract. Who would have thought that person has returned to the leaf? Only he could summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku, home of the Toad Clan, is renowned throughout the ninja world. After all, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya himself, made contracts with the toads of that sacred land, a testimony to their might. Especially Gamabunta, a force to be reckoned with. Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. These three are hailed as the greatest sanctuaries in the shinobi world. On the screen, Naruto bites his thumb, rapidly forms hand signs, and slams his palm down on the trunk of a tree. The summoning jutsu. In an instant, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed forth, drawing the intense gaze of countless people across the ninja world as they focused on that one spot. A tiny toad, no larger than a palm, appeared at Naruto's feet. So just a kid, huh? Gamakichi looked at Naruto with utter disdain. The ninja world. Naruto, Jiraiya. Silence hung over the entire sky, deep and absolute, until someone suddenly broke it. Haha, that's hilarious. Are you two some sort of comedy duo? I thought he was going to pull off some grand technique, but this is it? Leave it to you to fumble at the crucial moment. Naruto. You know, this is actually pretty funny when you think about it. The 12 young ninjas. Haha, Naruto, you're killing me. This guy never fails to amuse. Kiba roared with laughter, showing no mercy at all. Meanwhile, Sasuke, training at his own spot, and Sakura at home both gave Naruto the same exasperated look. As expected of Naruto, always dropping the ball at just the wrong time. He never changes. Unpredictable as always, our number one surprise ninja, Kakashi said with a helpless smile. Damn, why does it have to backfire right now? Naruto stared anxiously at the toad under his feet. It had worked perfectly during training, but of all moments, it had to go wrong at the most critical time. Gaara's gaze turned icy as he stared at Naruto, his eyes filled with scorn. Slowly, his body began to change. Soon, sand enshrouded his entire upper body. Companions? How ridiculous. I fight for one reason, only myself. Gaara started to look more and more like a monster. Am I the only one who thinks something big is about to happen? It's not just a hunch, it's a certainty. If no one stops him, what's next could be the fully unleashed Shikaku. He's already almost there. Just like before, the monster, That one-tailed beast, is it going to appear again? If Shikaka breaks free, it's over. There'll be nothing we can do. A complete form. The word sent a collective shudder through the entire ninja realm. It was almost impossible to believe. If Gaara fully transformed into the one-tailed Shikaku, there would be no hope of a comeback for Naruto Uzumaki. The one-tail Shikaku of his sand. A disaster of such magnitude. Naruto could never stand against it alone. Naruto, the 12 young ninjas couldn't hide their anxiety, glancing up at the sky with mounting dread. I will defeat him. I know I can. Naruto fixed his eyes on the sky, watching himself fight. He believed in his heart. He must defeat Gaara. On the screen, Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara met each other's gaze. In Naruto's eyes, there was wariness. Gaara's eyes were filled with nothing but contempt and disdain. Those eyes. Sand shuriken. On the screen, Gaara suddenly swings his massive claw, a shuriken made from densely packed sand, hurling it straight at Naruto with deadly force. Naruto reacts with lightning speed. Clutching Gamamaru tightly, he leaps high, desperately trying to dodge the barrage of sandy shurikens. But without the Sharingan, evasion is nearly impossible. Despite his best effort and managing to avoid most of the attack, some sandy blades graze him, and he crashes hard into a tree. Watching this scene unfold, the shinobi world feels a deep sense of worry. There's no longer any hope. The outcome of this battle, now, seems utterly inevitable. Shikamaru, you're the smart one. Please think. How can Naruto possibly win? In a hospital room, Choji, clutching his aching stomach, looks anxiously at Shikamaru for answers. Shikamaru racks his brain, but nothing comes to him. The difference in their abilities is just too great. Unless Naruto uses the power of the Nine Tails. Besides, Gaara isn't even in his fully transformed state yet. If he reaches that point, Naruto doesn't stand a chance. On screen, Gaara looks down at Naruto with cold amusement, his expression dripping with contempt. This weakling isn't even worth killing. Uzumaki Naruto, is this really all you've got? Gaara's eyes lock on Naruto, and in that gaze, Naruto sees only weakness. He sees someone powerless. Breathing heavily, Naruto meets Gaara's lonely stare. His eyes, they look so lonely just like my own. That look, so full of isolation and hatred, mirrors the way Naruto used to be. It's as if, in Gaara, Naruto is looking at a reflection of himself. He has a monster inside him too, just like me. The scene shifts to Naruto's childhood, when the villagers shunned him, cast him out, treating him like a monster for no reason at all. Back then, he was so alone. A small, fragile boy, standing in the glow of the setting sun, unable to understand why the entire village isolated him. It felt like everyone despised him. He didn't know why. He couldn't grasp the reason. Why did people have to push him away? Why look at him with such eyes? What did he do wrong? Why did he even exist in this world? Watching this memory, the villagers of Konoha fall into yet another uneasy silence. They wish they could object, but they're afraid of how the rest of the shinobi world would react. If they stay silent, however, the resentment in their hearts just grows heavier. Their hatred for Naruto Uzumaki is a fact long baked into reality. They simply can't forgive him. The rampage of the Nine Tails years ago left wounds that never truly healed. Why? Why does everyone hate Naruto so much? He didn't do anything wrong. Little Hinata's voice trembles with sorrow. Why does everyone dislike Naruto-kun so much? Why is it like this? Why? I once hated everyone. I didn't know who I was, nor did I understand the meaning of my existence. And I had no idea why everyone despised me. Those were Naruto's innermost thoughts, now revealed on the screen above. His hatred, his gaze. He used to bear deep resentment toward the villagers of Konoha and toward the entire world. You are the nine-tailed demon fox that destroyed our village. You are the culprit who killed Irika's parents. That night, Mizuki's words echoed in his mind. From Mizuki, he learned everything. He learned about the Nine Tails residing within his body, and from that moment on, he noticed the villagers' eyes grew colder and more distant. That feeling brought him unbearable pain. Minato, I wonder if you ever regretted your decision back then. Jiraiya murmured to himself. If Minato knew what Naruto had gone through all these years, would he have regretted his choice? Don't worry. From now on, leave everything to me. He spoke softly, a quiet promise to himself. Jiraiya he absolutely would, protect Naruto. And never again let tragedy repeat itself. Was it my mistake? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen muttered, memories surfacing of the trust left to him by Minato and Kushina. If there is hatred, let all of it fall upon me alone, he whispered quietly. Naruto. Sasuke's eyes flickered with a strange emotion. Even he couldn't explain it. Watching Naruto's image on the screen, he too felt a deep sorrow. The world despised me. I thought I'd never connect with anyone ever again. That was how I felt back then. And yet, Naruto, it's been ages since we had ramen. Let's go together, okay? You loser. Want to defeat me? Then train harder. Naruto, did Sasuke ever mention me? Naruto, make sure you eat more vegetables. You can't live on ramen alone, or you'll really get sick. Hearing these voices, Irika, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all widened their eyes in shock, moved to their core. Was that really me? Sakura murmured as she stared at her younger self. It was because of these people who accepted me that I was able to, no matter if the demon fox lived inside me, nor how coldly the villagers looked at me. From that moment on, I no longer felt cold. If you ask me why, it's because I was no longer alone. At this point, all of the shinobi world fell into silence, deeply moved by Naruto's story. Despite living through all of that, despite having every reason to be consumed by darkness, you still shone like a little sun. For that one word of affirmation. If you're looking for friends, why not come to our hidden mist village? We'd welcome you with open arms. I'm crying here. So this is why you never turn to the dark side? How bright a soul must a person have to say something like that? He's like a living sun. In the scene, Irika, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura are all standing in the sunlight, waving at Naruto. Naruto, in the picture, is grinning, an innocent, wholehearted smile, filled with warmth, happiness, and pure joy. I never imagined happiness and joy could feel like this. In the image, Naruto slowly starts running, step by step, toward those waiting figures, finally joining them, becoming one with his friends. This is just wonderful. To be able to stay here, to share my days with them, I finally feel at peace with my own existence. Konoha Village. You've always thought this way, haven't you, Naruto? Sakura gazed up at the sky and fell silent, remembering all the times she had insulted and belittled him, how she had even mocked him for being an orphan with no parents. Thinking back, she must have been unbearable back then. I really was horrible. Sakura began to cry, feeling regret for Naruto for the first time. Even though he always saw the best in her. And what had she done? Naruto. Hinata watched with a quiet sense of longing. She too wished, oh, how she wished, to be needed by him. She wanted so much to be by his side. Just then, the image suddenly changed. And so, I can't even imagine what life would be like without them. Whenever I look back on my past, all the memories of loneliness return, like staring down into a cold, forsaken abyss. In the picture, it's as though Naruto has fallen into utter darkness. Nothing but shadow and solitude, bitter cold all around. If I was still alone, in front of him, the form of Gaara appears, as if he, too, is merging into Naruto's darkness. If back then, that's why I understand, more than anyone, if I were still lost in that darkness. All across the ninja world, countless people watched the sky with mounting tension. In every hidden village, the tailed beast host stood in deep, silent thought. They remembered their own grim, lonely days. Some women, overcome with motherly compassion, found their hearts aching for Naruto. To them, this child was achingly precious, worthy of all their sympathy and care. For them, I am something they wish to erase from their world. So what, then, is the reason for my existence? And so, I came to the conclusion. I exist to kill every last person a monster. On screen, Naruto stared at Gaara, now half transformed into his tailed beast form. Naruto's eyes brimmed with heaviness and wariness. So, can I really defeat this guy? In that moment, doubt crept into Naruto's mind. Could he really defeat someone like this? What's wrong getting scared now? Let everyone else die and just love yourself. Fight for your own sake. That's what it means to be strong. Come then, Naruto Uzumaki. Face me in battle. Provoked by Gaara's words, Naruto instantly formed hand signs and unleashed his jutsu with blazing speed. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. A flurry of Naruto's burst from swirling white smoke, launching a furious attack at Gaara. But Gaara fended them off effortlessly. He drew a deep breath and unleashed it with force. Wind style, infinite sand dust great breakthrough. In an instant, a swath of trees was snapped and sent crashing to the ground. Naruto's clones were swept away like dust and vanished. Watching the fierce clash in the sky, everyone across the ninja world could only avert their eyes in hopelessness. There wasn't the slightest chance of victory left. Naruto's most iconic techniques couldn't even scratch his opponent. Worse, Gaara's sand shuriken were the perfect counter. As for the summoned beast, aside from barking out a challenge, it hardly contributed at all, only adding to the burden. Sasuke was down, Sakura captured. There was no hope left in this fight. Is the exam proctor out of his mind? This isn't even a fair fight. This is just a one-sided slaughter. There's no way. How could Naruto ever triumph over Gaara's monstrous form? And Gaara will just keep getting stronger. What can Naruto do? On screen, Naruto was knocked back again and again by Gaara, struggling to his feet each time, only to be struck down once more by another Sand Shuriken. It's not over yet. Naruto was battered over and over, each time rising to his feet through sheer grit, yet the fear in his eyes grew dimmer, replaced by something else. Damn it! Damn it! The entire crowd of the Konoha 12 found it hard to keep watching. There was no suspense left. Damn it, you idiot Naruto! Why you keep just standing there, taking the hits? Don't you know you should run? Sakura shook Naruto, shouting desperately. Konoha Hospital. How is he supposed to fight? Can Naruto really hope to win against that? Even Shikamaru couldn't imagine any chance for Naruto's victory. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto fell again and again, each time struggling to get back up, forced into defense at every turn. His whole body started to tremble, not from fear but from excitement. But why? Why does this feeling? Naruto locked his gaze on Gaara, the fear in his eyes steadily fading, like an indomitable cockroach growing stronger with each challenge, his spirit unbroken. Why? Why does this feeling well up inside me? What is it all about? Naruto roared out, desperate to understand. Why is he trembling like this? Is it excitement? Anger? Why is his heart pounding so wildly? Observing Naruto's state, Gaara narrowed his eyes in keen interest. You? What do you think you're doing? The watchers around them soon sensed something strange about Naruto. The boy, once gripped by terror, now stood lost in doubt no longer, especially when they looked into his eyes. Naruto, breath ragged, glared fiercely at Gaara. This one person, he's the last one I'd ever want to lose to, even if it means my life. Throughout the shinobi world, those witnessing this scene were puzzled. Wasn't this the look of true fearlessness? His eyes, there's something different about them. What is it exactly? It's as if, no matter how powerful the opponent, he just refuses to back down. Even sitting here watching this, I can't help but feel my blood start to race. In the Sand Village lodgings. Is he stupid or something? Temari muttered, thoroughly confused. No matter what he does, there's no way he can defeat Gaara in this state. Kankuro said darkly. He simply couldn't believe Naruto could ever surpass Gaara. After all, Gaara was Gaara. I can do it, I know I can. Naruto's entire body was trembling, but his words rang with conviction. If you asked him why, his answer would be, Uzumaki Naruto. On the screen, Naruto's face was fierce as he stared down Gaara, pulling out a kunai wrapped in an explosive tag. I don't know how far I can really go, but I swear I'll give it everything I've got. A flash of determination glimmered in Naruto's eyes as he wove a sequence of hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A white mist surged up, and suddenly, 5 Narutos stood side by side. Naruto faced Gaara, fully ready, a confident smile appearing as he declared, Here I come. Now witness my secret taijutsu technique. The 5 figures leapt from the towering tree, launching attack after attack at Gaara. In that moment, anticipation rippled through the world of shinobi. Everyone wanted to see what Naruto would do next, how he would counterattack under such pressure. Clone Rush Attack. Gaara sneered coldly, his hand transforming into a razor-sharp claw, only to be caught and restrained by 3 of Naruto's clones. Now's my chance. While Gaara was distracted by the clones, the real Naruto lunged forward, ready to strike, hurtling straight toward Gaara. Gaara's other mighty claw reached out as well, but was once again dodged by one of Naruto's shadow clones. At last, as he was about to fall, Naruto summoned one final clone. Using the clone's back for leverage, he vaulted high into the air. The kunai in his hand was already aimed straight at Gaara's backside. Take this, Naruto shouted. This is the secret taijutsu technique, the true legacy of Leaf Village, taught to me by Kakashi-sensei. All eyes across the ninja world watched with bated breath. 1,000 years of death. The ninja world. Kakashi. Well, I have to admit, I never saw this coming. Unexpectedly hilarious, actually. I couldn't help but laugh. Should I call him foolish? Or just too endearing? That shout was impressive, but honestly, a kunai isn't going to do much against Gaara. Unless there's something more to it. Wait, didn't any of you notice? Naruto's kunai had a paper bomb tied to it earlier. That's right. A kunai might not hurt Gaara, but that explosive tag sure can. Just thinking about the aftermath makes me wince. Who would have thought Naruto had mischievous side like this? Is he really a genius, after all? On screen, Gaara looked down on his opponent, unamused. With a flick of his massive tail, he sent Naruto flying. But Naruto, unfazed, calmly called out, Detonate. A tremendous blast echoed out. The paper bomb instantly exploded from the kunai, blasting apart the sand at Gaara's vulnerable spot. Just imagining the pain would make anyone wince in sympathy. As Naruto hurtled through the air, Sasuke rushed in at the last moment, using his body as a human cushion to catch his teammate. The ninja world erupted. Beautiful. Was that a successful counterattack? Whoa, wasn't that move a bit too ruthless? Just watching makes me feel a chill. It was a brilliant strike, but Naruto's chances of defeating Gaara are still slim. The move just looked painful. Well done, Naruto! Watching the victorious counterattack, Naruto's friends, those closest to him, thrust their fists in the air in support. As the smoke cleared on the battlefield, Gaara's form reappeared. Half his body was falling apart. The sand shell caved in by the blast of the paper bomb. Damn it, he actually attacked my weakest point. That brat. Naruto Uzumaki, I swear I'll kill you. Gaara's wild eyes blazed with hatred as he roared at the screen, fixating on the figure who had wounded him. On the sidelines, Gaara emerged into the room, his expression darker than ever. Seeing this, even Temari and the others, earlier caught in the sand's chaos, felt a chill run through their spines. Temari looked at Gaara, concern clearly written on her face, yet she didn't dare to approach him. Gaara's gaze remained fixed on the sky above, narrowed eyes following that distant figure. He simply couldn't comprehend it. Why would someone with a past so much like his own willingly risk injury just to protect their friends? To him, everyone else was merely an obstacle. He didn't care for anyone's approval. He would never allow himself to love or rely on another. He was a destructive force, a solitary reaper. As far as he was concerned, everyone else could perish. Friends, companions, family, let them all just get out of his way. On the screen, Sasuke was gasping for breath, forcing out his words with difficulty. Hey, Naruto. No matter what, even if it costs you everything, you have to save Sakura. I know you can do it. Once she's safe, run away as quickly as you can. Right now, I can still hold him off just for a little while longer. If I die here, then I guess this is as far as I go. The screen showed Sasuke swaying unsteadily to his feet with Naruto watching him, eyes full of concern. Once I lost everything. That's why I refuse to see anyone I care about die in front of me again. Hearing these words, Naruto gazed at Sasuke, hope and a strange, burning light filling his eyes. Precious friends, Naruto echoed the words in his mind, transfixed by what he witnessed. His eyes sparkled with something new, something utterly unexpected. That Sasuke, the cocky, proud Sasuke, had actually said such words. He had accepted Naruto. He'd acknowledged his existence. Are you happy? Jiraiya asked, with a helpless but warm smile, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. Yeah. Naruto nodded emphatically, unable to hide his excitement. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke, you really did this for me. Sakura was utterly moved. She never imagined Sasuke would risk so much for her. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Go for it, Naruto. Whoa, is this kid about to go all out again? Could this really be the power of bonds? On the screen, as Naruto looked at Sasuke, his mind drifted back to that mission in the Land of Waves, recalling the words Kakashi once spoke. I'll never let an enemy kill one of my comrades. In his eyes, a new brilliance began to shine, a power welling up from somewhere deep inside, as if it alone could lift him back to his feet. Do you have someone especially important to you? Suddenly, Haku's figure flashed across his mind. Only when people fight with their whole heart to protect what's precious do they truly become strong. Amid the hopeful gaze of the shinobi world, all traces of confusion vanished from Naruto's eyes, replaced by unwavering resolve and a spirit that refused to yield. So that's how it is. On the screen, under the pull of some mysterious force, Naruto slowly stood up. Determination shone in his eyes. Because he's so much like me, because he's lived his whole life so lonely, so full of sadness. He's always lived in solitude, always fighting only for himself. That's why I thought he was strong. But true strength isn't like that. Just fighting for yourself isn't how you become truly powerful. The trembling that had gripped his body finally stilled. Naruto's gaze blazed with resolve, unyielding and fierce. In that moment, it was as if boundless power surged from deep within him. You will become stronger. Those words still echoed in his mind. Then, under Sasuke's puzzled gaze, Naruto brought his hands together, forming a sign in an instant. Huh! With a thunderous roar, Naruto unleashed a surge of chakra from within him. It erupted outward, engulfing his body in an azure blaze of energy, wrapping him in radiant blue flames. Blue chakra. In the world of shinobi, blue chakra was nothing unusual. After all, most people's chakra appeared that way. But what shook the shinobi world was not its color, but rather that this boy, Naruto, possessed such a vast and overwhelming amount of chakra inside him. And this chakra wasn't coming from the Nine Tails. It was Naruto's own. He drew forth all this power by himself alone. Is this chakra made manifest? Across the 5 great nations, every eye was wide, every heart pounding in disbelief. A mere boy, yet wielding this colossal reserve of chakra. A brat like this. The 4th Raikage watched warily, realizing that if Naruto ever reached his potential, he would become a formidable pillar for the Leaf Village, and to think he was also the vessel for the Nine Tails. Incredible. To think this kid has so much chakra, muttered Inoki, equally shaken. Naruto was only 11 or 12, yet his chakra rivaled, if not surpassed, that of most elite shinobi, and was approaching Kaga level already. So young. Even at my own peak, I couldn't compare. No, I wouldn't even be qualified to carry his shoes. At last, you've truly grown up. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of pride. In that instant, he glimpsed a shadow of Minato within Naruto. The fire's burning bright now. Damn, manifested chakra of this level. Is this for real? Just how high is this guy's chakra count? Didn't they say he was supposed to be the class loser? He's the loser? Then what does that make me? Complete trash. This is insane. That amount of chakra at such a young age. He's like a Kage already, and he's only about 12 or 13. The 12 rookies stared at the scene as well, their faces filled with shock as they looked at Naruto on the screen. It was hard to imagine that such an immense wellspring of chakra could be contained within that slender frame, enough to rattle even them. That guy was hiding his strength this deep. Kiba and the others wore utterly incredulous expressions. Even Sasuke, always the genius, was shaken as he watched. Not even he possessed this overwhelming amount of chakra. Kakashi let out a quiet chuckle and said, "Not even I, as your teacher, have a chakra reserve of this level." Yet as he spoke, Kakashi sighed inwardly, thinking how worthy Naruto was of the Uzumaki name, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. How enviable. On the screen, to gather this much chakra, that's Naruto? Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. Is this really the same so-called dead last Naruto? I swear, I will protect you all. In this instant, Naruto's resolve soared to its peak, as every ounce of his focus locked onto Gaara alone. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a resounding burst, a massive veil of white smoke erupted from the forest, enveloping almost the entire woodland. One could only imagine how much chakra Naruto had unleashed at this moment. Now, whether it was the shinobi world, Konoha village, or even the Sasuke and his group scene on the screen, every face was painted with astonishment. This is... As the white smoke cleared and we switched to Gaara's view, what they saw was, across the entire forest, on every branch, countless silhouettes clustered, filling the area to the brim. A cold sweat trickled down Gaara's face as his sight was overtaken by nothing but Naruto's. Hundreds, no, thousands of Narutos filled the screen. Shadow clones in their hundreds, their thousands. Gaara froze. Sasuke was transfixed. Even the whole shinobi world found themselves dumbstruck, faces aghast. Kakashi's eyes filled with tears of envy. A total of 2,000 shadow clones appeared before Gaara, their images towering into the very sky. The sight laid bare for all of shinobi kind to see. In that moment, all the world fell utterly silent. And then, what the? With a sudden outcry in the comment stream, the moment exploded. 100, 500, 1,000? Are you kidding me? Can anyone actually create that many shadow clones? That Naruto, he really does have that much chakra? They call that chakra? At this point, it's got to be called ton chakra. He's just a genin. This is beyond belief. Wasn't he supposed to be the class clown? Calling him a loser? You got to be joking. Land of Lightning, Kimobikure. Could any of you create that many clones? The Raikage turned to Samui and asked. The other party could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of the head. You really overestimate me. This sheer number of shadow clones. Only monsters could manage this. This boy is no ordinary person. The Raikage declared solemnly. Go investigate everything there is to know about him. The Raikage ordered with a grave expression. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. Why do all the truly gifted ninja come from a leaf? Inoki was filled with bewilderment. Why is it that all those with such extraordinary talent are born in the leaf? Is my stone village truly undeserving? But their rate of defection is the highest, too, Kuratsuchi replied. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. What an amusing little man, to think he could create so many shadow clones. Mei Terumi rested her delicate chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming with interest. Is that really Naruto? Ino gasped, face full of disbelief, refusing to accept that the person in the vision matched the Naruto she knew. They watched the boy on the screen, eyes brimming with astonishment and awe. The vision continued. Thank you everyone for waiting. Uzumaki Naruto's Ninja Handbook now begins. Gaara's face twisted with terror as he looked around. Everywhere he turned, there stood Naruto's shadow clones. What's going on? How could there be this many clones? Naruto? On the screen, Sasuke's face was full of shock and disbelief. Was this really the Naruto he knew? The one always lagging behind? Sasuke, take it easy for now. Leave the rest to me. Uzumaki Naruto. Alright, let's go everyone. Naruto pumped his fist in the air with a shout. In that instant, 2,000 shadow clones surged forth, charging at Gaara in a thunderous wave, leaving Sasuke stunned and Gaara utterly terrified. Is that still the Naruto I remember? On the screen, Sasuke stood frozen in disbelief. Could this truly be the so-called loser everyone used to dismiss? Let's fly Uzumaki Naruto's Ninja Handbook. Shuriken from every direction. Countless shuriken flew from Naruto's army of clones. In his panic, Gaara tried to fend them off with his sand, but in the blink of an eye, his entire sand arm was riddled with shuriken. But Naruto's next assault was already prepared. His shadow clones rushed in, launching Gaara's body high into the air. In midair, the clones surrounded him from all sides, ready to strike. Yuzu, Ma, Ki, Na, Ru, 2,000 barrage, bang, bang, bang. Thousands of fists pummeled Gaara at once. Though each blow was modest, their combined force was crushing. In a heartbeat, Gaara's form was battered and twisted out of shape. And, as a finishing touch, they left behind a massive crater in the ground. What's with this guy? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Deep within the crater, Gaara's eyes were filled with terror. That kind of person, the one who made him tremble uncontrollably just at the sight. That wretched little insect. Where'd he get this strength from? Nice job, Naruto. Show him no mercy. Let him see what his genin from the Leaf Village are really made of. That's right. This Tanuki's been getting way too cocky. Naruto, teach him a lesson. Take him down. 2,000 shadow clones. Even Gaara can't keep up with that. Now this is true strength. The power of the village's so-called underdog. At this moment, even ninjas from all corners of the shinobi world found themselves watching Naruto with a new sense of anticipation, raising their voices all across the land. This is what it means to be a ninja. Meanwhile, back in the Leaf Village, even Sasuke felt a strange sense of something new blooming within him. Was that really Naruto? Was he truly this strong? And Naruto, he's so incredible. So cool, Hinata whispered, her cheeks flushed bright red with excitement. Stars seemed to glimmer in her eyes. I have to admit, you're just a bit stronger than me, Kiba said begrudgingly, unable to hide his envy, though his pride still refused to yield. Amazing. Ino and the others could only stare in awe, their faces full of shock and admiration. How could that guy possibly defeat Gaara like that? It can't be. Kankuro and Temari's faces were painted with disbelief. It was unthinkable that Gaara had been struck down like this. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara too, could hardly mask a shock. That kind of person, that little insect, what are you really fighting for? Why do you fight so desperately for those people? Just what are you? Uzumaki Naruto, you're truly fascinating. Gaara sneered, a cold, shadowy smile curling on his lips as he stared unblinking at the boy in the broadcast. On screen, it's not over yet. Now watch me, 4,000 barrage, hands and feet combined. Naruto's fighting spirit had reached a fever pitch. He was radiating determination, unstoppable now. In the depths of the crater, Gaara gazed up at the endless rain of shadowy figures descending from above. For a moment, he was utterly dazed. Why? Why did Naruto become so strong? All of a sudden, I refuse to lose to someone like you. With a sudden twist, Gaara hurled his head back, letting out a guttural roar to the skies. In an instant, a storm of sand erupted from the ground, surging up to block the onslaught. With thunderous blasts, the sandstorm surged forth at his command, sweeping away every last one of Naruto's shadow clones. The view shifted. Up above the vast forest, a colossal figure loomed, mountain-like, its form flickering in and out of sight, cloaked by the fading haze left behind by the vanishing clones. The earth trembled as that colossal shadow appeared, casting a darkness over everything, as if all light had been devoured beneath its presence. As the white smoke dissipated, the towering shape at last revealed itself, sending shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. The calamity, Shikaku. It was a form resembling a monstrous tanuki, its body covered with strange, ancient markings, a terrifying beast that radiated dread. Staring up at the dark sky where the giant shadow emerged, the villagers of the Sand Village leapt to their feet, their faces etched with terror. Chaos erupted within the Chunin exam arena as well. Even the entire ninja world was struck silent by the sight of this apparition. That was the one-tailed beast. That was a tailed beast. That was disaster incarnate, Shikaku of the sand. A creature as immense as a mountain, Just glimpsing it through the screen, people felt the crushing aura radiating from Shikaku, making their hearts quake. So that's Shikaku. That's a tailed beast? Can Naruto really hope to defeat something like that? The calamity, Shikaku, the sand village's tailed beast. Is it truly possible for a human to overcome such a thing? Gradually, shock rippled throughout the entire ninja world. Doubt crept in about whether Naruto could ever overcome an enemy of this magnitude. Even Naruto himself was gripped by a hint of fear. A primal shudder before a monster beyond comprehension. Atop Gamabunta's back. Can I really defeat a monster like that? Naruto swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Facing such an enemy, even the shadow of an entire village would struggle to tip the scales. Let alone Naruto, a lowly genin. Could he possibly do it? Not just him. The worry was playing on Kakashi and the others' faces. The 12 young ninja were equally shaken, their faith in Naruto wavering. Could Naruto really do it? Even if I remain a genin my whole life, I will become Hokage. Naruto remembered his oath during the Chunin exams. He had sworn never to back down until the day he became Hokage. He had vowed never to retreat, never to falter. Why? Because he was Naruto Uzumaki. I can do it. I will defeat him. Naruto shouted atop Gamabunta's back, his voice ringing out bold and clear. Hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly, while Gamabunta beneath him let out a deep, heavy sigh. This kid, he really is something. The scene pressed forward. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikaku stared down at Naruto, its massive claws unfurling. In an instant, a surge of sand whipped forth, engulfing Naruto, threatening to swallow him whole. Naruto, damn it! Sasuke cried out in desperation, struggling to get up, but pain racked his body. Damn it, this body. Naruto struggled desperately to defend himself, but his chakra had long been depleted. In his final moments, he remembered Sakura, still bound and helpless. Slowly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to form hand seals with great difficulty. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Gaara sneered, clenching his massive claw with crushing force, determined to grind Naruto to dust on the spot. It's all over. Sand coffin. But then, a thunderous roar erupted from within the swirling sand, summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, a billowing cloud of white smoke exploded outward. Amidst the haze, an enormous, shadowy figure loomed, fearsome and awe-inspiring. Under the stunned gaze of countless shinobi across the land, an immense body crashed down, flattening hundreds of meters of force beneath it. Clenched between its lips was a tobacco pipe, and strapped to its back, a long blade gleamed. It was a giant toad, towering 100 meters tall. This colossal creature, summoned forth by Naruto, was none other than the Toad Sage himself. Chief Toad Gamabunta. Sakura, and my comrades, it's my turn to protect you. Watching the massive figure materialize, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Gazing down at the toad beneath his feet, he spoke, Gamabunta, it seems your meeting with Naruto was always meant to be. Jiraiya, don't try to amuse yourself at my expense. I haven't fully acknowledged this kid yet. Not at all. Gamabunta gave a prideful snort, both gruff and stubborn. Ha ha, I knew you'd be my summoning beast. Naruto shouted from Gamabunta's back, laughter bubbling over. His face radiated pure joy. To have such a powerful summoning beast by his side, it felt absolutely incredible. Kid, I haven't given you my approval. But if you're willing to be my underling, I suppose I might just accept you as one. Barely, Gamabunta said, giving himself a way out. What? Why? Why do I have to be your underling, anyway? Naruto protested, frustrated and confused. If you dare say no, don't expect to summon me ever again. I'll hide. Out your way. Naruto shrugged in resignation, still somewhat disgruntled. Boss Toad? Gamabunta snorted, striking a boldly arrogant pose. Listen, kid, from now on, if you ever face trouble you can't resolve, just call for the boss. I'll be there in a flash. With one more resounding bang, Gamabunta vanished, the summoning jutsu's contract undone as he returned to Mount Myaboku. Without Gamabunta beneath them, Naruto and Jiraiya suddenly plunged from the air. Jiraiya reacted at once, catching Naruto and landing them safely on the ground. Meanwhile, the entire shinobi world stared, stunned by the sight of the giant figure in their midst. These summoning beasts, inhabitants of legendary Mount Myaboku, were known to obey only one summoner in all the ninja world today, one of the three legendary Sannin himself, the renowned Jiraiya. The name Gamabunta was instantly recognizable. It was none other than Lord Jiraiya's summoning creature, that legendary ninja. In that very moment, the sight of Naruto on the screen sent a surge of excitement through everyone's veins. Eyes widened with anticipation as they watched the unfolding battle, their curiosity about this enormous toad growing ever stronger. Gamabunta, that Jiraiya guy. In a casino, Tsunade, her striking face still flushed from a recent gambling loss, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Orochimaru showed a rare look of astonishment, though he quickly returned to his sly grin, unable to tear his gaze away from Sasuke in the scene. Sasuke-kun, compared to Naruto, whom everyone dismissed as a hopeless underdog, Orochimaru's attention was fixed instead on the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. The ominous curse mark on Sasuke's body seemed only to reinforce his interest. No way. Seriously, could that really be the legendary Gamabunta? That size is insane. He's as big as a tailed beast. Now, I finally believe that Naruto might actually have a chance at defeating Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Weirdly enough, I'm not even that surprised anymore. Anything that happens to Naruto just seems to make sense, somehow. I'm a little curious, though. Didn't he run out of chakra? How can he still summon a creature like that? Anybody got an explanation? Don't overthink it. It's Naruto, after all. He's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and that's way beyond what we can imagine. Is the Nine Tails really that powerful? Do you even have to ask? The fourth Hokage gave his life to seal that demon fox. What do you think? On screen, after a fierce argument, Gamabunta glared at Shikaku with his big toad eyes, tightened his grip on his blade, and let out a cold snort. Hold on tight. I'm going in. With that command, Gamabunta let out a booming roar and leapt into the air with all his might. In a blink, he landed right in front of Shikaku. Naruto clung tightly to Gamabunta, at one point even crawling onto the toad's head for safety. Before Shikaku could react, a heavy slash came crashing down on his arm. Yet as a tailed beast, Shikaku's defense was nearly impenetrable. Even Gamabunta was visibly strained. In the end, the massive blade sliced off one of Shikaku's arms, but the shock of the impact sent the sword flying out of Gamabunta's grip. With a thunderous crash, the entire mountain range shook and shattered from the force of the falling blade. Sasuke and the others, hiding in the forest, covered their ears in panic, unable to bear the deafening sound. At the same time, Shikaku's severed arm crumbled into sand and melted back into the earth. What kind of battle is this, anyway? Naruto actually took part in a fight of this magnitude. Is this really the Naruto we know, the supposed deadweight? Ino was in disbelief at what she saw. Naruto, who couldn't even defeat Sasuke, was now, by sheer force of his own will, shaking the battlefield and holding the line. Truly, it was enough to leave everyone in shock for a century. In their eyes, Naruto had always just been the class dunce who liked to boast. But what kind of battle was that, really? The entire mountain range was pockmarked with craters, and that was only from the aftershocks. Those two gigantic shadows, just the smallest movement of their bodies, sent tremors rolling through the earth, shaking the ground itself. Forests vanished in an instant beneath their power. This was not a fight mere shinobi could hope to take part in. It was a clash between true monsters. The 12 young ninja were filled with a storm of emotions. Inside the hospital, Lee gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, and his blood surged with excitement. Even though he was seriously injured, he shouted out the window with all his might. Go, Naruto! You can do it! Yeah, Naruto, take down that Tanuki. Don't let us leave Jin and lose face. Kiba, another of the 12, cried out, fired up. Gee, good luck. Naruto, Hinata cheered, her voice soft but determined. Meanwhile, far away in his training ground, Sasuke scowled, refusing to admit it, but deep down he knew. The strength Naruto displayed was something he still couldn't match. That loser! Sasuke clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the gap between them. Back in the Hidden Leaf village, the villagers were frozen, terror playing on their faces. That monster fox, is it really that powerful? Will it take revenge on us? I'm starting to worry. What if it turns on us? I'm a little scared now. What are you afraid of? We have Lord Hokage. Wow, I always thought the Sand Village were ruthless, but you Leaf people are every bit as bad. Gotta admit, respect. I'm from a tiny nation, and even I can't stand watching this. Is this what big countries are like? I'm just gonna say it, idiots. The Leaf villagers, what a bunch of ingrates. I used to think this was a place worth admiring, and it turns out to be like this. This is just heartbreaking. If I were Naruto, I would have defected a long time ago. Hey Naruto, why not defect? Come to the Cloud Village. We'd never mistreat you. Lord Killer Bee would teach you how to control your tailed beast himself. If you want to become Raikage, we'll even ask the 4th Raikage to consider it. It's not impossible. If you come to Mist Village, I'll have a Mizukage personally recommend you for the job. Wouldn't that be something? So this is what a great nation is, what a great village is. Can't even accept one child. How dare you call yourselves the strongest in the ninja world? That was the hidden darkness of the Leaf. Shimura Danzo revealed a wicked smile and said coldly, Hiruzen, I told you long ago. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should be under Root's control. Only I, Danzo, can wield the full power of the Nine Tails. Your indecision will be your undoing one day. Naruto's eyes grew slightly red as he gazed at the small screen, where a flood of comments swept over the entire display. Only now did he realize so many people truly acknowledged him. Living alone for 12 years in such a suffocating, hate-filled world, no one could begin to fathom how he endured all those days and nights. Ordinary people would probably have collapsed long ago, destined to break down just as Gaara once did. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara looked at the scene with complicated feelings, as well as at the barrage of comments filled with both hatred and recognition. The words stung. How closely they all mirrored his own past. Yet, while their lives seemed to echo each other, the paths they took could not have been more different. On the screen, within the scene, Gaara soon slipped into his faux sleep technique and gradually surrendered to slumber. In that moment, Shikaku the Sand Beast fully emerged. Even the mighty Gamabunta struggled to hold his ground, narrowly escaping several dangerous moves. Wind style, air bullet. Water style, water bullet. Shikaku puffed up his belly, slammed with his sharp claws, and blasted a whirlwind of compressed air straight at Gamabunta. Gamabunta responded in kind, spitting out a massive orb of water to meet the attack. The whole forest shuddered under their barrage. Trees splintered and toppled as though struck by a raging storm, and the entire mountain range was swallowed by the chaos of war. This is a battle between monsters. Hidden among the deep shadows of the forest, Sasuke and his companions stared in awe at the cataclysm unfolding above the treetops, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. The shinobi world had never witnessed a spectacle like this. Battles between ninja, between monsters, reached such terrifying heights, far beyond what anyone could have imagined. Hadn't the life of a ninja always been about assassinations, stealth, the work from the shadows? But what the screen was showing was something entirely different, a world apart from what they had known. Then it dawned on them. Naruto, at this very moment, was still just a 12-year-old genin. Unbelievable. Was this really a genin? He's 12? This can't be happening. Within the battered forest, the violent struggle raged on, endless as a storm. The mountains were riddled with craters, new lakes carved out by water-style jutsu. The woods lay in complete ruin. Sasuke and the others, caught up in the ruinous fight, had to keep scrambling for new places to hide. This was a battle far beyond the realm of ordinary people. A thunderous crash resounded. Gamabunta, struck by a ball of wind, was instantly engulfed by a tidal wave of sand and rocks, the impact shaking the very earth. Damn it, that hurt. Using wind chakra bullets on me? You're really pushing it. It was Gamabunta, leaping from a deep crater, his breath ragged, weariness etched into every move. He was truly flagging now. Meanwhile, Shikaku, strengthened by his status as a tailed beast, only grew fiercer the longer he fought. With every passing second, his power swelled. The outcome, it seemed, might well be overturned. Chief Toad, what do we do now? Naruto cried out, his voice sharp with anxiety. Let's figure out how to wake that boy up first. Once he's awake, the art of feigned slumber will be broken. Gamabunta said, his voice deep and grave. How do we do that? Naruto asked. I'll get close to that dumb tanuki and keep it occupied. While I have it distracted, you go wake up the boy. But as a toad, there's no way I can restrain its claws or fangs, Gamabunta admitted. That's why you need to use a transformation jutsu. Become an animal with sharp claws and fangs. You complete the hand signs for me, and together, we'll pull off a combined transformation. Let me think. An animal with claws and fangs. Naruto's fingers raced through the signs, his mind churning in a panic. But Gamabunta didn't allow him much time. With a sudden leap, he dodged several attacks from Shikaku in quick succession and charged straight forward. Get ready, Naruto! Facing the massive form of Shikaku before him, Naruto's mind sparked with inspiration. He suddenly shouted out, Transformation Jutsu! White smoke billowed up like crashing waves, rolling across the mountains in vast swathes. Within the swirling smoke, a massive, shadowy silhouette began to appear, indistinct yet ominous. It was. All of Konoha stared at that monstrous outline in the smoke, and a single, terrifying image leapt into their minds. The memory from 12 years ago. The death of the fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails rampage. That day haunted them still. Whenever they thought back, terror gripped their hearts. Villagers, children, even seasoned shinobi. They stared in horror, unable to look away. Until, finally, Nine-Tails, a guttural roar tore through the scene. What emerged from the smoke was an enormous, orange-red demon fox, its nine tails thrashing and whipping in the wind, an overwhelming and majestic spectacle. A calamity unfurled before their eyes. None other than the beast sealed within Naruto, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, the demon fox. It's back. Is it all happening again, just like 12 years ago? That's it. Even if it was reduced to ashes, I'd still recognize that creature. That thing. Back then, it attacked the leaf. The Nine Tails appeared? Is it about to go berserk? What do we do? Are you idiots? Didn't they say already? It's just a transformation jutsu. While the villagers of Konoha panicked, shinobi from other lands just shook their heads in disbelief, their comments filling the message feed. So that's the monster sealed within me. Naruto gazed fearfully at the grim and savage beast in the scene. All of it, his loneliness, the isolation, was because of that monster. The root of Naruto's suffering was right there, looming on the screen, the Nine Tails. On the screen, the Nine Tails burst out from the white smoke in an instant, circling around Shikaku. For some reason, simply seeing Kurama seemed to excite Shikaku tremendously, making his attacks all the more ferocious. But after the transformation, Gamma Bunta's speed was no longer what it used to be. No matter how fierce Shikaku's onslaught became, Gamma Bunta managed to dodge each and every time. In the end, Gamma Bunta's sharp claws and fangs gripped his opponent tight, holding him in place, just as a voice rang out from his side. Naruto, now's your chance. With a heavy thud, the transformation jutsu vanished suddenly. In front of everyone, a flash of orange leaped out from the smoke. I have to land this hit. Naruto shouted inwardly. Gamma Bunta cried out his encouragement, but his heart was tense with worry. If Naruto succeeded in striking the enemy, victory would be theirs. If he failed, the outcome could be turned upside down in an instant. All across the shinobi world, every living soul gazed anxiously at the sky, at the figure soaring through the air. Damn it, wake up already! Naruto roared. With another powerful strike, Naruto's fist clenched tight, his body hurtling closer, until finally he smashed a fierce punch against his foe's head, snapping him awake. At once, Shikaku's consciousness began to fade amidst his rage and frustration. He did it. Naruto had succeeded in breaking through his opponent's slumber, bringing Gaara back to his senses. At that moment, the entire shinobi world erupted, their tension giving way to a swell of excitement and joy. Well done! A shout of ecstatic triumph burst from Lee in the hospital, as if he himself had landed the decisive blow. The 12 young heroes were equally electrified, their blood surging with passion. Even though it wasn't them fighting, their hearts raced with exhilaration. Even though they were not the ones in battle, it felt as if victory was in their own grasp. Incredible, just incredible. The 12 were so overwhelmed they could barely speak, their faces awash with awe. Was that overwhelming force truly brought down by Naruto? That so-called dead last? Suddenly, memories of Naruto's vow in the exam hall came flooding back. Even if I stay a Genin my whole life, I'll become Hokage. That's it. Beat him down, Naruto, and drag him out from the abyss of pain. Naruto hollered with all his might. Jiraiya, hearing this, could not help but smile. Beyond the sky, Gaara stared at Uzumaki Naruto above, unable to believe it. That guy, how could he possibly lose to someone like him? There's no way that guy could take down Gaara. Kankuro refused to accept it. The so-called dead last. A bug to be crushed underfoot? The boy he could lift with one hand? No way. Naruto's really that strong? Ino was stunned, unable to believe that this was the Naruto she knew. That classmate who barely scraped by, not even knowing how he managed to pass the final graduation exam. How could he possibly be this strong? How could he inspire such confidence? Indeed, in that moment, somehow, at some point, nothing seemed impossible for the young man in the scene. He shone as brightly as the sun itself, radiating his own unique light. Dragged out of his trance by a punch, Gaara stared in wide-eyed shock, before his expression twisted into anger. Gaara glared furiously at his opponent. Naruto met his gaze, his own eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. Sand coffin. Gaara clenched his hand, and in an instant, sand wrapped tightly around Naruto. Even the giant toad, Gamma Bunta, tried to shield Naruto with his tongue, but it was no use at all. You'll die by my hand. My existence will never vanish. I have to stop that raccoon, or else. Naruto glanced back, catching sight of the girl trapped by sand, and Sasuke, hiding among the trees. If I lose, it won't just be me. All my friends will fall with me. But the chakra inside me is all but gone. What can I do now? Across the ninja world, everyone watched this scene unfold in tense silence, hearts pounding as they clung to hope for the young hero. On the screen, within the image, Naruto Uzumaki slowly turned his head and fixed a fierce stare on Gaara. Then deliberately he closed his eyes. Please, just a little more. Give me enough power to protect everyone. Chakra. In that instant, Aha! With a primal roar, brilliant orange-red chakra erupted from Naruto's body. The sand at his feet exploded outward from the force, sending his headband, collar, and clothes fluttering. The fiery chakra danced around him like living flames. In that moment, Naruto stood as an unbeatable god of war, staring down Gaara above him. Here I come, you overgrown raccoon. With that, Naruto charged forward in a blur. The sand could do nothing to stop him. For the first time, panic flickered across Gaara's face as he shouted, "Die!" Sand surged to bind Naruto's limbs as he launched a punch at Gaara. "Damn it, you bastard!" Wham! Finally, Naruto, unrelenting, drove his forehead straight into Gaara's with unstoppable force. Blood instantly burst from both their foreheads. And then, the great Shikaku's body began to crumble, breaking into shards before dissolving entirely into a cloud of sand that scattered back to the earth. Watching in the video as Shikaku shattered again and again, the ninja world was silent for a brief moment before suddenly erupting into chaos. We won. Haha, we actually won. I told you so. There's no way the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would lose to the One-Tails host, right? What more can you say now? Incredible. That was such a fierce and exhilarating fight. Look at him, riding the legendary Toad Gamabunta in battle with the disaster that is Shikaku at 12 years old. Meanwhile, I'm already 30 and still stuck as a lowly genin. This is too much. Ugh, don't even remind me. Now that you mention it, I just feel exhausted. I'm 28 and still just a humble chunin. Unbelievable. Sakura stared at Naruto in the image, victorious over Gaara, and couldn't help but murmur in awe, her eyes full of astonishment. As a member of his team, she had witnessed Naruto's journey firsthand. It was still hard to believe how rapidly he had grown in such a short span of time. He'd even managed to defeat the opponent that Sasuke himself had failed to overcome. Could he be a natural-born genius, just one no one had noticed before? Training grounds. No wonder they call him the most unpredictable ninja, Kakashi said with a helpless smile. Using a headbutt to finish the fight. Only Naruto would think of that. His subordinate truly was one of a kind. Oomph. Sasuke merely grunted, then quickly weaved hand signs. Chidori crackled in his palm, and, with a thunderous impact, he drove it into a massive rock nearby. Hyuga clan. In Naruto. He's amazing. Hinata's cheeks were flushed, her shy expression absolutely adorable. Konoha Hospital. Rock Lee gaped at the sight on the sky screen, eyes full of shock. That Naruto, he actually defeated Gaara. If Naruto can keep pushing himself, then there's no way I can give up, he gritted his teeth. If his legs wouldn't work, he'd use his hands. If his hands failed, he'd use his entire body. The 5 great nations and the 5 Kage. Incredible. That youngster's future is limitless, Inoki said with admiration. Defeating a Jinchuriki of the One-Tail was already proof enough. And on top of that, the boy had the 9 tails sealed within. If he ever mastered that power, Konoha's strength would soar to untold heights. So what if he's the 9 tails host? That doesn't mean he's unbeatable, the 4th Raikage remarked. Still, deep down, he couldn't help but feel both respect and a trace of wariness for the boy. Such determination for his friends. He could only approve. He really is an interesting man. If only he were a bit older. What a shame, Mei Terumi sighed, blinking her beautiful eyes. In the scene, Gaara and Naruto both stood atop the trees, chests heaving for breath. They stared each other down, neither willing to give an inch. I'm at my limit, but I bet you're not far behind, are you? Naruto stared at his opponent, exhaling coldly, while Gaara remained silent, his gaze as chilling and merciless as that of a demonic reaper locked onto Naruto. We're so much alike. So let's finish this once and for all. A sudden crash. Gamabunta's colossal blade vanished in a puff of white smoke as both fighters sprang forward, launching themselves at each other with explosive force. My existence will never fade. I fight only for myself. Gaara gritted his teeth, keeping his gaze fixed on Naruto. In his eyes burned the silent fury of a solitary demon. But I fight for my comrades, because they're the ones I treasure. I will fight to protect them. Naruto matched his opponent's glare with fierce determination. Yet behind that ferocity flickered something else, something protective. That feeling, that unyielding desire to protect, was something Gaara, in all his loneliness, had never possessed. A primal cry tore from his throat. Another cry answered in kind. The two of them, fists swinging with all their might, met in a mighty clash. In that fleeting instant, Gaara thought he glimpsed, behind Naruto, shadowy images, phantoms birthed from memory or hope. He blinked again and saw, as if 2 radiant suns shone behind Naruto's back, as though every punch he threw was powered by more than just one soul. A resounding blow landed, Naruto's fist slammed hard into Gaara's face, sending both tumbling vertically to the earth below. Did Gaara lose? Temari and Kankuro stared in disbelief at the sight. Could it be that Gaara, even in that fearsome state, had actually been defeated? Gaara, stunned, could hardly believe it himself, his face a mask of shock. He had lost. To that insignificant insect? To someone like him? Why? Naruto Uzumaki, how can you possibly be this strong? What do you fight for? Where does your strength come from? The scene shifted. Gaara lay quietly on the grass, sapped of all his strength. The claws that once ensnared Sakura now faded away. He gazed at Naruto, who lay not far off, confusion and bewilderment swirling in his eyes. How can this guy be so strong? Gaara's memories flooded back to him, dark and cold. A childhood steeped in hatred and solitude. A hell where only he existed. My existence will never disappear. Never. A groan escaped him. Yet Naruto began to move, dragging himself inch by inch across the ground, pushing forward with nothing but his chin and stubborn will. Run. The monster's coming. You monster, why won't you just die? Get lost. We're not playing with you, you freak. Old memories surged forth once more. In that moment, Gaara recognized how similar their childhoods had been. That overwhelming sense of not being needed, of rejection, of isolation, of being hated, that feeling was so suffocating to those two young children. To them, I am something they wish to erase from their world. Then what am I living for? Why do I even exist in this world? This is how I see myself. No, how I am forced to see myself. And I know this is the hardest thing to endure. Realizing I am utterly unnecessary in this world. Watching Naruto struggling to move, Gaara finally began to panic. A flicker of helplessness and fear appeared in his eyes. Don't come any closer. Why? Why does he keep fighting so stubbornly? Yet with slow effort, Naruto lifted his head, revealing a face awash in a unique sorrow. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he spoke in a trembling voice. The pain of being completely alone is unlike any other pain, isn't it? For some reason, I truly understand how you feel. Gaara froze, stunned by the look in Naruto's eyes. In that instant, his panic deepened, his gaze filling with helplessness and fear. But I already have people I love and care about. I won't let you hurt those precious to me. If I have to, even if it means defeating you, I'll stop you no matter what. Hearing this, Gaara was left in confusion. Why? Why can you go so far for others? Because it was they who rescued me from the hell of loneliness, who acknowledged me. My precious friends. As these words reached him, Gaara hesitated, suddenly caught in a haze of childhood memories. To care means to dedicate oneself for loved ones, to protect and cherish with every bit of your heart. He remembered what Yashimaru had once told him. And because of this, that's what made him so strong. Love. Murmuring the word, Gaara gazed up at the sky, his mind lost in thought. So that's why Naruto is so strong, because he has love. Because of love, everything has changed. Someday, I will too. Gaara stared blankly at the image on the screen, falling into his own silent thoughts. Love, feelings, were they truly? That boy, Naruto Uzumaki, he became so strong because he found love. But what really is this thing called love? Gaara placed his hand over his heart. It beat powerfully, yet there remained an inexplicable emptiness, a hollow space inside. For reasons he couldn't explain, he found himself yearning for the Naruto he saw before him. Down by the riverside. Love. Naruto whispered under his breath. He didn't truly know what love was either, but as long as I think of Iruka, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, the third Hokage, and in the end, Jiraiya, whenever I think of them. Because it was them, they were the ones who pulled me out of that abyss. As long as I hold them in my mind, I never feel alone, Naruto said in a low, steady voice. Because of them, they acknowledge my existence. Because of them, I feel warmth, and even in the depths of darkness, I don't feel cold. Because they are my precious friends. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. This kid, if nothing happens to him, he's bound to become an incredible ninja of the Hidden Leaf in the future. Inoki spoke with deep conviction, his eyes full of awe, even though the boy was a ninja from the Land of Fire. Still, that didn't stop them from admiring and praising such talent. This young man is amazing. Kuratsuchi's eyes shone with astonishment. She hadn't expected that the boy, who looked even younger than herself, could possess such strength. Even some of the elite, Kaga-level ninja couldn't help but praise Naruto Uzumaki. In that moment, Naruto Uzumaki's name echoed loudly throughout the entire shinobi world. For those with nurturing hearts, Naruto drew out their sympathy and affection. So young, remarkable enough as it is, but even more, he shines with an infectious warmth, his smile as bright as the sun itself. Because they're my friends. In Gaara's mind, Naruto Uzumaki's words from the vision continued to resonate. It was because of his friends that he became so strong. The scene gradually fades to black, but suddenly the images shift. There, in the middle of a grassy field, atop a small hill, stood Naruto, now grown, along with Kakashi and others from Might Guy's team. At the same time, there were also the Sand Village's Gaara and his companions. But at this moment, Gaara was lying quietly in the grass. Naruto looked down at Gaara, his eyes full of sadness. Hey, wait, is that Naruto all grown up? What's going on? Why did he suddenly appear like that, as an adult? This vision truly is extraordinary. To think it can even reveal the future, it's almost unimaginable. Where's that place? Is that Gaara? And is that Sakura? Inside the hospital? That's me. Rock Lee stared at the vision above, his face full of astonishment. He actually saw himself in that future vision, and his body. Similarly, even Neji and Tenten couldn't hide their looks of surprise and shock, with the faintest glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Because they also realized that Lee's arms and legs were completely healed. In other words, in the future, Rock Lee's injuries had completely recovered. Is that us all grown up? But what about Sasuke? Sakura gazed up at the sky screen, troubled by the missing figure. She was puzzled. Why wasn't Sasuke, their fellow member in Team 7, shown in this vision? Had he been sent on some other mission? Training grounds. Sasuke stared up at the heavens, sensing something amiss. In the video, their expressions, their demeanor, there was an unmistakable sorrow. Is that Lady Chiyo? Temari and Kankuro, upon seeing the elderly silhouette, felt a jolt run through them, their eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Something's off. The Gaara in that scene doesn't look right, Temari said anxiously, her gaze fixed on the Gaara in the video. And Gaara himself kept his eyes glued to the sky screen, struggling to understand the emotions on their faces. Why were they looking at him like that? Why such expression? What on earth had happened? The scene continued. On screen, Naruto stared at Gaara's figure, clenching his teeth and balling his fists, his eyes full of disbelief and swelling tears. Why Gaara? Why is it always Gaara? How could he just die like that? He's the Kazekage. He only just became Kazekage. The entire ninja world was shaken to its core, disbelief sweeping over everyone. Gaara, that Gaara from the vision, he died? And more striking still, he become Kazekage? No, that can't be right. How did he die? This doesn't make sense. I'm totally confused. Just a moment ago, Gaara looked perfectly fine. How did he suddenly die? Gaara became Kazekage, and then died. What happened? Gaara's dead? Who killed him? How could he die like that? Redemption? Wasn't there meant to be redemption? Is death really the final redemption? Gaara stared at the sky screen, shaken. His future self had died? Just like that, dead? Why? He become Kazekage. Why did he die? And why? Naruto Uzumaki, why are you crying for him? For someone who used to be your enemy? Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro looked at him, their voices tinged with worry. By the riverside? What? Gaara died? Naruto's eyes flew wide, utterly incredulous. He died? That boy, he died? How could he die? Just died like that. He clearly looked like he had finally gained recognition from so many. He had become Kazekage. He looked as though he finally had friends and comrades by his side. So why? Why did this happen? Naruto trembled with emotion, his eyes growing red and wet. Why? Why did this person, so much like him, with the same lonely past, why did he have to die? Just like that. If that's the case, then isn't it just unbearably tragic? Calm down, Naruto, Jiraiya said in a deep, steady voice. Calm yourself, Naruto. Chiyo, who had been watching this scene, let out a faint sigh. Though sorrow was mirrored in her eyes, she spoke softly nonetheless. But at those words, Naruto's anger, long held at bay, suddenly erupted. He whipped around, revealing a face already drenched in tears. Shut up. Chiyo and the others were stunned by Naruto's outburst, left speechless at the sight of his anguish. If it weren't for you, Sand Ninja, if you hadn't put that monster inside Gaara, none of this would have happened. Did any of you ever ask Gaara how he felt about it? On the screen, Naruto grew more agitated as he spoke, his words almost like an accusation hurled at the Sand Village, or perhaps at the world itself, that the Jinchuriki should be forced to endure such a fate. Jinchuriki? Don't pretend to speak so righteously while using words like that. The 5 great nations fell silent at Naruto's questioning. No one wants to be a Jinchuriki, yet not a single person has ever asked for their thoughts. From the very moment the word Jinchuriki was created, their lives were marked for hardship, and, often, surrounded by hatred. Their births are like shackles, not just restraining the tailed beasts, but suppressing the bitterness in people's hearts as well. Gaara gazed at the Naruto in the video with a deep longing. Why would someone like him weep for me? On the screen, Naruto lowered his head, wiping at his endless tears with a sleeve. His voice had become thick with emotion as he murmured, I couldn't save Sasuke, and now there's nothing I can do for Gaara either. Sasuke. So after all my 3 years of training, it's just like nothing has changed since 3 years ago. Good grief, what does that even mean? Naruto, what are you implying? What do you mean you couldn't save Sasuke? Could it be in the future he dies? The thought made Sasuke's expression suddenly shift. How could that be? How could he die before he avenged himself on that man? What's Naruto talking about? What happened to Sasuke? Don't tell me he dies. No way, but now that you mention it, it's possible. Otherwise, why would it be said that even the tailed beast can't save him? Did he really? Seriously? He can't just die like that, can he? The barrage of chatter scrolled across the screen, and Kakashi and the others couldn't hide their shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. We still can't be sure if this is true. Sasuke, don't jump to conclusions just yet. Kakashi quickly steadied Sasuke, doing his best to keep him from losing control. At Kakashi's words, Sasuke fell silent for a moment. If it's real, if he really does die in the future, how could that be? I haven't even killed that man yet. There's no way it can just end like this. Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke is dead? What nonsense is that? How could he possibly be dead? Sakura's pretty face turned suddenly ashen, her idol. Dead? How could that be? How could that possibly be? By the riverbank. Sasuke is gone too? Naruto's body buckled, and he dropped to the ground, his face drained of color, the shock overwhelming him to the point that he simply couldn't process it. He hadn't yet. How could he just die like that? Little by little, a crimson chakra began to seep slowly from within him. But with a sharp command, Jiraiya snapped him back to his senses. You fool, that's the future we're talking about. Now that you know, you can prepare in advance. Don't let something like that happen. Jiraiya shouted at Naruto. Yes. Naruto jerked awake and made a vow to himself. He would never let Sasuke die. How could Sasuke possibly die? He's the genius of the Uchiha clan. No way. Ino's face was pale, disbelief written all over her. Sasuke, after all, was the dream of so many girls. Their Prince Charming, the one they most admired, the one they cherished. Sasuke himself stood frozen, his own face pale with shock, unable to believe it. If he really was dead, he'd never get his revenge, would never have the chance to kill Itachi. Don't worry, this is just the future. Now that we know, we can get ready. We might even be able to change it, Kakashi said gravely, trying to soothe everyone's nerves. On the screen, Chiyo looked at Gaara, someone who, just like her, knew true loneliness. She wept silently, falling quiet for a moment, lost deep in thought. Finally, she rose, and with unsteady steps walked over to Gaara. Her aged hands began to glow with a gentle green light as she pressed them slowly to his chest. Her action startled everyone around. Granny Chiyo, is that jutsu? Meanwhile, Kakashi and Neji activated their Sharingan and Byakugan respectively. Kankuro and Temari were both taken aback, murmuring in disbelief. Granny Chiyo, she's going to use that jutsu? It was shocking to them that she'd actually be willing to use such a technique for Gaara. But the price of that jutsu was death. Granny Chiyo intends to sacrifice herself to save Gaara, Temari said, her voice heavy with resignation, releasing a helpless sigh. Was it because of what Uzumaki Naruto had said? At the same time, in the distant sand village of the Land of Wind, another Chiyo was watching the scene unfold, just as stunned, confusion swirling in her eyes. To be honest, she'd never even liked Gaara much. Why would she have never considered that, in the future, she'd be willing to sacrifice herself, use that jutsu, to save him? Is it because of that boy, Naruto Uzumaki, she murmured. In the scene, is it really possible to bring Gaara back to life? Uncertainty appeared in Naruto's eyes, but soon, excitement replaced it. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Sharingan glinted and Neji's Byakugan widened, both of them utterly shocked by the chakra flow they sensed. That chakra flow? There's no such technique in the shinobi world, unless she intends to sacrifice. Any technique like this comes at a terrible price. That price, possibly even one's own life. As Kakashi and Neji explained what they saw, realization dawned on the others. Their eyes widened in astonishment. That elder from the Sand Village would willingly make such a choice. She was prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of a new life. Chiyo is admirable, being willing to give her life to save Gaara. It's making me cry. But there's one thing I don't get. Why would they go that far? Doesn't the Sand Village usually hate outsiders? Are you dumb? Gaara's the Kazekage now. He must have earned the respect of many. This is great. Gaara doesn't have to die. Huh. I don't even know why, but I feel so relieved. How exactly did Gaara die? I don't quite get it. Someone that powerful shouldn't be killed by just any ninja. This is really wonderful. Gaara doesn't have to die. At that moment, Naruto let out a breath he'd been holding. He didn't want someone with a past so like his own to die. It's great, truly great. If things go on like this, he'll get to keep living. As he spoke, Naruto's eyes began to redden with emotion. He was happy for Gaara, that he had friends who cared, that he was no longer alone. Meanwhile, in the scene, after performing the forbidden jutsu for so long, Chiyo grew faint from the enormous drain on her chakra. Just as she was about to collapse, Naruto stepped forward. He offered his chakra to her. Looking up at Naruto, Chiyo's gaze became distant. She remembered a conversation she'd had with Kakashi. He and Gaara are both Jinchuriki. Compared to anyone from the sand, he must understand Gaara's pain best. No matter who they are, all Jinchuriki share the same fate. That's why he's so determined to save Gaara. Whether it's Konoha or the sand, to him, it doesn't really matter. He is. As Chiyo and Kakashi's conversation echoed, silence fell over the 5 great nations. From the very moment of their birth, the fate of a Jinchuriki was already set. The hosts of tailed beasts, known as Jinchuriki, must live their entire lives in isolation and loneliness. Even if they have done nothing wrong, the people around them remain deeply afraid of the overwhelming power inside them. That kind of stigma marks the Jinchuriki for life. Rejection, hatred, and prejudice that run deep. The 5 great nations know this all too well. Everyone knows, yet they also understand that nothing can be changed. They are powerless to alter this reality. And so, the Jinchuriki grow silent as well. Did they ever choose such a tragic past for themselves? No, not once did they wish for it. Why? Gaara stared blankly at the sky, his eyes swimming with confusion and wonder. Why did Naruto Uzumaki try to save me? Why would he go so far for someone like me? He remembered the scene, Naruto weeping for him, feeling that the world had wronged him. And slowly, so very slowly, something began to spread within Gaara's small, lonely heart. A gentle warmth he had never known. It was as if a single ray of light was piercing the darkness within him, reaching his desolate soul. Naruto's dream is to become Hokage, and when he heard that I became Kazekage, he felt so dejected. But even so, somewhere deep inside, he was genuinely happy for me and sincerely wished me well. Happy for me? Once again, Gaara was stunned. What was his feeling? Why did his heart seem wrapped in warmth, as if, even in the depths of darkness, he was no longer alone? It was a sensation unlike anything he'd ever experienced until now. Why? How could this be? On the screen, he possesses a truly remarkable power. Chiyo watched Naruto with a gentle smile, perhaps seeing something others could not. To think, a child like you would appear in the ninja world built by us old, foolish elders. I truly am glad. All my actions in the past were wrong, but at the very end, at least I managed to do something right. Konoha and Sunagakure. With these words, Chiyo gazed into the clear blue sky, as though seeing a future beyond her time. The era to come will be different from the one we knew. Kakashi once told me, "You have an unbelievable power. That power will bring great change to the future. Naruto, you must become a one-of-a-kind Hokage." Hearing this, Naruto could barely contain his excitement. He shouted, "I will. I'll become Hokage and surpass every Hokage before me." A remarkable power? Naruto. The 5 Kage gazed at Naruto in utter disbelief, their eyes full of incredulity. Could he truly possess such power? A power that might one day change the course of the future? But what exactly was it? That's a force. A power that changes people's hearts. Naruto possesses this extraordinary ability, Kakashi mused, the words slipping out almost involuntarily. Those with stature and influence in the ninja world understood what kind of power Chiyo spoke of, but they were left confused. Weren't there many who walked alone in this world? Could that boy really do it? In such a harsh world, could Naruto, that young genin from the Hidden Leaf, truly accomplish it? In the vision, Chiyo, her voice strained, spoke with difficulty. "Naruto, this old woman begs you. You are the only one who truly understands Gaara's pain, and Gaara understands your suffering as well. So, please save Gaara." On screen, hearing Chiyo's plea, Naruto nodded resolutely, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. But just then the scene shifted in an instant. Gradually, Naruto's figure appeared again, standing in the midst of a verdant lawn. Behind young Naruto stood a crowd of people, all those who acknowledged his existence. And there, little Naruto stood among them, a bright, joyful smile lighting up his face. "It's us." The 12 young heroes stared at the image above, stunned, especially as they spotted themselves among the figures behind Naruto. "Shikamaru, look, we're in there too." "Heh, it's kind of embarrassing." Choji, chuckled shyly, munching on the chips he held close. Man, this really is troublesome, Shikamaru replied with a wry smile, though a spark of satisfaction danced in his eyes as he glanced up at the vision. Who would have thought I'd be in there too? Ino laughed with delight. Well, since Naruto went that far, I suppose I can recognize him too, Kiba muttered, blushing as he watched the vision, but despite himself, he let out a chagrined sigh. In Naruto, Hinata looked up at her own image on the screen, her cheeks burning scarlet as she struggled to keep her composure. Shino adjusted his glasses, saying nothing, but had anyone peered beneath his collar, they would have glimpsed the hint of a smile on his lips. That kid Naruto, Kurenai murmured, surprised to find her own face among the crowd in the vision. This is youth Gai-sensei. Rock Lee trembled with excitement, his whole body quivering. Despite being battered and bruised, the restless spirit within him could not be concealed. This is youth, roared Might Guy, still searching for medical ninja around the village, but just as exhilarated as a student. Rotation. In a stretch of forest, he gazed up at the sky. At first, a trace of confusion flickered across his face, but as he caught sight of his own image, a gentle smile escaped him. Naruto, staring at the sky above, Hiruzen realized just how highly he was regarded in the young man's heart. A wave of satisfaction and guilt washed over him, mingling together. You knucklehead! Jiraiya tousled Naruto's hair, a tightness stinging at the corners of his eyes. He could see those figures, people who truly recognized him. How long would it take to earn such acceptance? Is that really me? Tsunade watched, visibly startled, as her own image appeared before her. A sense of disbelief welled up in her eyes. She had never truly interacted with him before, but thinking about the future, she found peace with it. Seems like we hold a special place in Naruto's heart. Kakashi looked up at the scene in the sky, his tone playful and light. In the hidden leaf village, Sakura stared at her own image above, lips pressed together. A profound mix of emotions stirred within her, a touch of tears at the corner of her eye, swept along by gratitude and regret. So, is this how you see me? The thought that he pictured her in such a generous light left her both moved and quietly ashamed. Sasuke let out a low, dismissive sound, his eyes fixed on the sky. In Naruto's imagined world, there seemed to be a space left empty beside him. Nobody occupied that spot, and yet the emptiness itself felt significant. Sasuke was left perplexed. He couldn't help but wonder whose presence belonged there. Who was that missing figure, the one so important yet absent from the scene? Why, even in their absence, did they hold such a vital place in Naruto's heart? Who could it possibly be? The thought gnawed at him, leaving him restless and unsettled. Elsewhere, inside an office, there sat a humble chunin, a teacher, and yet, in Naruto's mind, this person was immovable, a pillar unlike any other. Not even Hiruzen, the third Hokage, or Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could compare to the importance this person held for Naruto. Iroquois stared up at the sky, overcome with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. On the screen, Naruto's young face was bright with smiles. But in the next moment, his smile faded away, replaced by a look of confusion as he turned his head. Behind the lawn, separated from the crowd, there was a small, solitary figure crouched in the grass. Compared to Naruto, this child seemed even more alone, surrounded by emptiness. Gaara! Suddenly, young Naruto sprang into action, pushing through the crowd and rushing toward the lonely boy, calling out to him, shouting his name. Who is it? Who's calling me? Who are you? Dazed and uncertain, Gaara, still crouched in the grass, slowly opened his eyes. These hands! What, it's my own hands again. My hands! Who am I? The frail Gaara crouched in the grass, crying. This feeling, such loneliness, such pain, such suffocation. Suddenly, a gentle touch. A hand came to rest lightly on Gaara's shoulder. Startled, he turned to look. It was another small, fragile figure, not unlike himself. Yet, in that very moment, this presence crept quietly into his wounded heart. In the blink of an eye, the fragile figure seemed to grow into a young boy. It was Naruto, wearing a gentle, heartfelt expression. Gaara. Naruto's voice was soft as a whisper, carried with a warmth that seemed endless and all-embracing. In his eyes, Gaara saw something he had never known. Such warmth. If only it could last forever. Gaara's eyes widened in a daze, filled with uncertainty and disbelief. Naruto! In the next instant, Gaara turned around, and there across the rolling hills and meadows, countless figures surrounded the grassy clearing, each one wearing a look of concern as they gazed at him. Gaara? Thank goodness, Lord Gaara has finally woken up. Yes, thank goodness. He's not hurt, is he? Gaara stared blankly at the sky above. His expression mirrored the one he had just seen in the heavens above him. It felt as if a warm seed had been planted deep in his heart, just waiting for the chance to sprout. So this is... Gaara murmured softly, despite the loneliness that had always clung to him, despite living in solitude. Why then did it feel so warm now? Suddenly, the scene shifted. I am hatred. I am power. I am the weapon of the hidden sand village, the sacrifice, the vessel of the tailed beast. I have loathed this world, hated everyone in it. For a time, I even wished to see it all destroyed. Gaara's voice, brimming with hatred, echoed across the pitch-black sky above. I once hated this world, hated everyone. I lived my life like a demon, like an avenger. But he saved me. Naruto's image appeared across the sky. His foolish grin radiated warmth, shining like a tiny sun. He saved me from the depths of loneliness. He knew, just as I did, what it meant to be truly alone, to feel real pain. A new image flashed across the skies above. The pain of utter loneliness, it's not something most can even imagine. It was an earlier scene. Gaara staring blankly at the squirming Naruto, his face filled with confusion and alarm. Why would you go so far for someone else? Because they're my most precious friends. Once more, the vision changed. Gaara's voice rang out again, echoing across the darkness above. We share the same past. We understand each other's pain. So why is it that you're able to care for others? Why? Why? It was as if Gaara himself was asking that question, his confusion mirroring my own. He could not understand. Why, after everything? Staring at this scene, Naruto paused, confusion washing over him. Why? His mind wandered back to that night. The very first time, the first person who acknowledged him allowed him to exist. That night, he felt a warmth, a joy that had never touched his life before. Because when he was on the verge of giving up, when he was lost, when he was in pain, that figure, every word and deed, every phrase, every act, changed him forever. So now, whenever he loses his way or faces hardship, whenever he remembers those words and that figure from the past, he feels an unshakable strength ignite within him. If Usand Ninja hadn't locked that monster inside Gaara, none of this would have happened. Did you ever stop to ask what Gaara himself felt about all this? Naruto's voice trembled with a sense of injustice. He was questioning the world. Why? Does the fate of a Jinchuriki have to be this way? Did you ever consider what we ourselves wanted? Every Jinchuriki across the ninja world lifted their heads as strange, unfamiliar feelings welled up inside them. What were those feelings? For reasons they couldn't explain, they all suddenly longed to meet this boy called Naruto. What's a Jinchuriki supposed to be? Don't put on that sanctimonious act and throw around these grand words. Gaara remembered Naruto's words and felt the icy rigidity at the corners of his eyes begin to melt away, something he'd never experienced before. The ninja world grew quieter, the usual chorus of commentary falling silent. Now everyone simply watched, transfixed. They were witnessing it, a cold-hearted demon slowly crawling out of hell. Poor Gaara. From all corners of the world, women looked upon Gaara's life, and their hearts brimmed with sympathy, with compassion and tenderness. Because he never had happiness before, when Naruto finally appeared, did Gaara finally find somewhere to channel all that loneliness? Or maybe that's not it. Maybe he finally met someone just like himself, and found a kindred spirit? No, you're overlooking something. Naruto is Gaara's redemption, and that's all we really need to know. It was Naruto Uzumaki who saved Gaara. A wound to the heart. There, in the image, a young Gaara frowned in puzzlement, unable to comprehend those words, let alone the hidden meaning within. There's only one thing that can truly heal the wounds of the heart, and that thing is love. The young Gaara didn't quite understand what these words really meant, but the idea was like a seed quietly buried deep within his heart. What is love? Gaara murmured softly, gazing up at the sky, confusion clouding his face. Love? What exactly was love? Would it ever belong to him? He looked toward Uzumaki Naruto. That guy, he possessed love. That's what made him so strong. For some reason, a hint of envy glimmered at the corner of Gaara's eyes. Love? Out of the darkness, it seemed Gaara's figure emerged, small and frail, huddled in the shadows, quietly crying. Who am I really? Suddenly, there came a gentle yet powerful sound, as if a hand, warm and reassuring, settled lightly on his shoulder. It was the hand of a boy, brimming with strength, yet radiating an unusual warmth, resting upon him, comforting and steady. Gaara. A gentle, powerful voice, filled with warmth, echoed in his ears. In that moment, it seemed as though all the darkness unraveling before him was swept away by those words and the person who spoke them. Gaara. The boy called his name once more, his voice still gentle, yet resolute. Naruto, Gaara whispered. In that instant, it was as if a beam of light broke through the loneliness, flooding into the emptiness of his heart. All the darkness, all the pain and solitude, at that very moment, seemed to lift away, released at last. Come on, they're still waiting for you. Naruto took Gaara's hand, smiling as he spoke. Hearing those words, Gaara paused for a moment in the scene, but last, a warm smile broke across his face. All right. And so, at the very end, Naruto and his companions shouldered their packs, waving farewell to Gaara and his friends. Goodbye. Yeah. Then, as if a little embarrassed, Naruto's hand traced circles along his cheek. He said, usually between friends, it's tradition to shake hands when you say goodbye. But I'm really not good at that sort of thing, so... Just as he finished speaking, Gaara's hand reached out, gently lifting Naruto's hand. Noticing this small gesture, Naruto simply smiled and allowed that unseen strength to guide his hand. In the presence of both villages, their hands finally met in a slow, solemn handshake. The end. And for a fleeting moment, the world of ninjas fell silent. In the video, they witnessed the differences between the two young boys. In the final scene, though it was merely a farewell, there was an unexpected warmth to it. They saw the paths these two had walked, saw how Gaara had become a demon in pursuit of power, and how, in the end, he found salvation. Yet, there was one thing they could never quite understand. The boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Gradually, their curiosity about this child from the Hidden Leaf Village began to grow. What kind of person could endure the harshest of childhoods and still live with such unwavering resolve, holding on to his dreams? All right, that shout rang out loudly, echoing from all corners of the ninja world. The word all right appeared in scores, flooding the live comment thread in a joyful display. Ha ha ha, a happy ending for everyone. This is what a perfect conclusion should be. Even a heart lost to darkness can find redemption. That was incredible. Gaara survived. I can't believe it. I'm so happy I could cry. Lord Gaara, on behalf of the entire Hidden Sand Village, I sincerely apologize to you. I'm truly sorry for everything. All this time, we've wronged you so much. Ha ha ha. Watching this broadcast is more thrilling than completing a mission. Ha! You two should just get married already. Gaara from the sand and Naruto from the leaf. Whoa there, that's a bit much. How do you even come up with that idea? I support this marriage. If they get married, I'll give 500. Then I'll raise you 1,000 just for the occasion. You people are nuts. What can I say? They're just meant for each other. Even as a woman, I feel a little jealous. Imagine having someone like Naruto as a marriage prospect. I really envy Gaara. What? Are you a Fujoshi or something? You actually think like that? That's insane. You guys, what are you talking about? Jeez. There's no way I'd ever marry Gaara. Who even wants to get married anyway? Naruto's face flushed pink, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or anger. The 12 Young Ninjas channel. Kiba. Naruto. Maybe you should just go with Gaara, haha. Choji. Honestly, I think they make a pretty good pair. What do you say, Shikamaru? Munches chips. Shikamaru, what a drag. Naruto. What are you all even talking about? Why would I end up with Gaara? You guys are the worst. Sasuke. Ino. Seriously though, Naruto, when did you become so dependable? Sakura, Naruto, Suguane, Hinata, and Naruto-kun has always been so reliable. Oh no, I said it out loud. Omega. Oh, Naruto, what are you all saying? What's with the O? Huh, Hinata, you really have good taste. Outside the stream of comments, Naruto basked in Hinata's praise, feeling as if he were walking on air. They actually called him reliable. He nodded to himself with affirmation. Then, thoughts of Gaara surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and made a momentous decision, shouting with conviction. I've decided, no matter if it's beneath the sky curtain or in the real world, I will rescue Gaara. I swear on my word. This is my ninja way. At the Sand Village lodging, Gaara hadn't uttered a single word since the video ended. He was silent, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the sky projection above. What is love? He muttered to himself, his expression betraying confusion and doubt. What does it mean to love? He recalled Uzumaki Naruto. So weak, someone who ordinarily wouldn't catch his interest for a second. But then why? Why did Naruto shed tears for him in those scenes? Why would someone as insignificant as that boy unleash such staggering power? Friendship, love? He remembered Naruto's confession in the video. Could someone like me, he wondered, truly have friends? Could I even, possibly, have love? Someone like me? Could it be that I can too? A tiny seed, long ago planted deep in his heart, was quietly breaking through the soil, sending up delicate shoots. The memory of that goofy, beaming smile, an expression Gaara once found harsh and unbearable, now seemed suffused with warmth and light. It was a beam of light piercing into his darkness, beginning to illuminate the void inside. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari both spoke his name with concern. Temari, Kankuro, both of them hesitated in surprise. I'm sorry. In their eyes, a wave of emotion surged, but soon after they smiled and said, no, it's all right. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara gazed up at the sky, a strong yearning awakening within him to meet this boy. No, an almost desperate longing. Will you really be as you were in that video? Chime. Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for answering correctly. The rewards are as follows. 1. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Complete version, no training required. 2. 1 bottle of healing potion. Just 1 sip per use, and any wound, no matter how serious, will heal instantly. Each bottle can be used 3 times. Please make your choice. Naruto stared at the sky projection, stunned that the rewards were being offered once again. Then a rush of excitement hit him. He glanced over at Jiraiya, who simply shrugged helplessly and grinned. Pick whichever you like. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Encouraged by these words, Naruto nodded vigorously. Without hesitation, he chose the second reward. Chime. A bottle of sparkling emerald green potion materialized in his hand, setting his heart pounding with excitement as he gazed at it. I thought you would have chosen the first reward. After all, that's the jutsu that made the 4th Hokage famous, Jiraiya murmured, gazing at the potion in Naruto's hand. Huh, is it really that incredible? Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief at those words. You really are a fool. Still, can you tell me why you picked that potion? Naruto simply hugged the bottle and chuckled sheepishly. Back in the trial matches, bushy brows hurt his leg. I figured, with this, he'll be able to recover for sure. Hearing this, Jiraiya paused for a moment. In the boy before him, he seemed to catch a glimpse of 2 familiar figures from his past. For a brief instant, a gentle smile crossed his face. You simple-minded kid, since you care so much about your friends, I'll teach you another jutsu, Jiraiya said warmly. What kind of jutsu is it? Is it awesome? Jiraiya laughed heartily. It's a jutsu the 4th Hokage spent 3 years creating. What do you think? Awesome enough for you. I want to learn it. The moment Naruto heard it was a technique created by the 4th Hokage, his eyes lit up at once. After all, that was his idol. Watching Naruto's face break into an expression of wild excitement, Jiraiya could only respond with a helpless chuckle. He stretched out his large hand and ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. But if you want to master this move, you'll have to work really hard. It's even more difficult than the summoning jutsu. At this, Naruto wiped his nose with the back of his hand and declared, if it's a jutsu the 4th Hokage created, I'll definitely learn it. Hardships don't scare me. Now, that's the spirit. Jiraiya cheered, his face full of pride. He had a real fondness for Naruto's boundless enthusiasm for life. Not like those so-called geniuses. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, wearing a fox mask and clad in the uniform of the Umbu Black Ops. Without a doubt, a loyal ninja under the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya-sama. Uzumaki Naruto, please come with me. Jiraiya glanced at the newcomer, his expression unchanged. Of course, he knew exactly which Umbu unit this man belonged to. With a sweeping gesture, he moved on. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the portraits on the wall, his eyes lingering on the 4th one, that of a handsome young man, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. All that I have done. Will you hate this old man for it? He muttered to himself. 3rd Hokage. He's Naruto. He's our child. Mine and Minato's. Lost in thought, memories of that night. Kushina and Minato's final wishes still echoed quietly in his ears. 12 years have passed already, haven't they? Bang. Just then, the doors to the Hokage's office were kicked open with a crash. Slowly, an elderly man walked in, his right eye wrapped in bandages. In the shadows of the hidden leaf, the one who commands the foundation, Shimura Danzo. Not this habit again. Haven't I told you before? Knock before you come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced over, his voice mild. A habit of over a decade is hard to break, Danzo replied offhandedly. The two fell silent, the office thick with quiet. Hiruzen, you've seen the footage too, haven't you? You know why I'm here. Danzo fixed his gaze on Hiruzen and spoke plainly. Naruto, that's right. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails doesn't need attachments. Hand him over to the Foundation, and I promise I'll shape him into a true, perfect Jinchuriki, Danzo declared. Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then replied in a low, steady voice. You can forget about it. I will never hand Naruto over to the Foundation. Hiruzen, you ought to realize just how crucial the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is to the village. Your gentle approach simply won't work on him. Only I. Hiruzen cut him off sharply, his tone fierce. Enough. Danzo, you need to remember, right now, I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo let out a cold snort, then slammed the door as he stormed out. Once Danzo had left, silence fell over the office again. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jiraiya and Naruto appeared at the window and entered the office in a flash. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto called out the moment he saw the old man. Hiruzen's expression softened, the ferocity from before quickly melting away into warmth. Well done, little one, he said with a smile, filled with genuine pride, the scenes from the video fresh in his mind. He felt both pride and awe at the boy's strength. Old man, you're looking more worried these days, Jiraiya remarked, sensing a lingering trace of Danzo's chakra. He looked over at Hiruzen. You two have been gone for over a decade, and now you come back giving me comfort. Hiruzen's voice hinted at reproach. Leaving this old man to guard the hidden leaf alone, while you two were out wandering, not a thought given to staying behind and helping me. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly. Yeah, I've had my hands full with some things. Hunting for that so-called child of prophecy. At that, a rare silence fell over Jiraiya. Child of prophecy? What's that? Naruto leaned in, eyes wide with confusion. He couldn't follow their conversation at all. Pervy sage, how long will it take before you teach me some awesome jutsu? You knucklehead, what's the rush? Go play somewhere, Jiraiya said, exasperated, shooing Naruto out of the office. Naruto grumbled in protest, but left the Hokage's office and headed straight for the Konoha hospital. He wanted to give the healing potion, rewarded by the heavenly curtain, to Bushy Brows and see whether it could help with his injuries. Oh, right, there was also Hinata. Her injuries back then had been quite serious, too. It was said she was still recuperating at home. Yes, he definitely needed to check on her as well. Through the window, you could see Naruto's figure growing smaller as he walked away. Jiraiya gazed after him, a melancholy expression on his face, and said quietly, Old man, some of the choices you've made these past years might have gone a bit too far. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only let out a long sigh, and in that moment, he seemed to age several more years. Yes, I owe them a debt. But there are truths in this world that simply can't be changed, he replied in a soft, resigned voice. Konoha Hospital. Winding his way through several corridors, Naruto finally arrived at Konoha Hospital. Fortunately, as soon as he entered, he bumped into Shikamaru. After a brief discussion, the two of them made their way to Rock Lee's hospital room. Bushy Brows, we've come to see you. That was Naruto and Shikamaru. After asking for the location of Lee's room, they headed straight there. Naruto pushed open the door first, calling out cheerfully, Is that Naruto? And Shikamaru too. Lee, who had been about to get out of bed for some rehabilitation exercises, was startled for a moment, but then broke into a delighted grin. Yeah, how's your injury, Bushy Brows? Naruto stepped forward, looking Lee up and down with a playful smile. Still the same as before. At this, Lee's expression turned a little bitter. With injuries like that, making a full recovery in such a short time seems nearly impossible. Shikamaru shot him a glance, then continued. Lee, your leg. Lee's usually spirited face dimmed with sadness. Opening the 5 gates back then had damaged him at his core, and the additional blow from Gaara's sand only made things worse. To this day, they still hadn't found a way to heal him. As for Guy-sensei, he was out searching for help all over Konoha, and still hadn't returned. Hey, I actually have something here that might just fix Bushy Brows for real. Naruto suddenly put on a mysterious air, grinning as he spoke. At this, the other two stared at him in surprise. Since the Heavenly Curtain's rewards hadn't been made public, they had no idea Naruto had received anything. Look, it's this. Naruto pulled out a small bottle filled with a vibrant green potion and placed it in front of Lee, explaining, This was a reward I got from the Heavenly Curtain before. It's supposed to be, well, anyway, it's a magical potion that can heal your leg, Bushy Brows, just like that. Hearing this, both Lee and Shikamaru were stunned, their eyes drawn to the potion in Naruto's hand. Was there really something like this in the world? Have you tested it before? Shikamaru asked with a serious look. Though the remedy sounded tempting, in all the ninja world, Shikamaru had never heard of anything like it. Something that could heal such fundamental injuries in an instant. Even that legendary princess couldn't do such a thing. Naruto froze for a moment. Now that he thought about it, he actually hadn't tried it yet. He'd been in such a rush when he got it. He hadn't even tested it himself. Bushy Brows, why don't you give it a try? I get the feeling the Heavenly Curtain wouldn't lie to me, Naruto murmured softly. After all, before receiving the potion, Naruto had already gotten another reward. At that time, his chakra had instantly increased tenfold. Because of this first-hand experience, he was firmly convinced that the Heavenly Curtain couldn't deceive him. As soon as he finished speaking, a hush fell over the hospital room. And then, let me give a shot, Lee said gravely. Compared to remaining in this state forever, it was better to roll the dice, to stake his entire life, his future, and everything that lay ahead on this gamble. And perhaps wager on the chance that the underdog could finally triumph over the genius's path. Hearing this, Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a deep look. Then, Naruto stepped forward. He uncorked the vial and poured the green potion into a cup. Instantly, a wave of vibrant energy seemed to radiate from the luminous liquid. That sensation left them deeply refreshed, their bodies relaxing down to the last cell, a calm clarity blooming inside them. Surprised only for a moment, Lee then raised the cup and drank the potion in one gulp. The next instant, his face flushed crimson. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lee suddenly shuddered, stamping his foot so hard that the floor shook. A loud thud echoed through the room. "I'm fine now." Seeing this, Naruto and Shikamaru's faces lit up with joy, their eyes wide with amazement. The potion really had healed Lee. "Yeah, congratulations, bushy brows." Naruto laughed, happiness clear in his voice. After all, he truly didn't want to see Lee suffer any longer. Am I really cured?" Lee stared at himself in disbelief. His legs were whole and uninjured, moving freely. He was healthier than he'd ever been. "Naruto, thank you." Overwhelmed with joy, Lee lunged forward and hugged Naruto tightly, tears streaming freely as his excitement spilled over. It's fine, big bro," Naruto mumbled, trying to pry Lee off, but the grip was too tight. He had no choice but to sigh in resignation. "I still think we'd better have a doctor take a look, just to play it safe," Shikamaru suggested. Though the potion worked miraculously, professional inspection was sensible. After all, who could be sure it wasn't just a temporary effect, or only skin deep? All right, so they called for a medical professional and had Lee undergo a thorough examination. When the results came back, the doctor was stunned. Such a severe injury restored in an instant? With the diagnosis in hand, they proceeded to discharge Lee from the hospital. Outside the hospital, "Naruto, how many times can you still use that potion?" Shikamaru asked. "Twice more." "Why? What's up, Shikamaru?" Naruto replied, puzzled. "Twice, huh? Listen, Naruto, you must never let anyone know you have that thing. If word ever gets out, it could bring you all sorts of trouble." Shikamaru was as sharp as ever and could easily read Naruto's thoughts. He knew that once Naruto got excited about something, he could hardly keep it to himself. It was best to avoid problems before they started. "Huh, really?" Then, as if recalling something important, Naruto grabbed his two companions and hurried toward the heart of the village. "I have one more place to go." It was the Hyuga clan. Their entire compound was nothing short of grand. Vast grounds and impressive buildings dominated the landscape. "Hinata was hurt back then, too. Since this potion is so amazing, and I've got 2 doses left anyway," Naruto said with a smile. He remembered quite clearly how badly Hinata had been injured that time. Though he always thought of her as shy and a bit odd, during that moment, she had helped him with her own special ointment. Just a dab, and his wounds seemed to heal almost instantly. It was strangely miraculous. What Naruto didn't realize, though, was that his own body's extraordinary healing power, not the ointment, was what had really worked the miracle. Even now, he still foolishly believed it was all thanks to Hinata's amazing medicine. "You really are hopeless," Shikamaru said with a sigh, rubbing his forehead. He had just warned him, and Naruto had already forgotten. That was so typical of him. Soon after, the 3 followed a maid into the Hyuga estate, only to find it even bigger than they imagined. Naruto couldn't help but stare in awe. The Hyuga clan members, busy with their training, eyed the newcomers with curiosity. The recent incident with the sky barrier only heightened their interest in this loud, blonde boy. Of course, they also knew he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For that reason, the Hyuga weren't exactly welcoming. If Shikamaru hadn't been clever enough to mention Hinata's name, they likely would have thrown Naruto out before he ever stepped foot inside. "So that's him? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What's he doing here?" Glaring at him with their pearly Byakugan eyes, the Hyuga children made Naruto visibly uneasy. He felt completely out of place. Young Master Shikamaru, little Lee, and Naruto, Master Hinata, is just inside. "I'll leave you here," the maid said quickly before slipping away. In the courtyard beyond, young Hinata sat quietly. Beside her, a thin and delicate figure. Another girl with those same white eyes sat in silence. "Hey, Hinata!" Catching sight of her, Naruto grinned and waved his hand high, calling out. Hinata, who had been lost in thought about Naruto, froze at the sound of his voice. After a moment's disbelief, she turned and saw him, standing there with his friends. In that instant, she froze. That was Naruto. Could it be that I'm just seeing things? Naruto, how could he possibly be here? For a moment, her face flushed a deep crimson. She stood flustered, unsure of what to do, while little Hanabi blinked her wide eyes, staring straight at Naruto. Curiosity sparkled in that gaze. So this is the Naruto my sister always talks about. Or is this the one who ascended to the heavens? In Naruto. Only when he drew closer did Hinata finally react, her cheeks suddenly blazing red. Her trembling fingers fidgeted nervously. Naruto actually came to her home. What's wrong, Hinata? Your cheeks are so red. Are you still not feeling well? Naruto leaned in, concern coloring his voice. Hinata's blush only deepened, and she dared not meet his eyes. A puff of imaginary steam seemed to drift from her head, as if she had transformed into a little steam engine out of embarrassment. Teach, thank you for your concern. Naruto. Hinata bowed her head ever so slightly, still unable to look at him, fiddling shyly with her fingers. She felt a wave of happiness. Naruto was truly worried about her. It moved her deeply. Her outward composure was calm, but inside, she was bubbling with excitement and joy. Hinata felt delighted and touched. At last, the boy she liked had finally noticed her. Shikamaru, Lee, and Hanabi watched the scene, their expressions growing subtly mischievous. A teasing glint flashed through Shikamaru's eyes. Even Lee, usually so oblivious, picked up on the shift between Naruto and Hinata, his face contorting with bemused surprise. Only little Hanabi seemed disgruntled. This Naruto Uzumaki, he's just too much. Naruto, since you're here, give Hinata what you brought, Shikamaru prompted. Truthfully, he had no desire to linger long in the Hyuga household. After all, everyone here had those piercing white eyes. Ever since they'd arrived, he felt as if he were being seen right through. Oh right, I almost forgot. Naruto smacked his forehead, then quickly pulled out a small vial, handing it to Hinata. Hinata, if your injuries haven't fully healed yet, give this a try. The last time Bushy Brows was hurt, he recovered with this potion. It's amazing. Hinata's heart was warmed by his kindness. Her cheeks flushed anew. She thought to herself, deeply touched. Naruto went out of his way for me. I can't let him down. All right, Naruto. Hinata nodded softly, uncapping the vial. With Naruto gazing at her expectantly, she tilted back her head and took a careful sip. At once, a tingling warmth swept through her body, soothing and comforting, a gentle fullness spreading through her heart. The pain in her body faded away completely, as if her wounds had been instantly mended. Hinata stared ahead in utter astonishment. Her injuries, they were truly healed? So how is it? How is it? Naruto leaned in close, his face full of concern as he asked. Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the handsome face just inches away, she seemed momentarily dazed. Feeling the warmth of his breath and looking into those sky-blue eyes, Hinata's cheeks turned pink right before his eyes, the blush spreading rapidly. So close, so close. Naruto's face is so close. What's wrong? Are you not feeling better yet? Naruto looked at her flushed cheeks, a hint of worry on his face, then gently placed his palm on her forehead to check. With a sudden rush, Hinata seemed to turn into a cloud of steam. Her vision swirled, and she fainted right to the ground. Hinata, what's wrong? Don't scare me like that. Naruto cried out in alarm. This is all your fault. Little Hanabi scolded him, giving an indignant huff, exuding a rather haughty energy. I didn't do anything. Naruto stammered in a panic. Could it be something was wrong with the medicine? That shouldn't be. After all, Bushy Brows was cured just fine, wasn't he? It's okay. Hinata just fainted for a moment. Shikamaru chimed in, then shot Naruto a surprised look and said, Didn't you notice? Notice what? Naruto was utterly baffled. Shikamaru just shook his head. Never mind. After a while, Hinata finally came to. Just as Naruto was about to step forward to ask how she felt, Lee and Shikamaru stopped him. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata whispered, her cheeks flushed red, barely daring to meet his eyes. It's nothing. We're friends, and helping friends is what friends do. Naruto broke into a silly grin, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, from high in the sky, the barrier above trembled mightily, and a thunderous crash echoed throughout the entire ninja world. At once, countless people turned their eyes upward, gazing at that shimmering veil in the sky, their expressions full of awe and anticipation. Is there another challenge? I wonder what's coming next. Could it be someone from the Leaf Village again? The last 2 times it was, wasn't it? Is it Naruto again? I doubt it this time. Among the Hyuga clan, Naruto and his companions looked up at the sky, their hearts pounding with excitement. The most thrilled of them all, of course, was Naruto Uzumaki. Since the Great Veil had appeared, people all over the ninja world had begun to admire and acknowledge him, warming the once lonely corners of his heart. It's starting again. I wonder what's coming up next. Naruto said with a bright, cheerful grin. What does Bon mean? Hearing this mysterious question ring out from the heavens, everyone in the ninja world froze. A bond? The bond between ninja? A bond? Does that just mean comrades? I think I understand, but maybe not. A bond? Could mean friends? Or is it something more? It can't be that simple, can it? There must be a deeper meaning behind it all. Each of the great kage of the ninja world had their own interpretation of those words. Kakashi gazed at the mention of bonds, and memories of Obito surfaced, plunging him into a quiet melancholy. Another silhouette flickered through his mind. Might Guy. Naruto, too, was taken aback as he stared up at the question displayed in the sky. He thought of Team 7, and at last of Sasuke. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage raised his eyes to the sky and thought of Killer Bee. If anything could be called a bond, then he and Bee embodied the greatest bond the Hidden Cloud had ever known. Bar none. Ding. Suddenly, the celestial screen faded into darkness. Under the eager, breathless gaze of all, a new image slowly materialized. In this vision, a young man with a striking, handsome face and clad in white gazed out with the vivid design of the Mangekyo, Sharingan, reflected in his eyes. Opposing him stood another man, perhaps not as striking, dressed also in white, but exuding an extraordinary, commanding presence. Azura. That was Indra's voice. His Mangekyo, Sharingan, flared, and a colossal Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall and wreathed in violet energy, enveloped him as he let out a thunderous roar. Brother! The man called Azura bellowed in response, clapping his hands together. At his feet, a giant thousand-armed Buddha loomed into existence. Their first clash, nothing but a mere touch, sent shockwaves tearing through mountains and valleys, threatening to rend the very earth and sky. As the ninja world watched in stunned silence, a collective gulp echoed in the air. They stared at the sky in awe and terror. This battle, far beyond anything previously witnessed, was raw, cataclysmic power, as if capable of ending the world itself. What is that? Who are they? Are such mighty beings truly part of the ninja world? Are they truly ninjas? Could it be the legendary Susanoo, Mangekyo Sharingan, who besides the so-called Azura of the ninja world could possibly awaken the Mangekyo? Incredible, by the gods, is that wood style? That's the wood style wielded by Hashirama, the god of shinobi. Who are these people? How do they possess such phenomenal power? Why haven't we ever heard of them? Among the 12 rookies, still just genin. Shock and awe were written across every face. Even Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the terror ordinary men feel when standing before giants. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. That's it. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is a complete Susanoo. Inoki declared, shaken to the core and overwhelmed with emotion. Staring at the titanic Susanoo and the thousand-armed Buddha on the screen, Inoki felt himself transported back to that unforgettable day. The day Madara Uchiha toyed with them as if they were children, so effortlessly overpowering all resistance, leaving them no hope of defiance. That power, it was nothing less than the might of God. Grandfather, but even Madara Uchiha wouldn't look like that, right? Although Karatsuchi was deeply shaken, her face was still puzzled. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Inside the Hokage's office, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya wore expressions heavy with astonishment and seriousness. Those eyes, and especially the wood release technique the man unleashed, weighed heavily on them. In this ninja world, besides the first Hokage, is there anyone else who can wield wood release? Jiraiya murmured to himself. The image of Tenzo, later known as Yamato, surfaced in Hiruzen's mind. He was the Umbu member who had transplanted the first Hokage's cells, granting him the ability to use wood release techniques. Still, Yamato's wood release was nothing compared to the overwhelming power they were now witnessing. I've made up my mind. Right here, we'll build a village, our own village. A place where children don't have to risk their lives on the front lines. The scene shifted. Atop a cliff, looking out over a dense and boundless forest. Two boys stood there, one with a pageboy haircut, arms flung wide, shouting to the sky. If we build a village here, I'll finally be able to protect my little brother, declared the other, a boy with a wild, rebellious hairstyle, and he grinned. Ha ha ha. Ah, the very beginning of those boys' dream. Wait, that place looks so familiar. Could it be Konoha? And those two boys? Why do they seem so familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before? The vision shifted again. Madara Uchiha appeared, his eyes ablaze with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, astride a menacing nine tails, sweeping a massive blade as he charged his opponent. Hashirama, his opponent, Hashirama Senju, clapped his hands together, summoning a towering, colossal wooden Buddha that erupted from the ground to meet Madara's attack. Madara! The two titans closed in on each other, their impact earth-shattering, devastating enough to erase mountains in their wake. A single moment, and countless mountains were leveled to dust. That's the god of shinobi and the demon of the ninja world? It's actually them? Wait, a bond? What does that mean? I'm a little lost now. What exactly is the sky curtain trying to show us? So those two kids earlier, they were the god of shinobi and the demon of the ninja world? Impossible. Who would have thought the awe-inspiring god of shinobi used to have such a cute pageboy haircut? So this is what legendary ninja battles really look like. Even the aftershocks alone can reshape the landscape. How unimaginable the might of that battle must have been back then. No way. Is it the Nine Tails? You gotta be kidding. Madara Uchiha could actually control the Nine Tails. Even throughout the 5 great nations, ninja everywhere were left shaken. These were the legendary shinobi whose battles were so intense that even the mightiest among them would not dare approach. Once you draw near, only destruction awaits. The Hyuga clan. So powerful. Naruto stared in awe, shaken to the core. The sight before him challenged everything he thought he knew. This kind of battle was something he'd only ever imagined in his dreams. Even Shikamaru and the others were left speechless, their minds stilled by the sheer legend unfolding before their eyes, astonished by this clash of titans. Are they really the legendary ninja? Naruto whispered, half to himself. Since childhood, Naruto had always dreamed of becoming a hero. He admired every Hokage who came before, but the story he'd heard most often, the one that gripped him, was of the 4th Hokage, who gave everything to seal away the nine-tailed fox. He admired the Hokage. He looked up to skilled ninja. His greatest dream was to become someone even greater, a ninja who would surpass every Hokage in history, to become cooler and stronger than even the 4th. But at this moment, a trace of doubt crept into his heart. Could he really, truly, ever become stronger than the 2 figures locked in battle before his eyes? To go beyond the Hokage, such a feat. Even Naruto, for all his determination, could not suppress a tremor of fear. It was a shock that came from deep within, shaking him to his very soul. On the screen above, the scene shifted once more. Now, it was a bamboo forest. Those who break the rules and regulations are considered scum, but those who don't treasure their comrades are worse than scum. It was a young Uchiha boy with goggles, speaking to the boy behind him. To me, your father, Tsukumo Hatake, is the true hero. In that moment, the masked boy stood there in stunned silence. The place of training. Kakashi stared at the scene in disbelief. That was Obito. The word from years ago now echoed once more. That was you, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, glancing at Kakashi. At this, Kakashi only nodded and fell silent, sinking again into memory. That's Kakashi-sensei. Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed, stunned to see what their teacher had looked like as a youth. So, Kakashi-sensei has always worn a mask, huh? Naruto observed, his tone both puzzled and amused. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It was young Kakashi, his fists slamming again and again onto the massive boulder before him. Buried beneath the rock was a boy, his body half lost beneath the rubble. Save your strength, Kakashi. I'm not gonna make it, Obito said. I don't deserve to be captain. I don't deserve to be a jonin. Kakashi and the girl at his side were already weeping, tears streaming down their faces. Oh, that's right. I remember. Everyone else gave you a gift for becoming a jonin, except me. I thought about it. I'm giving you this Sharingan. Let my Sharingan help you see the future. I leave Rin to you. I still haven't confessed to Rin. The scene unfolding in the sky was the one Kakashi least wished to recall. Every time it resurfaced in his mind, it brought with it a wave of sorrow, a heavy sense of suffocation and shame. He had killed Rin by his own hand. He had broken his promise. He had failed to keep the vow he made with Obito. Sasuke's emotions were tangled as he watched. He could never quite understand why Kakashi, clearly not of the Uchiha clan, possessed a Sharingan. And now, he finally knew. The reason was this: a friend, entrusting it to him in his final moments. A friend, lost forever. His thoughts drifted to Naruto, and then to the memory of a grown-up Naruto's words from the earlier scene. Words that hinted he might be dead as well. If I die, he then thought of Itachi, gently touching his right eye. Would he, in the end, entrust his own Sharingan to someone, just as Obito did? If he truly died, then what of revenge? What of everything he had been pursuing? Where would it all lead? If I am truly doomed to fall? Inside the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura was already weeping uncontrollably. So even Kakashi-sensei had faced such tragedy in his past. That boy, the Uchiha boy. My God, this is heartbreaking. Even at the moment of death, thinking only of his comrade. This must be the bond the vision in the sky speaks of. So, that's what the title means? But somehow, it feels more complicated than that. To think that Kakashi, the copy ninja, received his Sharingan from a comrade. I can't bear it. What kind of friendship is this? That Obito, he was so pure-hearted, wasn't he? Why? Why show us something like this? To die before confessing. What a pity. Chidori. The scene suddenly shifted, and everyone in the shinobi world was left stunned. Kakashi, Rin stared at him in a daze, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. It was the Chidori's lightning, piercing Rin's chest, a moment frozen for all to see, both inside the vision and out. In the vision, Kakashi's eyes were vacant, yet brimming with grief and tears. He felt that choking pain all over again, a pain he would rather never remember, nor see again in even the darkest of dreams. It was me who killed Rin. That memory floated up once more, the scene from that night, a nightmare now flashing before his eyes yet again. Kakashi. Through the haze, deep within his mind, he saw her, a girl, looking straight at him, eyes wide open in her final moments. Kakashi, you promised. You said you would protect Rin. Obito's voice echoed in his head, making Kakashi's pupils shrink in an instant. All at once, he was overwhelmed by despair. It was me. I'm the one who caused Rin's death. At this moment, Kakashi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, guilt written all over his face as he spoke. Kakashi, seeing how deeply changed Kakashi was, Sasuke's own expression shifted with surprise. In the world of shinobi. What's going on? Kakashi killed Rin? What actually happened? Didn't Kakashi promise Obito? So why would he kill her with his own hands? What's really behind all of this? Something's off. Just look at Kakashi's eyes in that scene. I bet there's a reason we don't know about yet. Exactly. It's too soon to draw any conclusions. Who's to say Rin wasn't being controlled by someone? Maybe she ran into Chidori on purpose. The Hyuga clan. Kakashi-sensei killed his own teammate with his own hands. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the sight before him, unable to believe what he saw. That version of Kakashi, who always spoke of protecting his comrades. How could he possibly do such a thing? I don't buy it. There has to be an explanation, Naruto said, his voice firm with conviction. He believed in his teacher. Kakashi was not that kind of person. There must be something they didn't know. Somewhere in the Hidden Leaf Village, Might Guy, who had sought medical advice many times, glanced up at the sky, his thick eyebrows furrowing with concern. In the Hokage's office. The wounds from that incident back then are still far from healed for Kakashi, aren't they? Hiruzen let out a long sigh as he spoke. To you, am I no longer a comrade? Am I nothing at all? Do none of the things we did as Team 7 mean anything to you? That was a voice familiar to every shinobi across the world, and with it came a new scene. The picture showed two great statues standing before a lake. That's me. Hearing the voice, Naruto Uzumaki froze for a split second, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Shikamaru and the others all wore expressions of shock, except for Hinata, whose face was clouded with deep worry. In the image, Uchiha Sasuke stood atop the finger of Madara Uchiha statue, gazing down at Naruto by the water's edge. It wasn't meaningless. To me, you're my closest friend. Your closest friend. So why would you? On screen, Sasuke immediately interrupted, his Sharingan flashing with two tomo as he spoke softly. Precisely because you're my closest friend, that's why you're the one I have to kill. The entire Konoha 12 were stunned, silence gripping them and disbelief clear in their eyes. Naruto's eyes, too, flew wide with shock. His face was filled with confusion and hurt. What's going on? Why would Sasuke want to kill me? What does any of this mean? Naruto could not understand why. After all they'd been through as friends and comrades, Sasuke would say something so deeply hurtful. What could possibly be the reason? Naruto. Hinata was filled with worry for him. At the same time, Sasuke was just as stunned. His eyes were wide with shock. What was happening? Did he really want to kill Naruto? How was that even possible? Kakashi, too, was jolted back to his senses by what the heavenly screen had revealed, feeling a chill of unease deep in his heart. In the village of Konoha, Sakura stared up at the celestial display in utter disbelief. Sasuke, her companion, her teammate. Sasuke wanted to kill Naruto? What on earth was going on? What had happened in the future to lead to this? No way. Sasuke actually wants to kill Naruto? Wasn't everything fine between them in the earlier scenes? What happened? Did Sasuke just snap all of a sudden? The scene on the screen shifted. This time, all I need is a fleeting whim, and I could take your life, Naruto. The image showed the first reunion of Naruto and Sasuke 3 years later. Sasuke, in his white cloak, set his hand on Naruto's shoulder, his words murmured closely into Naruto's ear. He drew the Kusanagi sword, the blade moving slowly in sync with his voice, unsheathing with chilling intent. If you can't even save one comrade, how could you ever become Hokage? Am I right, Sasuke? In the vision, Naruto's voice was calm, almost unnervingly so. What is going on? Have comrades really turned their blades on each other? Seriously? What kind of bond is this story trying to show us? Back in Konoha, Sasuke wants to kill Naruto? What is happening? Ino exclaimed in shock from the flower shop. Even the so-called Konoha 12 stood awestruck by Sasuke's chilling words on the screen. Was this really the genius they all knew? The scene shifted again. It was the first valley of the end battle. Naruto, I'm going to defeat you. Chidori. There was Sasuke, standing in the waterfall, his left hand sparking as he summoned the power of Chidori, then leaping down towards his rival. Naruto, standing on the lake below, stared up at the scene, eyes narrowing in determination as he quickly formed a glowing blue orb with his shadow clone's help. Rasengan. Naruto. Sasuke. Rasengan. Chidori. An explosive clash erupted. The Konoha 12 could only stare, stunned and bewildered, at this scene of comrades' blades crossing, their minds in turmoil. They could hardly believe it. Naruto and Sasuke, teammates, now stood opposed in deadly conflict. Had they truly reached the point of such an irreconcilable divide, to the extent of drawing steel against one another? Could that possibly be the fourth Hokage's technique? Rasengan. How could Naruto even know that jutsu? It's said that the only one who can use Rasengan right now is Lord Jiraiya, isn't it? No wonder then, if Naruto knows this move, it must be because he inherited it from Lord Jiraiya. Naruto gazed blankly at the powerful technique he had just used. He remembered the words of the pervy sage. Jiraiya had once told him that he would teach him a formidable ninjutsu, a technique invented by the fourth Hokage himself. So this was the trick. Rasengan, he murmured to himself, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Amazing! Shikamaru and the others exclaimed in awe. The two figures on the screen were truly on a level their current selves could not hope to match. It was hard to imagine. If it were Sasuke who possessed such power, that would make sense. But for Naruto, someone who was always at the bottom of the class, to wield this kind of strength as well, it was simply unbelievable. Hinata's eyes shimmered with something unusual. Naruto-kun, you're incredible. But even as she was filled with admiration, a hint of gloom shadowed her gaze. Compared to everything Naruto-kun has achieved, what do my own efforts even amount to? System prompt. First question. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Please listen to the question. Immediately, both Naruto and Sasuke jerked their heads up, staring blankly at the sky above. Why had they suddenly been singled out? As uncertainty filled their hearts and eyes. What does the other person mean to you? Upon hearing the question from above, both of them froze, caught off guard. Sasuke, especially, lowered his head and fell deep into thought. What does Naruto mean to him? What does he mean to Naruto? Comrade? Bond? Teammate? Or perhaps friend? Hyuga clan. Naruto, too, was silent after hearing the question, unable to make sense of it. To him, what was Sasuke? And to Sasuke, what was he? These were things he had never really considered. After all, the two of them were just Genin and Team 7 companions. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered, her voice trembling with worry. Soft, but filled with concern, so sincere that even the usually oblivious Naruto could sense it. Watching him lost in thought, Shikamaru and the others stayed quiet. This was a question only the two of them could answer. Naruto, what is Sasuke to you? Shikamaru finally spoke after a long silence, turning to him. Startled, Naruto's shoulders stiffened. He didn't quite understand why Shikamaru was asking. He's a comrade. No, that's not all. To me, you're my closest friend. For reasons he couldn't explain, Sasuke's voice from the earlier scene echoed in his mind, friend. Had Sasuke truly thought of him that way? This is something only you can answer. There's nothing we can do to help. Shikamaru said calmly, leaving everything to Naruto. Naruto-kun, you can do it. Lee encouraged, breaking into an acrobatic backflip in support. The ninja world. This question feels way above my level. I mean, I understand the words, but somehow the meaning slips away. What do I mean to you? It sounds so unfamiliar. I honestly have no idea how I'd answer. Is there anyone out there who can explain this? To me, she is my beloved, the bond that ties me for life, the one I will never regret having in this lifetime. Wow, seriously? People are even confessing their love in the comment section. Can someone get rid of this, please? Xiao Yi, what am I to you? Xiao Jia, to me you are my soulmate. Wait, since when did these two, passerby Jia and passerby, get such a prominent role? In the darkness beneath the leaves, deep within the shadowy foundation, Danzo gazed at the distant sky, falling silent as memories washed over him. He thought of Hiruzen, that man who had overshadowed him his entire life. Whether it was the Hokage or anything else, every single thing. He was always one step ahead. Hiruzen, what am I truly to you? Danzo murmured, his words barely louder than a whisper. And to him, Hiruzen, what did he mean? Such questions linger, worthy of deep reflection. After all, they were comrades in arms, partners, or perhaps confidants. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya also lapsed into silence for a while. Then Jiraiya let out a low sigh, his brows furrowed with that air of world weariness. To you, what am I? Jiraiya muttered, lost in thought. No one could say who haunted his mind, or why he'd left back then, a reason he'd never fully understood himself. Their companionship had seemed so certain. The legendary Sannin were inseparable, and now, scattered to the winds, each following their own path. For all sorts of reasons, long years had passed without reunion. Reflecting on it, perhaps the last time they'd set eyes on each other was more than a decade ago. Is there someone who means the world to you? At that time, Naruto couldn't begin to grasp the meaning behind such a question. Why had Haku asked it? Why tell him this at all? Someone important? Naruto absent-mindedly touched his heart. He remembered Irika's acceptance, Kakashi-sensei's heartfelt promise, and then, why would you save someone like me? Why do you have to stick your nose into things? You idiot, my body just moved on its own. You mustn't die. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a vigor he hadn't felt in so long, suffused with a new, surging energy. A friend. Yeah, to me, that stuck-up Sasuke is my best friend. Naruto proclaimed loudly, his voice ringing out towards the sky. Ding! Peering up at the sky, Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply at Naruto's answer. Friend to him. I'm his friend. Friend. Slowly, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. To me, that guy, he's my closest companion. My partner, above all else. Sasuke replied calmly. Ding! At those words, Naruto's whole body shuddered. Then he grinned like the sun breaking through a storm. That guy, that prickly Sasuke. The sky above slowly darkened, right before everyone's eyes. Then, gradually, a faint glimmer appeared, shining softly in the darkness. It was a cover. On the left stood Sasuke Uchiha. On the right, Naruto Uzumaki. On Sasuke's side, black flames roared and writhed. On Naruto's, it blazed bright, like a fire burning with unyielding intensity. The two elements vied against each other, neither side giving an inch. At the heart of the cover, Sasuke and Naruto stood back to back, one shrouded in shadows, the other bathed in light. We are friends. That single line slowly emerged in the sky above, floating in the darkness. A chorus of voices buzzed in the crowd. Is this going to be a video about Sasuke and Naruto? Are they about to fight? There's something odd about this cover. Why is it just the two of them? Who knows? Maybe it's a showdown, or something else. The 12 young warriors stared up at the sky, faces filled with confusion, except for Shikamaru, whose brow was deeply furrowed, as if he were piecing something together. He was sharp. From just a glance at the cover, he already suspected that something significant was about to happen between the two. Could it be that Naruto and Sasuke are about to battle? Lee asked excitedly. What do you think, Shikamaru? Shikamaru fell quiet for a moment, recalling the previous scene. Naruto and Sasuke confronting each other. A sudden gravity settled over Shikamaru as he spoke. They're going to fight. A fight to the death. The words stunned everyone, disbelief spreading through their expressions. Shikamaru, are you kidding? Naruto asked, baffled. Don't you get it? In that last scene, Sasuke said it outright. He wants to kill you, Shikamaru replied gravely. The mood grew tense. Ordinary sparring wouldn't have worried them, but when talk turned to death, it became another matter entirely. Hinata's eyes brimmed with worry. Her small hands balled into tight fists. If I'm right, the Sasuke in that vision, he's not the same as the one we know now. He might really try to kill you, Naruto. Shikamaru's words hit Naruto like a heavy blow, but he shook his head and declared, Impossible. Sasuke would never do that. And if he really does, someone asked, then I'll stop him. Naruto answered, unwavering. Elsewhere in the hidden leaf, Sakura watched the two figures on the screen, her face etched with worry. She finally understood. Sasuke and Naruto, destined to fight. And perhaps it was a future she dreaded most of all. No, it can't turn out like that, her eyes reddened. As a fellow member of Team 7, she knew what these two meant to each other. Yet all along, their true feelings had remained a mystery, even to her. There's something wrong with this cover, someone exclaimed, echoing the unease everyone felt. What's so odd about it? Isn't this just an ordinary cover? Look at the stance depicted on that cover. Feels like a deadly battle is about to take place. A deadly battle? Are you kidding? Aren't they supposed to be friends? You muscleheads really don't get it. Wasn't it explained clearly in the earlier scene? Sasuke wants to kill Naruto. Why on earth would Sasuke want to kill Naruto? Who knows? Could be good, could be bad, but nothing trivial is happening in that scene. Could it be that Sasuke intends to defect? At those words, the 12 strongest of the Leaf Village were taken aback. Even Sasuke himself was startled. Defecting? Did he really plan to defect in the future? And if he did, there could only be one reason. Power. Chime. That's the gate of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, and the others have been waiting there for a while. That's us. The 12 stared up at the sky screen in shock, while Kiba grinned. At last, his own moment had come. Haha, it's finally starting. I'm getting excited. Can't wait to see what'll happen in the video next. Feels like Naruto and Sasuke are about to go head-to-head. But who'll come out on top? Hard to say. People all over the ninja world turned their eyes to the video, filled with anticipation. Naruto, this is the one thing I'll ever ask you. On screen, Sakura stood with her head bowed, tears streaming down her face as she quietly pleaded with Naruto. I beg you please bring Sasuke back. Watching the scene, everyone in the ninja world fell silent, troubled by what passed before their eyes. Sakura, Ino murmured softly, feeling sadness for her friend. After all, a comrade running away, even ending in a deadly clash, would wound anyone. No matter how it ended, the one to suffer the most pain would be the girl before them. Naruto looked on, his mind adrift. His eyes were clouded with uncertainty. In the video, Naruto paused just for a moment. I can't stop him. I can't keep Sasuke from leaving. Right now, the only person who can stop him, who can save him, is you. Naruto. Sakura's crying was heart-wrenching, so much so that Naruto's face froze, his gaze dim. Yet he managed to give her a gentle smile and said, After all, Sakura, I know how much you care for Sasuke. So, I understand just how much this hurts you. In the video, Sakura stared blankly at Naruto, lost for a moment, as if recalling that day. That troublemaker never understood me. Not one bit. All he ever did was mess with me. He doesn't know a thing about me. He just drives me crazy. Whenever she thinks back on it, regret surges within her, making her voice catch in her throat. Meanwhile, Naruto gives Sakura a thumbs up, his smile as warm and radiant as the morning sun, and says, I'll be sure to bring Sasuke back. This is a promise that lasts a lifetime. Thank you, Naruto. The truth is, you understand me better than anyone. And the one who's always reached out to help me was always you. Huh, I just say what's on my mind. That's my ninja way. Watching the video, say what's in your heart. That's my ninja way. Gosh, why do my eyes feel so hot? Like something stinging them. A lifelong promise. Naruto is still just as warm, still just as kind. Young man, keep moving forward without fear. Bring Sasuke home. Across the whole ninja world, Naruto's heartfelt oath spreads like wildfire, moving people to tears, their eyes growing moist, stirred by his passion. As for Sakura, tears stream down her face, gratitude and remorse twisting together. Why, back then, why did I have to say those things? She must have been so hard to like back then, right? Hyuga clan. Naruto stands silent for a moment, then suddenly throws his head back and shouts, I will stop all of this from happening. Seeing this, a collective sigh of relief escapes the gathered crowd, while Hinata looks on, worry clouding her gaze. She wants to step forward and offer comfort, but hesitation holds her back. Envy. Sakura, I truly envy you. That's what Hinata thinks. She's envious of Sakura, envious that someone like her could mean so much to Naruto. Meanwhile, Hinata herself, she always felt painfully ordinary. But I won't give up. The video shifts. It's the Valley of the End, a broad lake flanked by two towering statues, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha stands atop the statue of Madara, while Naruto Uzumaki stands atop Hashirama. The two of them face each other, locked in opposition. Is that the Valley of the End? They're actually going to fight here? Are you kidding me? Do people really come to a place like this just to do battle? Back then, Hashirama and Madara settled their legendary grudge here. Who would have thought, decades later, a battle so similar would unfold again? Is this fate? No way, just one fight, and everyone jumps to these wild conclusions? Why are you all focused on Hashirama and Madara all of a sudden? Shock ripples through the entire Leaf Village, especially Kakashi, his Sharingan blazing as he stares unblinking at the sky. Everyone else looks on, tense and anxious. The video continues. Sasuke, are you running away from me? It's Naruto Uzumaki, his voice ringing out as he stares at Sasuke's retreating back, demanding an answer. Uchiha Sasuke slowly turned around, revealing a strangely unsettling face, half of it covered in ominous curse markings. Hey, Deadlast, is it your turn now? There was a calmness in Sasuke's voice. Naruto, meanwhile, was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. He remembered their days, training together, their shared missions. Thoughts of Team 7 came flooding back, along with the promises he'd made to Sakura. Clenching his fists in anger, Naruto demanded, "Why, Sasuke? Why did you become like this? Tell me." But Sasuke remained utterly composed, his gaze unwavering. "The way I am now is my own choice. I walk my own path, and no one has the right to tell me otherwise. To tell you the truth, I don't want to waste any more time in the Leaf Village with you all. Just go." Witnessing this, Naruto's pupils narrowed. The moment he dreaded most was unfolding before his eyes. Sasuke he was really going to defect. Across the ninja world, watching this moment, people began heatedly debating. Which one of them do you think has the best chance of winning? I kind of feel like Sasuke's got the edge. Naruto, obviously. He can summon Gamma Bunta. With a summoning beast of that level, even-tailed beasts are no match. Sasuke shouldn't be too much trouble, right? But why do I get the feeling Naruto wouldn't actually use that move against Sasuke? What's wrong with you guys at the gates? You can't even keep an eye on a genin? You let a traitor slip right through. So much for being the strongest village in the ninja world. They're nothing compared to our Cloud Village. Shut it, loudmouths from the Musclehead Village. Just seeing you makes me want to punch something. So what if we're the gates? You think you're all that? Come fight me one-on-one if you dare. Fine then. I'm not scared. Name a place, and I'll show you who's boss. If you've really got guts, come over to the Land of Lightning. See if you make it back alive. TCH, if you can't play, don't talk big. Land of Lightning? Why don't you come visit the Land of Fire? Us from the Mist Village are just sitting here, keeping quiet. Same for us in the Sand Village. Just watching from sidelines. And us from the Stone Village. The video continued. Choji Kiba, Niji, Shikamaru Bushibrow. They all risked their lives to bring you back. Naruto exclaimed. Well, that must have been tough for you all, replied Sasuke, face expressionless, completely unfazed. At his words, Shikamaru and the others faltered, pained by his indifference. They never liked this guy much to begin with, but as teammates, they hadn't hesitated to chase after him. In the end, this was what they got in return. That was what played out on the screen. Let me remind you one last time. Even if our relationship with Sasuke isn't exactly close, we're all ninja of the Hidden Leaf. We're comrades. So no matter what, we have to bring him back. That's what it means to be a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. Before they set out, Shikamaru, who had been appointed as the team leader, spoke these words to Naruto and the others. Naruto leapt up, covering almost 100 meters in a single bound, charging straight to Sasuke. With a heavy thud, what do our comrades in the leaf mean to you? Naruto pinned Sasuke to the ground, raining down punch after punch, until blood began to trickle from the corner of Sasuke's mouth. That's it, Naruto. Don't hold back. Give him what he deserves. How can he treat his friends from the leaf like this? Kiba waved his fist in agitation, his voice brimming with frustration. Yeah, let him have it, Naruto. What does this guy take the leaf for, anyway? The Hyuga clan watched in silence. I can't say I'm fond of Sasuke, but as ninja of the leaf, as comrades, we can't just stand by and do nothing, Shikamaru said, eyes fixed on Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude, with a glimmer of blame rising towards Sasuke's words. What's wrong with you, really? What are you even trying to do? In the video, Sasuke's expression remained cold. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the droplets splattering across Naruto's determined face, and replied calmly, If I stay with you all, will I really become stronger? I'm going to Orochimaru. At those words, Naruto's rage boiled over. He grabbed Sasuke by the collar and roared. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage and tried to destroy the leaf. Why on earth would he ever help you for nothing? He only wants to use your body as a vessel. If you go to him, you might never come back. I'll never let you do this. Naruto's words sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world. The third Hokage was killed by Orochimaru? Impossible. What's happening? What in the world's going on? Naruto looks about the same age as he is now, and the third is already dead? Orochimaru, when did he? In the Hokage's office, the whole atmosphere turned somber, especially on the face of the third Hokage himself. His expression was dark and thunderous. Just from watching a video, he had learned of his own death, as if calamity had dropped from the sky. Orochimaru, that fiend. Jiraiya tensed suddenly, his eyes clouded by inescapable fury. That man had really gone that far. Beyond the leaf, in the land of rain, Itachi gazed up at the sky, lost for a moment in silent thought. Itachi, you shouldn't stay out in the rain for so long. It's bad for your health, said Kisame, shouldering his Samahata, offering a warm smile to the man sitting out on the rain-washed bridge. Itachi did not reply. Is it your younger brother? The last remaining boy of the Uchiha clan? To think that at such a young age, he already harbors such deep hatred. Itachi gazed up at the sky, driven by his pursuit of strength, Sasuke was willing to surrender his body and go to Orochimaru. Gradually, he fell silent. He felt it was all his fault. All of Konoha was frozen in shock, and then panic began to spread. The Hokage is dead? The third Hokage dead? Killed by Orochimaru? The 5 great shinobi nations. Fourth Raikage. That old man actually died, and by Orochimaru's hand? TSK, TSK. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you really have grown old. Anoki. Rogue ninjas, Sasuke, Itachi, Orochimaru. TSK, TSK. Konoha, you've grown decadent. It's only a matter of time before you fall. Meitarumi. Killed by your own student. How does that feel, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Hiruzen Sarutobi. How exactly did Orochimaru manage to kill the third? Did he already sneak into Konoha by that time? How had he gotten in? Did he follow the sand-hidden ninja? Now that you mention it, maybe that's possible. I don't care. As long as I can gain power, it doesn't matter what I have to do. In the video, Sasuke's voice is icy and indifferent. All that matters is getting stronger. Even if it means handing his body over to Orochimaru, so be it. Just after this, in the video, Sasuke begins to laugh. He grabs Naruto by the collar and slowly lifts him up, then lands a punch straight into Naruto's chest. Crash! Naruto's eyes flew open wide, a mouthful of blood bursting out. In the end, he plunged into the lake below. So strong. This power. I can feel it surging through me, Sasuke murmured to himself, unable to hide his wild excitement as he stared at his own hands. Naruto pulled himself from the water, only to charge back into battle with Sasuke. Multitudes of shadow clones joined the fray. But in the end, Naruto still couldn't match this new Sasuke and was hurled into the lake once more. On screen, Sasuke gazed silently at Naruto in the water, his expression calm. In his mind, flashes of memories drifted by. If you want to kill me, then hate me. I'm an avenger. As long as I can find power, no matter how deep the darkness, I must defeat you. Splash. In the video, Naruto once again drags himself from the lake, this time gathering the strength to stand atop the water. He looked at Sasuke, sadness overflowing in his eyes, and said, "To you, I'm no longer a comrade. Nothing at all, am I? Everything we did as Team 7, does it all mean nothing to you? No, it's not meaningless. To me, you're my closest friend." Sasuke stood atop the stone statue, looking down at Naruto, his voice calm and distant. "Your closest friend? Then why would you?" "That's exactly why. You're the only one worthy of dying by my hand." Sasuke cut him off, his words laced with murderous intent. Their eyes locked, staring at each other from above and below. "I may not fully understand what you're after, but do you really want to take my life, Sasuke?" Naruto gazed up at Sasuke, sadness flickering in his eyes, burying his words in a heavy tone. Right now, Sasuke truly seemed ready to kill him. Sasuke seems a little unhinged in this scene. Because they're friends, he thinks Naruto is the only one worth killing? That makes no sense at all. This looks bad. Naruto can't possibly match Sasuke right now. What now? He's not really going to get killed, is he? There's no way. We all know Naruto survives well into the future. He can't die here. Hyuga clan. Closest friend? For a fleeting moment, hope flickered in Naruto's eyes. Then his gaze shifted, clouded with confusion. Closest friend. So why, Sasuke, are you doing something I can't understand? What are you truly thinking? What does your heart desire? What is it really? Naruto was tangled in uncertainty. At this moment, he couldn't grasp Sasuke's real thoughts or the reasons behind his actions. On the screen, Naruto stood on the surface of the lake, staring at Sasuke perched on the statue above. In the next instant, they dashed toward one another with explosive speed. The statues loomed. The two figures closed the distance, 10 meters. 5, 1. A sharp impact echoed. Both blocked each other's fists, but Sasuke immediately pressed the attack, grabbing a kunai from Naruto's pouch and hurling it right back at him. Naruto reacted with the same speed, whipping a shuriken from his pouch strapped to his leg and sending it flying at Sasuke. Another sharp clash rang out. But in that instant, Sasuke lunged close, landing a powerful kick that knocked Naruto straight into the lake. "I told you before," Sasuke said coldly. "You've been waiting for this moment too, haven't you? Now Sakura and Kakashi aren't here. No one's left to stop us. This time, it's just us. One last fight to settle everything. I will defeat you." Sasuke's hands formed seals with lightning speed. It sounded as though 1,000 birds were shrieking in his palm. Chidori. At the top of the screen, Naruto lifted his head and glared fiercely at Sasuke. Anger swelled in his words. "Bastard, I'm going to beat some sense into you. And even if I have to drag you back, I will." Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared, quickly beginning to form a ball of energy in its hands. Finally, a blue, glowing sphere took shape, coalescing in its palm. Rasengan. In a flash, the two lunged forward. Sasuke leaped down from the stone statue, while Naruto, aided by a shadow clone, hurled the Rasengan straight ahead. 10 meters, 5 meters, as the kunai sank silently to the lakebed. Boom! A tremendous impact erupted, sending a wall of water towering 10 meters high, causing the entire surface of a lake to churn and roil. Watching the intense battle erupting on screen, the ninja world was ablaze with excitement. Unstoppable surges of emotion rippled through their hearts. Rasengan versus Chidori, two super A-ranked jutsu, colliding head-to-head. I'm rooting for Naruto in this fight. Then I'm backing Sasuke. The 12 rookie ninjas were left stunned. They had never imagined the duel would reach such a fevered pitch. At the same time, they couldn't help but admit, this was no longer a fight where they could intervene. This is supposed to be a battle between Genin? I'd believe it if you told me they were Jonin. They call this Genin level? What does that make us? Can a Genin really use Rasengan and Chidori? If that's Genin level, then what am I, just skipping stones? Meanwhile, anticipation shone in Naruto's eyes. As he gazed up at the viewing screen, he too was eager to see which would prove more powerful, Rasengan or Chidori. Likewise, Sasuke looked up, full of expectation. It's not meaningless. To me, you're my best friend. For Sasuke to say something like that, that's why I have to use Rasengan to prove it. Crash. In their clash, both were blasted away, tumbling over the surface of the lake, neither gaining the upper hand. This time it was a true draw. Atia? Even from far away, both Naruto and Sasuke murmured softly. Damn it all. Beneath the water, Naruto's hoarse voice could be heard, thick with frustration. Then Sasuke was first to clamber out of the lake. Damn it. To think you could withstand my Chidori at full strength, such a technique. Sasuke remembered their rooftop battle from before, from that dead last. As he watched Naruto slowly rising from the lake's surface, Sasuke's eyes filled with darkness and murderous intent. Naruto! What the hell? That look in Sasuke's eyes isn't right. He's not really planning to kill Naruto, is he? Didn't they say earlier? Sasuke wants to kill Naruto. Is he really going to strike down Naruto? Strike his own comrade? Man, what on earth is Sasuke thinking? Naruto. Hinata gazed anxiously at the sky above. Now I have no doubts left, you really. On the screen, Naruto slowly turned his head. His face was filled with sorrow, and then, dragging himself up, he rose to his feet. You really want to kill me, Sasuke? Meanwhile, in the scene, the curse mark on Sasuke's neck began to spread, snaking shadows across his face. A cold smile surfaced as he spoke. You know, Naruto, if two shinobi of equal caliber fight just once, they can see straight into each other's hearts. You're too naive, Naruto. So, do you really think you understand what's in my heart? The thoughts buried deep inside me. With those words, Sasuke's hands flashed through a series of hand signs, and blazing fireballs erupted from his mouth. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. On the screen, Naruto barely dodged the attack, but Sasuke seized the moment, landing a precise side kick that sent him flying once again. At that moment, Naruto seemed to have lost his fighting spirit. No matter how relentless Sasuke's assault, Naruto was unable to put up any real resistance. What's going on? Naruto doesn't seem to have any will to fight. Why isn't he striking back? Something feels off. In the video, it looks like Naruto doesn't truly want to clash with Sasuke at all. And Sasuke actually wants to kill Naruto, while Naruto just wants to bring Sasuke back. This fight isn't fair at all. That's because Naruto would never use lethal force against a comrade. Naruto, the 12 comrades watched, concern clouding their eyes. They all knew that Naruto would never attack a friend, especially not one so close. But on screen, every move Sasuke made was deadly, pushing Naruto to the brink. If this went on, it was very possible that Naruto could be killed. Naruto, I know how you must be feeling. But if Sasuke really defects, what will you do? Shikamaru asked quietly, breaking Naruto's silence. I don't know, Naruto replied in confusion. Just as Sasuke had said, he didn't really understand what was truly in Sasuke's heart. Maybe Sasuke left because he wants revenge. He probably thinks as long as he stays in the comfort of the Leaf Village, he'll never get stronger. If things go that far, what would you do? Will you try to stop him? Or would you kill him? Naruto's face changed at these words, and then grew solemn. He answered, voice steady and determined. I'll stop him. I'll do whatever it takes to keep this from happening. The video continued playing. Sasuke, I know you're always alone. I first realized there were others like me, and it brought me a sense of relief, and I felt truly happy. Sasuke gazed up at the sky, quietly listening to Naruto's monologue as it played across the scene. Complex emotions flickered across his face. On the screen, a young Naruto looked at Sasuke, just as lonely, with no friends or companions, shunned by the village. Somehow, it made him feel at ease. When he discovered that he was not the only one in the world facing loneliness, that someone else shared his pain. When he understood there was someone just like him, at that moment, he really was happy. He wanted nothing more than to run straight over and speak to him. Honestly, I want to talk to you, but I never managed to say a word. Back then, young Sasuke was the class prodigy, perfect grades, skilled in everything, always surrounded by admiration, utterly unlike himself. I couldn't accept it, so I made you my rival. I didn't want to lose to you. The image flickered to a young Naruto, training desperately hard. He didn't want to be left behind. Because everyone called me a failure, it only made me want it more. Even after I joined Team 7 with you, nothing really changed. It was always the same. Through the video and Naruto's memories, they saw sides of him that no one had ever noticed before. Naruto, Sasuke watched it all with a deeply conflicted gaze. So, that's always how you felt. The 12 rookie ninjas sat in stunned silence, witnessing this for the first time. None of them had ever known what went on in Naruto's heart. But now, thanks to this vision in the sky, his truest feelings were revealed. Bare from them all, they could only sigh and wonder. Truth is, I always wanted to be like you. You are the person I've always looked up to. All across the shinobi world, people watched in silence as Naruto's heartfelt words continued. I want to fight with you. That was during the Chunin exams. The moment I heard you acknowledge me, I was truly happy. Those words were the first time you'd ever recognized me. But you're just like me, aren't you? Deep down, neither of us wanted to fight each other. The scene changed suddenly. Valley of the End. In the water, Uchiha Sasuke hoisted Naruto's body with his right hand, blue lightning steadily gathering around him. Sasuke's eyes were full of mocking coldness and murderous intent. From that moment on, weren't we already friends? In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto, Sakura's eyes brimmed with a tangle of emotions. The thoughts swirling in her heart were complicated. For so long, she had wanted to say, it wasn't meaningless. To me, you are my closest friend. On screen, it seemed as if Sasuke could hear Naruto's innermost feelings. He responded with a mocking sneer. But do you really want to defeat me? As for whether your words right now are genuine or not, even I can't tell anymore. Fiery orange chakra began to surge from Naruto's body, startling Sasuke for a brief moment. To think of you as my friend, maybe that was just my own wishful thinking. Yet Sasuke never ceased to scoff. He raised his hand, crackling with gathered Chidori, and drove it ruthlessly toward Naruto's chest. It's too late now, Naruto. Chidori. A harsh, electrifying sound rent the air. You've got to be kidding, right? Ino's face contorted with terror as she whispered shakily. Sasuke, what the hell is he doing? Kiba was equally stunned, disbelief written all over his face. In Naruto, Hinata's face turned ghostly pale, as if all color had been drained away, her wide eyes fixed on the scene in overwhelmed fear. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura already had a hand over her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. The whole shinobi world fell silent, frozen in shock. Not even Naruto or Sasuke moved. A slow, rhythmic dripping could be heard, droplets hitting water, echoing like a painful metronome. Under the watchful gaze of the entire shinobi world, Sasuke's Chidori mercilessly pierced Naruto's chest. Blood gushed out, splattering across the lake's surface. If this is how it ends, then doesn't that make me pathetic? Sasuke. The video flashed back. A young Naruto gazed longingly at children being picked up by their parents. The corners of his eyes shimmered with envy and bitterness. But maybe this was all inevitable. I don't know why, but I just don't want you. I don't want you to be taken away by someone like Orochimaru. He really did it? He really went through with it. Straight through the chest. Is Sasuke not even a bit hesitant? Is he not feeling any sadness at all? Only Kakashi watched on, horror written across his face. This moment was so horribly familiar that, even now, a shadow lingered deep in his heart. It reminded him of his youth, Kakashi as a boy, that one memory seared into his soul. Kakashi, his hand wreathed in Chidori, piercing through Rin's body in a single, fateful blow. Back then, his eyes had been full of disbelief, of guilt, and agony. So it really has come to this? Kakashi whispered to himself, his eyes clouded with sadness, and a deepening sense of helplessness weighed upon him. Sasuke, what are you thinking right now? Kakashi looked at Sasuke and asked. Hyuga clan. At this moment, the courtyard was unusually silent. Not a single person made a sound. Hinata, clutching her lips, stared at the scene unfolding on the screen in utter disbelief. She felt an ache in her heart. It hurt so much. Naruto-kun. The others sounded worried. Ugh, what on earth is that screen showing? What do you mean I'm jealous of Sasuke? Are you kidding me? That's way too embarrassing. There's no way I'd ever say something like that. Suddenly, Naruto, who had been silent, burst out shouting at the top of his lungs. This sky curtain is slandering me. It's slandering me. Don't believe a word of it, please. Watching this outburst, Shikamaru and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the pain in Hinata's eyes only deepened. In the video, Sasuke pulled his left hand from Naruto's chest, a cold, sinister smile spreading across his face. Even though you barely managed to block with your left hand, it's pointless now. You can't form any more hand signs or use the last jutsu again. It's over. Sasuke's hand clamped hard around Naruto's throat. Just then, the entire surface of the lake trembled. Naruto seized Sasuke's hand in a tight grip. In a blink, Sasuke staggered back, grabbing his own wrist in pain. That was the power of the Nine Tails. The orange-red chakra began to seep out slowly. What's that red chakra? Is that chakra? Red chakra? Could it be? Could it be the Nine Tails? On screen, a flood of memories with Sasuke flashed through Naruto's mind. The lake around them began to shudder violently. In Sasuke's shocked gaze, the shadow of the nine-tailed fox flickered. On the screen, Sasuke stared at Naruto, completely stunned. What is that? Meanwhile, the wound in Naruto's chest started to heal rapidly. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a face twisted with fury, yet full of unyielding rage. Sasuke, I will never let Orochimaru have you, not someone like him. Even if I have to break every bone in your body, I'll stop you. The demon fox, the nine-tailed fox, doesn't mean the fox is transforming. See, that kid isn't human at all. He's a demon fox. What was the third Hokage thinking, leaving that beast in the village? Why doesn't that demon fox just die? That's exactly how it looked. All those years ago, it's exactly the same. Damn fox. It's this demon fox. He killed Lord Fourth Hokage. He must pay with his life. The people of Konoha watched the video, seeing Naruto in a raging state, his chakra flaring out in a wild storm. Each of them was filled with both terror and hatred. In the ninja world, I can't listen to this any longer. Damn it. You villagers of Konoha, all I can say is, you're nothing but a bunch of fools. For such a great nation, Konoha couldn't even find a place for a single child. Well, leave him to us in the smaller nations. Honestly, I think this kid is amazing. You pushed a child to this edge. Is this what you call a great nation? Is this your ideal country? To hell with that. What was the Land of Fire thinking back then? Sealing the Nine Tails inside a child. I heard it was the fourth Hokage's decision. Did he ever consider how the child would feel, shouldering all that on his tiny back? As one caustic remark after another scrolled in the live commentary, the faces of Konoha's people turned green with embarrassment and shame. If he's not a demon fox, what is he? A hero? Even if he is a hero, I'll never forgive him. It was because of him that my unborn child and my wife both died that day. If it weren't for that demon fox, Lord Fourth Hokage would never have had to sacrifice himself. Reading these words, Naruto slowly bowed his head, the hurt clear on his face. No matter what he did, it seemed he could never erase the hatred the village felt toward him. Why? He hadn't done anything at all. These villagers, they're truly despicable. Even Shikamaru, who always tried to avoid trouble, couldn't stand it anymore. His voice was icy as he spoke. If even someone as lazy as Shikamaru was furious at the villagers, now, at last, they understood how Naruto must have felt. They're just too awful, Hinata said, her Byakugan eyes burning with anger. On the screen, Sasuke stared at Naruto, shocked by the wild chakra coursing around him. What are you really? He demanded. I'm your friend. Naruto's voice was fierce. That's why I said, I'll never let you go to Orochimaru. Even if I have to break your legs to stop you, I will. With a sharp cry, Naruto clenched his right fist. In the next instant, a shockwave, like compressed air unleashed, blasted across the water towards Sasuke. The force swept Sasuke off his feet in a heartbeat, flinging him through the air. Still reeling, he barely had time to react before Naruto rushed in and struck him hard in the stomach. Sasuke's eyes rolled back in pain, and Naruto's blows kept coming, a rapid-fire barrage that sent Sasuke flying again. Finally, Naruto's hands closed together, and he delivered a powerful last strike directly onto Sasuke's head, smashing him down into the depths of the lake. A desperate scream echoed across the water. Aya! In an instant, Naruto threw his head back and roared at the sky. Bang! Sasuke shot out of the lake, but Naruto Uzumaki darted toward him at lightning speed, almost in a blur. In close quarters, Naruto unleashed a flurry of combo punches, finishing with a powerful kick that launched Sasuke high into the air. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke immediately formed hand seals and breathed out a blazing fireball. Hiya! But Naruto, with nothing but a thunderous shout, snuffed out the fireball in an instant. Under the relentless attacks in the water, Sasuke was finally pinned by Naruto against the wall. On the screen, Naruto Uzumaki grabbed Sasuke by the collar and said sternly, "That's enough. Snap out of it. If you don't wake up, I really will beat you senseless, drag you back, and make sure you can't move a muscle, Sasuke." Is that really a genin? He just put out a great fireball with a shout. He's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How can an ordinary ninja compare? Honestly, it makes perfect sense to me. Someone like Gaara can even transform into a tailed beast on demand. Naruto's strength doesn't seem strange at all. So this is what ninja battles are like. Incredible. Amazing. The rookie 12 stared in awe, their hearts pounding. They could hardly believe that the class outcast, when enraged, could unleash such overwhelming power. On the screen, "You're so annoying. How could someone like you, with no family or siblings, possibly understand me?" Naruto, still seething, was taken aback by Sasuke's words. And in that moment, Sasuke's emotions surged even higher. "You've been alone from the start. What could you ever know about my pain? It's exactly because I once had people. I feel this agony. How could you ever understand what it feels like to lose everything?" With a brutal kick, Sasuke sent Naruto flying, though the recoil dropped Sasuke into the lake himself. "What's Sasuke talking about?" Shikamaru muttered, with a trace of reproach in his eyes. Naruto, too, the protagonist, looked unsettled, wounded by those words. They all knew that Naruto was an orphan. They understood how much words like that would hurt someone who'd always been alone. Wasn't that just rubbing salt in his wounds? Of course, Sasuke's own past, as the screen revealed, was hardly less tragic. Perhaps the pain comes from losing something precious, and someone like Naruto, always alone, could never truly comprehend the agony that Sasuke felt. There, atop two wooden posts, their eyes glared down toward the water surface. Naruto seemed to fall silent, stirred deeply by Sasuke's words. "I don't truly understand what it means to have the love of a father and son, or the bond between brothers." In the video, Naruto speaks in a tranquil voice. But the scene shifts. Now, they are in a ramen shop. Iruka and Naruto savor each and every moment together, delighted by the warmth and joy that comes with a bowl of ramen. "Today's my treat. Eat as much as you want. Fill your belly." Hearing this, Iruka, still at the Leaf Village Ninja Academy, freezes in his tracks, shock flickering in his eyes. "That's awesome. Let's dig in. A ninja's gotta eat first. Can't fight on an empty stomach." "Hey, slow down. You'll hurt yourself stuffing down so much food." Iruka chides gently, always wearing that gentle, reassuring look. When I think about the times I've spent with Iruka-sensei, I imagine this must be what it feels like to have a father. A father, this must be how it feels. Iruka's eyes glisten with tears as he looks up at the sky, then at Naruto, deeply moved. In his heart, wasn't Naruto always like a brother to him? As he presses his lips together, Iruka feels a surge of mixed emotions. He never imagined he held such a high place in Naruto's heart, and a wave of guilt sweeps over him. If only he had acknowledged Naruto earlier, accepted him sooner, maybe Naruto wouldn't have faced such a lonely childhood. All of this was his fault. If only he'd reached out just a little sooner. "Naruto," Iruka whispers, "when I'm with you." The video flashes through memories, their many squabbles, braving missions together, holding each other back and pushing each other forward, even their fierce rivalries. "Idiot, idiot, idiot. What did you say, you big dummy?" This must be what it's like to have a brother. Both in the video and beneath the vault of the sky, Sasuke's body tenses as something stirs deep in his Sharingan eyes. "Brother, did you really see me as a brother all along? Was that always how you felt?" "Naruto," Sasuke's gaze is clouded with emotion. "And why, Naruto? Why do you care about me this much?" On screen, Uchiha Sasuke hangs his head, confusion written across his face. Why are you going this far for someone like me? For a man consumed by vengeance like me? You're a bond one fought hard to create. That's why I have to stop you." In the video, Sasuke freezes in disbelief, while Naruto simply smiles, that gentle, unwavering smile, his eyes quietly locked on Sasuke. In Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, complicated emotions flickered, and for a brief moment a touch of softness crossed his gaze. But he shut his eyes tightly, then slowly reached into his pocket, pulling out his forehead protector, and carefully placed it on his brow. "It's too late, Naruto. It's already too late. If that's how it is, then let me be the one to sever this bond with my own hands." In Sasuke's eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly began to swirl and glow. Sasuke's lost himself to darkness. No matter how hard Naruto tries to persuade him, it's pointless now. Is that the three-tomo? Has his Sharingan evolved again? If the two-tomo Sharingan was already this powerful, then what kind of monster will he become with the third? I'm honestly worried for Naruto. The group of 12 watched the scene with deep concern etched on their faces. Sasuke Uchiha truly seemed ready to cut all ties and embrace the darkness. Not even Naruto could stop him. Sasuke gazed at everything in silence. What was he thinking? His greatest wish, the thing he'd always desired most, was to kill that man. If he could just destroy that man, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja, even if he had to pay the ultimate price, he would do it without hesitation. So, when he saw his own actions on the screen, turning his back on the village for the sake of power, he felt nothing. Maybe, when the time came, he really would make that choice. Because he was a true avenger. The video continued to play. So you say you want to sever our bond. Then why are you still wearing the hidden leaf forehead protector? Naruto pressed, voice full of accusation. At that, Sasuke merely let out a faint, almost mocking smile. I'll admit you are strong. It's because both of us have tasted bitter loneliness. This kind of pain, it makes people stronger. That's why I must cut these ties, to become even stronger myself. He then pointed at the forehead protector, scoffing. But still, you can't lay a hand on me here. That, at least, will never change. Looks like there's nothing more to say. Sasuke, you're right. All that's left is to fight. Come, Naruto. So, they're gonna fight after all? Sasuke's already unlocked the 3-tomo Sharingan. Does Naruto still have a chance? Well, maybe, possibly. Man, Sasuke in this scene is just so cocky. You can't hurt me. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Well, he is the genius of the Uchiha clan. He's bound to be a little arrogant. But honestly, that look on his face is just asking for trouble. My fists are getting itchy just watching him. Somebody needs to teach him a lesson. From the 5 great shinobi nations. Inoki, talented people everywhere, but why do all the most gifted young ninja end up in the hidden leaf? I just don't get it. 4th Reikage. But the village with the highest rate of betrayal is none other than that so-called powerhouse with great potential, the hidden leaf. Madarumi, why is it that every time something is exposed in these videos, it's always Konoha? Doesn't my hidden mist deserve the spotlight too? Hiruzen Tsurutobi, wherever the leaves dance, the will of fire burns on. The old snake disguised as the Kazekage. What more can I really say? In the shinobi world, who do you think stand a better chance of winning? I'm starting to feel like this is anyone's game. 3-tomo Sharingan. That's just a step away from the legendary Mangekyo. I don't think Naruto's a match for him right now. When you put it that way, the Nine Tails is no joke either. Who knows? Let's just keep watching. The Nine Tails. Inside the sealed space, Kurama stared at the video with a look of utter boredom carved on his face, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting. His power, the might of the Nine Tails, was not something a mere 3-tomo Sharingan could ever shake. These frail humans. Soon, I'll show them what true power really is. The power of the Nine Tails, muttered Kurama. The Hyuga clan. Sasuke, I will never lose to you, declared Naruto, his voice brimming with fierce determination. Deep down, he couldn't bear the thought of losing, nor did he want Sasuke to leave. Training ground. Naruto, after this battle, what will you be thinking? Sasuke, eyes glinting with the double Tomo Sharingan, spoke in a voice layered with conflicting emotions. He looked forward to their coming clash, but more than that, he wondered. If he really did choose the path of a rogue, just how far would Naruto go for him? For someone like him? Kakashi watched these spirited young men with a helpless smile, then lifted his eyes to the looming scene in the sky above, his face growing grave. The real battle was just about to begin. In the video, Naruto is the first to charge, moving so fast that those watching throughout the shinobi world can see only a blur. Only the most elite Jonin and Kaga-level shinobi could follow his path with their eyes. So fast. Sasuke, empowered by his 3-tomo Sharingan, perceives every movement Naruto makes, anticipating and answering each with precise counters. It's clear to see. With his Sharingan, Sasuke dodges one furious attack after another, and when Naruto throws a solid punch, Sasuke responds with a punch of his own, landing it squarely on Naruto's jaw. He saw through all my moves, damn it. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabs Sasuke by the ankle. In the next instant, a chain of Naruto's linked together like a living rope, wrapping Sasuke mid-air, hurling him with force into a rocky cliff. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. Suddenly, from within the rock wall, a torrent of fire erupted. Naruto's shadow clones were like fuses, igniting in an instant. The stone itself was melting away, the intensity of the heat simply unimaginable. The clone nearest to Sasuke's true body stood there motionless, staring blankly at Sasuke before him. Sasuke. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sasuke, too, was breathing heavily, his gaze saturated with fear. It's too late, Naruto. It's already too late, Naruto. Then Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the collar and hurled him aside. In a swift blur of movement, Sasuke restrained Naruto tightly, wrapping around him, pinning him down, and trapping Naruto's head beneath his foot. Naruto's head was forced directly against the jagged rock below. With a crash, the stone fractured, cracks spreading out as everyone watched in utter shock, the terror plain in their eyes. Across the entire ninja world, people stared up at the sky in awe, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. Was that young man truly going to sever their bond? If Naruto survived this blow by sheer luck, wouldn't he be left crippled? Naruto. Hinata could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing silently, the tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, a sight to stir pity in anyone's heart. None of them could have predicted that Sasuke would push his comrade to such extremes. Was this still the Sasuke they knew? Such murderous intent. To break the bonds between them, he had gone to such terrifying lengths. The Sasuke before them now truly meant to cut ties, with Konoha, with Naruto, with Team 7, with everything in his past. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was hoarse, tinged with sorrow and confusion as he gazed at him. That Sasuke, he really intended to kill him. In the Hidden Leaf Village. No, it can't be. Sasuke wouldn't. This can't be happening. Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears, her face shadowed by disbelief. Was this still the genius boy they once knew? Then her eyes drifted to Naruto, drifting alone in the lake shown in the image, her heart aching with pain and guilt. It was all because of her. If she hadn't pleaded in the vision, would things have turned out differently? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sakura clutched desperately at her hair, standing before the mirror, her face pale as snow. At the Sans lodging, Gaara watched in silence, but when he witnessed Naruto suffering such agony, he could no longer sit still. Even the sand from his gourd began to stir restlessly. But in the end, as Naruto's memories echoed and the words in the vision played out, Gaara fell silent once more. He's just like me. Sasuke is that kind of person. His voice was steady, and the killing intent in him had begun to fade. Training grounds. Things have come to this point, Sasuke. Do you have anything you want to say? Kakashi looked at Sasuke with a complicated expression. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent. Sasuke, I know there's hatred burning in your heart, Kakashi said softly. But no matter how things look, what you saw of Naruto, he genuinely wants to help you. He truly wants to save you. Hatred brought Itachi Uchiha back to Sasuke's mind. The urge to kill surged again. He couldn't bury it. What do you know, Kakashi? After a long silence, Sasuke finally erupted. My parents, my clan, they're all dead, every one of them. People like you could never understand that kind of pain. That man, Itachi Uchiha, wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Everyone, this hatred, this vengeance. How could you possibly know? Kakashi listened to Sasuke's fury with a blank expression. He pressed his forehead protector down, hiding the Sharingan, and replied with surprising calm. Calm down, Sasuke. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? If your own family and friends are all murdered, what would you do? If you were the last one left, how would you feel? Kakashi's voice remained even. I already am alone. My family and comrades were killed a long time ago. Those words hit Sasuke like a bolt. He suddenly fell silent. You should apologize to Naruto. Nothing else matters right now. When you feel like there's no one in the world who needs you, you'll realize there's at least one person who wants to help you, who wants to save you. That's a rare and precious thing. Kakashi's tone was gentle, almost distant. But Sasuke wasn't listening. He couldn't hear anything anymore. On the video screen, Naruto's body slowly drifts on the surface of a lake. He looks for all the world as if he were truly dead, utterly motionless. Now the scene shifts. Within a cage-like darkness, the sinister Nine-Tails, all fiery eyes and seething malice, opens its crimson gaze, staring at Naruto's still form afloat on the water. Its lips curl into a wicked grin. You really are pathetic, brat. It sneers. You'd better thank me. And make sure you thank the 4th Hokage for sealing me inside you. Hyuga clan. Is that the Nine-Tails? Staring at the colossal phantom, all 12 of Konoha's strongest young ninjas stiffened in fear, their eyes wide with shock. So that's the monster sealed inside me? Naruto murmured. The very same Nine-Tails that the 4th had sealed away, the beast behind the village's darkest night. The one responsible for all of this, the ultimate culprit? Hokage's office. Phew. Thank goodness. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. We saw Naruto get stabbed in the chest earlier. His heart had been in his throat, scarcely able to breathe. But when he caught sight of the Nine-Tails in the scene, he gradually started to relax. With the Nine-Tails sealed inside Naruto, there was no way that beast would let Naruto die. After all, if the host perished, so would it. The ninja world. So that's the Nine-Tailed Fox sealed inside Naruto? What a terrifying presence. The pressure it gives off is even scarier than the one tail. So this is the calamity of the nine tails, said to be the mightiest of all the tailed beasts. It's hard to imagine that such a monstrous being is housed within Naruto. With the power of the nine tails supporting him now, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance, does he? That was a crimson chakra oozing slowly out, a shifting, liquid-like aura flowing across Naruto's body. It formed a cloak, a shell of chakra, draped over Naruto. Suddenly, in the next moment, Naruto began to roar in agony, bellowing as though enduring excruciating pain. On the screen, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. But before he could react, Naruto landed a heavy punch right on Sasuke's nose. With a resounding blow, Sasuke was sent flying, clutching his face and howling in agony. In that instant, Naruto looked every bit the monster. Crouching low on the surface of the lake, a single tail of chakra swaying behind him, two chakra ears, just like a tailed beast. What is that? Is he some kind of monster? And what's that swirling around him? Could it be chakra? That's the nine tails cloak, the chakra of the tailed beast. So that's the true power of the nine tails, so sinister, so cold. This is truly the disaster they speak of, the power of the nine tails. The five great nations of the ninja world. Anoki, a cloak formed from chakra. Is it? At this rate, Naruto can probably only withstand a single tail's worth of chakra. If he tries to handle any more, he might not survive it. Fourth Reikage, the nine tails? That demon fox is about to transform. Now there's the true power of the nine tails. That brat really is a monster. Didn't we say it before? It was your own village's fourth Hokage who sealed the beast inside Naruto. You leaf people. You're even worse than animals. If Lord Fourth Hokage did this, it must have been to protect us. But Naruto, he's just a monster. Lord Fourth Hokage must have seen the demon fox's true colors. That child is the embodiment of a monster. Who else could have the nine tails sealed inside them? A monster like that, why hasn't he died yet? I don't care about the rest. He is that demon fox. Whatever you say, our hatred for him can never be erased. 6. You people of the leaf are even worse than the beasts of the sand. So this is what a great nation looks like. What a joke. You think you deserve that title. The 12 young ninjas of Konoha watched the chaos unfolding in their village, anger flickering in their eyes. These clueless villagers. The video continues. That crimson chakra, what is it? Sasuke stared in shock at Naruto, transformed and radiating a fearsome aura. Simultaneously, he recalled the confrontation in the hallway between Jiraiya and Itachi. Your target, it's Naruto, isn't it? Bringing Naruto and his Akatsuki's highest order. I understand. You possess a unique power. At that moment, all of the shinobi world trembled, but nowhere felt the shock more intimately than Konoha itself. Akatsuki? What sort of group is that? Why are they after Naruto? Akatsuki? Sounds like a mercenary group, right? I heard from someone in Intel. It's supposedly a hidden organization where rogue ninjas gather. After Naruto? They're actually targeting the Nine Tails Jinchuriki here in Konoha. Are they insane? Just a mercenary band. The highest order. Good heavens. Hey, did none of you notice? That rogue Uchiha Itachi is back, and he's come specifically for Naruto. What's there to fear? Didn't you see Jiraiya-sensei was there too? Inside the Hokage's office. Akatsuki, Jiraiya muttered, his expression grave. He knew something of their dealings. After all, when Orochimaru defected, he had joined their ranks for a time. Old man, looks like things are about to get really busy. Jiraiya's voice was low, his eyes never leaving the glowing sky. Akatsuki, Nagato, weak and wary, gazed into the heavens, his brow furrowed with anxiety and dread. The sky itself had revealed his plans before he was ready. Infuriating, to say the least. What should we do, Nagato? Asked a woman clad in a cloak patterned with red clouds, concern etched on her face. She was Konan, the sole bloom of Akatsuki. Our aim is exposed now. We'll need to move ahead of schedule. Let's begin the hunt for the tailed beasts immediately, Nagato replied, his frail body trembling with the effort. In the Hyuga household. Why are they after me? Naruto's face was a mask of confusion. Why would anyone want to capture him? Was there something special about him after all? And what exactly was this Akatsuki group? The others watched him with a trace of worry in their eyes. And Naruto, you need to be extra careful from now on, Hinata finally managed to say, summoning all her courage. Suddenly, a violent crash. Naruto, shrouded in the One-Tail's cloak, charged forward and struck Sasuke with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling away. Even though Sasuke had clearly dodged the direct hit, the malevolent chakra seemed to lock onto him, following relentlessly and crashing down upon him with full force. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive ball of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, surging straight at Naruto. Yet Naruto stood his ground, unmoved, letting the inferno wash over him and engulf his form entirely. The blazing fireball left Naruto unscathed, blocked completely by the cloak of chakra that surrounded him. That chakra, it's shielding Naruto? Sasuke analyzed the situation, his tone taut with tension. Amazing. So that's the power of the One Tail. Show him what you're made of. Even facing the One Tail, Sasuke can't hold his ground. The 5 great nations of the ninja world watched on. Inoki, he's already unleashed the One Tail's chakra cloak. Seems this is the boy's limit. If he grows, even another tail, things could truly get out of hand. 4th Reikage, that Konoha brat. Madarumi, an interesting young man, but that chakra is just foul. The video continued to roll. On screen, Sasuke was blasted away with vicious force, the impact slamming him deep into the bedrock. Looks like I have no other choice. Naruto, you really are special, but I'm even more so. This was Uchiha Sasuke, and in this instant, a dramatic transformation overtook him. Dark markings crept along the bridge of his nose, his skin grew dull and ashen, and even his hair lengthened noticeably. Sasuke, so this is what you meant by special. Naruto's eyes brimmed with disbelief. At this moment, Sasuke looked more monstrous even than a monster itself. What is that? Is that even human? Zulgoos. A loud smash echoed. With a swipe of his claw, Naruto sent Sasuke's body crashing down into the Valley of the End, driving him into the stone at the foot of Madara's giant statue. But as Naruto looked closer, he was shocked. For it wasn't Sasuke's body that blocked the blow. A grotesque hand, bristling with countless fingers, had emerged to shield him. Another thunderous thud resounded. The monstrous hand retaliated, hurling Naruto's body with terrifying strength and flinging him straight into the base of Hashirama's statue. What is that? He's become a true monster. Would Sasuke really go this far, just for power? On screen, Sasuke crouched half-buried in the crater near the statue's heel. Suddenly, his shoulder bulged unnaturally. Another hand began to form, emerging slowly as Naruto stared in horror. A guttural cry tore out as twin hands sprouted grotesquely from Sasuke's back, his scream of agony echoing and then fading into silence. Look at Sasuke. Those things make him look like he's sprouted chicken wings. Gross. Whoa, that's so ugly. Those 2 wings. Absolutely disgusting. All across the shinobi world, everyone looked at Sasuke's transformation with faces twisted in revulsion. If Naruto looked like a monster, then at this moment, Sasuke had become nothing less than a true monster. It was as if this was a real duel between monsters. Sasuke, Sakura, stared blankly at the scene, unable to comprehend how her companion could resort to such desperate measures, sacrificing everything just for power. Sasuke in the video has completely fallen to darkness, Shikamaru said gravely. The way Sasuke appeared now, he seemed even more monstrous than the tailed beasts themselves. That's Sasuke. Ino covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide in shock. Even as someone smitten by looks, Ino could not abide Sasuke's current appearance. Sasuke, your appearance. In the video, Naruto stood rooted in place, staring at Sasuke in terror, fear flooding his eyes. To Naruto, the person before him was no friend. He was a monster, a genuine monster. With a howl of anguish, Sasuke cried out in pain once more. It felt as though the cursed seal was slowly decaying his body. He couldn't keep going like this. At the same time, Naruto's brows knitted tightly. He realized his left hand was already numb. So your power comes at a cost as well, doesn't it? At that moment, Sasuke looked at the determined Naruto and let out a quiet, mocking laugh. After a long pause, Sasuke gazed up at the 2 giant statues looming before him and spoke softly. This place is called the Valley of the End. There's nothing that could make for a more fitting stage than this, right, Naruto? Naruto's face twisted into a fierce snarl as he glared at Sasuke, his own glance just as savage. This fight, it's time for it to end. The shinobi world looked on, anticipation sparkling in their eyes. They had waited too long for this moment. Finally, the battle was about to reach its conclusion. Who's going to win? I think Sasuke's got this. Remember that punch from before? He sent Naruto flying. There's not much difference between them. But honestly, no matter who wins, there's not much point to it anymore. The scene continued. Images of withering memories swept across Sasuke Uchiha's mind. Once warm, the years in Konoha, the bonds of Team 7, Naruto. Let all battles of the past end here. At last, the Mangekyo Sharingan stared forth. It was Uchiha Itachi's eyes. In an instant, Sasuke's hands flashed through a series of jutsu signs. It was like thousands of birds crying out, though this time, what began as blue Chidori transformed into a pulse of silver and black. Silver and black lightning blade. And opposing it, Naruto raised his right hand, instantly absorbing the chakra of the tailed beast cloak. The original blue Rasengan had become a strange purple, swirling with ominous energy. The purple Rasengan. Everyone in the ninja world rose to their feet, gazing across the heavens and holding their breath. For this clash would be the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke, the moment that would determine the victor. Silver and black lightning blade, and the purple Rasengan. That lightning blade, under the power of the cursed seal, it's transformed completely. And as for Naruto, he must be drawing on the energy of the Nine Tails chakra cloak. Jiraiya, too, watched the sky, analyzing the ultimate moves both sides used with just a glance. Orochimaru, that wretch. Unconsciously, Jiraiya clenched his fists and, staring toward the border of the land of fire, quickened his pace. Cursed Seal Sasuke one-tailed Naruto. The two regarded each other from across the river. The mournful lightning blade and the scarlet Rasengan gathered in their hands. Then, in a flash, both leaped into the air to collide. Rasengan, Chidori. The clash of their signature moves erupted, instantly transforming into twin storms of energy. Red and blue spirals intertwined, finally forming a single sphere of purple-black, which gathered in the Valley of the End, engulfing them both. At that instant, Sasuke's hand formed into a sharp edge, thrust fiercely toward Naruto's chest. But in the final moment, his hand shifted into a fist, landing a heavy blow on Naruto's chest instead. Naruto, racked with pain, lashed out with a clawed hand that could have crushed his opponent's skull, but as his eyes flickered, it merely grazed Sasuke's headband, leaving a scratch across it. The massive black sphere, battered by the roar of the waterfall, remained unbroken, and at last, from its center, pale white rays began to trace patterns, spreading outward. In the surrounding gleam, Naruto and Sasuke stared into each other's eyes. In that daze, they appeared again as the boys they once were, attempting a reconciliation that fate had once denied them. In that brief moment, it was as if their childhood selves, with hands joined in truce, had finally made peace. It was over. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who lay motionless on the ground. Naruto's headband slipped and tumbled away. From the sky, the rain poured down, and the final ray of sunlight faded slowly from Naruto's brow. Naruto... Suddenly, pain surged through Sasuke's shoulder, a warning from the cursed seal. His exhausted body could no longer endure. The agony brought Sasuke to his knees, their faces now inches apart, just 2 centimeters, and he could have leaned in and touched his friend's forehead with a gentle kiss. But in the end, Sasuke could not strike the fatal blow. He turned and walked away, and, as everyone watched the video come to an end and the final word "and" appeared on the screen, the entire shinobi world was left with a sense of lingering emotion, as if the story was not yet finished. In the end, Sasuke still couldn't bring himself to kill. That final blow, he clearly could have finished Naruto with it, but at the last moment, he turned his attack into a punch. In the end, Sasuke chose the path of a traitor. Not even Naruto was able to stop him. So, is that what the Naruto from the video meant when he said he couldn't save Sasuke? Is it because Sasuke ran away? He defected then? I thought he might have died. The Hyuga clan. Naruto stared at the scene, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. In the end, he still failed to prevent Sasuke from leaving. Naruto, Hinata, and the others looked on, worry etched on their faces. There was no expression on Naruto's face, his eyes dim, his spirit weighed down by regret. He thought back to his promise to Sakura in the vision. He had let her down. He hadn't brought Sasuke back. If that's how it ended, then doesn't that make me completely useless? Naruto's strained, hoarse voice echoed out, filled with both pain and self-doubt. Sasuke. Now, he could no longer understand what was going on in Sasuke's mind. Did that mean everything Team 7 had done, all of it, was for nothing? Did thinking of Sasuke as a friend, was that just his own wishful thinking? Ding! Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha for answering correctly. Reward. Suddenly, images began flashing through Naruto's mind. The training for the Rasengan, every detail of his journey with the technique, replayed before his eyes. Experience, usage, every nuance. Naruto was momentarily stunned, but his expression didn't change. Sorrow still gripped his heart. His thoughts stuck on the pain of Sasuke's defection. Training grounds. Sasuke felt a strange itch in his eyes. He closed them, and when he opened them again, he revealed the 3-Tomo Sharingan. With the help of the system's reward, his Sharingan instantly evolved past the earlier double Tomo, and his reserves of chakra surged, stronger than ever before. It must be the power of the celestial curtain, he thought. Now he could use the Chidori 3 times a day instead of the usual 2, a clear improvement. Naruto. Sasuke's expression was a storm of conflicting feelings. He, too, had no idea how to face his old friend at this moment. In those eyes shone apology, gratitude, and uncertainty. He was deeply sorry for everything he'd done to Naruto, but also moved beyond words by the steadfast efforts to rescue him from his own isolation. Yet, in the end, those feelings dissolved into a fog of confusion. Because he was an avenger, revenge was all that mattered to him, and he would give up everything else for it, even if it meant leaving behind comrades, friendship, even love. As long as he could kill that man, as long as he could succeed. Night gradually crept in. Above the village of Konoha, a silver moon climbed into the sky, casting a veil of mystery over the world wrapped in darkness. More than half a day had passed since the curtain in the sky came to an end. The ninja world had gradually returned to its usual calm, yet there remained a group of people gathering together, eager to await the arrival of the next video. Inside his home, Naruto Uzumaki sat on his bed, dressed in white pajamas. He gazed at the silvery moon outside his window, but his thoughts had already wandered far away. A moment later, he lay down on his side, his back facing the moon, his eyes lingering on the Team 7 photo by his bedside. Restlessness filled his heart, and he muttered softly to himself. Where are you now? What are you doing? Are you still thinking about revenge? Or do you really intend to abandon us and leave? Does the bond between us truly mean nothing to you? To you, what do I even mean? Sasuke. Naruto's brow furrowed, his face twisted in pain. Why did it have to be this way? Why did you choose to run away, to leave everything behind? If revenge is what you seek, Team 7 could help you. So why? The more I think about you, the less I seem to understand. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep at all. Weariness filled his eyes, but sleep would not come. Inside his home, Sasuke Uchiha also sat quietly on his bed, his gaze fixed on the silvery moon. What was going through his mind at that moment, no one could say. Brother, you promised to help me practice shuriken today. I am Sora Suzuki. Something urgent came up. Next time, all right? It's always like this. Brother, it's always the same with you. Next time, Sasuke. I promise. Fragments of memory from those distant days rose up in his mind. Cherished moments from the past, gentle and warm, replayed in vivid detail. Father, mother, brother, why did you have to do this? Because this is a test of my resolve. You were never even worthy of being killed by me. Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me. Despise me. Survive. Live on in bitterness and shame. One day, when you have awakened the same eyes as mine, come and find me. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes snapped open wide. Those were the crimson, triple tomo Sharingan, glowing blood red in the night. Itachi Uchiha. I won't live the way you planned. I will forge my own path to strength. In my own way, I will surpass you. I swear one day, I will kill you. Sasuke's eyes drifted toward the Team 7 group photo, and for a moment a trace of calm swept over him. As he recalled the time he fought Gaara. Back then, he had just mastered Chidori, but still he was no match for his opponent. And then there was Naruto. In an instant, a look of irrevocable determination flashed in his eyes. 7 days later. Ding! What did Uchiha Itachi say to Sasuke before he died? Suddenly, as the heavens resounded, all eyes turned upward, their gazes first alight with joy, only to swiftly shift to horror. Uchiha Itachi? That Uchiha Itachi is actually dead? Uchiha Itachi? The man who massacred his entire clan. He's actually dead? What happened? Who killed him? It's hard to believe. That S-rank rogue ninja is gone for good. Huh, serve him right. After the atrocious things he did, death is the least he deserves. Any idea who killed Itachi? I wish I knew. Who else could it be? It's obvious. It has to be Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he's from the same clan. Sasuke? Haha, that makes sense to me too. I wish I could have seen Itachi's final moment. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, staring at the sky, his eyes filled with shock and delight. He had killed Uchiha Itachi. That man was finally dead. At last, I finally killed him. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with near-mad jubilation. Every effort he'd poured in had not been in vain. He had finally executed that monster. In that moment, he felt an uncontrollable urge to burst out in wild laughter. Nothing else mattered now. Nothing at all, for Itachi was dead. Shinobi World. Inoki, if I'm not mistaken, this Uchiha Itachi must be the renegade ninja who slaughtered the Uchiha clan back then, right? TSK. Fourth Raikage. Someone who could annihilate his entire clan? What kind of good man could do that? In the end, his death was just payback, pure and simple. Meitarumi, a ruthless man, no doubt about it. Handsome, perhaps, but with blood on his hands. A criminal. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itachi. Actually, I think there's something odd about Uchiha Itachi's death. Let's not forget, he was nothing short of genius. Are we sure Uchiha Sasuke could really defeat him? Hey, care to elaborate? I'm just saying, Sasuke must have become a truly powerful ninja in the future. With that strength, I'm not too surprised if he did beat Itachi. Uchiha Itachi graduated the academy and became a genin at 6, awakened to Sharingan at 8, joined the ENBU at 11. He was a prodigy. Are we sure Sasuke could actually defeat someone like that? Whoa, are you kidding me? How do you know all this? I grew up in Konoha, and I didn't even know. I'm with the intelligence unit from the village hidden in the clouds. What? Since when have you guys in the Brute village had spies? I thought all you did was charge headfirst. That was the village hidden in the clouds. So tell me, what's your problem with the Cloud Village? The only reckless one is the Raikage, not the rest of us. Watching the scene unfold, the 12 little braves gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6? Awakened to Sharingan at 8? Joined the Umbu at 11? Is this even real? What kind of genius is he? Even prodigies like Neji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha seemed to lose their brilliance in the face of such achievements. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had been consumed by his own frenzy, finally snapped back to his senses. That's right, Itachi Uchiha was exactly that kind of genius. Could he really defeat someone like that? But he didn't want anyone else to beat him to it and kill Itachi first. Itachi Uchiha must die by his own hand. So, that's the person Sasuke seeks vengeance against? Naruto gazed up at the heavens. After these past few days, he was slowly getting back to himself. His eyes held nothing but complexity. It was because of this man that Sasuke had become the person he was. Wait, aren't we supposed to be talking about the problem, not whether the guy is dead or not? Almost forgot. Now that you mention it, the question is weird, isn't it? What did he say to Sasuke? Some final words, maybe? Someone who could wipe out his entire clan doesn't seem like the begging for mercy type, right? He's ruthless, after all. For a time, the entire shinobi world erupted into discussion, the barrage of comments filling every corner of the chat. In every region, even in distant countries, everyone debated fervently. Hidden Rain Village. The Akatsuki organization. What? That Uchiha Itachi guy was killed. Deidara shouted, his eyes disbelief frozen on his face. So this is the fate you saw for yourself, Mr. Itachi, Kisame murmured quietly, his eyes flickering with complex emotion. Shouldn't I be the one to kill Uchiha Itachi? My final masterpiece hasn't even been revealed yet. How could he die so soon? Deidara's anger bubbled over. Who is that kid, Sasuke Uchiha? He had the nerve to beat him to it and kill Itachi. Unforgivable. Uchiha. Dead is dead. That's just one less expense to worry about. Kakuzu counted the cash in his pocket, completely unmoved. To him, only money ever mattered. So Uchiha Itachi is dead? A pair of eyes, eerie and adorned with concentric rings of violet. Unervingly strange. Tendo Pain. Kisame. Where is he now? Pain asked solemnly. I'm not sure. He left a few days ago. Said he wanted to visit his hometown, Kisame replied. I see. Let him do as he wishes, said Pain, voice low and steady. Art is an explosion. Waha. You're too noisy, brat. Itachi Uchiha, on his way to Konoha, looked up at the sky. Yet in those eyes, there was no sign of emotion, calm as a placid lake. He was not at all surprised by his own death. In fact, he had known it was coming for a long time. It seems you really have grown a lot, Sasuke. A faint smile appeared on Itachi's lips, filled with a gentle sense of satisfaction. But then his smile faded, his features settling into gravity. Fixing his gaze on the question, he fell silent for a while. What would he say to Sasuke before his death? He'd imagined many possible words, but in the end, forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Ding. Uchiha Itachi answer, correct. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. An icy chill flashed through countless eyes. Uchiha Itachi. He actually responded? It was hard to believe. For a brief moment, everything was utterly still. Wait, what exactly did Uchiha Itachi say? The sky screen won't reveal it. Damn, are they seriously playing favorites? Are we not worthy of knowing? Hey, maybe they'll show in the video instead? That would be more dramatic, don't you think? When you put it like that, I guess it makes sense. Now I'm actually looking forward to it. Uchiha Sasuke, meanwhile, gazed up at the sky screen. He had no desire to learn what the other had said, only to know how he died. Was it by my hand? I want to see you die, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes burned with ice, his voice low and cold. A twisted smile curled on his lips, as if he could already see Itachi begging for his life. He would make him regret it. Regret not killing him all those years ago. He would make Uchiha Itachi regret ever being born. Just then, the image on the sky screen suddenly went black. There, a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes, the tomo spinning silently in the darkness. And then, another pair, Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning like pinwheels, their crimson gleam piercing through the gloom. A dim, shadowy cavern appeared. Footsteps echoed quietly, measured and slow, as if time itself were holding its breath. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, at last, a solitary figure emerged from the darkness. It was Uchiha Sasuke, stepping into the light, his presence dominating the frame. And across from him, a man cloaked in the black Akatsuki robe, his leaf forehead protector marked and scarred. With an air of disdain, he extended a hand from within his open cloak, sitting serenely on the stone throne. Although he exuded calm, a single movement radiated overwhelming dominance. Uchiha Itachi, you've come, Sasuke. As people gazed upon the scene, the whole ninja world trembled. The way he sat, so bold, so commanding. Was this the oppressive aura of an S-rank rogue ninja? Even through the screen, they felt their bodies shudder. So, this is the Uchiha Itachi who wiped out his own clan? He's so arrogant. I've never seen anyone this cocky in my life. Damn, look at that posture. Could he be any more nonchalant? S-class rogue ninja truly are extraordinary. Without real strength, there's no way to command respect. From the moment the image appeared, Sasuke Uchiha stared intently at it. Only when that figure emerged did other emotions flicker in his eyes. What surged in him was a torrent of murderous intent. That's Sasuke-kun. He's so handsome. As the handsome young man appeared on screen, standing in opposition to Itachi Uchiha, many women across the shinobi world found themselves utterly captivated by his looks. Even Sakura and Ino wore starstruck expressions. The allure was simply overwhelming. On screen, Itachi and Sasuke stood face to face, their gazes composed and unflinching. Until Itachi, staring calmly at Sasuke's Sharingan, spoke quietly. How far can those eyes see? You want to know how far? At Itachi's words, Sasuke answered with a scornful smile, the murderous gleam in his eyes entirely undisguised. Right now, what I see with my eyes is none other than your death, Itachi. The entire ninja world fell silent. All right, I admit, it worked. Seriously, just because they're good-looking and act cool, does that make them unbeatable? So flashy. Is it in the Uchiha blood to show off? Watching them makes my hands itch. Ugh, how can anyone be that handsome? Is the world even fair? The scene continued. Itachi's face didn't reveal a trace of emotion as he replied in a quiet voice. My death. Is it? In that case. In the blink of an eye, Itachi vanished from atop the stone seat, his body shifting as though he'd teleported, instantly reappearing at Sasuke's side. Why don't you show me then? Seeing this, Sasuke let out a cold, cruel smile. The hand swathed in white bandages lashed out at Itachi in a sudden strike. A heavy impact filled the air, but Itachi's response was every bit as swift. At the exact moment their arms met, a kunai sprang forth from his sleeve, lunging straight for Sasuke's Sharingan. The battle erupted in full force. As the kunai came rushing at him, Sasuke quickly drew his Kusanagi sword and blocked the blow. But that wasn't the end. A brief exchange of blows followed, until Itachi's foot sent Sasuke flying. Round 1. Itachi claims the victory. Across the shinobi world, people watched, enraptured, silently awed. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name, their taijutsu alone had inspired countless young ninja. Alright, I take back what I said. You really are geniuses. An average person like me has no right to mock you. Sob, is a Kekkei Jinkai really all that? If only I had a glimpse, Is the Sharingan really that powerful? Then isn't the Hyuga clan's Byakugan even more amazing? Isn't that obvious? Just a single glare from those white eyes, and our squad of more than a dozen people was completely caught off guard. There was no way to dodge it. Ha! The Byakugan isn't just powerful, the coolest thing is that it can see through everything. Well, you know what I mean. My dear friends, you've really figured out how to use the Byakugan. Does that make all the members of the Hyuga clan a bunch of weirdos? Ha! He. The Hyuga clan. Well then, looks like you lot have mastered the art of the Byakugan. As for Hinata, her delicate cheeks instantly flushed beet red. The Byakugan, it's not as terrible as they're making out to be. I've never used it to spy on Naruto-kun. Really? Well, maybe just a tiny bit. Fine, just a little. Somewhere in Konoha, inside a bathhouse. Sasuke sure learned plenty from Orochimaru, but I don't get it. Knowing that guy's personality, he'd never let Sasuke off easy. Jiraiya gazed up at the sky, puzzled. He understood Orochimaru fairly well. Orochimaru probably had his sights set on taking over Sasuke's body. And Sasuke needed power, so Orochimaru took advantage of that desire, luring him in. But what didn't make sense was, based on Orochimaru's past experiments, his subjects usually ended up dead, dissected, or turned into inhuman monstrosities. Jiraiya just couldn't figure it out. How did Orochimaru end up raising such a genius? On the screen, Sasuke forms seals at lightning speed, gathers energy into a Chidori, and to Itachi's surprised gaze, slams the jutsu deep into the thick floor. Crackle. Chidori stream. Lightning from the Chidori bursts into the floor, racing rapidly toward Itachi. Yet, Itachi remains calm, nimbly leaping aside to avoid the strike. But then, from the ceiling, Sasuke, already gripping the Kusanagi sword for some time, flashes a wicked grin. Under Itachi's startled gaze, he thrust the blade straight through his opponent's chest. The ninjas of the world stared at the scene in stunned silence, a shining in their eyes. In such a short time, Sasuke had already come this far. A true prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Is it over already? Seriously? Was Itachi that easy to beat? Something doesn't feel right. It just looks fake on that screen, like it's all staged. Man, even I feel like I could do it. On the screen, you become stronger. Uchiha Sasuke, still holding the Kusanagi sword, looks down calmly at Uchiha Itachi below him. Finally, Itachi, there's one thing I need to ask you. Itachi, impaled through the floor, remains expressionless. He merely points a finger to the side. Sasuke jolted in shock. With the help of his opponent's subtle hand signs, he saw that Uchiha Itachi was sitting safe and sound on the stone throne, gazing calmly at him. Itachi's posture remained just as it was at the start, completely unchanged. And yet, beneath Sasuke, the Itachi, there dissolved into a flock of crows and vanished into the air. So this is your specialty, Jinjutsu, isn't it? Uchiha Sasuke said coolly. If there's anything you want to know, ask now. It's not quite the end yet, but I'll give you this chance, Itachi replied mildly, still seated upon the stone throne. I'll say it one more time. Suddenly, a dull, heavy sound reverberated. The Kusanagi sword burst out from behind the throne, piercing both it and Itachi's chest. Pain flickered across Itachi's face. But when Sasuke looked more closely, his own figure had already melted away, replaced by a white snake that slithered out of sight. A simple snake clone. One last thing, there's something I want to ask you. This is the real question, you fool. Jinjutsu. So that's what it was. It turns out, all of this was just an illusion. Jinjutsu? Unbelievable. When did it start? How can I not notice a thing? This is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What a terrifying power. Even I got caught up in it. Wait a second. Could this all just be another illusion? Sasuke is amazing. In the heart of Konoha, a crowd of Sasuke's admirers watched the scene unfold, their faces filled with adoration as shrill cries and cheers rang out. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so overwhelmingly powerful. He truly lived up to his reputation as a genius. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, in Iwagakure, to use Jinjutsu on this level, this boy is no ordinary ninja, Inoki said gravely, his gaze fixed on the image of Uchiha Itachi. From his perspective, the Itachi who'd been run through was clearly not the real one, not even a shadow clone. No, it was another layer of illusion. Unbeknownst to many, and in front of the attentive eyes of countless shinobi across the ninja world, Itachi had managed to deceive everyone without a single hint. This Uchiha Itachi was truly a master of Jinjutsu, a prodigy in the purest sense. Such was the praise and awe from the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Didn't that Uchiha Itachi just get run through? Kuratsuchi asked, confused. When you watch, don't just look on the surface. That goes for everything in life. Uchiha Itachi fooled every eye without making a sound. So you mean, all of this is Jinjutsu? Across the ninja world, those with even a basic understanding of Jinjutsu, including several Kage-level figures, were all struck by the realization. This Uchiha Itachi, truly a genius among geniuses. Within the shifting scene, Uchiha Sasuke stood in silence, staring at the Uchiha Itachi before him. But his mind began to wander, drifting back to that fateful night. That night's parting in hatred. If you're able to unlock it, then it's you, as the third one. In this way, your life will have meaning. Recalling that moment, Sasuke clenched his jaw, his voice cold as ice as he pressed. The third person, the one with the Sharingan. Who is it really? Why do you want to know these things? Tell me right now, or the pain in your chest will never stop. Who is that person? Without so much as a flicker of emotion on his face, Uchiha Itachi recounted everything that happened that night, the massacre, and even his accomplice at the time. He is Uchiha Madara. A thunderous boom. The entire shinobi world was shaken to its core. Countless eyes, filled with shock and fear, turned upward to the sky. Uchiha Madara. What is this, some kind of joke? Uchiha Madara? The true demon of the ninja world? Are you kidding me? That's not funny at all. Didn't Uchiha Madara die ages ago? There's no way he's still alive. If Itachi wanted to make up an excuse, couldn't he at least pick one that's less outrageous? The wicked Uchiha clan. I'll deal with them myself. The 5 great nations were equally stunned, but they quickly calmed themselves, analyzing whether there was any truth behind these words. They always deliberated carefully. The 5 great nations. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let me be clear, I know nothing of this. Uchiha Madara cannot possibly be alive. Inoki. Humph. And who's to say you from Konoha aren't lying? A bunch of delusional fools. The 4th Reikage. You old relic. Are you looking for a fight? For a moment, the whole ninja world was swept into a storm of rumors. The news was simply too shocking. Uchiha Madara, thought to be on par with the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was suspected to be alive? No wonder they were so stunned. After all, this was Uchiha Madara, the demon of legend. Back in the day, he had plunged the shinobi world into endless chaos and slaughter. If the god of shinobi, Hashirama, hadn't stopped him, the 5 nations would have long since been in ruins, perhaps even wiped out. That's right, he truly had that kind of power. Uchiha Madara, the founder of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke murmured to himself. He'd heard stories about Madara from his parents. He held a measure of awe toward such an existence, but nothing more. Within the scene, Itachi slowly began recounting everything about Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, he was one of the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village. He was also the first man ever to master the Mangekyo Sharingan. After hearing all this, Sasuke's face grew cold. A founder? He died long ago. Don't try to fool me with other people's tricks. At these words, Itachi let out a disdainful laugh, his eyes filled with mockery. Madara is still alive. Believe it or not, it's up to you. People always rely on their own knowledge and perspectives and become shackled by them. Yet, we foolishly believe that is the whole of reality. You think Madara is dead. That's just your opinion. Just like before, you used to treat me as the perfect big brother. Itachi's words made Sasuke's handsome face grow even darker. As memories of his childhood flashed through his mind, he only felt the sting of ridicule and irony sharpen. I pretended to be a good brother on purpose, only to test the measure of your character. In the scene, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. That night, how desperately I wished that everything was just an illusion. But reality was what it was. In a flash, Sasuke gathered a Chidori in his hand. Mid-movement, it transformed into a lightning spear, which he thrust forcefully behind him. It was Uchiha Itachi. My Sharingan can now see straight through your illusions. Jinjutsu, all of this, another illusion? Unbelievable. So this is the power of the Sharingan. This is the power of the Uchiha clan. Ninjas with Sharingan really make us, who have specialized in illusions all our lives, look like amateurs. What's the point of competing? That was the Hyuga clan. In the main hall, Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader, stared at the scene with his Byakugan activated, wariness etched deep in his gaze. The level of Jinjutsu these two have achieved has already surpassed all other ninjas in the Hidden Leaf, and their overall strength. A bead of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Kage level. These two Uchiha survivors both possessed Kage level abilities, leaving those of them who hovered in the space between elite Jonin and Kage status feeling a flood of mixed emotions. Even as the leader of the Hyuga clan, he couldn't help but sigh at their brilliance. These two Uchiha youths were gifted beyond compare. Indeed, heroes often emerge when young. Before, there was Naruto Uzumaki, and now there was Sasuke. Of course, the one he admired more now was this Uchiha genius. After all, Naruto's background was simply too special. Taking that unique identity into account. An alliance by marriage, perhaps, he let out a bitter laugh at the thought, bewildered that the idea had even crossed his mind. How could he be thinking such things? Unbelievable. In the scene, Uchiha Itachi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning like a windmill, its patterns mesmerizing in the pitch-black cavern, both bewitching and sinister. The Mangekyo radiated an aura both evil and mysterious, an alluring power that had ensnared every generation of the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, this eye is quite extraordinary. From the moment you gained control over it, these eyes began their descent into darkness. What do you mean by that? Sasuke frowned. The Mangekyo will eventually lose its light. Blindness. So that's the price I must pay for the power to control the Nine Tails. Is that it? Sasuke scoffed, utterly dismissive. Who, exactly, is this Madara? On screen, Uchiha Itachi's eyes shifted slightly, and he began to recount to Sasuke the history of the Uchiha clan. and the origin of the Mangekyo. Back then, Madara Uchiha was the very first to use the Mangekyo's ocular power to control the calamity known as the Nine Tails, bending it to his will. Yet, each use of the Mangekyo risked eventual blindness. Still, there existed a way to break this curse, awakening the eternal Mangekyo. To achieve the eternal Mangekyo, one must transplant the eyes of a close blood relative who has also awakened the Mangekyo. This way, and only this way, the eternal can be gained. Madara took his younger brother Azuna's eyes and awakened the eternal Mangekyo. The whole shinobi world listened to Itachi's revelation, shock painted across their faces. Who could have imagined the Sharingan harbored such dark secrets? Does the eternal Mangekyo truly possess the power to control the devastating Nine Tails? Could such a monstrous force ever truly be tamed? Madara is nothing more than a beaten, wandering dog now. The one who will stand atop the true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. It's not him. The one destined to surpass Madara, the one who shall draw closest to the ultimate heights, is me. At last, I can claim the power beyond even Madara's. Mid-sentence, a wild expression twisted Itachi's face, a manic grin tugging at his lips. His laughter, unhinged and eerie, sent chills down the spine. Sasuke, to me, you are my new light. You are my spare. The Uchiha clan has always been despicable, slaughtering friends to awaken the Mangekyo, and murdering one's own brother for eternal power, boasting of butchery, and parading this cursed strength. From the moment you were born into this clan, you were caught up in this blood-soaked fate. Come, little brother. In that moment, Itachi seemed less a man than a demon lost in his own madness, his silhouette looming with a monstrous shadow behind him. This devilish specter reached out, grasping toward Sasuke's eyes, intent on tearing them away. The shinobi world reeled at the shocking truths Itachi had revealed, so even the Uchiha, glorious as they were, bore such savage secrets within. Behind their overwhelming power lay unfathomable cruelty, such as the Uchiha clan. So that's how it is. I used to wonder why Itachi would leave Sasuke, a festering wound, alive. Turns out he had this sinister plan in mind all along. How vicious. He's actually planning to take his own brother's Sharingan to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. When you think about it, Sasuke Uchiha is honestly pretty pitiful. Stuck with a brother like that. Who could endure it? Is Itachi Uchiha mentally ill, or what? He's seriously twisted. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes blazed with icy hatred and murderous intent. With every word Itachi spoke, the urge to kill surged uncontrollably within him. His gaze turned bloodshot, and his three-tomo Sharingan cast an eerie, crimson light across the room. So this is how it all unfolded. The reason he spared me that night. Why did the whole clan die, leaving only me alive? The answer behind everything, the whole truth. All for the sake of that so-called eternal Mangekyo. Itachi Uchiha, I swear I'll kill you. Such is the bond between brothers of the Uchiha clan. In the vision, Sasuke closed his eyes, and memories surged through his mind like a relentless tide. Scene after scene from his past played vividly before him. As your rival and goal, I'll always be there for you. Sorry, Sasuke, I've got a mission today. Maybe next time, hate me, cling to life in agony, until the day comes. My ambition is to kill that man. Why are you still so weak? Because the hatred in your heart isn't strong enough. In his mind, warm memories mingled with the night of the massacre, a flood of everything that once was. Sasuke tore off the band from his forehead and swept back his black cloak. His Sharingan, ablaze with a supernatural glow, cut through the darkness of the underground hideout. So it's all been for this. Finally, the moment has come. It's time to settle things. Sasuke's voice was cold as ice as he fixed his gaze on his opponent. The fight's about to start. I can't wait to see how this clash will unfold. This is bound to be more intense than anything we've seen before. After all, it's a battle between Uchihas. This time, I'm with Sasuke. My Cloud Village will start things off. I'm betting on Sasuke to win. If that's how it is, then as a Leaf Shinobi, I'm not backing down either. I'll wager on Sasuke as well. In next to no time, the whole Shinobi world was abuzz, placing their bets. Didn't want to see what I look like at death's door, but you'll never defeat someone with a Mangekyo Sharingan. For you, your goal was always an illusion. This is reality. Sasuke remained utterly calm. He didn't let his opponent's words rattle him. Instead, prepared for everything, he spoke with a dismissive sneer. No matter how you use those eyes, my hatred will turn every illusion into reality. And the reality you must face is death. The two stared each other down. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. A flurry of shuriken spun from their hands, slicing through the cavern air. The clash of metal on metal reverberated through the entire underground chamber. In that moment, the sparks flew in a dazzling, chaotic dance. Every throw seemed impossibly precise, the accuracy sharpened to perfection by both pairs of Sharingan. Neither gave way, conceding nothing. Bang! At last, after that relentless storm of blades, they closed the distance, hand to hand, flesh and bone colliding in fierce combat. Zulfust! Hayashi's Byakugan bulged, struggling to keep up with the dizzying paths of their shuriken, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had never witnessed such flawless control over throwing stars. On screen, Sasuke conjured a massive windmill shuriken in his palm, his fingers spinning it before hurling it with all his might at his opponent. Bang! Itachi, seemingly unfazed, blocked with a kunai. But Sasuke's shuriken was charged with Chidori's lightning chakra, sending cracks spidering through the kunai. The giant blade tore through Itachi's shoulder. Just as a smirk of triumph spread across Sasuke's face, Itachi's form dissolved into a swirl of scattering crows. Bang! In the confusion, Itachi reappeared from the flock of crows, delivering a brutal kick that sent the stunned Sasuke flying, shattering the rock wall behind him. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is reality. I will have the light. Itachi pinned Sasuke down, cruel intent gleaming in his eyes as he reached for Sasuke's own. With a cry of pure anguish, a vicious, tearing sound rang out. Across the ninja world, everyone sucked in a shocked breath, stunned by the merciless scene. Uchiha Itachi's cruelty knew no hesitation. He gouged Sasuke's eye out on the spot. Sasuke stared at the horror, his own pupil constricting. Was this the reality Itachi spoke of? What kind of twisted joke was this? As the scene unfolded, Sasuke, wide-eyed, clutched at the aching hollow where his eye had once been. On his back, an ominous, wing-shaped protrusion unfurled, flapping in slow agony. That other eye, I'll have that too. With that, Itachi pressed forward, intent on seizing Sasuke's remaining eye by force, only for Sasuke's Sharingan to flare with sudden brilliance. Jinjutsu shattered. A Jinjutsu? Again? For real? I've been watching all this time, and now you're telling me it's yet another illusion? That's cheating, pure, unadulterated cheating. Damn, this is wild. Even just watching the fight, it feels unreal. Am I caught in a Jinjutsu too? Seriously, what kind of illusion technique can cast its shadow over the entire ninja world? Incredible. Kage level. The other side definitely possesses the power of a Kage. But look at how young they are. Kage level? No way. Are you telling us they have the strength of a Kage? At that age. No mistake about it. Whether it's Jinjutsu or Taijutsu, this is far beyond what ordinary shinobi can handle. Even elite jonin I've hired before, none of them could ever compare to this level of power. Unbelievable. Man, boss, just how rich are you? Can I be your loyal hound? Wait, what are you doing going upstairs? The entire shinobi world was stunned. The two figures in the scene both wielded strength on par with the leader of a village, the Kage. Power of this magnitude could tip the balance between nations. Within the scene, you managed to break my Tsukuyumi? Itachi fell to his knees, breathing heavily, his voice filled with disbelief. At this, Sasuke let out a scornful laugh, his confidence overflowing, and sneered, I told you before, no matter how many times you use those eyes of yours, I will always turn your illusions into reality. Faced with this, Itachi calmly rose to his feet and spoke coldly. If that's the case, I'll make the world of Tsukuyumi real. In a flash, Itachi formed a string of hand signs, ready to unleash a jutsu, only to be suddenly interrupted. Sasuke had summoned an enormous shuriken, whose assault broke the flow of Itachi's techniques. The shuriken burst apart into a hail of icy fragments, driving straight through Uchiha's thigh. Blood gushed forth in a crimson torrent. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke pressed the attack, hands weaving signs in a blur before unleashing a massive fireball, roaring toward Itachi. Alarmed, Itachi tried to dodge, but pain in his leg left him sluggish. With a desperate leap, he barely avoided the incoming flames. But, midair, Sasuke was already waiting. Lightning chirped in his palm. Chidori. With vengeful force, he drove it straight at Itachi's chest. Crash! The cavern ceiling exploded apart, revealing the world outside. The forbidden ground of the Uchiha clan, their abandoned ancestral home. Itachi quickly formed hand signs, then spat out a second great fireball, sending it blazing toward Sasuke. Sasuke's body tensed. Instantly, he activated Curse Mark Level 3, sprouting demonic wings that shielded him from the torrent of flame. The shinobi world stared up at the sky's projected images, dazed and wide-eyed. For ordinary people unfamiliar with the life of ninjas, Such battles were sights they'd never imagined seeing in their lifetime. Outside the cavern, atop the rooftop, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke stood across from each other, forming hand signs in perfect synchrony until, finally, fire style, great fireball jutsu, times two. Two massive fireballs surged from their mouths, colliding in the sky like twin tidal waves of flame. The impact thundered and crackled, a storm of fire unleashed. The waves of fire roared and surged, neither side willing to yield, each flame fiercely contesting the other. Yet, as time passed, perhaps due to the activation of the curse mark, Sasuke's surge of flames slowly began to overpower and engulf Itachi's fire. Sasuke's great fireball is actually swallowing up Itachi's flames. Is this for real? Incredible. So this is Sasuke's true power? Unbelievable. If this keeps up, Itachi is bound to lose. Sasuke, able to defeat Itachi, the Sharingan, overcoming the Mangekyo? This has never been heard of. And just as everyone across the shinobi world believed Itachi would be consumed by the blaze, that tightly closed Mangekyo I snapped open with formidable intent. Amaterasu, from the Mangekyo Sharingan, an abyssal black fire erupted, billowing forth and rushing toward Itachi's great fireball. In a single, dramatic turn, the tide of battle reversed. With the overwhelming might of Amaterasu's black flames, Sasuke's fierce inferno was instantly swallowed and unraveled, burning away in moments. Across the 5 great nations, as the mighty Kage watched the screen, they too felt a chilling sense of danger emanating from the inky black fire. What fire could this possibly be? That shadowy flame was so foreboding. Even they, hardened warriors, felt genuine dread, as if it couldn't be extinguished by any conventional means. What is this fire? It feels so sinister. That Itachi, who knew he had such a technique, just how strong are they? They must be at Kage level now. Unbelievable. And at such a young age. And with the curse mark, Sasuke is terrifying. But why does he look so, well, downright monstrous? Honestly, looking at those arms, all I see are a pair of chicken wings. Just imagine, what if you grilled them? Throw in some cumin, and it'd smell amazing, right? You brutes, are you monsters or what? That's just twisted. Points to the cloud for being unfiltered. In his home, Uchiha Sasuke watched the scene coldly, fists clenched tight, his Sharingan eyes shining with a frigid brilliance. Uchiha, Itachi, so this is what you call the Mangekyo. Gazing at the wicked, swirling Tomo, Sasuke growled defiant. He refused to accept this fate. He would use his own Sharingan to shatter the legend of the Mangekyo. In the flower shop, I can't take it. Seeing Sasuke like this, I really can't accept it. Ino wound her hair anxiously around her fingers. No. If Sasuke really becomes like that in the future, then I... It was clear she'd made a huge, difficult decision. Her gaze grew steadfast and resolute. Then I'll just pick a new crush. And in the scene, under the power of the black flame, the grand fireball surged forward, just about to engulf Sasuke, when suddenly Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan snapped shut, as if the strain had finally reached its limit. Sasuke seized the moment, swiftly pulling back from Itachi, doing everything he could to escape the reach of the black fire's next assault. Itachi, watching Sasuke's retreat, opened his eyes once more. Amaterasu, the black flames shot after Sasuke, relentlessly spreading in his direction. Sasuke kept moving, desperate to escape, but the cumbersome wings on his back slowed him, and in the end, the black fire swept over him. Sasuke was instantly consumed, his agonized cries echoing through the battle. Sasuke! Naruto, witnessing this unfold, shouted out in panic. On the battlefield, Sasuke's screams slowly faded, and Itachi, having withdrawn Amaterasu's flames, advanced with caution to check on the aftermath, only to be struck by a shock. Lying where Sasuke had been was a shed, empty skin. Sasuke's body had disappeared entirely, as if he'd slipped through the floor itself. Down in the shadows beneath, Sasuke gazed up at the ruined ceiling, a cold, faint smile curling across his lips. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. From his mouth, Sasuke unleashed a massive fire dragon, its force shattering the ceiling in an instant, the blaze surging upwards at Itachi. Itachi, atop the Uchiha shrine, sensed the danger at once. With the clarity of his Sharingan, he narrowly dodged the searing dragon of flame. Explosions shook the air as one dragon fireball after another broke through the cavern ceiling, each streaking toward Itachi, but he split them apart with ease. The last of these fireballs disappeared into the dusk-laden clouds above. By then, most of the cavern's roof had been destroyed, and Itachi could clearly see Sasuke below. Both stood on one knee, supporting their weary bodies, struggling for each breath. This is probably my last jutsu. Sasuke spoke. The second form of the curse marked slowly retreating from his body, returning him to his original self. On the battlefield, Itachi replied in a cold, measured voice. Little brother, stop forcing yourself. I know your chakra has almost run dry. All across the shinobi world, spectators watched, deeply moved. They're both at their weakest, which means they're going to settle this with one final blow. I wonder what that last move will be. The moment of decision is coming. I can hardly wait to see what techniques they unleash at the end. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke gazed at the ever-darkening sky above, his heart curiously calm, as if awaiting something. Time slipped by quietly as the entire sky remained dim and somber, clouds endlessly roiling overhead. Suddenly, the downpour erupted in an instant. The whole Uchiha, forbidden ground, became slick with moisture, yet the black flames still stubbornly blazed outside the underground chamber, undiminished. Looking up at the sky, Sasuke smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. It's true, I have almost no chakra left. That fire-style jutsu just now drained everything I had. But did you really think I'd come here recklessly just to kill you? Though it lasted only an instant, that technique, it was just like Amaterasu, inescapable. In the scene, Uchiha Sasuke fixed his opponent with an icy, murderous stare, madness flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Just as you wished. I will show you the face of your own demise. A resounding thunderclap shook the entire underground, reverberating through the air. Overhead, pitch-black thunderclouds began to gather densely, their incessant rumble echoing like a drumbeat of doom. The sky, under the unbroken roar of thunder, grew ever darker. Bolts of lightning danced in the heart of the storm clouds, twisting together as if brewing some terrifying attack. Across the ninja world, countless people gaped at this scene. Even the five Kage, now fully alert, solemnity etched on every face. Sasuke's technique had truly terrified them all, under the gaze of so many eyes. What in the world is that? Shock was writ large on their faces, eyes filled with fear and awe, and for the first time, a trace of reverence for Sasuke crept into their hearts. Sasuke used fire style, purposefully misfiring his jutsu, just to heat up the surrounding air and create thunderclouds, but this move, there's no doubt it's beyond Chidori. It's far above a rank. In fact, it might even surpass my lightning blade. And no one was more shaken than Kakashi himself. Even he could not remain unmoved by the spectacle unfolding before him. Sasuke was a genius. No one could deny it. His power would one day eclipse even Kakashi's own. Throughout the ninja world, what kind of jutsu is this? Why does it take so long to prepare? Thunderclouds. He's actually creating thunderclouds? Can Sasuke command the very forces of nature? What kind of technique is this? What is he conjuring up there? Even through the screen, I can feel my heart pounding. Is this the true genius of the Uchiha? Even among the so-called 12 elite, Neji, regarded as a prodigy himself, had to concede Sasuke's talent outclassed his own. No wonder he's the top of the Uchiha clan, the best in our year, murmured a fellow rookie ninja, watching Sasuke's creation take shape on screen, astonished beyond words. That group of fangirls instantly wore adoring looks on their faces. A ninja as handsome and powerful as Sasuke was practically the object of all their dreams. He was the very image of a prince on a white horse from their fantasies. Sasuke is amazing. Sakura and the others immediately transformed into starry-eyed admirers, gazing longingly at their prince. In the video, Sasuke's left hand was already brimming with the power of Chidori. He had leapt onto the towering Uchiha stone monument, his gaze sweeping down at Uchiha Itachi below with an air of absolute dominance. This jutsu calls down lightning from the heavens, and all I have to do is direct its force at you. Standing atop the stone monument, Sasuke looked down on Uchiha Itachi. This jutsu is called Kirin. A deafening roar erupted. Before the awestruck eyes of countless onlookers outside the video, a majestic Kirin wreathed in lightning burst forth from the thunderclouds. Its bellows shook the entire forbidden grounds of the Uchiha clan. The Kirin's furious cry, mingled with the crash of thunder, echoed Sasuke's own surging intent to kill. It glared fiercely down at the now seemingly insignificant Uchiha Itachi. A tense gulp went around the shinobi world, their eyes filled with fear and awe for this jutsu. What kind of technique was this exactly? What kind of ninjutsu is that? It's on the S rank level. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi looked solemnly toward the sky. Faced with such a technique, even he couldn't say with certainty that he would survive. That lone survivor of the Uchiha clan, the prodigy of the Uchiha, had actually created such a heaven-defying jutsu? A man who could even command the natural lightning. The whole shinobi world stared on in silent astonishment. fade away with the thunder. Kirin. In the scene, Sasuke swung his raised hand down sharply, and, as if obeying an unspoken command, the Kirin let out an earth-shaking roar and came crashing down, sparking shock and terror in every spectator's heart. A cataclysmic crash echoed. In an instant, the entire underground chamber was reduced to ruins. The Kirin's wrath obliterated the forbidden ground of the Uchiha, shattering even the surrounding rock into dust beneath the onslaught of lightning. The chamber collapsed, leaving devastation in its wake, and Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground at the epicenter, silent and unmoving, lying amidst the rubble like a man dead. Amazing! Naruto Uzumaki stared blankly at the scene before him, utterly shaken by what he'd witnessed. His eyes were wide with shock. Kirin had completely overwhelmed him, and yet there was a hint of unwillingness in his gaze. That Sasuke had actually invented a ninjutsu of such devastating power. This level of power, definitely S rank, Kakashi murmured in awe, his eyes full of disbelief at the opponent's ability to create such a technique. A jutsu of this magnitude could stand among the very best of the S rank techniques. Though this move is exceedingly powerful, the conditions to use it are far too demanding. The ninja world was shaken by the overwhelming power of that jutsu, but there were still some sharp-eyed shinobi who spotted the signs telegraphing his attack. Though the technique was formidable, its requirements were simply too demanding. In the video, even Sasuke, thanks to a mix of fire style, the weather, and various other factors, was barely able to pull it off. This alone shows just how difficult it is to perform. And then, there was Uchiha Itachi, staring at Uchiha Itachi's fallen body amidst the rubble. In the ancient legends, among the Uchiha clan, those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan were said to possess a power that defied imagination. A power so immense it rivaled the mythical beasts, said to split mountains and stir oceans, shaking the very earth itself. And among all who awakened it, only one man ever truly possessed that might. He was Madara Uchiha. Back then, after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara wielded this very power, casting terror across the ninja world, plunging them into despair. Within the Uchiha, this power was known as the wicked Susanoo, the power of a god. Across the ninja world, that's it, Uchiha Itachi must be dead now. I can't believe such a powerful jutsu was created by someone so young. Are all the Uchiha monsters, or what? How are the rest of us supposed to survive? Just like that? Did Sasuke really beat Itachi? Unbelievable. I don't know, something feels off, really off. Aren't you overthinking it? Itachi's down for good. It's not like he's going to come back to life, right? So this is the form you wanted to see me in after I'm gone? On the screen, the fallen Uchiha, Itachi, staggered back to his feet, much to Sasuke's horror. Even now, although Itachi was obviously weakened, his gaze remained calm, utterly fearless. No way, he's still alive. Unbelievable. Are all the Uchiha unkillable? Their vitality's just unreal. Sasuke stared, momentarily stunned as Itachi rose. Then his face hardened, clouded by tension. Itachi, meanwhile, ignited in crimson flames that licked around his form. Across from him, Sasuke immediately activated his cursed seal, sprouting those ominous bat wings. The scene erupted with red fire, and within those flames, an enormous skeletal figure began to take shape, spreading and looming larger still. Without this, I really would have been killed. You become stronger, Sasuke. Everyone across the ninja world drew a sharp breath in shock. Who could have imagined Uchiha Itachi still had such an ace hidden up his sleeve? No way, he's really still alive? This guy's just impossible to kill. What kind of power is this? It's so sinister. Just watching through screen makes me tremble. Could this be the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu? But it's gigantic. My god, this is on par with a tailed beast. That's the very thing that showed up in an earlier scene. Susanoo. The five Kage looked up at the heavens displayed on the screen, a trace of unease flickering in their eyes. So, this is the power you spoke of? Sasuke clenched his teeth, speaking through the tension. Susanoo. Within the scene, Uchiha Itachi had already risen to his feet. He stared at Uchiha Sasuke, flames swirling higher. A towering figure of Susanoo erupted, formed amidst the blazing inferno. In that moment, Sasuke, standing before Susanoo, was utterly insignificant, a mere ant. This time, let me show you my final trump card. The Art of Susanoo. This is another jutsu that awakens in the Mangekyo, a secret lurking within these eyes. Sasuke, is this the limit of your jutsu? Don't hold anything back. If you have any strength left, use it, because the true performance is about to begin. On the screen, Itachi Susanoo started evolving into an even mightier form. Vines twined and fused with bone, enshrouding Susanu's body until at last an armored figure took shape, bearing a shield in its grasp. That was the fourth form of Susanu, the Karasatengu armor. The oppressive force of it radiated out through the screen itself. It sent a chill through the ninja world. Though it couldn't compare to the shock waves unleashed by Uchiha Madara in the past, the sense of awe evoked was still overwhelming. Somewhere, in a bustling casino, the fourth power of Susanoo, far from the hidden leaf, Tsunade's haze of confusion vanished in an instant. Staring at what formed on the screen, her elegant face was etched with disbelief. She could hardly believe it. She was witnessing, once again, the very power her great-uncle and grandfather had once described. Gazing at the awe-inspiring Susanoo, at Uchiha, Itachi clad in the fearsome Karasatengu armor, Sasuke's eyes brimmed with shock and dread. This Uchiha Itachi, he still possessed such a hidden trump card. Why? Only now did Sasuke realize how absurd it was to even think of killing Uchiha Itachi. He couldn't even defeat him with an S-rank Kirin. Was Susanoo, as his opponent claimed, truly invincible? Uchiha Itachi. Resentment filled Sasuke's gaze. Was there truly no way forward? Could the Mangekyo really be so impossible to overcome? The price of unlocking the Mangekyo is to kill the one closest to your heart. Suddenly, through the haze of memory, a distant, cold voice echoed from that fateful night, tunneling through time into his ears even now. Uchiha Sasuke thought of Naruto. I will never follow your plan. I'll use my own way to gain power, and then I will kill you. On screen, Sasuke Uchiha looks up at Itachi Uchiha in his Susanoo form, fear and unease clouding his eyes. I'll lend you my power. You need me, Sasuke. Don't you want to take revenge on Itachi? Release this power, and your wish will finally come true. That was Orochimaru's voice, constantly echoing in Sasuke's mind while he lay weak and vulnerable, leaving his head buzzing and throbbing. From the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, the mighty eight-headed serpent sprang forth. Its immense body rivaled the size of Itachi Susanoo. This was Orochimaru in the flesh. Is that the legendary eight-branched serpent? No, wait, that voice, that's one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Can you believe it? He was hiding inside Sasuke all along. No way. How did Orochimaru get in there? It's not looking good for Itachi now. Orochimaru and Sasuke teaming up might just be the end for him. Watching the eight-branched serpent surge from Sasuke's neck, Sasuke's fists clenched. In the end, had he still failed to take down Itachi with his own hands? I need more power, he muttered, his gaze as cold as frost. He yearned to strike down his opponent himself, not by relying on anyone else. On screen, the eight-branched serpent and Susanoo slowly drew nearer. In the blink of an eye, the serpent lunged, only to be blocked by the shield of Yata mirror that Susanoo held. Next, Itachi drew the Tatsuka blade, and with a sweeping slash, he shattered 6 of the serpent's heads. It's over. In the Valley of the End, the masked man spoke, closing his eyes. He could already see how this battle would conclude. On screen, Orochimaru's true form began to slither out from the serpent's last 2 heads. Eyes wild with delight, he stared hard at Itachi Uchiha. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I'll seize that boy's body and then... Squelch. The Tatsuka blade, in the grasp of Susanoo, pierced straight through Orochimaru's body, and before his terrified eyes, sealed him away in the gourd. The ninja world... Kano... Orochimaru. I'm out again. And there I go, dead again. From his appearance to his defeat, barely a minute had passed. For someone hailed as one of the legendary Sannin. Was this all it amounted to? Who said earlier that Itachi was in trouble? That was a clean sweep. Seriously, Orochimaru's supposed to be one of the Sannin, and he got wiped out in a single hit? Is this a joke? Even if Orochimaru's lost his touch, there's no way he'd go down so easily. Is there? This is just embarrassing. He went down way too quickly, didn't he? If that's the end for Sasuke, then how pathetic is Orochimaru? Just 1 minute on stage, and he's already out. Is that all he's got? Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Tsunade, far away from the village, watched this unfolding scene, barely able to keep their composure. Sarutobi pulled down his Hokage hat, shielding the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The scene continues. On screen, Itachi Uchiha suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. His Susanoo regresses to its second stage, while Sasuke's eyes widen in a flash of resolve. He hurls 2 kunai, each bound with explosive tags. Yet this kind of attack is utterly useless against Susanoo. Out of tricks, are we? If that's all you've got, then your eyes are mine. From within the Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi staggers forward, unsteady but relentless. A guttural cry bursts from Sasuke, the words searing his mind. He leaps up, clutching his Kusanagi sword. and drives it hard against Susanu's shield. There's a brutal crack, but force meets force. Sasuke is violently rebounded, cold panic flashing up from his toes to every nerve. He's overwhelmed, left floundering. Across the ninja world. No way, did Sasuke just lose? What now? Itachi won't actually take his eyes, will he? That shouldn't be. Didn't everyone say Sasuke would win this fight? What's going on? Stabbing Susanoo with the Kusanagi. Sasuke, that's some guts. Is this really the time for such comments? Is Itachi really going through with this? I can barely keep watching. Is Itachi really that cold-hearted? Could he really do it? Sasuke is his own little brother. No, please don't. Sakura and the others cried out in desperation, unable to watch what came next. The 5 Kage, too, watched with grave faces, sighing deeply. It's over for this Uchiha boy. Even they couldn't honestly say Sasuke would survive. This battle was lost the instant Itachi's Susanoo appeared. Yet there was a mystery in their eyes. Why? When Itachi had such overwhelming power, did he wait so long to use it? Why let Sasuke unleash Kirin first? And Orochimaru, what happened to him? Sasuke's gaze never left the storm-dark sky above. He stared with burning eyes. Why? Even with all his strength, couldn't he defeat his brother? Was his opponent truly invincible? On screen, Itachi, swaying on his feet, staggered toward the panic-stricken Sasuke. My eyes. Sasuke's fear exploded, and he scrambled backward, only to find his retreat blocked by a gigantic Uchiha clan crest looming behind him. Throughout the ninja world, countless viewers averted their eyes, no longer able to bear the sight. This was a moment thick with dread, a scene that made the heart recoil. On the screen, Uchiha Sasuke stared in terror and trembling at Itachi, who now stood right before him. Fear utterly consumed his eyes. Itachi's fingers extended towards Sasuke, fulfilling the old, terrible prophecy, an elder brother about to take his brother's eyes. In the depth of Sasuke's uneasy, suffocating gaze, so like the entire ninja world holding its breath, those 2 fingers slowly pressed down upon his forehead. Thud! Uchiha Itachi collapsed. Susanoo vanished along with him. He was gone, devoid of all life. Sasuke stood in shock, frozen to the spot. Itachi's fresh blood still lingered on his forehead, and his eyes were hollow, utterly void. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke was equally stunned, haunted by the memory of that gesture, that final murmur, words that only he and Itachi truly understood. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. As the ninja world looked up at Itachi's fallen figure on the great screen, a heavy silence fell. He's dead? Just like that, Uchiha Itachi is dead. What happened? How could Itachi just die so suddenly? Was he already forcing himself to keep going all along? What did he say at the end? I couldn't quite make it out. Who knows? Judging by Sasuke's expression, maybe he knows. Huh? Really? Is he dead just like that? Unbelievable. Was he really acting all along? Uchiha Itachi gone just like that. Honestly, did it ever seem like Itachi was fighting at his full strength? You felt that too? I thought I was the only one. Inside a casino somewhere in the ninja world, Tsunade arched a brow, recalling Itachi's pallid face in the footage. She murmured softly, Uchiha Itachi had a terminal illness. As one of the most renowned medical ninjas, she had noticed it from the very first glance. Itachi was gravely ill. But why? She wondered aloud. Knowing he was dying, why did he still fight Sasuke? And it always seemed as if Itachi never fought at full strength. His final Susanoo. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Sasuke fell silent, tormented by Itachi's final words. What did they really mean? Why did his brothers say such things? He remembered his childhood, how, every time Itachi left for a mission, he'd tap Sasuke on the forehead and softly promise, "Forgive me, Sasuke. Maybe next time." Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke said the name quietly, his eyes clouded with confusion and doubt. Yet despite the uncertainty, the hatred in his heart remained undiminished. After watching the video, he finally understood. From beginning to end, Itachi had never used his full power. He had been holding back the entire time. Was your guilt so great for killing our clan? But I, Uchiha Sasuke, will never forgive you. Hokage's office. Itachi, the 3rd Hokage, sighed deeply, his face clouded with sorrow. Was your final plan really to die by Sasuke's hand? His thoughts drifted back to the past, to that dazzling genius boy he once knew, who, as he remembered, had a fondness for sweets. But in the end, his life had been nothing but bitter. He realized, now more than ever, that he had truly grown old. Ever since the 4th Hokage died and he reassumed the Hokage seat, the village of Konoha had changed completely. Was it Konoha that had grown weak? No, it was he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had weakened. Konoha itself had never truly changed. It was he, the moment he returned to power, who became someone different. As everyone throughout the shinobi world was still recalling the scene that had just transpired, suddenly, the sky went pitch black. The scene shifted. It was a dark chamber. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes snapped open. "You've won." The Sasuke on screen looked dazed and lost, still in a haze moments after waking from unconsciousness. A shadowy figure stepped slowly out of the darkness, a man with a deep voice, wearing a mask. Sasuke stared at him, expressionless. Seeing the masked figure appear on screen, the entire ninja world felt a growing unease, convinced that he couldn't possibly be a force for good. Just one look, and you can tell he's up to no good. He must be targeting Sasuke for something. Say, did you guys notice how terrifying this guy is? He totally gives off the mastermind behind-the-scenes vibe. He strikes me as the type who manipulates everything from the shadows. Definitely a powerful figure. Hey, doesn't it seem like this is the exact person Itachi mentioned? The one who helped Itachi in a massacre of the Uchiha clan? Holy crap, that's a sharp observation right there. The masked man, huh? As Itachi made his way to Konoha, a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. Just as he had suspected, now that he was gone, this man had set his sights on Sasuke. We're alike, both survivors of the Uchiha clan. Author's note. I got the timeline for Terumi may becoming Mizukage a little mixed up. She's not really supposed to have taken over at this point. Just treat this as a slight advance for plot's sake. I hope you all understand. If you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know. I'm always open to feedback. If there's a particular scene you want to see, like Jiraiya's death, Pain's invasion, or Sasuke's fight against Killer Bee, just tell the author. And if you have enough coins today, you might just get a special Sakura. Don't let the villagers beat you to it. Wishing everyone a super shadow grade, 3,000-point treasure bag. No water posting. We're alike, both survivors of the Uchiha clan. I'm someone who knows the truth about Itachi. In the scene, the masked man lifts half of his mask, revealing a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo in his eye. The ninja world what? Uchiha Sasuke what? Staring at the Sharingan beneath the man's mask, Sasuke's face is filled with disbelief. Then, recalling Itachi's words from before, his heart is thrown into even greater confusion. Could it be someone from the Uchiha clan is still alive? Sasuke muttered in a daze. The truth about Itachi. Sasuke whispered. If someone did survive, why hadn't he ever known about it? Unbelievable. So the Uchiha clan wasn't completely wiped out back then? There's still an orphan left behind. Astonishing. I thought Sasuke was the only one left, but there's actually another survivor outside the Leaf Village. Wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to have been annihilated? How could anyone still be alive? Maybe someone managed to hide. There were so many of them. Itachi couldn't have killed everyone by himself, right? Didn't they say there was an accomplice? Could this masked man be the accomplice? For some reason, this masked man chills me to the bone. There's something deeply unsettling about him. He's definitely no ordinary person. Could he be a survivor from some past war? The ninja world erupted in speculation, but the biggest commotion was in the Hidden Leaf. The third Hokage, and especially Danzo from the Root Division, seemed particularly shaken. Danzo stared at the masked man in shock, trembling with anger. Damn you, Itachi. I'm someone who knows the truth about Itachi. At these words, Sasuke's eyes suddenly twist, transforming into a Mangekyo whose shape resembles a whirling fan, Itachi's very own eye. The Mangekyo slowly spins, and then, for an instant, black flames surge forth, rushing straight toward the masked man. A chilling, blood-curdling scream echoes. The ninja world is thrown into another wave of shock. That's Itachi's eye. That's Amaterasu, the inextinguishable flame. What's going on? Why does Sasuke have Itachi's power? Everything just keeps getting more confusing. Could this all be another Genjutsu? An illusion? While the ninja world is left in awe, the scene shifts. The masked man's voice falls silent, but his figure steps out from the darkness once more, mask perfectly restored, staring at Sasuke, utterly unharmed. This guy isn't human. He took a direct hit from those black flames and didn't even get singed. I'm convinced now. He has to be the mastermind pulling all the strings. His presence is overwhelming. Could he be Uchiha Madara? The mere mention of Uchiha Madara makes everyone tense up. The shadow that Madara's name has left on history is unforgettable. Even Inoki, the stone Kage, feels a chill run down his spine, but he grits his teeth and shakes his head. This man couldn't possibly be Madara. Within the scene, what was that? Sasuke, clutching his eye, gasps desperately for air, his voice trembling with fear. That was the Amaterasu. Itachi gave it to you to use, comes the reply. No wonder it's him. He manages to surprise me even in death. He thought of everything. The masked man sighed in admiration. Staring intently at the masked man, Sasuke's eyes flickered with confusion. He demanded, "What are you really trying to say?" The masked man, unhurried, calmly began explaining to Sasuke why it was possible he, too, could use Itachi's Amaterasu. He shared, too, how Itachi had never wanted the masked man to come near Sasuke, revealing all these truths at once. Before he died, Itachi must have done something to you, didn't he? Hearing this, Sasuke froze for a moment, recalling what Itachi did in their final battle, as well as his brother's dying whisper. In the end, for your sake, Itachi poured his ocular power into you. Itachi transferred his power into Sasuke? What are they talking about? Why can't I understand any of this? But why? Why would Itachi do that? What was the reason behind it? I'm more confused than ever by this revelation. What is the purpose of all this exposure? The power of bonds? If I remember correctly, the last question was about bonds. Could be related to that. On screen, Sasuke was visibly unsettled, his gaze overwhelmed by chaos and disbelief as he spoke. What exactly are you telling me? Why would Itachi do such a thing? The masked man looked at him steadily, his tone even. You still don't understand? His reason for doing all of this was simply to protect you. Sasuke fell silent, stunned. The entire shinobi world seemed momentarily at a loss, the notion almost absurd. To protect me? You must be joking. Sasuke's voice was steeped in ridicule and disdain. This masked man. How could he attempt to sway him with such childish words? Itachi wanted to protect him? What a sick joke. He couldn't find it funny at all. In that moment, a seething intent to kill welled up inside Sasuke toward the masked man. He silently vowed that one day he would cut this man down with his own hands. Protect Sasuke? Is this masked man making a mockery of us? Protect Sasuke? How am I supposed to believe that? Is driving his own brother to the brink meant to be protection? Nonsense. Nonsense. On screen, Sasuke first froze, then his face twisted with disbelief and turmoil as he spoke. Protect? Protect me? What kind of nonsense is that? I'll say this again. You think you know everything about your brother, but the truth is, you know nothing about Itachi. If you keep spewing such rubbish, I'll kill you. The masked man grew silent for a moment, then answered calmly. It seems that, no matter what I say, you would never believe me. In that case, no wonder. Did Itachi ever tell you that he had helped that night? Sasuke paused, startled. The one who assisted Itachi in annihilating the Uchiha clan was me. When these words rang out, the entire shinobi world was shaken to its core. Even within the Hidden Leaf, everyone was jolted, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at the masked man on the screen. The assistant Itachi had once mentioned was truly him? So it really was that man all along. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke gravely. Back then, Itachi had confessed there was an accomplice in the Uchiha massacre, but he never knew their identity. Until now. That man, just a mention of the Uchiha clan, caused murderous hatred to flood Sasuke's gaze. He locked eyes with the masked man on the screen. Elsewhere, within the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi stared at the masked figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fixed on the Sharingan. For some reason, his own Sharingan started to stir uneasily. He had never experienced this before. Who is this man, really? Kakashi asked in a low, tense voice, worry etched in his features. Unease crept into his heart. All these years with the Sharingan, and yet it had never reacted like this. On the screen, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, confusion and turmoil raging in his eyes. Bloodshot veins stood out in his eyes, an unsettling sight. Enough, stop talking. Just disappear from my sight. No, you must listen. You owe it to yourself to hear this. Watching Sasuke bury his head in the bedding, the masked man pressed on. For the sake of the ninja world, for the sake of the leaf, and for you, his little brother. Your brother gave up everything. Itachi Uchiha's path to survival. Do you know why Itachi enabled your eyes to use Amaterasu? He did that to keep you far away from me. Because he knew the truth I carried. The truth. What is it? In the Leaf Village, Sasuke glared at the masked man, his eyes bloodshot. What was still hidden from him? What truth had that man concealed? The masked man continued. The ones who truly know Itachi's secret are Danzo, the third Hokage, and those two advisors. But the third is already gone. Now only those old relics are left. And from now on, those three will guard the secret to their graves. The truth of Itachi Uchiha will remain forever buried in darkness, just as he wished. The third Hokage knew the truth. At that, Sasuke's pupils shrank in shock. He nearly bolted for the Hokage's office, but suddenly froze. He knew the truth. So why didn't he ever tell me? What is the truth behind Itachi's deadly protection? Why can't I be allowed to know? All across the shinobi world, eyes were locked on the sky, noticing, perhaps for the first time, how the events that devastated the Uchiha clan were wrapped in layers of mystery, shrouded by secrets unknown to them. There are reasons, and there is truth. What are you saying? Protect me? Protect the truth. On the screen, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened, confusion and emptiness swirling within them. His breath came in harsh bursts. On screen, Sasuke struggled to catch his breath, a storm of bewilderment and uncertainty raging inside him. What was he even talking about? What truth? What reason? Think again. Remember your brother, the gentle boy he once was. Sasuke was gasping, sweat soaking through his clothes. Didn't he try to kill me? Didn't he come for my eyes? A ragged cough escaped him. Itachi is my enemy. He killed our parents, destroyed the entire Uchiha clan. He's a traitor to the Leaf Village, a member of Akatsuki. He is someone I ought to hate. The reason for everything. My target. On screen, the man in the mask stared back at him, face devoid of emotion. After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. That night, Itachi did indeed wipe out the Uchiha clan, and then he left the Leaf. Go on, Sasuke pressed, voice tense. But all of that was a mission given to him by the Leaf Village. The ninja world froze in shock. So did the Hidden Leaf. All across the shinobi world, jaws dropped at the masked man's words, disbelief and denial rippling everywhere. A mission? The Uchiha massacre was a mission assigned by the Leaf? The truth was so shocking that it left them reeling. A mission? The Leaf gave Itachi an order to wipe out the Uchiha? Hold on. Am I the only one who can't keep up with this? Wipe out the Uchiha? Was that really the intention of the Leaf? Was that the Hokage's decision? Somewhere inside a home, it was the Hokage's will. This is the truth. Sasuke was frozen, face twisted with terror and confusion. Was it truly the Leaf that gave him the order? All of it. The truth pointed back to the Hidden Leaf, to the Hokage. It was the Leaf who commanded Itachi. Everything led back to the Leaf, to the Hokage. He stared out the window, his gaze resting on the faces carved in the Hokage rock. In this moment, the peace of the village seemed to mock him, every bit of harmony tinged with a bitter irony. Of course, he did not make his decision right away. Soon he calmed himself. Yet a seed of hatred had been quietly planted in his heart. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. The third Hokage really has grown old. He's not the strong shinobi hero of his youth anymore. Inoki scoffed, mocking his fellow Kage, another veteran of the old generation. The Leaf Village is destined to decline, no matter what. That's the only end waiting for them. Inoki sighed, a note of finality in his voice. He could no longer see any hope of the Hidden Leaf rising again. How absurd. This village, once founded by the god of shinobi and the Ashura of the ninja world, would now fall into such a state at the hands of its own people. Grandpa, isn't that a bit harsh? Isn't there still that boy named Naruto? Kuratsuchi asked in puzzlement. At her words, Inoki fell silent. His mind drifted to the memory of Elder Chiyo's passing and the words she had left behind. He possesses a mysterious power. One day, that power will guide the world toward the future. Chiyo, does the power you spoke of truly exist? In this ninja world, corroded by corruption, Inoki sighed. It wasn't that he refused to acknowledge it. Rather, the current state of the ninja world left him no choice but to believe. Could such power to bring about true change really exist? The images continued to unfold. According to the masked man, the story of Itachi would be traced back all the way to the Warring States period, entwined with everything that befell the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village. It included the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Ultimately, Itachi was made into a sacrificial pawn, caught between the Uchiha and the Leaf. Yes, he existed solely as a sacrifice for the Leaf Village. Even past events were revealed. When Madara left the village, not a single soul chose to follow him. The masked man laid all these secrets bare. Finally, Madara waged war against the Leaf, but was defeated by Hashirama. Yet he did not perish. The ninja world, hearing these long-buried secrets, was left shaken. Their eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. And when they heard that Madara Uchiha had survived, no one could remain calm. Even the 5 great nations wore grave expressions. Could it be? Could it be that the Ashura of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha, truly never died, and is still alive somewhere, even now? What nonsense! There's no way he could still be alive. Even if he had survived back then, how many years have passed? He would have died of old age by now. That man in the mask is nothing but a liar. He won't even show his face. How could anyone trust such a person? The vision pressed on, and now we arrive at the Nine Tails attack 16 years ago. In the images, the masked man falsely claimed that the attack of the Nine Tails 16 years prior was a mere natural disaster, having no connection whatsoever to the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the Leaf fixated on the possibility that the Mangekyo Sharingan could control the Nine Tails and foisted all responsibility on the Uchiha. The so-called reasons, the so-called Mangekyo. Under this stifling atmosphere, the Uchiha began to harbor thoughts of rebellion. So the Uchiha were plotting a coup. and Itachi was a spy. The Akatsuki. What the? Itachi was a spy. The Akatsuki members were utterly confused. Who could have imagined? Itachi, a spy posted between Konoha and the Uchiha, a double-edged shadow moving in the darkness. In other words, was Itachi also a spy for their Akatsuki organization? For a moment, the entire organization fell silent. Only Pain remained expressionless, as if the question of whether Itachi was a spy no longer mattered. Because his plan was about to begin. I knew Uchiha Itachi was no good. See? That guy turned out to be a spy after all. Deidara declared loudly within the group, his gaze filled with unabashed disdain. Kisame, you're Itachi's partner. Did you know about any of this? Deidara asked. Well, I really don't know anything about that, Kisame replied, baring his sharp teeth in a cold grin as he shook his head. It was hard to believe that, from the very beginning, when Itachi first joined Akatsuki, he'd already had such motives. Perhaps Itachi himself knew that, if his true motives were ever uncovered, there'd be no place for him left in Akatsuki. The safest course was to leave early, before that ever happened. Itachi, is this the path you chose? That, in the end, your fate would be to die by your own brother's hand. Kisame mused, his tone layered with complex emotion. Whether or not Itachi was a spy didn't concern Kisame much. On the contrary, even knowing this, he maintained the utmost respect for Itachi. The shinobi world. Itachi? That Uchiha Itachi was a spy? Are you kidding me? What's really going on here? The destruction of the Uchiha clan was Konoha's plan? There's no way that's true, is it? And who exactly is this masked man, anyway? How does he know all this? Just who is he? The entire Leaf Village descended into chaos. It was impossible for people to accept that these things had actually happened in the past. Beneath the village's surface calm, it turned out such secrets had been lurking all along. In the scene, did the Uchiha clan really plan a coup? Was Itachi a spy? Sasuke murmured, dazed, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine that this had all taken place years ago. The masked man spoke again. Although you're also an Uchiha by birth, you knew nothing about these things back then. You were too young to understand. It's hard to imagine the burden he carried. Why? Why would Itachi wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? Sasuke demanded, his voice trembling with emotion. On screen, the masked man met Sasuke's gaze and replied calmly. For someone who has never witnessed true war, it must be almost impossible to grasp. Pause. During the Third Great Ninja War, Itachi, only 4 years old at the time, witnessed far too much death. Even as a child, he saw the horrors of battle firsthand. To him, war was hell itself. That experience turned Itachi into someone who cherished peace and shunned conflict. To Itachi, the peace and safety of the village always came first. He gave everything he had for that cause. That's who he was. But Konoha exploited this devotion, giving him a top-secret mission, one that would change everything. To slaughter every member of the Uchiha clan. The shinobi world. TCH, look at this. What a bitter irony. Your Konoha truly is a mighty nation, isn't it? So that's how it was. Did we misunderstand Itachi all along? Damn it, I had no idea such things happened back then. If you'd known, what would you have done? All of this, Konoha is to blame. But there's one thing I can't comprehend. Before Itachi slaughtered his own clan, did he really feel no mercy at all? Those were his own people. After all, to think we must trace this back so far. Was Itachi really just a pawn sacrificed by Konoha? I'm beginning to understand now. But why? Why didn't the third Hokage step in? Why did he allow all this to unfold and come up with that dreadful solution? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Stop it. What a joke. Haven't you Konoha villagers figured out yet? Your third is already old. He's no longer the heroic shinobi of his prime. Now, he's just an old man. Damn it. If only the Nine Tails hadn't attacked back then, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have died. Maybe then the Uchiha wouldn't have rebelled at all. Yes, it's all the fault of that demon fox. All because of him. Looking at you foolish villagers, I can't help but laugh. Sooner or later, you will bring ruin upon yourselves. In that moment, a wave of discordant voices swept through all of Konoha, mingling with fresh resentment towards the Nine Tails. On every street corner, in every alley, the sound of hatred rang sharper than ever. Yet curiously, Naruto, the one at the center of it all, remained utterly unfazed. It's all because of that demon fox. If only the fox hadn't appeared, none of this would have happened. If only the fourth Hokage were still alive. Jiraiya, watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of anger he could no longer hide. He let out a thunderous shout that instantly silenced the uproar in the village. You idiots! If I hear so much as a word spoken against Naruto again, you'll answer to me. Naruto was his student, his own master's grandson. Yet these fools were brazenly ridiculing him right under Jiraiya's nose. Even the usually calm and measured Jiraiya couldn't contain his fury. He had always believed that, despite the hardships, Naruto had found some measure of peace in Konoha after all these years. But now, how laughable. He, Jiraiya, was mistaken. He was nothing but a fool, a big, dumb fool. At that moment, no one truly knew what Itachi was feeling inside. Itachi was forced to make a terrifying choice, raising his hand against his own kin. For any ordinary person, such a deed would be unthinkable. But if a powerful clan like the Uchiha had been allowed to ignite civil war, both Konoha and the Land of Fire would have been shaken to their core. In such chaos, other nations would have seized the opportunity to invade, and perhaps the Fourth Great Ninja War would have erupted across the world. If war were to break out because of the Uchiha clan's selfish desires, countless lives across the shinobi world would be lost. Even innocent civilians would be swept up in the carnage. If you were in Itachi's place, what would you have done? The masked man looked at him, asking a question that cut straight to the soul. The entire shinobi world fell silent. A stillness so complete it seemed no creature dared make a sound. Even the 5 great nations were enveloped in this heavy hush. The masked man's words pierced them to the core. He was right. If the Uchiha and Konoha went to war, no matter the final outcome, the Land of Fire would be devastated by the cost of civil strife. In that moment, just as the masked man predicted, the other great nations would seize the opportunity to annex territory, even if it meant unleashing a 4th Great Shinobi War. If that came to pass, chaos would reign, ordinary people would stand little chance of survival, and disaster would befall the entire shinobi world. Perhaps it was with this possibility weighing on him that Itachi made his fateful decision. For Itachi was a man who cherished peace above all else. Itachi. Sasuke stared in shock at the unfolding truth, his eyes filled with disbelief. All this time, he had thought Itachi only sought to test his resolve, but now. And then the scene changed. So, Itachi made up his mind. For the brilliance of the Uchiha clan, he would bring their story to an end. His betrayal was not born out of hatred for his clan, but out of necessity. The discrimination that flourished after the village's prosperity, the widening gap between people. Itachi shouldered it all alone and sacrificed himself for it. It was at that moment that Itachi found me. At the time, the 3rd Hokage was the only one who sought a different solution to quell the mounting conflict. He wished to reach out to the Uchiha with a proposal for peace, in hopes that everyone could simply sit down and talk. But time was running out, and in the end, it was too late. And so, that night unfolded as it did. There was Itachi Uchiha standing atop the telephone pole, gazing down at his clan. It was a mission, becoming the criminal who slaughtered his own family, wearing the mask of a traitor rejected by all. That was his task. And Itachi completed his mission, nearly perfectly. All except for one thing. At this, the masked man paused, his gaze falling on the already shell-shocked Sasuke. He said, when it came to his little brother, he simply couldn't bring himself to deliver the final blow. Back in Konoha, lies. This is all lies. That man, Uchiha Itachi, the villain who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. How could this be? Sasuke roared, unable to accept it. Confusion and emptiness clouded his eyes. Yes, you're just spouting stories to manipulate me. You masked liar. Sasuke's eyes glittered with murderous fury as he locked his gaze on the masked man. So that's what happened all those years ago. We misjudged Uchiha Itachi. On the screen, the masked man continued his story. In order to protect you from persecution by Danzo and the higher-ups. After it was over, Itachi went to plead with the 3rd Hokage, asking him to watch over you after he left. After threatening Danzo, he turned his back on the village, declaring that if anyone dared lay a hand on Sasuke, he would reveal every secret the village held to the other nations. He did all of this for one reason, to protect you. Sasuke hung his head, his face emotionless, while scene after precious scene from the past floated silently through his mind. I pretended to be your enemy only to test your resolve. My foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then feed your hatred. Live on, dragging out your existence in bitterness. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, the masked man pressed on, dealing one final, crushing blow. He gave you a target for your vengeance, so that you would find the strength to grow stronger. He wanted you to believe the Uchiha clan was a family of honor. He begged the Hokage not to let you learn the truth. When he left the village, he had already decided he would die by your hand. Everything was set so that at that moment, you would be given new strength. And this is the truth. The ninja world fell silent. Konoha fell silent. Even those who had cursed Itachi as a monster now grew silent. What have I done? I'm such a fool. Itachi, was this kind of person all along? I don't deserve forgiveness. The truth? This is the truth. So, the reason the Uchiha clan was wiped out back then was this? Such cruelty. How could it all be put on one person? Damn it. Who is this Danzo anyway? Why did he target the Uchiha that way? Danzo. I think he's the leader of Root, right? Either way, he's no good. War, the village, the nation. Itachi was caught in the middle. That's always the greatest torment. In fact, even if Itachi had chosen his clan that year, the outcome would not have changed. If anything, it would have been even more devastating. If the Uchiha and Konoha had gone to war, both sides would have been locked in deadly combat. And even if the Uchiha somehow triumphed, it would mean little. The other nations would seize the chance to invade, and with their strength sapped, the Uchiha would still face annihilation. And Itachi, he thought of how Sasuke would suffer if that happened. When war broke out, Sasuke would have been caught up in the carnage, possibly even killed. That must have been what he feared the most. For someone to go so far, all for Sasuke's sake, I truly respect him. Wasn't there any better way back then? There wasn't, because the fourth Hokage was already dead. Meanwhile, inside a house, laughter erupted, wild and unrestrained, an echo that refused to stop. Inside the room, Sasuke suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice hoarse, reckless, and unrestrained. So this was the reason, this was how things truly were. So that's what the so-called truth really is. While Sasuke laughed, the image of Uchiha Itachi filled his mind, along with the entire Uchiha clan. His laughter grew louder and louder, until before he knew it, tears began to fall. Slowly, the sound of his laughter was overtaken by choking sobs. The three Tomo in his eyes spun madly. His face had lost all color, drained of blood, his gaze consumed by hatred and fury. The Uchiha's truth, the reason for the Uchiha massacre, for all that had happened. Everything had been orchestrated by Konoha, all of it carried out by Itachi under their orders. It was Konoha's fault. All of it was because of this so-called village, this so-called Konoha. In the next moment, he threw a pack bag over his shoulder. Without a shred of hesitation, he smashed through the window, vanishing swiftly into the gloom where sunlight met shadow. I will destroy Konoha. The video continued to play. Lies. All of it. You're lying. You're lying to me. I nearly lost my life to him. More than once. Sasuke shouted. If he truly meant to kill you, if Itachi had wished it, you wouldn't have survived this long. Liar. If he wanted to kill me, he even used his Mangekyo Sharingan. You deceiver. Everything you've said is, Sasuke had already spiraled into madness. Then tell me, why are you still alive? The words made Sasuke freeze, stunned. Your Sharingan couldn't see through anything Itachi did, not a single one of his illusions. But what about Itachi? He killed his friends, his lover, his superiors, his father, his mother. But when it came to his little brother, he could never bring himself to end your life. This man, who wept tears of blood, who sacrificed everything for the village, even if it meant slaying his own clan. When it came to you, he simply couldn't go through with it. With these words, the masked man stared intently at Sasuke, close enough to touch, and asked, Do you know why that is? Sasuke stood there blank and dazed. To him, your life mattered more than the entire village. The shinobi world fell silent. None of them could muster hatred for Itachi now. Here was a man who had given up everything for the village, even ruthlessly slaughtering his own kin. But for Sasuke, his younger brother, his hand could never strike the killing blow. His love was greater than the Uchiha, greater than the village, greater than anything. The love he bore for Uchiha Sasuke surpassed all else. He had killed his own clan, slayed his parents, even his superiors. Yet for his little brother, he could not bear to cause the slightest harm. Such a person deserved nothing less than respect. Damn it, who the hell is Danzo? Get out here and confess your crimes. Damn it, I finally see it clearly now. Everything happened because of that Danzo bastard. It's all because of him. Who is Danzo? Come out and face your fate. If you're not a coward, stop hiding. Root. Danzo looked at the flood of furious comments, his expression growing ever colder. In the depths of his heart, a murderous intent began to stir. Who is he, Danzo? Why had he ever been insulted like this? Whoever you are, pray I never learn your identity, or you'll understand what it means when even those in the root cannot hold back their tears. The scene shifts. Under the setting sun, there lies the vast ocean. Sasuke stands upon the shore, gazing quietly at the endless waves. His eyes reflect nothing but tranquility. Countless memories stir within him, fragments of childhood, moments with his brother Itachi. As a child, he longed to follow in his brother's footsteps, to play together. Yet each time, Itachi's duties stole him away. But every single time, Itachi would gently tap him on the forehead with 2 fingers and softly say, Forgive me, Sasuke. Maybe next time. How many times had it happened? Sasuke could no longer remember. Perhaps too many to count. Nisan, come play with me. Nisan, teach me ninjutsu. I want to master the fireball jutsu and impress father. Nisan, Nisan. He remembered those warm training days, how Itachi patiently guided him. In those moments, happiness seemed so simple. A brother is the obstacle you must surpass. Even if you come to hate me, that's what being an elder brother is. And in the end, during their final battle, Itachi pressed those same 2 fingers to Sasuke's forehead, just as he had done years before. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Exclamation point. The sound of waves crashing onto the dark tide echoed in the air, while a hawk soared above, wings stretched wide against the sky. At that moment, Sasuke wept like a child, his tears streaming down his cheeks. The roar of the sea drowned out his cries. We have left the snakes behind. From this moment on, our team has a new name, Hawk. We will move forward. In the frame, Sasuke turns his back on his former snake squad members, speaking calmly. The Hawk squad has only one purpose, and that is... As he spoke, Sasuke's eyes snapped open. They were the Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. To destroy the Leaf Village. The end. As the word end appeared in dramatic strokes across the closing sky, the shinobi world was left wanting more, hearts still echoing with the story. It's over. Finally over. Now, looking back, I deeply regret cursing Uchiha Itachi. I was such a fool. Damn it, I should never have done that. I've finally begun to understand Itachi's actions, but one thing I'll never grasp. What was he really thinking when he killed his own kin and parents? Sigh. Danzo shows up, and I just lose my temper every time. Damn it. I get it now. It was all because of Danzo. Everything leads back to him. Itachi Uchiha could have lived a good life, but he was forced down this path, and I can't stand it anymore. Damn it. Even my hidden mist village can't watch this any longer. Danzo really is a beast. Worse than Raza. We of the Hidden Cloud all agree. Danzo's nothing but a monster, rotten to the core. Hey, if any of you have powerful connections, can someone please take out this Danzo? I get angry just hearing his name. And you people in Konoha, you're not any better yourselves. Root Division. Watching this unfold, Danzo's face grew darker by the second. Since when did troublemakers feel like they could trample all over him? These fools know nothing, Danzo muttered coldly. Everything I've done has been for the sake of Konoha. How could I possibly be the villain they claim I am? In his eyes, the Uchiha clan was an anomaly, a threat to be eliminated. They had to be wiped out. Within Konoha, Sasuke, what did that Uchiha Sasuke say in the end? Is he really going to destroy the village? Is he planning a rebellion? I truly feel sorry about what happened with Itachi Uchiha. But as for Sasuke, what's that supposed to mean? Uchiha Sasuke wants to kill us? What a joke. Typical Uchiha, always so dramatic. Huh. You people of Konoha are so hypocritical. We in the Sand Village, we've really had enough of your double standards. You forced his older brother into a corner, and now you act shocked when someone wants revenge? What, do you expect him to just kindly forgive you all? If it were me, I'd be living out my own Mangekyo legend of blood and tears. All of that was Danzo's doing. What it got to do with us? We're just ordinary people. How could we have known any of this? Oh, so now you admit you're just villagers, right? Save it. Bunch of clueless dogs. Elsewhere in the depths of Konoha, in a gloomy corner, Sasuke Uchiha charged forward with a pack slung over his back. His Sharingan eyes brimmed with tears, casting an eerie crimson glow. Hate me, cling to whatever life you can, and when the time comes, awaken eyes like mine, and seek me out. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Each time Sasuke recalled Itachi's final words, his Sharingan throbbed, the old wound itching with memory. Sasuke Uchiha, where do you think you're going? Just then, several shadows flickered into view, instantly appearing in his path and blocking the way forward. A closer look revealed them, members of the ANBU Black Ops. Sasuke remained silent, but his gaze was icy cold. Nothing to say? Then come with us. As they spoke, the ANBU members stepped forward. At that perilous moment, Sasuke, who had been silent until now, suddenly erupted with power. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, radiating a strange, mesmerizing light. Genjutsu. In that instant, the ANBU agents standing in his way froze where they stood, their eyes vacant and empty. The very next second, they collapsed to the ground, one after another. With a cold snort, Sasuke quickened his pace. He had already awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. His Genjutsu was significantly strengthened. What's more, with the tenfold chakra boost from the Celestial Veil, ordinary ANBU were no longer any obstacle to him. Moreover, his Sharingan was evolving towards something unheard of, a transformation into the Mangekyo. After one setback, Sasuke found himself standing atop a towering tree outside of Konoha, gazing into the village. There was no trace of regret in his eyes. Instead, they brimmed with murderous resolve. I will destroy everything here. I swear it. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stared at the crystal ball atop his desk, watching as Uchiha Sasuke used his Jinjutsu to defeat several ANBU before leaving the village for good. Letting out a long sigh, he seemed both sorrowful and resigned. Lord Third. At that moment, Kakashi arrived. He too had heard what happened. Ever since Itachi's secret was revealed, Sasuke had left Konoha. Kakashi had wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late. All that remained at the scene were a few ENBU members entranced by Jinjutsu. Sasuke's presence had vanished without a trace. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak, his gaze sharpened suddenly. In the crystal ball, just after Sasuke's departure, a boy with striking blonde hair could be seen dashing after him. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi, I'm ordering you now. Bringing back Sasuke and Naruto is in your hands, the third Hokage said gravely. Naruto went after him too? At those words, Kakashi was stunned, his expression darkening. He knew all too well what this meant. That kid, Naruto. Within Konoha, Sasuke's defected? Sakura's delicate face went completely pale, shocked to the core. When she heard the news, it felt as though her entire world was collapsing. In the forest beyond Konoha, Sasuke raced forward relentlessly, while in the shadowed woods behind him, a blonde-haired figure was hot on his trail. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, could sense the other's chakra and presence, making him suddenly tense and uneasy. So it went, one fleeing ahead, the other pursuing behind. At last, no one knew how much time had passed. They emerged from the forest and reached a shimmering lake, above which two colossal statues stood guard. Sasuke reached the top of one of the statues first. It was atop the head of Uchiha Madara. The figure following him leapt up with a rush of wind, landing on the head of Hashirama Senju. Sasuke, are you running away from me? Naruto, breathless and panting, shouted up at Sasuke, who was perched atop a stone statue. The cry in his voice was both an accusation and a desperate plea. Just like back then, the scene played out exactly as it once had. Naruto had known, even before Sasuke planned to leave, that something was about to happen. And just as he feared it did, with his back turned, Sasuke suddenly twisted around to face Naruto, his gaze meeting Naruto's eyes, complex emotions churning within him. In a quiet, wavering voice, he asked, Why did you follow me? What are you talking about? We're comrades. How could I possibly just let you leave us like this? Naruto shouted, determination burning in his voice. At Naruto's words, Sasuke's eyes grew sharp and resolute. In a deep tone, he barked, Go back. Then come with me. If you don't, I won't go back either. Naruto cried out defiantly. I have my own path to walk, Sasuke replied, his voice cold and firm. If you insist on stopping me, I'll have no choice but to knock you out and wait for the people from the Leaf to take you home. Naruto froze in shock at Sasuke's words, disbelief and pain washing across his face. Sasuke, you're not seriously. Are you going to betray us? Sasuke didn't answer. He just fixed Naruto with an intense, unwavering gaze, his Sharingan spinning with determination. In that instant, Naruto understood. Sasuke wasn't joking. He was dead serious. After learning the truth about Itachi, Sasuke realized it was Konoha's fault, all because of Danzo, that wretched old man. It was Danzo who forced Itachi to do what he did, who brought ruin to the Uchiha clan. It was all because of him. Why? Why are you leaving? Naruto shouted, his voice ragged with confusion. Because of the truth, Sasuke replied, his tone steady and emotionless. Naruto's face fell at the word truth. Was it the same truth revealed beneath that sky-shrouding illusion, the one everyone had seen exposed? He too had learned about everything shown in the sky, but he'd never imagined it would shake Sasuke to the core like this. They're all gone. As Naruto stood silent, Sasuke's voice became little more than a whisper. My father, my mother, Itachi, they're all dead. I had thought it was just Itachi testing my resolve, but the truth turned out to be like that. Do you understand at all what that feels like, Naruto? Naruto stayed silent. He didn't know. He couldn't. So, don't try to stop me, Naruto, Sasuke finished. Naruto closed his eyes. His mind was a whirl of confusion and pain. The fact that Sasuke was really leaving, that there was no turning back. He knew Sasuke wouldn't just come home with him. And he also understood, if Sasuke did return, the forces lurking in the shadows, like the masked man in the vision, would never let him be. Danzo, as ruthless as ever, would no doubt eliminate Sasuke at the first sign of his return. Naruto always seemed naive, but his heart was more sensitive than anyone thought. But this feeling of not wanting the other person to leave, not wanting to watch them walk away no matter what. I won't let you go. Naruto opened his eyes and spoke in a steady, determined voice. Do you really think there's a chance I could survive if I go back? Sasuke replied calmly, almost mockingly. Isn't that just foolish? We'll go to the third Hokage. Itachi once promised him that he would never let anything happen to you. Naruto insisted. Hearing this, Sasuke let out a helpless smile. Then, with a sudden seriousness, he opened his Sharingan and declared in a deep tone, if that's how it is, then stop me. Defeat me by force. Just like that night in the storm. Let's see if you really have the strength. He challenged. If that's what it takes, Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists, answering resolutely. It has to be this way. Besides, you can't even lay a scratch on me. See here? Sasuke sneered, tapping the leaf forehead protector on his head. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, Naruto formed the hand signs, and a thick cloud of white chakra smoke surged around the monument. Shadow clones shot out toward Sasuke like arrows loosed from a bow. Watching the advancing wave of clones, Sasuke remained unfazed. For every clone he saw, he took it out, each one vanishing under the gaze of his Sharingan. Sasuke was about to smirk at the scene, but suddenly, everything changed. A tremendous explosion of sound erupted from all sides as hundreds, no, thousands, of shadow clones burst forth from around the statue of Uchiha Madara, all rushing upwards to overwhelm Sasuke. This loser's chakra! Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. How in the world did this guy's chakra suddenly increase so dramatically? Still, Sasuke didn't panic. Using a rushing clone as a springboard, he leaped into the air and, as he ascended, quickly began to form hand signs. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A tremendous fireball burst forth, swallowing the wave of charging clones. The sheer power of this attack made even Sasuke himself marvel. Nothing like what he'd unleashed before. But even as Sasuke was stunned, a surge of chakra roared through the monument. In Naruto's right hand, a ball of deep blue energy spun wildly, unstable and fierce. That move, what is that? Sasuke's eyes widened, and in midair, he too began gathering lightning into his hand, the Chidori. What am I to you? Sasuke roared down from above. You're my friend. Naruto shouted back, launching himself skyward, his Rasengan blazing with blue light. Rasengan? Chidori. A cascade of lightning danced in Sasuke's palm as he hurtled downward. Because we're friends, because we're comrades, we'll never sever our bond. That's why I will stop you. It's precisely because we are comrades that I ask you, don't try to stop me. Otherwise, take this. Sasuke. A thunderous clash erupted. The Rasengan and the Chidori collided in midair, an orb of immense energy, swallowing them both. For a moment, it felt as if they were swept into a brilliant golden world. Sasuke and Naruto faced each other, their eyes locking. A tense silence settled between them. Sasuke, did you know? Naruto's voice was gentle as he stared at Sasuke. Because of the nine tails inside me, I was always rejected by everyone. Back then, I also thought about revenge. Sasuke gazed back at him quietly, his brows arching in response. If it weren't for Irika-sensei, maybe I would have ended up like you. Want to turn against the leaf, looking for a way to make them feel my pain. Maybe I'd have done something unforgivable. Naruto lowered his head, his palm resting on his stomach. Inside him lay a great burden, a well of pain, one that had often left him drowning in despair and hatred. Why? Why must that child stay in the leaf? Why didn't the third consider what it would mean for us? Get out. I don't want her kind in my shop. Fragmented memories of harsh days flickered in Naruto's mind. Back then, he hadn't understood why they treated him that way. He hadn't even known why he existed at all. I really thought I'd always be like that, until I met you. Naruto's words hung in the air, his eyes glimmering with quiet longing. When I saw you, all alone as well, and realized we were the same, for some reason, that gave me peace. I wanted to talk to you right away, but I held myself back. He hesitated, a note of embarrassment coloring his voice. You can do everything. You're admired by everyone. Honestly, I envied that. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a sheepish smile forming as he spoke. And so, I made you my goal, the one I'd chase after. I had nothing, but because of you, I found bonds. I found Team 7. I wanted to be like you, to be as cool, as strong. So I kept chasing after you, always right behind you. You're the one I've always looked up to. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. I really mean that. Naruto's smile shone, bright as the sun, his warmth radiating to the very core. For a second, Sasuke seemed taken aback, his gaze flickering away, as if Naruto's sincerity was almost too much to bear. Meeting you really was the best thing in my life. Naruto's words made Sasuke pause for an instant, a strange emotion washing briefly through his eyes, softening his expression before resolve returned. But that gentle glimmer gave way to hard determination. In a firm, low voice, he answered, "Naruto, no matter what you say, it won't change my mind. I will never go back to Konoha. On the contrary, I'll destroy them. I'll tear down everything Konoha stands for." Hearing this, Naruto's bright smile faded into a bitter one. He squinted his eyes, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Tell me, is this really the only path left for us?" "Yes," Sasuke replied, his tone icy. "Either you kill me and become a hero, or I kill you. Those are the only choices you have. All the pain that has befallen the Uchiha, the destruction of my clan, I will exact retribution on every bit of it," Sasuke continued, his voice cold as steel. Naruto opened his narrowed eyes, determination written clearly on his face. His voice was resolute, unwavering. "I won't be the hero who kills you, and I won't let you kill me. I refuse to choose either of those paths." A deafening explosion ripped through the air. A surge of repulsive force blasted forth from the impact, hurling both of them backwards. Yet, somehow, they both landed firmly, standing upon the surface of the lake. "Your intentions now, I understand them all." Naruto stood in the water, gazing at Sasuke Uchiha with a tangled, conflicted look in his eyes. Sasuke was serious. He truly intended to destroy Konoha. The hatred within him was at least as deep as Naruto's own once was toward the village. If anything, it ran even deeper. Sasuke had lost family, lost his clan, lost even his brother. When he finally learned the truth, how bottomless must his despair have been? Naruto could not fully grasp that feeling. He had never truly lost everything, and so he could not understand. But he knew that if he ever lost Iruka-sensei, perhaps he, too, might be driven mad. It was precisely because of these conflicting feelings that Naruto could never truly understand Sasuke. Yet now, as their Raisengans clashed, he felt he finally understood a little. A rush of shadows streaked out from the forest behind them, quickly surrounding both Sasuke and Naruto. They were root operatives. The moment Danzo learned of Sasuke Uchiha's desertion, he ordered his men to capture Sasuke alive at all costs. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is also here." One of the root ANBU glanced at Naruto, pausing with a flicker of surprise, before his eyes turned cold. "Both of you, come with us," he commanded. "What do you intend to do?" Naruto shouted, stepping in front of Sasuke and glaring at the intruders. "Lord Danzo wishes to see you." With these words, the ANBU closed in, moving as if they meant to seize both boys by force. Suddenly, a great flock of crows erupted, sweeping through the valley of the End and swirling high above the lake. Before Naruto and Sasuke, the crows gathered, forming a dense mass in midair. Then, from the midst of those black wings, a solitary figure in a cloak patterned with red clouds appeared soundlessly, as if conjured out of thin air. Seeing this figure, Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. "That was your..." Staring at the figure who appeared without warning, the members of the Umbu shuddered, shock written all over their faces. They barely had time to think of retreating before. Lose yourself in the illusions of a Sharingan. The man formed a sign with one hand. His eyes snapped open, the Sharingan gleaming, and in an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. It all happened so fast, barely a few seconds passed. It was over before Naruto could even react. He stood frozen, staring in confusion at the stranger, until... "Uchiha! Itachi!" Sasuke's voice trembled with disbelief, his eyes reflecting utter shock. There he was, right before them. "Sasuke, and you, Naruto." Uchiha Itachi turned slowly, his expression complex as he regarded the two, especially Sasuke. His eyes were filled with tangled emotions, complication, pain, regret, and warmth. But not a trace remained of the murderous intent that filled them that fateful night. Sasuke fell into silence, stunned by Itachi's sudden appearance, at a loss for how to face him. Likewise, Itachi seemed uncertain too. Only Naruto remained curious, sizing up this Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's older brother. For a moment, a hush fell over the lakeside as the three stood without a word, until a sharp, swift movement broke the silence. A new figure arrived as promised. Looking closely, who else could it be but Kakashi? "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto exclaimed, recognizing him immediately. "Naruto, come here!" Kakashi called in a measured, wary tone, never taking his eyes off Uchiha Itachi. Even with Itachi's story now exposed for all to see, Kakashi's caution hadn't waned in the slightest. His gaze flickered with complicated emotion. "Kakashi-san, please believe me. I have always been Konoha's Uchiha Itachi." With these words, Itachi seemed to ease some of Kakashi's wariness. That only made things more complicated for Kakashi. Back in the days of the Umbu, he had once trained Itachi for a while, but after all that had happened, he still found it hard to understand. Hearing the word Konoha, Sasuke frowned, his displeasure growing. He didn't get it, why? After all they did to you, why are you still like this? This isn't the place to talk. Let's go. Itachi, you come too, Kakashi finally said, his face etched with complicated feelings. All right, Itachi replied with a slight nod. As they walked back, Sasuke's gaze never left his brother's back, his eyes swirling with confusion and doubt. How was he supposed to face him after everything that happened? He knew it could never go back to the way things were before. Just as Sasuke was consumed by turmoil, Naruto caught up and bumped him lightly with his shoulder, offering a bright, cheerful smile. Instantly, some of the heaviness in Sasuke's heart lifted. At least he wasn't alone. Hokage's office. With the mission complete, Kakashi returned, bringing the group safely back. Third Hokage. Itachi bowed respectfully to Hiruzen, who wore the Hokage's ceremonial hat. Seeing him, Hiruzen didn't seem surprised. With a bitter sigh, he said, "All these years, the burden you've carried, the affairs of the Uchiha clan should never have fallen on your shoulders alone. You've done everything within your power, Lord Third. It's our clan that has troubled you." Itachi shook his head, with not a hint of reproach in his tone. When he made that decision all those years ago, he was prepared to take on everything that followed. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, while Sasuke fixed a cold, unyielding gaze upon him. "Today, I ranked down to Jonin 2, damn, I'm in a foul mood. Guess I'll put out another chapter to make up for it." Shakes fist in frustration. After the Nine Tails attack back then, the villagers began to distance themselves from the Uchiha. No matter how hard I tried to reconcile the two sides, I couldn't dispel the shadows of doubt between them, Hiruzen reflected. If only I'd tried harder, things might have turned out differently. If Minato hadn't sacrificed himself, perhaps none of this would have happened. In the end, old age truly spares no one, the third Hokage mused. In his youth, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the pride of Konoha, hailed as a genius scholar and famed throughout the ninja world as a mighty shinobi. His very name inspired fear across the land. Back in those days, who dared provoke the might of Konoha under his rule? But with age, the times had changed. One after another, people who once wouldn't dare cross him now trampled on his name. Time, relentless as ever, had left him far from the man he once was. Third Hokage, was it you who ordered Itachi to do what he did? Sasuke, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Looking at him, Hiruzen heaved a quiet sigh before nodding. "It was my decision. I asked Itachi to carry out that task." At those words, Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut in pain, sinking once more into silence. Ding! Just then, the sky suddenly echoed with a resounding boom, drawing every eye upward to the heavens above. Who once vowed to a rogue ninja, "If you die, I'll die with you"? Whose words are these? Ninja world. What's this? A rogue ninja? Dying together, what's that supposed to mean? Is there really someone out there who would choose to die alongside another? A rogue ninja? Are they talking about Sasuke? This question is out of the syllabus. Is it something about Konoha again? Is this sky screen playing favorites or what? Doesn't my cloud village deserve some attention? It's starting to seem pretty biased, yeah? Why does Konoha always get the spotlight? Are the rest of us not worthy? All I can say is if you're weak, keep training. If you can't handle the game, don't play. The villagers of Konoha should be proud. Damn it, it's damn annoying watching you Konoha people show off. So smug. Are you getting heated? Thinking about breaking out, huh? Try and see. Are you all patting yourselves on the back again? Watch your mouth. That's just plain awful. TCH, a bunch of hot-headed brutes destined for the slammer. Ugh, what a headache. Damn it, this is outrageous. Even as an underdog, as a member of the Hidden Mist Village, I can't stand it anymore. You people from the Hidden Leaf have gotten way too cocky. For real, what's up with Konoha being so full of themselves lately? In an instant, the entire comment stream erupted. The Cloud Village was fuming. The whole ninja world became delighted bystanders, watching the scene unfold as if it were the most enthralling drama. Honestly, this was even more entertaining than watching a bunch of girls in a brawl. Hidden Leaf Village Hokage office. What on earth is that sky curtain talking about, old man? Naruto scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. Sasuke, do you have any idea? Hearing this, Sasuke shook his head helplessly. How could he possibly know? Besides, a runaway? Does he count? Just what kind of person could say, "I'll die together with you"? The bond required for those words, perhaps it was beyond what any of them could truly understand. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression shifted in shock. He turned to Naruto, recalling what he had once said, "I won't become the hero who kills you, nor will I let myself be killed by you." His pupils contracted slightly, and for a moment, his emotions seemed out of place. Maybe, just maybe, someone like that really did exist. Someone willing to risk everything for their comrades. To you, what am I? A friend. Ding. For this question, the system will randomly select 10 lucky participants to answer. First up, the fourth Reikage A. Please respond. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Reikage Sophis. The Reikage sat stiffly on the sofa, his face turning a sickly shade of green. Samui beside him looked equally uneasy. Good grief, they'd actually picked Lord Reikage himself. Sorry, Lord Reikage, but I can't help you out with this one. Crash. The Reikage smashed the table into pieces with a single punch. Rage etched across his face in a distinct tic-tac-toe pattern. He glared at the sky screen with a look fierce enough to tear it apart. Reikage, how about just picking someone at random? Samui struggled not to laugh, her chest heaving with barely contained amusement. 5 great nations. Anoki. Well, it looks like they picked that old guy. Huh. I'd love to see his reaction. Meitarumi at 4th Reikage. Don't embarrass us, Kaguya, okay? Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Even this old man wants to see it. Orochimaru, posing as the Kazekage. What more can I say, really? With all eyes on him. The Reikage's face darkened further. After taking a deep breath and giving it serious thought, he answered in a grim tone. Random nobody. Random nobody. Am I not even worthy of a name? Ding. 4th Reikage, A has answered incorrectly. Penalty. Pole dance, global livestream, 1 full hour. The ninja world. Oh man, that's one messed up punishment. Seriously twisted. The Reikage, pole dancing? I can't even picture it, don't want to either. Live broadcast to the whole world? Good grief, isn't that just a bit much? I would really love to see what the Reikage looks like doing a pole dance. Meanwhile, the other 4 Kaguya burst into laughter. That scene was simply too wild to even imagine. Oomph. There's a limit to what a man can endure. The Reikage's face twisted with a strange mix of defiance and dread. He was brimming with both resistance and unwilling excitement. The mere thought of himself, the great Reikage, performing a pole dance in front of the entire shinobi world? What kind of cruel cosmic joke was this? Ding! Detected strong resistance from the punish party. System override, activating mandatory enforcement. Suddenly, the Reikage felt his body slip from his own control. In the blink of an eye, a small projector materialized from thin air right inside his office. And then, a gleaming pole appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. As he stared at the metal pole and the hovering projector, panic and disbelief surged through the Reikage's heart, and he started shouting in desperation. No, wait, Yamit. With the entire shinobi world watching, helpless to resist, the Reikage's body was forced to leap up onto the pole. He spun, his muscular form twisting and swaying rhythmically along the cold metal. At times, he would throw come-hither looks straight at the projector, sending ripples of sheer discomfort through the jaws of all who watched. For the grand finale, the Reikage struck a flamboyant pose, both hands gripping the pole, thrusting out his hips and casting flirtatious glances at the stunned ninja world, his deep, magnetic voice rumbling out. Oh baby, come get it. The whole shinobi world was absolutely floored. My poor eyes, my poor innocent eyes. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick, literally. Why, just why? I'm losing it. Seriously, do all you muscleheads have such special tastes? That's your Reikage up there. No way, man, this is just twisted, totally twisted. My eyes, my eyes. That's a sight you can never unsee. The faces of the 4 Kaguya from the other villages were a mix of horror and embarrassment. Meitarumi looked like she might actually throw up. It was simply too shocking to behold. Anoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen tugged down their hats in dismay, as if trying to hide. With just one act, the reputation of all 5 Kaguya had nearly been destroyed. Whoa, that's just next level, Naruto cried out, clamping his hands over his eyes in terror. This is even worse than seeing that pervy sage. Sasuke looked a little nauseous too. Truly, the sight of a dignified Reikage parading and preening before the shinobi world was more than any of them could handle. That pose. My poor, innocent soul. Back in the Leaf Village, the 12 young ninja all had their hands clamped tight over their eyes. The whole spectacle was just too much. After all, they were only 12 or 13 years old. When had they ever witnessed such a wild display? If I ever danced like that, would Naruto-kun? Hinata started picturing herself swaying in that way, and her face turned bright red from embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, in the Cloud Village, inside the Reikage's office, the 4th Reikage sat motionless on his sofa. His eyes had lost all light. The color had drained from his face. The mighty Reikage. It was humiliating even to think about it. He of all people had just... Lord Reikage, Samui stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The scene she had just witnessed had left her thoroughly shaken. She'd never imagined that Lord Reikage could move like that. 5 great nations. Anoki. Who would have thought that the mighty Reikage could have such moves? I'm truly impressed. Hilarious. Ruzen TV. I must be getting old. These things are better left unseen. Materumi. That final twist was enough to make even my heart flutter a bit. Who would have guessed that beneath Raikage's rugged exterior lies such finesse? Raikage. In this moment, Raikage wanted nothing more than to disappear from the face of the earth, wishing a hole would open up so he could crawl in and never come out. Yo, boss, your moves are pretty slick. Bakayuru, Ikuzo. Killer Bee watched the whole scene with admiration, genuinely impressed. No wonder he was the boss. His dance was every bit as good as B's own. Ping. Second up, Uzumaki Naruto, please answer. The announcement turned Naruto's face an alarming shade of green. Was his luck really this extraordinary? And upon hearing this, the rest of the rookie 12 tensed up with him. If you don't know, just say anything, Sasuke grinned slyly. The worst that happens is a little punishment. At most, you'll have to dance like Raikage just did. What did you say, you bastard? Are you trying to throw me to the wolves? Naruto shouted back. Sasuke only found it more amusing, though he managed to keep a straight face. To be honest, he was also curious how Naruto's dance would turn out. Surely it would be hilarious. What do I do, Kakashi-sensei? You gotta help me. I can't handle that dance. It'd burn my eyes. Naruto was frantic, almost in tears, clutching desperately at Kakashi's arm. But Kakashi felt completely helpless himself. What could he possibly do to help? Well, maybe you should just give a shot, Kakashi suggested. Naruto's face went so pale, it looked like the blood had drained out of it. Was this really the kind of advice a teacher should give? Uzumaki Naruto, please answer promptly. 1 minute remains. Panic set in for Naruto as he scrambled for an answer. He scratched his head desperately, cursing the sky screen for being so cruel. How could he possibly know this? How was anyone supposed to just come up with something like that? He was seized by a wave of anxiety, his mind spinning in chaos. Ping. 10 seconds remain. Naruto was on the verge of tears. 3 seconds. At the very last moment, inspiration struck. He decided to go for broke. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. 0. Time's up. Uzumaki Naruto, your answer, correct. At that, Naruto finally breathed a huge sigh of relief, only to have his hopes shattered by the next message from the sky screen. Ping. Since you failed to answer within the time limit, a penalty will still be enforced. Hearing this, Naruto paled, pointing at the screen in protest and shouting, Why? That's not fair. You can't handle it. Sasuke, resigned, stepped forward and gently rested his palm on Naruto's shoulder, deliberately lowering his voice to sound dramatic. Naruto, it's time to give up your resistance. Due to Naruto Uzumaki's delayed response, the system will enforce a penalty. Penalty, feminization for 3 days. As soon as the system's declaration finished, white smoke began to swirl around Naruto, cloaking him in wisps that danced and shimmered. In the haze, the outline of a slender figure appeared, flickering in and out of view, under the gaze of the projector, watched by everyone across the shinobi world as broadcast on the great light screen. An image materialized, a petite youth with twin pigtails and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The clothes remained the same, but the body within seemed to have shrunk considerably, while the chest had developed noticeable curves. Where before everything had been flat and boyish, there was now a gentle rise. Those vivid blue eyes, framed by the iconic 6 whisker marks, looked even more adorable, lending a dreamy daze to the whole expression. Naruto had become Naruto. Silence descended upon the entire shinobi world. Konoha was struck dumb. Not a sound could be heard. Until, what the? Naruto just changed. Is that a girl? WHWH, what's going on? Is that still Naruto? Oh no, she's so cute. I feel my inner schoolgirl screaming. Seriously? Naruto as a girl, is this pretty? This must be a mistake, right? Everyone, let me make an announcement. I'm now Naruto's loyal follower. This is amazing. Let's go. Are you out of your mind already? From this day on, we are officially Naruto's bodyguards. The shinobi world exploded with excitement. If fourth Raikage's display had been an assault on the eyes, then Naruto's sudden feminization was a pure feast, dazzling everyone and bringing a breath of fresh air to their world. That's Naruto. Even Shikamaru, rarely shaken, was visibly stunned. Is that really Naruto? Or am I seeing things? Wow, Naruto turned into Naruto. She's gorgeous. This projection tech is insane. It can even change genders, Choji marveled. I can't accept this. I just can't. How did Naruto become so cute? Ino Yamanaka stared, doubting everything she knew. Sakura's gaze darted to a certain spot, then shifted back to herself. Instantly, a wave of insecurity washed over her. Seriously, this is unfair. Even as a fake girl, she's more developed than me? She quickly lowered her head, feeling an ever-deepening bitterness as she stared at her feet. At the Hyuga residence, Naruto-kun turned into Naruto, Naruto-kun turned into Naruto. Naruto turned into Naruto. Hinata was utterly dumbstruck. How could Naruto-kun suddenly turn into a girl? If things are like this, what will I do? What should I do? No, please, not like this. Naruto-kun can't be a girl. Meanwhile, in the lodging of the hidden sand, Temari and Kankuro were both stunned. Goodness, had Naruto really changed? It was simply unbelievable. Gaara, did you see that, Gaara himself was frozen, his whole body stiff as stone, his eyes utterly blank. Naruto had turned into a girl. He was now a girl. Gaara, do you think he's, all right? Kankuro asked uncertainly. Temari nodded in wholehearted agreement, sharing his concern. I can't help wondering, what if Naruto became a girl? It was a mischievous thought lurking in my mind, but don't worry, he'll turn back eventually. Let me present you with the brightest, most dazzling Naruto as a special gift to everyone. Gaara stood completely dumbfounded. No one could guess how he was feeling at that moment. His mind was a total blank. A girl. Naruto had become a girl? His young face was filled with disbelief, his eyes fixed on the image unfolding across the sky. A picture of Naruto, looking adorably dazed. In that instant, Gaara's heart began to race wildly in his chest, pounding so hard he thought he might faint. Naruto, now Naruto? Naruto? Inside the Hokage's office, everyone stared in open-mouthed shock at Naruto's dramatic transformation, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sasuke, for his part, looked as if he'd been hit by lightning, frozen on the spot. Naruto, or rather, Naruko, tightly clenched her small hands, feeling the strangeness of her new form, and especially her new voice, which had shifted from the sound of a young boy into something unmistakably feminine. What's happening? Why has my body changed? Oh no, what am I going to do? Naruko gasped in panic, her twin ponytails bouncing anxiously on her head. Sobi, Lord Third Kakashi-sensei, what should I do now? Naruko wailed, tears gathering in her eyes. So pitiful did she look that Kakashi involuntarily sucked in a breath. Wasn't this just like those little heroines described in Jiraiya's novels? A loli, perhaps? Nah, Naruto, don't worry, it's just a 3-day punishment. After 3 days, you'll turn back to normal, Kakashi reassured her gently. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, visibly troubled. In the blink of an eye, the rambunctious blonde kid had become a little blonde girl. He wasn't quite sure how to process this development. Sasuke, who stood closest to Naruko, was having a hard time hiding his feelings. Was this really Naruto? As clueless as she looked, it really did seem to be him. But why did his heart skip a beat at the sight? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sasuke shook his head hard, tossing out the errant, wicked thought. How could he possibly feel any sort of attraction to the class dunce? Ridiculous. Ding! Just then, the sky screen suddenly went black. A new image began to emerge slowly before everyone's eyes. On the screen, there was an unfamiliar, towering bridge. Its battered surface bore the scars of a ferocious battle, left rough and uneven in the aftermath. On this bridge stood Uchiha Sasuke, Karen, and Sakura Haruno. Sasuke looked especially exhausted, his entire face smeared with filth, and Karen was hardly any better. She lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Ninja World. Sasuke? And that girl, Sakura? I see now, so that's how it is. If I remember right, the last answer was about Naruto, wasn't it? That Naruto would die for Sasuke? What kind of joke is this? And they're still calling him Naruto, locked up? Isn't this Naruto now? So amusing. Hey, Naruto. Come on, can the people up there stop with those shameless, creepy grins? Please, let's keep the comments decent. I'm so jealous. How does a boy turn into a girl and still have such good skin? And look at that cute little chest. Hey, let's get back to talking about Sasuke, everyone. Let's not get sidetracked. Hokage's office. Who are you calling Naruto? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. You idiots better get that straight. Naruko shouted furiously, her small chest heaving with anger. She was genuinely enraged. Sasuke watched this quietly. For some reason, he suddenly felt the urge to punch those people making lewd jokes. So, this is the allure of a succubus? Sasuke muttered, eyes fixed on the comment feed. He found himself both sighing in wonder and feeling a bit disgruntled. Succubus? What's a succubus, Sasuke? Naruko blinked in confusion, scratching her head as she leaned a little closer, curiosity written all over her face. As she drew nearer, especially with that inexplicable, sweet fragrance, Sasuke tensed up, his cheeks flushing bright red before he hurriedly coughed. Don't get so close to me, you dunce. Why not, Sasuke? You're acting so strange. And why's your face all red? Stay away from me. But why? The third Hokage gazed intently at the girl lying beside Sasuke. Could she be from the Uzumaki clan? To think, even in this ninja world, the blood of the Uzumaki lives on. On screen, Sasuke, I want to go with you. I want to leave Konoha behind. Sakura's words in the scene set off waves of astonishment. Sakura's declaration sent shockwaves through all of Konoha. What happened? Is Sakura going to defect? The 12 rookies were suddenly stunned, barely able to believe it. Sakura, of all people, wanted to follow Sasuke. After all, at this time, Sasuke was known as a rogue ninja. By making this choice, she meant to turn her back on the village as well. To become a renegade? No way. There's no way Sakura would do something like this. Absolutely not. Ino shook her head in disbelief. She was convinced Sakura must have a reason for her actions. She couldn't possibly betray the village without cause. Even Sakura herself was taken aback. She really liked Sasuke, but her feelings were far from reaching the point where she would betray her village for him. Hokage's office. Sakura wants to defect? What? Naruto was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Sasuke, too, looked somewhat perplexed, a strange and indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. On screen, Sasuke's expression also turns odd at Sakura's words, though he still says coldly, "Why did you follow me here? Or do you have some sort of ulterior motive?" "I have no hidden motives," Sakura answered. "I just regret not coming with you back then. I'll do as you wish." Sasuke smirked cynically at her reply. "As I wish? Do you actually know what's on my mind? To destroy the leaf. That's what I truly desire. So you're really willing to betray the leaf for my sake?" Yet, on screen, Sakura doesn't waver in the slightest at Sasuke's words. "If it's what you want, Sasuke, then." Witnessing this, the people of the leaf erupted in outrage. Some villagers even began to jeer, and even Sakura's own parents were so angry they could barely contain themselves. On screen, Sasuke remained impassive, pointing at Karen, who lay on the ground, his voice icy. "If that's really the case, then prove it to me. Kill her, and I'll believe you." "Sasuke," Karen's voice was a trembling whisper, but her body wouldn't move, no matter how she tried. Off-screen, Karen was already frozen in a daze. Was that truly her? That boy, was he the one she'd met during the Chunin exams? During the 61st year of Konoha, the Chunin exams were jointly held by the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. She had participated as well. This isn't the same. This isn't him. She recalled the boy who descended like a thunderclap in the forest, so different from how he appeared on screen. He wasn't like this at all. Karen's mind was flooded with the memory. During the second stage of the exam, that cold, swooping youth, how strikingly handsome he'd been. That moment was etched in her memory forever. "He really wasn't like this," she murmured softly, her voice laced with grievance. On screen, Sasuke's cold smile grew sharper as he watched Sakura hesitate, a mocking tone freezing the air. "You're a medical ninja, aren't you, Sakura? That makes you the perfect replacement for her." Sakura took hesitant steps, slowly making her way over, as if ready to do exactly as Sasuke had demanded. "You've changed. To do something like this, Sasuke, you really have changed." With that thought, Sakura found herself standing right next to Karen. "What's wrong? Can't go through with it?" Sasuke prodded icily. Hearing this, Sakura reached for her kunai, but inside she was struggling, as if about to make an excruciating decision. "If I just kill Sasuke now, everything will be over." Sakura gritted her teeth, but her heart was in deep agony. The shinobi world fell silent for a moment at those words. "So, that's it? She came to kill Sasuke? I honestly thought she was switching sides to join him." "Wait, if that's true, do we all get it wrong again?" The villagers of Konoha who had insulted Sakura before suddenly looked ashamed. Some even turned pale with guilt. Sakura's parents, too, were overtaken by remorse. They had thought she planned to betray the village, but now they realized her intentions, to kill Sasuke, were never for herself. Inside the Hokage's office, Sasuke looked on, his face emotionless, while Itachi frowned, troubled. On the screen, Sasuke seemed to have reached a breaking point. His own plan was clear. Let Sasuke kill him, then become the hero who took down a rogue S-class shinobi from Konoha. That masked man. On the screen, just as Sakura was about to make her move, Sasuke's eyes flashed. Chidori flared in his hand as he lunged, aiming straight for Sakura's back. It happened so quickly, the entire shinobi world gasped in horror. "Sakura!" All of Sakura's close companions cried out her name, their faces twisted in panic and fear. Just as the Chidori was about to pierce her, a flash of movement. Someone seized Sasuke's arm, stopping the attack in an instant. It was Kakashi. "Sasuke, you've gone too far." Kakashi's heart hardened. He wasn't holding back. This was a deadly clash. On the screen, Sasuke only sneered. He lashed out with a kick, but Kakashi dodged swiftly, countering with his own strike to send Sasuke reeling. One after another. How annoying. Sasuke sneered coldly. Back in the Hokage's office. "Kakashi-sensei, you made it." Naruto shouted in relief, finally able to let out a breath he'd been holding. Kakashi. He ruffled Naruto's hair with a fond, if reluctant, smile, thinking how much softer it had become since before. Naruto really sometimes... Sasuke, watching this, felt himself growing impatient, unsettled. Itachi, observing his little brother's subtle reactions, almost reached out to ruffle Sasuke's hair too. His hand hovered, then froze halfway. On screen, Kakashi stood firm, shielding Sakura. His voice was stern. Sakura, do you really think you could kill Sasuke, all by yourself? Sakura lowered her head. This isn't something you need to shoulder alone. As your teacher and the leader of Team 7, the fact that things have come to this is my own failure. Kakashi gazed at Sasuke, whose face was clouded with murderous intent, and spoke gravely. That's not true at all. Sakura protested. You're not an incompetent teacher. In our hearts, Kakashi, you've always been the teacher who's late every time and loves making up excuses. Yes, teacher. After a moment's thought, Naruto jumped in to object. Oh, and you're always reading that Paradise book? What's it called? And you totally play favorites. You teach Sasuke all those amazing jutsu, but never teach me. You totally show favoritism. Naruto smacked her forehead as the memory came rushing back, pouting with exaggerated grievance. Kakashi was utterly speechless, stunned almost to numbness. The real issue is, even if I tried, you wouldn't be able to learn Chidori. Kakashi replied helplessly. I don't care. You're playing favorites. Grandpa Third, look at him. Kakashi doesn't take his responsibilities seriously at all. Naruto complained, her face a picture of pouty indignation. Well then, how about I ask a certain someone to teach you ninjutsu? He's an extraordinary ninja, you know. With a sly, almost mischievous grin, Kakashi bared his teeth like a fox tempting a child. You mean Pervy Sage? That's right. He did say he'd teach me a jutsu. Oh, I need to find him and have him start teaching me, just like he promised. With Kakashi's hint, Naruto finally remembered. How many times have I told you? Don't call me Pervy Sage. Outside the window, a figure who had been listening to the conversation inside the office finally couldn't take it anymore and exclaimed loudly, Pervy Sage. Naruto pointed at him, grinning widely. Seeing Naruto act this way, Jiraiya gave her top marks. She looked so much better like this than the delinquent brat she used to be. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi greeted respectfully, and Itachi, too, showed his respect. In the scene, Sasuke, I truly don't wish to repeat myself, so I'll say it one last time. Do not let revenge bind and consume you. Kakashi's voice was deep and full of warning. At his words, Sasuke threw back his head and burst into laughter, wild and scornful, echoing through the room. His laughter slowly faded, turning brittle. Give Itachi back to me. Give my father, my mother back to me. Give me back the Uchiha clan, and then I'll let go of revenge. I don't want to kill you, Kakashi said quietly. But Sasuke scoffed, tilting his head as a manic smile crept across his face. You make it sound like you could actually kill me any time you want, sensei. Don't act like a teacher. You have no idea how much I want to kill you right now. Kakashi, the shinobi world. At this stage, Sasuke had completely lost his mind. To be honest, I can't imagine who could possibly get through to him in a calm conversation. Frankly, I think this is the most natural reaction. How easy is it, really, to just let go of hatred? If it were me, I'd be just as unhinged, all right? Inside the Hokage's office, the room was unnaturally quiet. In the scene, Kakashi said, Sakura, take the child and leave this place. Sakura looked at him in confusion. From here on, I'll take up the burden you resolved yourself to bear. After all, this is my responsibility. Thanks to Bird Egg from Ling Yuan's house. AI. User 39104699. Wanshui Sui Sui Pingen. Yuan Hui who loves stir-fried bean sprouts. TCK Beiji. Jaime. User 36808133. Shangwei. Iching. Chun Ruan Huakai. The Lone Swordsman who cleaves 10,000 years, and many others. Cook Qe. Sunset Moonlight Shadow. Bobo Fish White Lion. Mei Zhuang who loves blueberry juice. Fukalos S. Li Qing Luo. Sword God Pavilion 123. Wang Hong who likes aerial banyans. Chu Ing Future. Tomato Jinmu. And everyone who's tipped. Thank you for the gifts. Thanks for the support from everyone in the village. This little brother, the author, humbly asks for your ratings, please and thank you. There'll be another chapter tonight. Wishing you all 3,000 points in the shadow ranks. No matter how far Orochimaru has fallen, he still can't help but think the guy's kind of endearing. Now, I finally understand how the third Hokage must have felt back then, Kakashi said, lifting the headband that covered his left eye. In that instant, the Sharingan was revealed, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow. Back in Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others' eyes narrowed, especially Jiraiya, whose rage was barely concealed. It really was that guy, the one who killed the old third. So it truly was Orochimaru who did this. That guy really came back, Jiraiya said in a deep, heavy voice. If he'd asked him earlier, a part of him would have doubted it. Then his thoughts drifted back to teaching Naruto how to walk on water and struggling to figure out why the boy couldn't manage it, only to discover an extra 5-element seal layered over the 8-trigram seal. Already, then he'd suspected the culprit had slipped into the village during the Chunin exams, while the hidden leaf was open to the outside world, seizing that moment to blend in. In the scene, Sasuke stared coldly at the exposed Sharingan. The Sharingan, the mark of the Uchiha clan. And you, an unworthy outsider, don't you dare flash that eye at me. Sasuke roared, rushing forward as shuriken flew from his sleeve. But the blades weren't aimed at Kakashi. They spun toward Sakura and the child, who were hiding behind the bridge. Kakashi instantly caught on. Earth-style wall. Kakashi crouched down, pressing both hands to the ground. Instantly, the surface of the bridge began to tremble, and a solid wall of rock surged up, its front bearing the carving of a dog's head, rising tall to shield Kakashi from behind. Thud, thud, thud. Shuriken flew with force, striking the rock wall, while Sasuke, Chidori crackling in hand, dashed headlong toward Kakashi's position. But Kakashi nimbly dodged, landing steadily atop the lake's surface. Your Sharingan is impressive, especially for someone who's only borrowed its power. But tell me, can your Sharingan do this? Sasuke sneered, contempt curling his lips. Let me show you the difference between our eyes. As he spoke, Sasuke's eyes widened, revealing a 6-pointed star, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Kakashi's stunned gaze, a massive, spectral warrior, deep purple and formidable, formed around Sasuke, the legendary Susanoo. The spectral form's bones and arm took shape, grasping a brilliant violet bow. Within the vision, Sasuke drew back Susanoo's lance, releasing an arrow that hurtled toward Kakashi. Kakashi stared in terror as the projectile raced toward him. In that critical moment, his Sharingan transformed before everyone's eyes into a shape like a deadly scythe, the Mangekyo. Mangekyo? The shinobi world watched, taken aback. How could Kakashi possess the Mangekyo? Wasn't he only known to have a Sharingan? An outsider with a Mangekyo? That's impossible. Isn't the Mangekyo supposed to be extremely rare? How does Kakashi have it, too? Did he copy it somehow? Inside the Hokage's office, Mangekyo Sharingan, both Itachi and Sasuke wore matching expressions of disbelief. Sasuke, above all, looked as if he'd just witnessed the impossible. How could an outsider awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? After all, not even he, a pure-blooded Uchiha, had unlocked the Mangekyo. And yet Kakashi, a non-Uchiha? Don't look at me like that. Honestly, I'm just as surprised as you are, Kakashi said, rubbing at his eye, still shocked by what had transpired. This was just as much a mystery to him. On screen, the moment Kakashi's Mangekyo awakened, the arrow loosed by Susanoo was twisted by some mysterious force, splashing down and sending waves rippling across the water surface. So that's Susanoo. Kakashi's heart pounded in his chest. Sasuke, eyeing Kakashi's transformed eye, was momentarily taken aback. To think even an outsider could awaken the Mangekyo. You really should thank the Uchiha for that power. Sasuke, your heart shouldn't be ruled entirely by your clan or by vengeance. You need to look deeper into yourself, Kakashi urged. Not this again, Sasuke muttered. You know it, deep down, Kakashi persisted. Sasuke's face twitched as he was flooded with an image. Naruto and the others, their faces beaming with genuine smiles. They're smiling. Everyone is laughing. Soon after, Sasuke's anger ignited. Those smiles were paid for with Itachi's life. They know nothing, and yet they can laugh so joyfully. Sensing Sasuke's fury, Susanoo transformed once more, its form now embodying the mighty, armored Tengu, bristling with menace. To me now, your laughter is nothing but mockery and scorn. I'll turn every sound of laughter into screams and wails. Is that the power Uchiha Itachi used before? What an overwhelming presence. So this is the power of Susanoo. I'm trembling even from behind the screen. The Uchiha truly are monsters. Once again, the entire shinobi world was stunned by this display of power, faces filled with awe and fear. The force both unsettled and fascinated them, making the shadow of that clan loom ever larger. The Konoha 12 watched this scene, each stricken with anxiety and astonishment. Such power was now wholly beyond their reach. So this is the Uchiha? Despair crept in at the sight of such overwhelming might. Amazing, so powerful. Even Naruto was left speechless. She never expected Sasuke to be this strong. Catching Naruto's stunned expression, Sasuke snorted with smug satisfaction. One day, I'll definitely be even stronger than you, you arrogant Sasuke. Just you wait. I'll beat you for sure. Naruto snapped, clearly unhappy with Sasuke's show-off attitude. You? Dead last as always. Try 100 years from now. On screen, no sooner had Sasuke issued his bold proclamation than Susanoo began to fade, its formidable form weakening until it vanished entirely, leaving Sasuke standing alone. Moreover, his Mangekyo Sharingan disappeared as well, his eyes clouded as if stricken by sudden blindness. My vision, it's going blurry. Talk about biting off more than you could chew. Sasuke really was a show-off at this point. Can't help it. I kind of want to knock some sense into him. He's going blind? What happened? The time he awakened the Mangekyo doesn't seem that long ago. Why is he losing his sight so quickly? Isn't he using it way too often? At that moment, on the bridge, Sakura crept up with a kunai, poised to strike Sasuke from behind. I can't leave everything to Kakashi-sensei. Just as her kunai was about to pierce Sasuke's back, she froze at the last second, unable to go through with it. Thank you, Sakura. That was the night Sasuke defected. The soft words he whispered from behind her. Even though I'd already made up my mind, Sasuke had already reacted. He spun around and seized Sakura by the throat, wrenching the kunai from her hand and driving it toward her with ferocious intent. Sasuke, stop. Just as the kunai was about to strike, a figure burst onto the scene, darting forward to rescue Sakura at the very last moment. Stop, Sasuke. Kakashi's face drained of color as he witnessed Sasuke plunging the kunai toward Sakura. He shouted urgently, his voice brimming with alarm. Across the shinobi world, everyone watching grew tense. Wait, why did Sakura hesitate at the end? Oh no, is this girl out her mind? In that desperate instant, a blonde boy in orange flashed forward, snatching Sakura out of harm's way. Still, the kunai brushed his face, leaving a shallow cut. The boy spun to glare fiercely at Sasuke, revealing a determined yet gentle visage. The 6 familiar whisker marks stood out clearly. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Inside a flower shop in Konoha, Ino exhaled in relief, an apron strapped around her waist. Phew, thank goodness Sakura's safe. The moment before had been terrifying. Sakura's parents also breathed deeply, gratitude shining in their eyes as they gazed at Naruto on the screen. He made it just in time. Come to think of it, Naruto's always around during these crises, isn't he? You could say the same for Sasuke. He's been in every one of these videos so far. So, who do you think is stronger right now? My money's on Sasuke. The power of a Mangekyo isn't something Naruto can just contend with. Don't be so sure. Doesn't Naruto have the 9 tails? Inside the Hokage's office. That's me. Naruto watched her counterpart on screen and broke into a wide grin, her tone resolute. Just watch, pervy sage. I swear, I'll bring Sasuke back. I never left, Sasuke scoffed, sounding distinctly displeased. On the screen, Naruto, still seething from Sasuke's attack, declared, Sasuke, Sakura's our teammate too. She's part of Team 7. Sasuke looked at Naruto without the slightest hint of surprise. Instead, he sneered coldly. To me, that was the old Team 7. Kakashi stepped between them, facing Sasuke, who now seemed almost demonic. You see now, Naruto? He's not the Sasuke you used to know. Hearing this, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them again. Sasuke. What? In the shinobi world? No way, that was a quick change of tune. What's going on? Sasuke talking back, so calmly? Are we seeing things? Is he just putting on an act now? Kakashi, Sasuke. Sasuke, stop acting like a teacher all the time, Kakashi. Sakura. Sasuke. Sasuke, you're really annoying. Naruto. Sasuke. Sasuke what? Not the prison, and not those sudden mood swings, alright? Kakashi. I'm shocked, Sasuke and Naruto. So this is love. I love you. The 12 all felt a flicker of doubt as well. The Sasuke in the scene had gone to extremes, but somehow, he was actually speaking so gently. Naruto and Sasuke, is it love? Hinata's mind swirled in confusion. She couldn't believe she'd even lose out to the boys. In the Hokage's office, everyone looked at the two with odd expressions. Both Sasuke and Naruto, the female Naruto, looked utterly embarrassed, but especially the latter. She wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground. It was just too mortifying. On the screen, Sasuke, I've already heard the truth about Itachi from Tobi. I don't know if his words are true or not, but I can understand why you did what you did. Naruto locked eyes with Sasuke and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Naruto, I've told you before, someone like you, with no parents or siblings, you could never understand how I feel. Stay out of this, you outsider. Sasuke replied coldly, his words sharp as ice. Outside the scene, back in Hokage's office, Naruto furrowed her brow, her face tinged with dissatisfaction. For reasons she couldn't explain, Sasuke's words stung deeply, leaving her genuinely hurt. so much so that she decided, for now, she wanted nothing more to do with him. On the screen, before Naruto could respond, Sakura immediately shot back at Sasuke. Do you even know how Naruto feels about you? No matter how many ugly rumors he hears, he's always seen you as a friend. Everyone else may want to kill you, but Naruto's only ever wanted to save you. Save me? And from what exactly? Sasuke sneered. From revenge, Naruto spoke softly, then his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. I swear, I'll pull you out of this swamp of vengeance. In the scene, Sasuke merely offered a mocking smile, brimming with disdain. There's no need for that now. The curtain of my revenge has already been drawn. Just now, I finally killed one of Itachi's enemies, Sasuke began, but then the screen shifted. It showed the events on the Great Bridge from before, a fierce battle between Sasuke and Danzo taking place atop its span. Danzo's arm was covered with Sharingan eyes, and in the end, he activated a sealing jutsu, binding half the bridge in the process. I killed a high-ranking Konoha official right here, a man named Danzo, the shinobi world. Danzo. Back in Root headquarters, Danzo's face turned ashen. That brat from the Uchiha clan. How is this possible? Danzo's voice was icy with outrage. Who was he, Danzo, after all? That he could be murdered by the last Uchiha orphan? What a cruel joke. That kid must not be allowed to live. The attack on Sasuke by the Root unit had been orchestrated by him, but in the end there had been no news whatsoever. This left him doubting whether those Root members had even survived. Hokage's office. That man's arm, staring at the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm. Both Sasuke and Itachi's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Just how many members of the Uchiha clan had this Danzo harmed? Itachi, Sasuke, don't worry. I promise I'll give you both an answer. The third Hokage spoke, and a chill spread in his gaze as well. Danzo was spiraling more and more out of control. To think he could do such a thing right under my nose. Am I still the Hokage? Or is he? Itachi remained silent, but Sasuke only looked on in disdain. Danzo must die, and he himself would be the one to do it. Nothing could stand in his way. Danzo is dead? Serve him right. Well done. What a well-deserved end. That Danzo guy. His whole arm was covered in Sharingan? What kind of sick joke is that? How many members of the Uchiha clan did he ruin? If he hadn't died, even I wouldn't be able to stand it anymore. The 5 Kage. Inoki. Good riddance. Danzo's dead, and I for one fully approve. 4th Raikage. The mighty Danzo, taken down by the last Uchiha. That makes my day. All I can say is, what a failure. Madarumi. That arm of his, I'd have loved to cut it off myself. Danzo, you disgust me. Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage. What more is there to say? Danzo. Within Root, Danzo's face was dark and stormy as he stared at the screen, watching Sasuke's brazen, triumphant smile. That brat must not survive. Sasuke actually killed Danzo. Naruko wore a look of pure shock, her eyes wide with amazement. She whispered, "Who's Danzo anyway?" The office fell completely silent. So what exactly are you so surprised about? It wasn't really her fault. Her memory was never great to begin with. She had a vague sense that someone by that name existed. Oh right, that's him. As a fleeting image moved across the screen, Naruko finally remembered. It was the man who had driven Sasuke's brother away. So Danzo, the one everyone was talking about, was him. On the screen, that Danzo? Sasuke managed to defeat him all by himself. Kakashi said in disbelief. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before, as if the tainted blood of the Uchiha had finally been cleansed. It was as if the Uchiha had severed their ties to this rotten shinobi world. Something you could never understand. On the screen, Sasuke's expression was slipping into madness, his arms spreading wide open as if longing to unleash all his pent-up emotions. After that, Sasuke continued to smile as he said, in a certain sense, what I'm doing is exactly what Konoha has always wanted. For those of you who have long rejected the Uchiha, to erase us completely from your memories. To wipe out everything. Everything of Konoha. To kill it all. To sever every bond with the village. That is the true purification, the real revival of the Uchiha. The shinobi world. He's lost it, utterly lost it. Sasuke's gone completely insane. No one can talk sense into him now. For real, he's not the Sasuke we used to know. Wait, are you guys talking about Uchiha Sasuke? Why does he sound so abstract right now? Yeah, for real. Itachi the elder, Sasuke the younger. Perfect way to sum it up. In the scene, Naruto and the others were all visibly stunned when they heard Sasuke's declaration. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Was this really still Sasuke? He was no longer anything like the boy they once knew. His current state was terrifyingly extreme, a chasm away from the past. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sasuke. It's hatred, he said, his voice low. Hatred built up throughout history, shaping the Sasuke you see now. Sasuke is a victim of this era. Whether it's Naruto, Sakura, or anyone close to him, each of us has felt that pain in some way. Kakashi's mind wandered back to the days of Team 7, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura used to fight side by side. From their battles with Zabuza to the Chunin exams, all the way to the bitter falling out between Naruto and Sasuke. Bang! Bang! On the screen, Naruto formed hand signs and split off two shadow clones, but Kakashi reached out and blocked his way. Kakashi spoke, calm but resolute. "Leave this to me. You two need to get out of here now. There are some things I, as your teacher, have to shoulder myself." Hearing Kakashi's plea, Sakura's worry spilled over. "But, Kakashi-sensei," she began, her voice tight with concern. "Hurry and go," Kakashi interrupted, his tone grave. "If you stay any longer, you'll witness things you'll regret forever." Then, Kakashi stared at Sasuke, taking 2 deliberate steps across the lake surface. He spoke softly. "The poison Shizen gave us won't kill Sasuke, not with the resistance to toxins he gained from Orochimaru. You understand that, don't you? And besides, you two, you must know how you really feel by now, right?" At his words, Naruto and Sakura fell silent, weighed down by unspoken thoughts. "See? Let Kakashi handle it. Can you believe Sasuke wants to destroy Konoha down to its core? Is this some kind of joke? Konoha, it's your own fault, isn't it? You pushed him to this point. Who did you expect him to destroy if not you? Ridiculous, ridiculous. You villagers are such hypocrites. Just sit down and think about it." Crackle, crackle. That was Chidori and Lightning Blade, both gathering power in Sasuke and Kakashi's hands, sounds reverberating like countless birds crying out across the land. In the scene, Naruto stands behind Kakashi, his expression finally grave as he speaks. "Kakashi-sensei, what you said you never wanted to see. Does that mean you don't want to kill Sasuke?" Kakashi doesn't answer Naruto's question. He simply urges again, "Hurry, get out of here." But in the very next instant, Sasuke, wielding his Chidori, charges furiously at the 3 of them, his murderous intent sending chills down their spines. Before Kakashi can react, Naruto's shadow clone suddenly grabs him from behind, restraining his movements. Kakashi's face changes. "Naruto?" While his clone holds Kakashi in place, the real Naruto, in a flash, forms a Rasengan and sprints across the water surface, launching himself directly at Sasuke. The rush of the Rasengan slices sharply through the air, in stark contrast to the shrill screech of the Chidori. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke, Uchiha, both accelerating, closing the distance between them. Their ultimate techniques propel them forward, closer and closer, the Rasengan and Chidori on a collision course for yet another fateful clash in front of the entire shinobi world. Everyone in the shinobi world holds their breath as they watch, transfixed. They've seen these two clash before, each time watching with unblinking attention. They're yearning to know, is Naruto's Rasengan stronger, or does Sasuke's Chidori have the upper hand? On screen, all I see are weaknesses. Don't expect me to hold back, Sasuke says with a cold smirk. Their silhouettes close in on each other, attacks at the ready, neither holding anything back. On the surface of the lake, one stands shrouded in shadow, the other bathed in sunlight. For a moment, time itself seems to slow to a crawl. Staring at Sasuke's rapidly approaching figure, Naruto is suddenly reminded of that day. The battle at the Valley of the End. It was the same movements, the same powers, the same people at odds. Beneath the stony gazes of the two colossal statues, Rasengan and Chidori collided. And now, Sasuke, you and I. Maybe it's the other way around. The very next moment, a massive explosion. Rasengan, Chidori. At last, Rasengan and Chidori connect, unleashing an eruption of water that sends tremors across the entire lake. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the whole lake shudders and roils. The force is truly terrifying. The Konoha 12 stand dumbstruck by the sight, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Sasuke's strength is already intimidating, but now, Naruto's power is no less daunting. A wave of reluctance washed over them, but deep down they understood. The Sasuke and Naruto shown on the screen were already far beyond their reach. In the Hokage's office, watching the ripples on the lake, I have to say, your future strength is truly terrifying, Kakashi remarked with a sense of awe. Even he was stunned by the clash displayed before them. This confrontation was far fiercer than the one they had at the Valley of the End. Even their most ordinary moves now carried unimaginable force. It was no exaggeration. The two on the screen had grown into an entirely different league. Right? Kakashi-sensei, I'll definitely be much stronger than Sasuke. Just you wait. Naruto waved her tiny fists excitedly, her face lighting up in anticipation. She refused to lose to him. That silly Sasuke didn't stand a chance. One day, She'd surpass him 100-fold. You? Dead last. You should stop daydreaming, Sasuke retorted mercilessly. Watching the banter between the two, gentle laughter spread through the office, filling the air with a warm, comforting mood. Itachi, eyes half closed, took it all in. Naruto, thank you for being friends with Sasuke, Itachi murmured in his heart, though his gaze was gentle and soft. On the screen, as the Rasengan and Chidori collided, the image slowly blurred, fading into a brilliant golden space. In this radiant place, Naruto and Sasuke faced each other, their expressions calm and composed. Sasuke, you know, don't you? The villagers used to hate me, all because of the 9 tails inside me. There was a time I resented them too. I even thought of revenge. On the screen, Naruto looked calmly at Sasuke as he recounted the pain of his past. If things had gone just a little differently, I might have ended up like you, doing terrible things, wanting to destroy the Leaf Village. Naruto spoke in a low voice, laying bare his suffering. Sasuke, however, remained uncharacteristically silent, quietly listening, just being there. Naruto, Hinata gazed up at his pained expression on the sky screen, feeling a pang in her heart. Isekai too felt the ache. Tears welled in his eyes as he watched, his heart filled with sorrow for Naruto. At that moment, the entire shinobi world seemed to hold its breath, quietly listening to the voice and grief spilling from Naruto's soul. The scene shifted, now seen through Naruto's eyes. Memories from his childhood surfaced in the sky above. Why is that thing still in the Leaf Village? Why hasn't anyone locked him away? Why doesn't the third Hokage think of us? Get out, you monster! My shop will never welcome your kind. That's him, the one who caused. The Jinchuriki of the ninja world watched the scenes unfolding before them in silence. Though they were not the main character in this story, why did these moments feel so familiar, so deeply resonant, as if they had all lived through similar trials themselves? The pain, the sense of being cast out, the isolation, the inexplicable hatred directed toward them, the suffocating chill of loneliness. Weren't they too, just like this? They had done nothing, remembered nothing, understood nothing, only to be shunned for no reason at all. How many times had they wondered if their existence had meaning? Why? Why is this happening to me? Why does everyone treat me like this? Why does even our homeroom teacher look at me that way? I'm not some germ, nor a burden. I am Naruto Uzumaki. It was Naruto as a child, crying out to the villagers who ostracized him. Why are you doing this to me when I've done nothing wrong? What did I ever do? What is my purpose? Why am I even here? To be cast away, isolated, despised, treated as a monster. Young as he was, he couldn't understand. None of it made sense to him. That feeling of not being needed by anyone, that suffocating loneliness, left those of the ninja world sighing silently as they watched. Even the Kaga-level leaders of the 5 great nations remained silent. They all understood what it was to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki, knew it too well. Yet nothing they did could change this harsh reality. How pitiful this child is, growing up healthy despite having no parents. It must have been so difficult for him. Boo-hoo. You people of the Leaf Village are heartless, forcing a child into such despair. How can you do this? I just want to hug him. What he's been through must have been awful, terribly hard to bear. All the gentle-hearted women of the ninja world looked on with compassion and care for the young Naruto, aching for the hardships he had endured. At the same time, they felt a deep resentment rise up toward the Hidden Leaf Village. I always thought I would never connect with anyone. At this, Naruto paused, looked toward Sasuke, and softly continued, until I met you, and Isekai-sensei. Outside the sky screen, in the Hokage office, Sasuke was suddenly taken aback. That sentence reminded him of something Naruto had once said to him before. Until I met you. Back then, Naruto had spoken those same words. Met someone like me? He didn't know why, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. It disappeared as quickly as it came, but the ever-observant Naruto caught on. Ah, Sasuke, did you just smile? Naruto asked, moving in curiously. No, I didn't. But your face is all red. You definitely smiled. I said I didn't. And stay away from me. You dead last. In the scene, Naruto walks alone by the riverbank and meets another child, one who is just as lonely as he is. The two of them glance at each other for only a moment, before awkwardly turning away. The picture shifts again. It's the battle against Haku. Why? Why would you protect someone like me? Shut up, you loser. My body, it moved on its own. No matter what happens, you have to survive. Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke, watching all of this unfold, feel their expressions change as memories stir. Memories of that day's battle. Both recall it vividly, and a tinge of melancholy settles in Naruto's heart. The scene transitions back to that brilliant, glowing space. Naruto, grinning foolishly and rubbing the back of his head, reveals a warm, genuine smile and says, I always knew you were alone too. Seeing your figure, I realized someone else in this world was just like me. And that actually brought me comfort. I carry the nine tails, and you carry the destiny of the Uchiha. We're both burdened by something similar. When I saw you that day, I want to talk to you instantly. It made me happy. I thought maybe you'd understand how I feel. But I gave up in the end. Naruto pauses again, his deep blue eyes dimming a little. If you ask me why, it's because I was envious of everything you could do. I decided on my own to treat you as my rival. Suddenly, Naruto lifts his head, his face soft and kind, and smiles. From that moment on, you became my goal. Watching from the outside, Naruko's expression twitches. Her little face suddenly looks embarrassed. Is he really going to say it? In front of everyone? Naruko sneaks a glance at Sasuke, but Sasuke pays her no mind, keeping his eyes fixed on the sky overhead. Naruto's words. He knows them by heart. He's heard them all before. I had nothing, but then I gained bonds with you and Sakura in Team 7. I wanted to be like you, strong, admirable. Sasuke stares, stunned by these words. They shake him deeply. Why does he feel this way? A sense of reassurance, a warmth he's never known, something that before now only family could give. Is this what it feels like to be looked up to? Actually, I've always been chasing after you from behind. Naruko's embarrassment deepens. She shuffles her feet anxiously inside her shoes. It's all coming out now. How mortifying. Hey, you big screen in the sky, enough already. Now the whole ninja world knows. Naruko thinks to herself, half in despair. In a vision, Naruto beams, the light radiating from him bright like a little sun. He says, honestly, meeting you in this lifetime is the best thing that ever happened to me. And with that, Naruto falls silent. Sasuke was visibly moved. The ninja world fell into silence. Across the entire shinobi world, following Naruto's heartfelt confession, everyone was left speechless for a brief moment. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit envious of Sasuke. But I'm a guy, aren't I? Damn, with a confession like that, even I almost got swept away. Is Naruto secretly the heartthrob of the leaf? At the Konoha flower shop, that Naruto, he actually seems so cool. Ino couldn't help but be charmed. Who knew Naruto would grow up to be so calm and collected? And why was there this sense of reassurance, this warmth she suddenly felt? Even Ino, usually prone to crushing on handsome faces, was taken aback by Naruto's steady side. And for some reason, the look of him without his forehead protector, it actually made him look quite handsome. Could he be a hidden heartbreaker? You couldn't really blame her. The Naruto on screen was just that striking. Not just her. Even countless girls watching found themselves touched, unable to stay calm at how steady and dashing Naruto looked and by his sincere confession. Within the Hyuga clan, Naruto is so cool. Hinata felt as though she might faint. The Naruto she saw on screen was reliable, cool. Although even now, he was definitely dependable. Could that guy possibly like guys? Hanabi looked at the screen, a strange expression on her face. She was starting to believe there was something unusual about Naruto and Sasuke's relationship. On the screen, Sasuke's expression did not soften at Naruto's confession. His face remained cold, as if the world owed him 2 million ryo. Naruto, no matter what you say, I will not change. Whether it's you or anyone else in the village, I will leave no one behind. I'll kill you all. At these words, Naruto's smile grew bitter. Tell me, is this really the only path left for you? Sasuke replied icily, yes. Right now, your only choices are to kill me and become the hero of the leaf, or to be killed by me and die as a stray dog. Naruto slowly opened his narrowed eyes, determination shining through. Sasuke, I don't believe that. I will be neither a stray dog nor the hero who kills you. Not either of those. Just then, the dazzling world around them began to fade. With a thunderous crash, outside, Rasengan and Chidori collided with undiminished ferocity, neither side giving way, until, boom, a burst of force sent both combatants flying. Naruto, Kakashi, seeing the explosion, broke free of his binds in an instant and, with a flash, caught Naruto securely. Sasuke, meanwhile, was flung toward the rocky wall, but at the very last instant, a layer of white zetsu seemed to spread from his body, absorbing the brunt of the impact. I understand everything now. Naruto gazed at Sasuke and spoke slowly. I have a question. Why did Sasuke listen so calmly to Naruto's long confession? That's what love is. Exactly. If it were me, with words like that, I'd probably fall for it too. Narusasu, forever. If they get married, I'll chip in 500. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp with thought. Hokage's office. Sasuke, do you still want to leave? Naruko turned her head. looking intently at Sasuke as she asked. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone nearby turned their attention to Sasuke, eager to hear his answer. But Sasuke's face remained impassive. He seemed lost in deep thought, his gaze drifting, his mood turning cold. Within the scene, beside Sasuke, swirling vortexes appeared, and soon a figure in a black cloak, face obscured by a mask, emerged. It was the masked man. "Sasuke, it's time to go back," the masked man said quietly. The masked man. Inside the Hokage's office, everyone stared warily at the mysterious newcomer, their eyes narrowing. They all felt a particular apprehension toward him. Even Uchiha Itachi fixed the masked man with a heavy gaze. All this time, he had very little intelligence about him. "Itachi, do you know anything about this masked man?" Hiruzen asked bluntly. Itachi nodded and shared everything he knew, including the masked man's terrifying phasing ability. And when they heard that 12 years ago, it was the masked man who had controlled the Nine Tails to attack the Leaf Village, everyone was stunned. "The masked man's power is beyond ordinary," Kakashi muttered, his expression grave. Could someone truly control a being like the Nine Tails? Itachi fell silent, remembering the reward once given from the sky, though to call it a reward was more like receiving a message. The Fourth Great Ninja War. I declare it now. That voice, Itachi could never forget. It was the masked man proclaiming the Fourth Great Ninja War. This masked man again. I can tell at a glance he's not a good person. I can't shake the feeling something monumental happened earlier in that scene. Within the scene. "The Nine Tails, huh? Seems you two can't help but fight on sight. To hunt the Nine Tails, I prepared an even grander stage for you. For now, let's go," the masked man said softly to Naruto. At that moment, Naruto stepped lightly onto the surface of the lake, approaching Sasuke slowly. "Naruto," but Naruto spoke calmly. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I just have a few words to say to Sasuke." In the scene, Naruto stopped at the very center of the lake, once again holding Sasuke's gaze. "Sasuke, do you remember what you said to me once at the Valley of the End, about what it truly means to be a first-rate shinobi?" In the vision, Naruto faces Sasuke, his words ringing clearly, a vivid memory that flickers through Sasuke's mind. If a fight between two first-rate shinobi is all it takes to truly understand each other's minds, then you're too naive, Naruto. So tell me, can you really see what's deep inside my heart, my truest thoughts? Naruto's gaze meets Sasuke's. Their eyes lock, measuring, searching. By crossing fists, we've come to understand so much about each other. That alone proves we're both first-rate shinobi now. No matter whether it's you or me. Sasuke, have you seen through to the very depths of my heart? In the vision, Naruto touches his chest, pausing for a moment, his tone gentle yet firm. Sasuke, standing in the memory, wavers at the words. Then Naruto's voice grows heavier, foreboding. "Sasuke, you must have realized it by now too, right? If we really fight each other, both of us will die." Outside, beneath the sky above Konoha, the 12 young ninjas stare at Naruto's steady demeanor in the vision, struck silent with awe. Was this really Naruto? Every move he made radiated reliability, a calm steadiness that filled them with reassurance. Was this still the same underdog, the class clown? Was this really the Naruto they knew? Incredible. Is that really Naruto? Ino and Sakura could barely believe it. The foolish, goofy Naruto. Could he really become someone this trustworthy in the future? "Naruto's so cool. I might faint," Hinata whispered, her cheeks flushing red with shyness. In her wide eyes, Naruto's figure filled her whole world. "If you ever attack Konoha, then I'll have no choice but to fight you myself. Let every bit of hatred wait until then. When the time comes, let it all out on me. I'll be the one to bear your hatred, because only I can take it. This is my burden alone to carry. When that day comes, I'll shoulder your hatred and die alongside you." Around the ninja world, a hush fell in the wake of Naruto's declaration. All were stunned by his resolve, knowing full well how deep Sasuke's hatred for Konoha burned. Naruto, was he honestly willing to bear it all, to carry Sasuke's hate on his own shoulders? To draw all of Konoha's resentment onto himself? In the Hokage's office, a silence lingers for a few heartbeats. "Naruto, thank you for being Sasuke's friend," Itachi said, his smile gentle and grateful as he looked at Naruto's image. He was truly thankful. Even as Sasuke fell into darkness, there remained a companion who refused to give up, someone still determined to pull him back into the light. Looking at the gentle smile before him, Naruto scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. He looked just like a small, clever fox, so much so that one couldn't help but find him even more endearing. Sasuke, on the other hand, allowed a disgruntled huff, visibly annoyed. After a long silence, on screen, Sasuke finally couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke slowly. "What's going on, Naruto?" And then, Sasuke grew agitated. His voice became fierce as he nearly roared. What is wrong with you? Why are you so persistent with me? Because we're friends. Sasuke was stunned. The entire ninja world was stunned as well. Whether inside the heavenly screen or watching outside, everyone across the ninja world was left speechless. What's going on? This Naruto. I'm about to cry. Why is he so forgiving? People are trying to kill him, and yet he still says, because we're friends. That's enough to move me to tears. Is he really a Jinchuriki? Is this guy seriously a ninja? Honestly, if they weren't both guys, I would have thought they were, that kind of couple. I'm shipping them right now. If they got married, I'd give them my full blessing. How am I even supposed to choose? So, who would be the top, and who would be the bottom? Honestly, it's hilarious. The ninja world was in shock. In a world so steeped in violence and bloodshed, was there really someone like this? To be born into such a harsh ninja world. Was that his fortune, or was it his misfortune? The villagers of Konoha were left dumbfounded by Naruto's words. They were at a loss for words. They could see clearly Sasuke's hatred toward the Leaf. Yet the one who stood up to protect them was the very child whom everyone called the Demon Fox. For a moment, they simply couldn't accept it. Yet, right then, the hatred they harbored toward the Demon Fox eased considerably. In their hearts, there even grew a faint sense of recognition for him. The more rational villagers started to reflect on the changes Naruto had gone through these past years, changes they had all witnessed. And ever since the heavenly screen appeared, they had learned even more details about Naruto's life. Naruto, such a kind-hearted child, the kindest, maybe overly so. To think he lived like this after all the rejection he'd faced, it was nothing short of extraordinary. What am I going to do? I think I'm starting to like Naruto, Ino murmured, cradling her blushing face in her hands. A composed, reliable Naruto was just too attractive, especially the way he looked after taking off that headband and flashing that brilliant smile. He really is just so handsome. But when she thought about the Naruto of today, she let out a sigh. There was just no comparison, honestly. Naruto. At home, Sakura gazed at the scene unfolding on the screen, so moved she was on the verge of tears. It felt like, even if Sasuke defected, there would always be Naruto, right? This is what youth is all about, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted passionately. Might Guy, on the other hand, threw his arms around Lee in excitement. Bathed in sunlight, the two of them resembled a father and his son. Lee, this is what youth is all about. Starting now, do 10 laps handstand running around the whole village. Yes, Guy-sensei. At that, both of them planted their hands firmly on the ground and, with astonishing speed, began racing around the Leaf Village, upside down. Hey, Lee, you just recovered from your injuries. Can you not be so reckless? Tintin grumbled alongside Niji, who both shook their heads with exasperation. And you too, Guy-sensei. Hyuga clan. Hinata watched Naruto, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had always loved this version of Naruto. Her cheeks flushed pink at the thought, while Hanabi could only sigh helplessly, feeling an increasing sense of jealousy toward Naruto. Hokage's office. Friend. Sasuke gazed blankly at the sky above, lost in thought. He wondered, were he and Naruto truly friends? Clutching the fabric over his chest, he couldn't explain the comfort that welled up inside him. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the sky with a wistful smile. In his heart, he mused silently, Minato, Naruto has grown into an outstanding ninja, just as you always wished to see. Jiraiya, too, gave a warm, gentle smile, ruffling Naruto's soft hair by his side. Maybe he really can become Hokage one day. Kakashi murmured softly to himself. On screen, a gust of wind swept through, tousling their hair. We want to understand each other, but ordinary means won't do. I realized that from the very first time we met. Saying this, Naruto stretched out his fist, his smile full of warmth. Using our fists to get through to each other, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because now we've both become first-class shinobi, understanding each other. Your hatred changed, just like I did when I met Iruka-sensei. I've changed too. On screen, Naruto suddenly broke into a grin, declaring, I haven't given up on bringing you back to the Leaf, and I'll never give up. Sasuke kept his gaze locked on Naruto, unconsciously pressing his lips together. He simply didn't get it. Why did this guy refuse to let go, no matter what? All across the ninja world, silence prevailed. This Naruto kid, he's got such a kind heart. It's incredible, especially considering everything he's been through. I think I'm starting to understand what old Lady Chiyo meant. Maybe he really can. It's always Iruka. Honestly, I could cry. Konoha really owes him some gratitude. All over the world, people started to feel a genuine fondness for Naruto. Konoha Ninja Academy. Inside the office, Iruka pursed his lips, overwhelmed by a mix of excitement and emotion. On screen, right after, Naruto waved his hand with a crooked grin, his eyes narrowing with good humor. But I won't just keep rambling on and on. Honestly, who would have thought that someone like me, who never lectured anybody, would turn out to give speeches someday, huh? Naruto scratched his head, his eyes avoiding contact as he said, if, in the end, we all die, then we're no longer Uchiha, nor are we Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. There would be nothing left to shoulder. In that world, maybe we could finally understand each other. In the Hokage's office, Sasuke stared in a daze at the figure on the screen, so radiant and warm that it seemed intent on prying open the tightly shut doors of his heart. Naruto. Sasuke looked at the Naruto before him, now Naruko, and spoke dumbly. Naruko's cheeks flushed red. She flustered as she tried to defend herself. Tish, that's not what I meant at all. Okay? We're not going to die. Not a chance. By the end, Naruko was headstrong, puffing out her cheeks and crossing her arms over her chest, her voice brimming with indignation. They weren't going to die. No way. Never. Seeing this, Sasuke felt his heart soften, but he still spoke stubbornly. You big idiot. In the Sand Village guest quarters in Konoha, Gaara gazed blankly at the sky barrier above. He frowned slightly, not understanding the wave of confusion he felt, tinged strangely with a bite of jealousy. Humph! Gaara huffed, his displeasure flaring. The sand within his gourd trembled in agitation, stirred up by his turbulent emotions, threatening to spill forth at any moment. No way, seriously. Could Gaara really be? Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, each reading the surprise in the other's eyes. Hey, he sees. I remember that kid turned into a girl, right? Maybe we should... Kankuro muttered softly to Temari, tentative. Are you saying Gaara should propose? Temari was shocked at the suggestion. But he's a guy. Isn't she a girl now, though? Kankuro replied, looking perplexed. Temari fell into thoughtful silence, then asked, but you know, the punishment only lasts for 3 days, doesn't it? Well, we've got that sky barrier now. If it's so powerful, who knows? Maybe Naruto, or Naruko, will end up stuck like this forever. Kankuro grinned widely, a mischief glinting in his eyes. You may be right, but in any case, Gaara needs to decide this for himself, Temari concluded. Across the shinobi world. I can. I approve of their marriage. When should it start? Let's pick a lucky day for the ceremony. How about right now? Are you people insane? They're both men. Isn't this going a bit too far? I recall Naruto turned into Naruko, right? One man, one woman, what's the problem? What are you fans plotting about our goddess Naruko? I'm telling you, Naruko is our faith. No one's laying a finger on her if we have anything to say about it. Oh, Naruko, my beloved Naruko. And what about Sasuke, huh? If Sasuke wants to marry Naruko, let's see if the Naruko vanguard will ever let that happen. The entire world of the shinobi had gone mad. Sasuke's face was dark, Gaara seethed with anger, and Naruko stood there in stunned silence. On screen, Sasuke spoke in an icy tone, my mind is made up. I will destroy the Leaf Village, no matter what. And if anyone must die, it will be you. Then we'll die together, Sasuke. At that, Sasuke's cold expression twisted into a careless smirk, and he said, fine by me. I'll just start with you then, Naruto. Naruto replied calmly. Is it because I still haven't earned your acknowledgement? That's enough, Naruto, Kakashi said gravely. Leave Sasuke to me. You still have your dream of becoming Hokage. There's no need to risk your life with him. How could someone who can't even save a friend hope to become Hokage? Let me handle Sasuke. In the scene, Naruto was as steady as a mountain, his eyes locked on Sasuke, and he spoke with deep resolve. At last, somewhere deep underground, Sasuke Uchiha walked onward beside the masked man. I want Itachi's eyes, Sasuke said. So, you finally made up your mind. But why so suddenly? What changed? Asked the masked man. I want to defeat Naruto, to utterly reject everything he stands for. That's all there is to it. Brother, I will destroy the Leaf Village. And, as the skies faded to black and the story concluded, countless faces across the shinobi world were filled with reluctant yearning for more. They had witnessed the bond between Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto's relentless pursuit, Sasuke's burning hatred for Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, I swear, I'll bring Sasuke back. On Naruko's small, determined face, the resolution was plain to see. She had made up her mind. No matter what, she would bring Sasuke home. I haven't left yet, you big idiot, Sasuke replied blankly, as if baffled by all the fuss. Ding! Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto for answering correctly, just in time. Reward. Bang! Bang! Just then, the entire office floor began to vibrate, and with a low rumble, 2 pitch-black wooden coffins slowly rose up from beneath their feet, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Could these be ghosts? In a blur, Naruko darted behind Sasuke, After all, nothing frightened her more than ghosts and spirits. Cautiously, Naruko peeked out from behind Sasuke, her eyes wide with baffled fear. What kind of reward is this? All of them stared at the two wooden coffins in utter confusion. Suddenly, the coffins began to tremble. With a slow creak, their lids opened, and two elegant, slender female silhouettes emerged from within. One was clad in jet black, the other, a striking shade of red. Mother. Sasuke and Itachi stared at the black-haired figure, their bodies frozen in disbelief, as if the world itself had stopped turning. The figure inside the wooden coffin was no one else but Uchiha Mikoto, the birth mother of Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. And as if she had heard a familiar voice, Mikoto struggled to open eyes that had been closed for years. The moment she opened them, they immediately fell upon several familiar faces. Most of all, upon two of those figures in particular. When Itachi saw her eyes open, he abruptly turned away, pulling the edge of his cloud-patterned robe higher, almost as if he could not bear to be seen. Mom! In the very next moment, Sasuke dashed forward, causing Naruko, who had been hiding behind him, to nearly tumble over. Gone was Sasuke's old coldness. He threw himself into Mikoto's embrace. Sensing the boy in her arms, Mikoto's heart began to soften. Sasuke. Mikoto's voice was filled with boundless tenderness, smoothing away the restlessness in Sasuke's heart. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes and slowly rolled down his cheeks. You've grown so much. It must have been so hard for you, all these years. Gazing at Sasuke, no longer the tiny boy she remembered, Mikoto's heart ached more than ever. She couldn't imagine what his life had been like without them all these years. No, it wasn't. Sasuke shook his head vigorously. There was so much he wanted to say, but in the end, he could only cry silently. It was hard to imagine that beneath that always cold exterior, when this deeply buried emotion was finally released, Sasuke would reveal a side of himself he rarely showed. A side he never wished to show, his vulnerability. Meanwhile, as Mikoto held Sasuke, she also became acutely aware of Itachi's presence. She looked up to see that familiar, slender figure with his back to them. She knew that silhouette all too well. Itachi, turn around and look at me. Itachi flinched, but he stayed still. He couldn't. He didn't deserve to. Turn around right now and face me. Mikoto spoke with feigned sternness. Only then did Itachi turn, though he kept his gaze fixed on the floor, unable to meet her eyes. Mother. Head bowed, Itachi was at a loss for words. He was the one who had brought ruin to the Uchiha, who had slaughtered his own clan. He was, in every sense, the sinner of the Uchiha. He had lost the right to face his parents and his people. Mikoto softly bit her red lips, and in the next instant, reached out her delicate hand and pulled Itachi into her embrace. You too. You've made me worry so much. Mikoto's voice was hoarse with emotion, her eyes rimmed red as tears wetted her lashes. At her words, Itachi could no longer hold back. Tears poured down his face in a torrent. I'm sorry. Mother, I'm so sorry. The usually stoic Itachi was finally brought low by grief, letting out helpless tears as he repeated those words again and again. Naruko stared at the three of them, her eyes filled with longing and confusion. She bit her rosy lips, her face brimming with envy. She was genuinely happy that Sasuke could see his mother again, yet the envy at the corners of her eyes simply refused to fade. No one understood what she was feeling at this moment. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous pulse erupted. At that very instant, the red-haired woman beside them snapped open her dark eyes. A torrent of chakra burst forth, vast and overwhelming, tearing cracks through the very floor. Inside Naruko's sealed space, the Ninetales jolted in shock, its fur on end as it trembled. It suddenly sensed a familiar presence, and a chill ran through its very core. That's Mito's chakra, the Ninetales gasped, astonished. How is that woman alive again? It muttered in bewilderment, growing more unsettled by the second. That woman's return meant breaking free from the seal would be even harder. Uzumaki Mito, the first princess of the Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques of that family were monstrous in their complexity. The fox had suffered under them firsthand, and even now, the very memory made it shudder in dread. It couldn't help but recall those dark, ignoble days it wished to forget. That woman, how hateful she was. Dam kunori, dam madara, dam ashama, dam mitu, dam kushina, dam numans. The Ninetales bellowed furiously within the sealed space, its immense hatred churning the waters around it. When I get out, none of you will escape my wrath. Feeling that overwhelming chakra, everyone present was struck with shock. For the third Hokage, it stirred a poignant wave of emotion. His old eyes brimmed as memories threatened to overflow. Because that was Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama. Even Kakashi and Jiraiya wore expressions of reverence mixed with awe. As for Naruko, she simply gaped at the woman before her, a peculiar feeling welling up inside her. That chakra, strangely enough, made her feel warm. It was fiery, yet gentle, immense, yet comforting. To her, it felt safe. In a daze, she took 2 steps forward. At that moment, Mito's eyes met hers, and their gazes locked. "Are you my mother?" Naruko asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Mito's brows knitted slightly at the question. She raised her hand and, in a swift motion, gave Naruko's tiny head a light knock. Naruko clutched her head, yelping at the sudden sting. "Ow, that hurts a lot." "Child, you shouldn't say such things carelessly," Mito admonished her gently. Upon hearing this, Naruko's face fell. So she wasn't. But then, why was Sasuke's mother in the coffin? "Lady Mito, is it truly you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, his voice trembling. "You're monkey? Why do you look so old?" Mito stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged face, shocked. After all, back then he was still quite young. In the blink of an eye, had he already grown this old? For those who have passed away, the concept of time no longer exists. What exactly has happened all these years? Mito asked, her brow furrowing. In response, Hiruzen recounted to her all the events that had unfolded over the years. Hearing the sweeping changes, her expression shifted noticeably. She fell into silence for a long while before her gaze landed on Naruko once more, her features softening at once. The reason she was able to be revived, and even become so young, ultimately stemmed from this child of the Uzumaki clan. And then, that familiar chakra. "Is she Kushina's child?" she murmured, her eyes growing even gentler as she softly called Naruko over. "Come here, child." Upon hearing this, Naruko shrank back, casting a frightened look toward Jiraiya and Kakashi. Seeing her reluctance, the two could only sigh and gently pushed her forward. Naruko trembled with fear, her small body shaking as though she might burst into tears at any moment. As she took in the child's anxious appearance, Mito's heart ached all the more. Her gaze sharpened, as if seeing through Naruko. She noticed the seal hidden within, the 8 trigram seal, the 9 tails. Mito wondered in her heart, then softened her expression and asked, "What's your name?" "Emma, my name is Naruto." Naruko was clearly shy, but intimidated by this formidable presence. She answered quietly, "Shouldn't your name be Naruko rather than Naruto?" Mito said with a curious look. This was clearly a little girl, so why the boy's name? Could this be Kushina's doing? That was possible. Kushina had always been a spirited one. "I'm not Naruko. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm going to become the Hokage, a man among men," Naruko declared loudly. Everyone kept calling her Naruko, one after another. It was driving her mad. She was a real boy, not some girl. And those guys behind the screen, they kept calling her Naruko, too. Zulgos. She was Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, not some silly Naruko. A boy. Mito's face froze, disbelief written all over it. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. This was plainly a girl. How could she possibly be a boy? Could it be that Kushina's ways had rubbed off on her? On second thought, that seemed unlikely. Kushina might have been lively, but surely she wouldn't have raised a girl to think she was a boy. Mito scrutinized the little body yet again. This was unmistakably a genuine little girl, all delicate curves and graceful flexibility. So cute. How could she possibly be a boy? "Let me explain." Kakashi stepped forward and gave a brief account of how Naruto had turned into a girl. Hearing this, Mito was first taken aback, then nodded in understanding. Mikoto, who had been standing to the side, was equally astonished by what she had just heard. She never expected such a miraculous thing was possible. A boy, transformed utterly to become a girl. It was simply beyond belief. Events like this were unheard of. "I told you I was a boy, but you wouldn't believe me." Naruko shrugged, puffed out her small chest, and huffed with indignation. "So adorable." Mito and Mikoto glanced at each other, amusement and affection lighting up their faces at Naruko's sundry display. She was impossibly cute. Neither woman could resist kneading and fussing over Naruko's lovely, delicate cheeks. Before long, her face nearly lost its shape from all the attention, leaving Naruko pouting with irresistible frustration. "Enough already. Stop squeezing my face." Naruko protested, her voice brimming with indignation. She had no way to defend herself, and could only cast a plaintive look in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi, however, could only return an apologetic smile, utterly helpless. "You are a child of the Uzumaki clan as well," Mito said gently, still holding Naruko's cheeks. "With me here, no one will ever dare bully you again." She could tell, just from looking, what kind of years Naruko had endured. She also had an inkling. Naruko's parents, Kushina and her husband, might have, met with misfortune. But these were only vague suspicions. For confirmation, they would have to wait for the third Hokage to explain everything himself. Hearing these words, Naruko felt her heart soften a little, but stubbornly put on a brave front. Who could bully me? I'm gonna be Hokage one day and win the whole village's recognition. How could I ever be bullied? It's not that you have to become Hokage to be acknowledged. Only those who are acknowledged can become Hokage. Itachi interjected at that moment. Is that really true? At this, Naruko's eyes widened in surprise. Was that really how it was? She immediately fell into thoughtful silence. Naruto, you really do look so much like your mother, Mikoto said softly, stroking Naruko's small face with a gentle smile. Naruko furrowed her brow in confusion. So she looked like her mother. But what kind of person was her mother, really? Mrs. Uchiha, have you ever met my parents? Naruko gazed at Mikoto urgently, hope flickering in her eyes. Just as Mikoto was about to reply, she suddenly sensed a chill in the air, the silent pressure of Hiruzen Sarutobi. She quickly held her tongue and tempered her response. Yes, you are very much like your mother. Even your personalities are similar, but your hair, that you inherited from your father, Mikoto said softly. Dad, Mom, Naruko murmured, her heart swelling with warmth. It felt like she was hearing about these things for the very first time. What kind of people were they? Why did they have to leave me behind? There was a hint of sobbing in Naruto's voice. The third Hokage had told her they were dead, but she couldn't understand why she had been left alone. Why was she the one forced to face all this unfairness? Why weren't they there when she needed them most? That's not how it is. They never abandoned you, Naruto. They've always been watching over you. They've been watching over me? Naruto repeated, stunned. Yes, they've been looking after you this whole time, without ever leaving. Mikoto said softly. Sasuke's mom. Then tell me, who are they really? Naruto gazed up, her eyes full of hope. Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you. Mikoto hesitated, glancing at the third Hokage, her voice tinged with regret. But you must know, they loved you deeply. Even in their final moments, their hearts were still overflowing with love for you. They loved me. All along, Naruto stood in a daze, as if trying to grasp this foreign feeling. Such an ordinary phrase. Yet for some reason, she felt a surge of strength flood her entire being. It was reassurance, comfort, an irresistible longing for this warmth to last forever. She felt truly happy. A beaming smile broke out on Naruto's face, shining with the radiance of a little sun. Watching her, Mito and the others couldn't help but smile, their expressions full of gentle warmth. Sasuke, too, glanced over, the corner of his lips twisting up. You blockhead, always lagging behind. Hey, Sasuke, I heard that. Did you call me an idiot again? I did not. You did. I heard you loud and clear. Don't try to deny it. As Naruto and Sasuke bickered out of nowhere, the whole room burst out laughing, their laughter echoing together. And as Mikoto watched this, her heart grew even softer. Before her death, she had always feared for Sasuke, worried he would never live a happy life alone. But now, looking at these two, thank you, Naruto. Thank you for being Sasuke's friend. And I'm so sorry. Though I was your mother's dear friend, I couldn't be there to care for you, for reasons beyond my control. After the Uchiha clan, after the chaos of the Nine Tails, Naruto and Sasuke left the Hokage's office. In the next instant, Mito's expression changed abruptly. Her face darkened as she fixed her eyes on Hiruzen. Monkey, you owe me an explanation. Her voice was icy cold. Seeing her demeanor, Hiruzen let out a bitter sigh. Then, without a trace of concealment, he began to recount everything that had happened over the years. About Naruto's parents, about the Nine-Tailed Fox, about what befell the Uchiha clan, about Danzo. As she listened, Mito's aura grew even more frigid. A whirlwind of chakra raged through the office, its intensity leaving everyone stunned. Even with all the boosts Naruto had recently received, even with her power multiplied tenfold by the heavenly rewards, she was nowhere near the level of might that Mito now displayed. This is the true and rightful one, the long princess of the Uzumaki clan. Monkey, you've really let me down. Mito's face was clouded with disappointment. Back in those days, the monkey had been so sharp and decisive, but now he was just like this. Hiruzen could only respond with a wry smile. Kakashi felt the immense surge of chakra in the air, his eyes nearly rolling off the edge of the screen with envy. That kind of chakra, he could only dream of it. Outside the Hokage Tower, Naruko gazed up at the sky, which should have been bright and cheerful. Well, not quite. The sun was already slipping below the horizon, so cheerful wasn't the word for it. Finally out, I was about to suffocate in there. Naruko complained, arms cradling the back of her head, her twin ponytails swaying in the evening air. Sasuke found this scene stranger and stranger to watch. The others seemed ever more familiar, somehow. With their backs to the office, Naruto and Sasuke strode out of the Hokage building and happened right upon Lee and his team. At that very moment, Lee and Guy were walking on their hands, supporting themselves upside down and uttering passionate declarations about the springtime of youth. "It's bushy brows and his sensei," Naruto remarked, a flicker of surprise lighting up her face as she watched them. Sasuke, too, watched on with curiosity, yet maintained that signature aloof expression of his. "I mean, really, Guy-sensei, could you two dial it down a little? This is the Hokage's office, for crying out loud," Tintin said with exasperation, hand pressed to her forehead. "Hey!" Outside the building, Naruto spotted them, instantly waving her arms high above her head and shouting out to them. "Who's that?" Hearing the call, they all turned to see Naruto and Sasuke standing outside the Hokage's office. Tintin and Niji's faces immediately twisted with confusion. "That's Naruto." Lee flipped upright and stepped in closer, his thick brows and wide eyes fixed squarely on Naruto before he stumbled back. "Naruto's really turned into a girl," Lee exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. At these words, Naruto couldn't have been more mortified. "Seriously? Is this really happening? Am I now losing to a fake girl too?" Tintin looked at the swell on Naruto's chest, then glanced down at her own flat one. The envy practically poured from her eyes. Did she have to be that impressive? She really was envious. No doubt about it. "Naruto, thank you. Thank you so much for healing Lee." Guy looked at Naruto, his face brimming with excitement as he swept her up into a powerful hug, his eyes brimming with grateful tears. He'd been overwhelmed with emotion when he learned that Lee had recovered, and now his gratitude and affection for Naruto had only deepened. After all, she had saved his beloved student. "Put me down already. And your tears. If you keep going, you'll soak right through my clothes." Naruto struggled to break free from the embrace, only to find herself even more firmly locked in his arms. At this rate, she felt she'd be squeezed breathless. Hey. If you keep this up, Mr. Guy, Naruto's about to get strangled." Tintin rushed forward to break things up. At her words, Might Guy finally let go, and Sasuke instantly stepped in, pulling Naruto behind him, away from the group. "Naruto's really become a girl? That's incredible." Lee's eyes were wide with astonishment. Was such a thing possible? Niji, meanwhile, simply stared at Naruto with a calm, yet bewildered expression. He didn't interact with her much, but ever since the mysterious veil had appeared and their world was opened via that great screen, he'd come to understand this person far more. Carrying the burden of the Nine Tails, yet never yielding to her own fate. Why? Isn't destiny already set in stone? Why go to such lengths to fight against it? To Niji, a genius was always a genius, and an underdog would always be an underdog, forever doomed to fail. For a moment, his mind wandered back to the Chunin exams, to Naruto's vow. "I will defeat you." The memory surfaced, blood from Hinata's wounds still staining the ground, yet Naruto's eyes shone with unwavering resolve as he issued his fearless challenge. Back then, he'd just treated it as a bit of entertainment, but now his thoughts had changed. Maybe, just maybe, destiny truly could be altered. Can fate really be changed? He didn't know, but now he wanted to try. He wanted to pit his own determination against destiny, to see just how far his efforts could take him. The little incident soon passed, and Naruto then invited everyone to go eat together. They wandered down the main street of Konoha. Naruto led the way, hunger driving her, her mind set on ramen. Conveniently, just before they'd left the Hokage's office, Kakashi had handed her a large sum of money, as if guided by some mysterious impulse. It felt like enough to last a whole month, perhaps as compensation for all the times Kakashi hadn't taught her any jutsu. Ramen. Naruto was clearly delighted, showing no signs of anxiety over her new form. In fact, as the creator of the sexy jutsu, such things hardly fazed her. After all, it was just for 3 days. In 3 days' time, she'd be back to normal. "Is ramen all you ever think about?" Sasuke teased, hands shoved into his pockets. "What do you know? Ramen is the tastiest food in the entire world." Naruto shot back, her cute hint of mock outrage bringing a rare warmth to her face. As the sunset faded, night descended. The bustling street was alive with neon lights and raucous laughter, but hidden amidst the revelry were cold glances, eyes full of resentment fixed on Naruto and Sasuke. There they are, with that Uchiha brat. I'm telling you, those two. Yet the pair paid no mind. For Naruto, it was simply habit by now. Sasuke, for his part, looked completely indifferent, his expression wordlessly declaring, "If you hate me, fine. I hate you all just as much." Meanwhile, elsewhere, "Hey, sis, what's there to see in this market street, anyway?" Kankuro said, his face full of exasperation. How many times has Temari already wandered through these shops? 3 times at least. And still, she hasn't found anything she actually wants to buy? Honestly, shopping with girls is exhausting. This was the team from Sunagakure, Gara, Temari, and Kankuro, strolling through the village of Konoha. The interesting thing was even Gara had joined them today. He wanted to catch a glimpse of that person's Konoha for himself. That person he spoke of, naturally, was Naruko. Gara, the one you want to meet is right there. Temari stopped ahead, glancing toward a group approaching in the distance. Naruko and her friends. Upon hearing this, Gara suddenly froze, his eyes changing in an instant. What was this feeling? This restless unease, this fleeting sensation of lacking the courage to face them head-on. Both Temari and Kankuro were astonished by this scene. For Gara to show an anxious expression, now that was something they never expected to see, not even in 100 years. After all, Gara had never shown this kind of expression before. Was it really all because of that Naruko? As Naruko and her companions drew nearer, the street became even more crowded. The throng of people was so dense that even on the same street, unless you were really paying attention, it would be easy to miss someone. Even Naruko and her group could hardly spot Gara's team. Their paths brushed right by each other. Naruko and her friends quietly passed by Gara's group, and in that moment, Gara's face turned visibly pale, his fist subconsciously tightening. Are you Gara himself? At that instant, a clear, charming voice rang out from ahead. Naruko and her teammates had stopped right in front of them. It was Naruko who spoke. She had already noticed them in that earlier passing moment. Strangely, she herself wasn't sure why she felt compelled to call out. Hearing that voice, Gara spun around, staring straight at them. Or rather, he only had eyes for Naruko. At once, Sasuke and the others grew wary. Sasuke was the first to step forward, shielding Naruko behind him. With a guarded voice, he asked, "What do you want?" After all, Gara was not known for being easygoing. They couldn't believe that a mere video had changed him entirely. "What do you want?" Sasuke's cold tone hovered in the air, though in the bustling street, it was quickly swallowed up by the noise. Gara ignored him, his gaze locked solely on Naruko. He tried to speak but seemed at a loss for words. Behind him, Temari and Kankuro grew frantic. "Say something. Hurry up and say something." Finally, after a long silence, Gara found his voice. "Naruto Uzumaki, what does love mean to you?" Upon hearing these words, Naruko paused, a slight look of surprise crossing her face. After a brief, silent moment, she suddenly raised her head, revealing her trademark smile. "I don't really know what love is, but I do know this. They were the ones who pulled me out from the depths of loneliness because they accepted me for who I am. It's because of them that, during those lonely years, I didn't truly feel alone. Because of them, I changed." Naruko's voice rang out with unwavering conviction, leaving Sasuke and the others quietly taken aback for a moment. Then, one by one, they broke into small, heartfelt smiles. "It's because of them that I feel warmth, because they accepted me." "You're such a hopeless idiot," Sasuke said, a faint hint of a smile tugging at his lips. But true to his reserved nature, he quickly masked it. "So, this is what love is," he murmured softly, falling into deep thought. Scenes from a recent video replayed vividly in his mind. The pain of being utterly alone is not something ordinary people could bear. For some reason, I understand your feelings better than most. If it hadn't been for you Sand Shinobi putting that monster inside Gara, none of this would have happened. Did any of you ever ask Gara how he felt about it? Those are the words spoken by that young boy in the video. Crying for Gara, crying even for an enemy, voicing his anger, venting the anguish of those who bear the burden of a tailed beast. Both of them shared similar pasts, yet led such different lives. Both knew the sting of isolation all too well. Could I ever have something like that? Gara's eyes brimmed with yearning as he asked, almost as if directing his question to Naruko. "You can. You definitely can." Uzumaki Naruko replied, her warm smile lighting up her face. "Really, can I?" he repeated, more to himself, as if doubting that someone like him, someone like this, could ever truly have it, could ever have love. Could he really possess that? That warmth? That happiness he'd only dreamed about? Could it really, truly happen for him? Seeing his hesitation, Uzumaki Naruko furrowed her brow thoughtfully, then moved decisively to stand before Gara. Slowly, she raised her slender hand, and as Gara watched in stunned silence, she held it out before his eyes. Gara looked up, startled, only to see her smile, shining brightly, simple and genuine, like the golden rays of a little sun. "Who says you can or can't?" she said, her voice cheerful and confident. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the guy who's going to surpass every Hokage that ever lived. Believe it." Gara blinked in surprise, and deep within, it was as if a tiny seed of hope began to stir and swell, though it hesitated to grow, held back by fear, by long-held doubt. Her smile, so innocent, so warm, like a miniature sun. If only that light could be his too. If you don't mind, then I'll be your very first friend. Just don't get any funny ideas about my companions. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson, Naruko said with a mischievous chuckle, sounding every bit the big sister in charge. Naruto, Lee, and the others stared in astonishment at Naruko's bold gesture. Only Sasuke stood apart, his face dark as night, shadowed by emotion. Gaara gazed intently at Naruko, at the brilliance of her smile, like a shaft of light breaking into his heart. And in that moment, the seed long buried inside him began, at last, to sprout. Time seemed to slow, silence settling gently around them. Gaara tried to raise his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, it would not move. He was gripped by fear, by longing, by helplessness. He wanted to reach out. He wanted to grasp this, to hold it in his hand. If only their hands could touch. His hand trembled. He just couldn't stretch it forward. Color drained from Gaara's face as his struggle continued. Then, suddenly, a gentle hand closed firmly around his trembling fingers. It was Naruko. From now on, we're friends, okay? Gaara froze in disbelief. Her hand was so small, so warm, and so strong. Friends. Was this what it meant to be cared for, to belong to someone? Little by little, Gaara's heart opened up, and a faint smile rose shyly to his lips, soft as the spring breeze. Yes, friends. Gaara's smile was warm, sincere, a quiet joy suffusing his whole being. At long last, he too had a friend. In the broad yet bustling street, the two of them exchanged a smile. Sasuke. For some reason, this scene made Sasuke's already dark face even stormier, filling him with an almost uncontrollable urge to strike someone. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro watched with grins full of fond pride, looking on like doting elders, deeply gratified by the sight. In that case, I approve of this marriage, they thought to themselves. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he stared at the hands clasped so tightly together. In the depths of his jet-black gaze, a crimson gleam flickered to life. It was the Sharingan. He didn't quite know why, but for some unfathomable reason, he was deeply agitated. Watching Naruko and Gaara interact, he even felt a sudden impulse to lash out at Gaara. We were just about to grab some ramen at Ichiraku. Why don't you come with us? Naruko laughed cheerfully, inviting the others along. Today truly was a wonderful day. She made another friend. Naruko adored this mysterious presence in her life. Even though it had changed her into a girl, it never stopped her from liking Gaara. All right, if you say so, I'd be happy to. Gaara replied with a gentle smile. Right now, it seemed as if his world contained only Naruko, and perhaps a few others. And what about Kankuro and Temari? Well, they kind of counted too. For reasons he couldn't put into words, seeing Naruko's radiant smile, he suddenly felt that nothing in the world could compare, not even the rarest treasure, could rival even a fraction of her. So this is what friendship feels like, Gaara thought to himself, overcome by a sense that, in this very moment, he was the happiest person alive. Sasuke, he didn't know why, but he had the bizarre sensation of being the odd one out. Wait a second, just how long were those two planning to hold hands? Could they let go right this instant, please? But all of this was just his internal monologue. Sasuke didn't say a word aloud, mindful as he was of the delicate mood. Still though, just enough is enough. Unable to bear it any longer, Sasuke strode forward under the astonished gaze of Lee and the others. Without hesitation, he pried their tightly clasped hands apart, seized Naruko's hand, and marched towards Ichiraku Ramen without so much as a backward glance. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruko blurted out, flustered, her cheeks puffed in outrage, clearly upset. We're getting ramen, Sasuke replied coolly. Ramen? At that word, Naruko's expression shifted. Was Sasuke upset? For a moment, she was absolutely bewildered. What was happening here? Was he always cool, Sasuke, actually angry? Gaara glanced down at his now empty palm and froze, feeling a kind of hollowness he couldn't explain. Meanwhile, Lee and the rest began to look awkward, and Tintin finally spoke up. Maybe we'd better not follow them. She had the feeling that if they did, something might happen. The others nodded quietly in agreement. Temari and Kankuro, seeing Gaara just standing there in a daze, grew impatient and began to stamp their feet in frustration. Go after them. Why are you still standing there lost in thought? Gaara, if you don't catch up soon, Naruko will be far gone, Temari called out to him. Startled, Gaara snapped out of it and, stepping onto his sand, hurried in the direction that Naruko had gone. Sasuke, are you mad at me? Naruko asked in confusion. Sasuke didn't reply, just kept leading her away from the crowded street. Yet behind them, a figure was trailing silently, persistent as a shadow, impossible to shake. It was driving Sasuke nuts. What was up with Gaara? Why did he have to stick around like some annoying tag-along? Seriously, why is he following us around like a stubborn puppy? Sasuke, what do you think you're doing? Naruko tried to shake off his hand, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. And you, dead last. You're not even worried he might try to kill you? Sasuke said, his tone icy. No, not really. I actually think he's kinda nice. Naruko responded with a goofily innocent grin. With an attitude like that, it's only a matter of time before you get yourself sold, and you'll probably help them count the money, smiling the whole way. Sasuke shot back with a smirk. What? Are you calling me stupid? That's ridiculous. Naruko retorted, stunned at first before her cheeks turned bright red with fury. She's not stupid, not one bit. Didn't Irika-sensei praise her for being smart? That Sasuke is just too mean. How dare he call her an idiot? What a joke. Is Naruto dumb? Absolutely not. She would never settle for helping someone else count their money. Just then, Sasuke suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Naruto bumped right into his back. The pain was so sharp, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. What are you doing? Naruto shoved his arm aside, both hands clutching her now flushed forehead, and glared in indignation. How could he just stop without a word? But as she raised her head, still bristling with anger, she froze. Right in front of her stood a ramen shop. It was none other than the one she dreamed about day and night, Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto! Just at that moment, Gaara appeared, gliding smoothly across the sand, and quietly came up beside Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing Gaara, Sasuke's face darkened. This guy was like a stubborn patch. You just couldn't shake him off. You said before you wanted to have ramen, Gaara said, a touch of longing in his voice. Yeah, then let's go together. At that, Naruto broke into a cheerful grin and ushered the two of them straight into Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome to Ichiraku. Oh, it's you are. Ayam glanced at the little group entering, her expression changing slightly, and when she caught sight of Naruto, warmth filled her eyes. You're Naruto? How adorable, she squealed, and with that, cupped Naruto's small cheeks in her hands and gave them a playful squeeze. Looks like Naruto's really changed. How did you end up as a girl? Muttered Tucci, the Ichiraku owner, taking a break from his work to gaze at Naruto in surprise. Uncle Tucci, Ayamne, please stop squeezing my face already. I'm starving, Naruto protested, her voice full of exasperation. Naruto, you're just too cute. I can't help myself. Your skin is like silk, isn't it? Ayam replied, still fondly pinching Naruto's cheeks, a touch of envy in her voice. She's just too adorable. Honestly, how can anyone resist Naruto? Looks like you're having a wonderful day, aren't you? Tucci smiled gently at Naruto, watching her antics. Naruto scratched the back of her head, beaming. I made a really good friend today. I'm so happy. It's Gaara, see, right there. With an open, honest smile, Naruto motioned for Gaara and Sasuke to join her. When they saw Gaara, both Tucci and Ayam fell briefly silent. They'd heard about his past, much like Naruto's own, but marked by even deeper misfortune. So what would you like to eat? It's my treat today, Ayam declared with a bright smile. Yay, I want a big bowl of char-siu ramen. No, wait, the biggest bowl you've got. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to wave her arms in excitement. Gaara, you have to try this. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is incredible. I've been eating it since I was a kid, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Naruko turned her head and said enthusiastically to Gaara. Gaara nodded and quietly took a seat beside Naruko, while Sasuke, feeling completely ignored, wore a dark, stormy expression. What's going on? What's wrong with me today? Why am I suddenly so bothered by her chasing after that loser? Who cares who she makes friends with? What it got to do with me? Slowly, he calmed himself. Watching Naruko and Gaara sitting together at the table, Sasuke suddenly turned around, tossing out a sharp remark as he walked out. I'm not eating. Sasuke, what's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted some? Naruko called after him, confused. She couldn't remember doing anything to upset him today. Leave me alone, you big idiot. Sasuke shot back, cold and dismissive. What did you just say, you jerk? I was just being nice and you talked to me like that? Oof. Like I even care. Naruko was just as infuriated by Sasuke's words. She turned her head away in a huff and completely ignored him. So you want to act all prickly? Well, Naruko, am not going to indulge you. She was absolutely serious. Sasuke yanked the curtain aside and strode out of the ramen shop. Gaara, you really do have to try it, okay? Naruko said to Gaara, who had stayed silent by her side. All right, Gaara nodded. Outside the shop, Sasuke clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Couldn't you just ask me one more time? Would it kill you to try again, you idiot? The more he dwelled on it, the angrier Sasuke became. In a burst of irritation, he stormed back into the ramen shop, his gaze toward Gaara suddenly turning sharp and dangerous. Gaara must have sensed that menacing glare, because he looked at Sasuke in surprise and confusion. Did I do something to offend him? Gaara wondered silently, frowning in puzzlement. Sasuke, I thought you weren't hungry? Naruko asked, scratching her head in bewilderment as Sasuke returned to her side. I changed my mind. Can't I do that? And you idiot, stop bothering me. Sasuke huffed impatiently. Naruko felt all the more wronged at his words. She was sure she hadn't done anything to deserve his attitude. Oof. Sasuke is just completely unbearable. Stupid Sasuke. You're the biggest idiot, she exclaimed, throwing that line over her shoulder and refusing to say another word to him. She was absolutely serious. The little author humbly asks everyone for a 5-star review. Somewhere outside the shop, two figures hid in the shadows, peeking around a corner at Naruko and her friends. Watching the scene play out inside the ramen shop, both of them couldn't help but smile with a fond, knowing warmth. Big sis, I feel like Gaara's really not up to it. He's way too quiet. Kankuro grumbled, watching his ever-silent brother Gaara with exasperation. That Uchiha Sasuke, he's an enemy. Temari eyed Sasuke warily, her tone sharpening. That Sasuke, he's definitely Gaara's greatest rival. For what they saw through that curtain of events, they realized, remarkably, someone could make Naruto declare he'd die for them. That's far too dangerous. Gaara wanting to win against him. The odds are near impossible. Kankuro, with Naruto being so gullible, why don't we try luring him back to the hidden sand village? Kankuro suggested. But he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Temari replied helplessly. Just thinking about pulling something like that off seems impossible. So what do we do? I can't trust this Sasuke at all. Kankuro said, voice tense. He's way too dangerous, especially for someone like Gaara, who isn't good at communicating with others. It's like natural enemies. Gaara doesn't stand a chance against him. No need to rush, Temari analyzed coolly. There's no guarantee Gaara will lose to that kid. There's one thing Gaara has that Sasuke doesn't. Like Naruko, Gaara is also a Jinchuriki, a vessel for a tailed beast. With such an identity, what is there to fear about Sasuke? Meanwhile, in another corner, Tenten's team was hiding as well, peeking at the scene unfolding at the ramen shop. This is just too much fun. Honestly, if I could capture this moment forever, I would, Tenten said, a broad, anti-like smile spreading across her face. Why am I here to? Niji chuckled wryly. He'd been planning to head back to the Hyuga compound, but Tenten had dragged him along. Tenten, why are we even hiding here? Lee asked, clearly puzzled. What would you boys understand? Tenten retorted, rolling her eyes. Just then, she caught sight of Temari and Kankuro peeking from another corner, each side unknowingly spying on the other. In an instant, a subtle awkwardness filled the air. Well, what do you know, kindred spirits after all. A day went by. After Makoto was resurrected, Sasuke changed completely. Although he remained cool-headed, the cold indifference was gone. Last night, he'd spoken at length with Makoto. Truthfully, it was the happiest day he'd had in years. But when it came to Itachi, Sasuke truly didn't know what face to show him, and Itachi seemed just as lost. Their relationship was more delicate than ever. What troubled Sasuke most, though, was the situation with Naruko. Ever since Gaara appeared, Sasuke noticed that his role in her heart seemed uncertain. Especially seeing Gaara always by Naruko's side, Sasuke's agitation only grew. The feeling gnawed at him, left him irritable. Sometimes, he even felt like starting a fight with Gaara right then and there. As for Gaara, throughout all this, he remained quietly mystified beneath Sasuke's glares of hatred. He couldn't understand. He'd never even done anything to Sasuke, had he? To Gaara, Naruko was everything. She was his one and only hope for surviving in this world. As for Naruko, she didn't think too much about it. If anything, she was rather happy about the situation. Yet she couldn't help but feel troubled, unable to understand why Sasuke seemed to have taken a sudden dislike to Gaara. This left Naruko truly perplexed. Why, she wondered, couldn't everyone just be friends? Ding! What is legacy? Hearing this, the entire ninja world was suddenly stunned. Legacy? What does that mean? Legacy, as in something passed down through generations? What could it refer to? Is it like the Uchiha clan, whose bloodline has been passed on since ancient times? Or does it mean the passing down of power, the inheritance of strength? Or perhaps it means the will that has been handed down through the 5 great villages, like the will of fire or the will of stone, for example. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will never cease. When it came to legacy, the ninja world held many different opinions, yet not a single person could provide a definite answer. Even the 5 great nations could not decide upon the truest meaning of legacy. Could it refer simply to the position of Kage? Legacy? What does legacy even mean? Naruko asked, utterly puzzled. At her words, Sasuke and Gaara both fell silent, deep in thought. They didn't know either. The sky gradually darkened, and then the scene shifted to a forest. A young man stood there, holding an irregularly swirling sphere in his hand. That was the Rasengan. The one wielding the Rasengan was a handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes. It's finally taking shape. Then I shall name it. Glorious spinning ice pop inspired twin-action Jiraiya-style ball. That's way too long and ridiculous. Off to the side, a younger Jiraiya couldn't help but offer a tired complaint. As the figure appeared, the entire ninja world was thrown into a storm of excitement. He was too familiar, a face known by all, especially those in Konoha. Could it be the fourth Hokage, Lord Minato Namikaze? The fourth. Oh my, he's my hero. So cool. So that's it, legacy. The legacy of the Rasengan. That's what legacy means. The yellow flash, wow, that's my idol. I can't believe it. That's Minato Namikaze? But why does his naming sense feel so over the top and wild? Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Minato Namikaze? The Raikage's face was filled with shock. Minato, the yellow flash of the ninja world. During that legendary battle, his speed left his adversaries in awe. That man, the insanely cool and unbelievably skilled guy. Unbelievable. Even Killer Bee, usually carefree, sounded serious. The Hidden Stone Village was thrown into disarray as well. They too knew all about Minato's renown. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, Minato used his Flying Thunder God technique to instantly take down dozens of their elite jonin. From that moment on, Minato Namikaze's reputation soared, shaking the entire world. Even Inoki, the Tsuchikage of the time, once said that if you ever encountered the Yellow Flash during a mission or on the battlefield, it was better to abandon the assignment and escape. The man's fearsome renown in those days was so great that even the older generation couldn't help but feel terror at the mention of his name. Tragically, he died young, meeting his end during the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he's my idol. Little Naruto was so excited. Her idol, the hero she had always longed to meet in person. She had grown up listening to stories about him. Back in the Nine-Tails calamity, the fourth Hokage gave his life, sealing the beast away. He was the hero of the Leaf Village, her lifelong idol. Gazing at the man in the images, Naruto couldn't contain a goofy grin. Her excitement was boundless. After all, that was the fourth Hokage. Sasuke and Gaara exchanged glances, for this was the first time they had seen Naruto wear such an expression. She looked a little silly, but somehow, that made her all the more charming. Leave these little umbu to me. I'll handle them. Inside the Hokage's office. So was that day. Jiraiya watched the scenes unfolding in the sky, memories of the past flooding back. At the same time, he couldn't help but poke fun at Minato's talent for coming up with unusual names. So that's Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage who succeeded you, Uzumaki Mito murmured, her brow furrowing, as she gazed at the image of Minato. He was also Kushina's beloved, Naruto's father. She had already heard the full story from the third Hokage. Even the tragic tale of the Nine-Tails Night, how Kushina and the fourth Hokage had made the ultimate sacrifice. She even knew now that Naruto was their child. To be able to use the 8-trigram seal, it seems that Kushina found someone she truly loved. Mito gave a fond, satisfied smile, though it quickly faded into bitterness. What a pity. In the end, both of them perished so young. Lady Mito, though the fourth Hokage and Kushina have both passed, they've left behind a new spark, Kakashi remarked gently. A new spark, Naruto? Thinking of Naruto, that lively little girl, Mito's expression softened, filling with warmth. Naruto was just like Kushina in her youth, bursting with energy and brimming with life. The scene shifts. They find themselves deep in the mountains, where Jiraiya stands grim-faced before a looming threat, his subordinates gathered tightly behind him. Among them, one is unmistakably Minato Namikaze. Standing before them are Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, and Han, Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, both fully transformed into their tailed beast forms. Their enormous, overwhelming forms inspire primal terror in Jiraiya and his squad, and from their mouths, dark purple-tailed beast bombs begin to gather, shaking everyone to their core. Is that a tailed beast bomb? That scene deeply shook Minato's heart. Before such overwhelming power, they, as shinobi, were nothing more than helpless ants. What is that? What on earth are those monsters spewing from their mouths? That's the Four Tails and the Five Tails. Faced with such might, can humans really contend with that kind of strength? Tailed beast ball. That's the tailed beast ball. The scene shifted again. This time, it was a lush training forest. On a boulder sat Minato Namikaze, and beside him was a young, beautiful girl the same age as he was. She had striking red hair, a member of the Uzumaki clan, She was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Who is that? Could she be from the Uzumaki clan? Wait, is that the fourth Hokage's wife? I seem to recall hearing the fourth had a wife, but I never thought it was true. Ah, Lady Kushina was the great love of our fourth Hokage's life. It's a pity she too died so young. I remember when the fourth got married, I was heartbroken for so long. To be his bride, what a blessed fate that must have been. If that's really the fourth Hokage's wife, do they have any children? I'm honestly so curious. I'm not too sure, but probably not. If they did, surely we villagers of the Leaf would have heard something by now, right? I heard a rumor that the fourth and Lady Kushina actually did have a child. What? The fourth Hokage had a child? That's unbelievable. Why haven't I heard anything about this? And where did you even hear that? Well, I don't know all the details, but a friend of mine once served in the AMBU. He let it slip over drinks back in the day. Sadly, that buddy of mine was killed on a mission. In the Hidden Leaf Village. The fourth Hokage has child. Naruto gasped, utterly floored. The fourth having a child? That was huge news. Grandpa Third never mentioned anything like this in all the stories he told me. Even Sasuke looked stunned. The fourth child? What kind of prodigy would that be? After all, he'd grown up hearing tales of the fourth Hokage's legend. Whenever his father spoke of those days, it was always with awe and admiration. The fourth had been a true genius. If he left an heir, someone to inherit that talent, what sort of monster might that child become? In the Hokage's office. Hearing all this, Mito couldn't help but let out a cold snort. She truly didn't understand. What harm would there be in revealing the fourth Hokage's child to the world? Was it simply for the sake of appearances? Or was there something more? The Nine-Tails' identity was public knowledge already. What could be so bad about announcing the existence of the fourth child as well? She was but a woman, yet, watching her people, her dearly beloved ones, being kept in the dark, she found it impossible to bear. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was elderly, she truly wanted to drag them outside and give them a good beating. Inventing this jutsu was to protect you. In the scene, Minato spoke softly. Kushina gasped in surprise. What exactly is going on? It's precisely because we're living in wartime. Any day now, you might be sent to the front lines. So, I specially developed this technique to counter tailed beasts and enemy Jinchuriki in battle. What's more, it's a jutsu that can work in tandem with your chakra, Kushina, and I'll teach it to you. At this point, Minato paused, then suddenly turned to Kushina with a warm smile and said, "Because I don't want to lose you." Countless young girls across the ninja world gazed at this scene, swept up with envy. Oh, how loving, how handsome. Is this the power of the fourth Hokage? So dashing. This is the allure of the fourth Hokage? Land of water, hidden mist village. A man like that, so reserved. He's exactly my type, though it's a pity. Madarumi let out a soft sigh, regretting that he'd passed away too soon. In the Hokage's office. A dependable child. A person worthy of being entrusted with everything. Mito nodded in satisfaction in the office, finally setting her worries about Kushina's happiness to rest. In Konoha Village. So cool. I won't be like that when I grow up. Naruko's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly captivated. Meanwhile, Gaara picked up on something hidden in those words. Did this mean the other person wanted to hear that as well? Inexplicably, Gaara put himself in Minato's place, while Naruko imagined herself as Kushina. Naruto, we're friends, so I don't ever want to lose you either, Gaara declared. Hearing this, Naruko paused in surprise, her gaze brimming with emotion. She could barely hold back her tears. She was so touched, she nearly cried. What a blessing to have Gaara as a friend. Sasuke watched the whole scene with a clouded expression, words weighing on the tip of his tongue. But in the end, he swallowed them down in frustrated silence. What a pity a gentle man like that, meeting such a tragic end in the Nine-Tails attack. Heaven truly is jealous of outstanding talent. I remember when the fourth Hokage died. He was actually still so young. Sigh, really, heaven is unfair to geniuses. That Nine-Tails disaster. Why did Konoha get attacked so suddenly? Who was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, anyway? How would we know? We're just ordinary folk. There's so much we don't know. To have information on the last Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, maybe only the top echelons of the 5 great villages know the truth. It's serious business. Better keep that to myself. What's the point of worrying about all that? Who knows what secrets the Sky Curtain will reveal in the future? Let's just enjoy the show. In the scene, Kushina was momentarily stunned by Minato's sudden confession. Then, an ominous chakra surged from her slender body, and in an instant, her once beautiful eyes transformed into crimson, beastly pupils. Aya! Kushina clutched her head and cried out in agony, her voice laced with torment. Behind her, a fiery red tail burst forth, chakra swirling into the shape of a tailed beast's tail. A Across the ninja world, everyone who witnessed this scene froze, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This form, it was all too familiar. Wasn't this the very same state Naruto had unleashed during that epic battle at the Valley of the End? Everyone remembered it vividly, which meant the woman before their eyes was a Jinchuriki, someone who housed a tailed beast within. And in the entire hidden leaf, there was but one tailed beast, the Nine Tails. The Jinchuriki before? The fourth Hokage's wife is a Jinchuriki? No way. She's a Nine Tails host. My goodness, she looks just like Naruto did, right down to that menacing chakra. Even through the screen, it sends chills down my spine. Wait, hang on, I just remembered. Didn't you all say the fourth Hokage and his wife had a child? Get to the point. What are you getting at? The woman here, she has red hair. She's of the Uzumaki clan. Her surname is Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Uzumaki? What are you trying to say, man? Why am I not following? Are you serious? Is your mind just not connecting the dots? Naruto's surname is Uzumaki. Uzumaki? Uzumaki Naruto? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? The fourth Hokage? No way. It couldn't be, could it? Are you saying what I think you're saying? Isn't this theory a bit too shocking? Back in a hidden leaf, at the Nara household, Shikamaru furrowed his brow, deep in thought. There on the screen, Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine Tails host, the wife of the fourth Hokage, and that striking yellow hair. The Nine Tails host, yellow hair. Naruto. As the realization dawned, Shikamaru's eyes snapped open, a mix of shock and disbelief in his gaze. He murmured, Naruto. He's the fourth Hokage's son. The revelation was so earth-shattering that even Shikamaru struggled to process it. Could Naruto truly be the child of the fourth and his wife? It was utterly astonishing. It was the fourth Hokage, after all. Yet, Shikamaru couldn't help but worry about Naruto now. If Naruto found out his father was the very man he had always admired. Thinking back on all that had happened to Naruto over the years, Shikamaru let out a heavy sigh. Among the Konoha 12, barring a few like Rock Lee, the more easygoing and oblivious sorts, most had already suspected as much. The revelation was both absurd and overwhelming. Some, like Ino, even went straight to their parents to ask the truth, only to be met with nothing but silence. Naruto. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son, Sakura muttered under her breath, unable to believe such a possibility. After all, that's the fourth Hokage they were talking about. The child of the esteemed fourth Hokage. The fourth was so strong, so handsome, his child of all people. Impossible, impossible. This had to be some mistake. Otherwise, how could Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, ever have suffered like that, even been ostracized? The son of the Hokage, shunned by others? How could that be? But as she thought it over, Sakura fell silent, for the case of Gaara, the child of the fourth Kazekage. Raza came to mind. Wasn't he the perfect example? What are they talking about? And why are they talking about me? Naruko asked in confusion, not understanding why she had come up in their conversation so out of the blue. Both Sasuke and Gaara fell silent, especially Sasuke, whose gaze was fixed on Naruko, filled with shock and complicated emotions. Seeing the bewildered look on her face, Sasuke gave up his plan of sharing his suspicions. Could someone like her, who had always been alone, really bear the truth? After enduring so much rejection from her own village, how could she handle a sudden revelation that her father was a respected hero, the Hokage himself? And yet she, the hero's child, had grown up being called a demon fox, a monster. Gaara seemed about to speak, but Sasuke stopped him. Gaara stared at him in confusion, but Sasuke only shook his head in reply. The five great nations, too, were astonished by this speculation, though doubt lingered. After all, it was still only a guess. Yet it was enough to capture everyone's attention. The scene shifted. In the depths of Kushina's mind, a colossal Nine Tails lay bound within a sphere of blazing fire. I've told you before, never trust anyone. This one is just using you. The Nine Tails tried to worm its way into Kushina's thoughts, its voice insidious, as if trying to shake her resolve. Hurry up and break this seal. That's the only way your suffering will end. The Nine Tails growled, its words almost a snarl. Kushina, in the vision, looked at the beast with palpable fear. If you refuse, I'll take over and kill you myself. The Nine Tails' 9 crimson tails lashed through the air, whipping about wildly, as if striking out her. But just then, its movements paused abruptly. A sealing technique was forming swiftly before it. Kushina, hang in there. From the outside world, Minato Namikaze, exhausted but resolute, gathered the frantic Kushina into his arms, pressing his palm to her abdomen as he weaved the sealing jutsu. The Nine Tails was astonished by his methods, and asked, bewildered, why? Someone like you, Why limit yourself to protecting this girl? I admire the strong, and I admire those who are even stronger than myself. That's why I love Kushina so much. I can't bear losing her. It wasn't just Kushina on screen. Even the entire shinobi world was deeply moved by Minato's confession. This was the true charm of the fourth Hokage. The once famous Yellow Flash, the brightest presence of his era. The man who ended the third great ninja war. Why am I a single person forced to watch this? I'm about to cry my heart out. Namake's Minato, the fourth Hokage, my goodness, isn't he just too cool? Little fourth Hokage, your looks can't compare to even a sliver of mine. I was just thinking, aren't there no white Zetsus here anyway? Seriously, he's so handsome that even as a guy, I'm feeling my heart skip a beat. Is this the charisma of the fourth Hokage? A man like this, he's just way too charming. He's totally my idol. This is absolutely incredible. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to lose it. Hey, you Cloud Village commenter above, calm down. This is a live broadcast. That's the fourth Hokage you're talking about. How jealous can you be of Kushina? Why should you get to have the love of the fourth Hokage and not me? Lady above, please calm down as well. Even Sakura and Ino couldn't deny it. The fourth Hokage, he was just so gentle and so handsome. He seems even cooler than Sasuke. Isn't the charisma of a man like that almost overwhelming? So cool, so cool. I'm definitely going to become someone like the fourth Hokage in the future. No, I'll surpass him and become an even stronger and handsomer Hokage. Naruto shouted excitedly. Watching all of this, Sasuke only grew more conflicted inside. Once the other person knows the truth, will they collapse just like he did? You want to surpass the fourth Hokage? You? Yet Sasuke's sharp tongue remained, his sarcasm undisguised, until finally he softened a little and added, but I suppose maybe you do have the slightest chance of surpassing him. How could it just be the slightest chance? I know I could do it. Naruto protested stubbornly. You absolutely can. I believe in you, Gaara said softly. Heh, Gaara, you believe I can surpass the fourth Hokage too? That makes me so happy. Naruto giggled brightly, her laughter so infectious that Gaara couldn't help but be a little stunned. Sasuke's face darkened. On screen, Kushina, touched by Minato's words, remembered a conversation from her childhood with Mito. Kushina, we may indeed find ourselves at the center of a storm, but if we are willing to climb, step by step, we will surely find love and find someone truly worthy of our devotion and our heart. If that's the case, then even the whirlpool will eventually become a spiral. As a child, Kushina didn't understand what that meant. But now, as she looked at Minato, seeing the way he appeared, suddenly, Kushina's eyes shot open, and in that instant, radiant golden chains erupted from her slender form, surging forth and instantly binding the movements of the Nine Tails. Even I would fight back, believe it. It's confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. I now officially announce. This thing about Naruto Uzumaki is a solid fact. Uzumaki Naruto is actually their child. He's the fourth Hokage's son. That catchphrase of his, wait, no, did he inherit that from his mother? Incredible, haha. This is going to be quite a drama. Naruto turned out to be their child. I can already picture the look on the faces of the villagers in the Hidden Leaf. What a sight that would be. Yeah, I can only say one thing. They truly have it coming. All of Konoha was shaken, especially the villagers, who stared up at the sky in sheer disbelief. What did they just hear? That demon fox, he's the child of the fourth Hokage? What kind of joke is this? Could this really be true? This can't be real. How could it? Isn't he the demon fox? This must be fake. There's no way this could happen. Are you kidding me? If this is true, then all of us, we've been blaming him for nothing all this time. It's not true. It can't be true. This is all a lie. There's no way that demon fox could be the fourth Hokage's child. Hokage-sama, please, say something. Tell us this isn't true. Please, tell us it's all a lie. I don't believe it. I just don't. Inside the Hokage's office. Upon hearing these vicious words, Uzumaki Mito sharply turned her gaze to the man beside her and said coldly, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At her call, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a wry smile. Then, he dispatched Shikako Nara to finally reveal the truth that had been buried for 12 long years. When the villagers learned that it was all true, every last one of them stood frozen, too stunned to react. The 12 young heroes, upon hearing the news, though they'd already begun to suspect, still couldn't hide their shock. I'm the fourth Hokage's child. Elsewhere in the village, upon hearing this revelation, Naruko was struck dumb, rooted to the spot, utterly motionless, her face a blank slate. She was the fourth Hokage's child, the daughter of that man. No, it couldn't be. How could she be his child? Why would she be his child? Grandpa Third had once told her, her parents were killed during the Nine Tails attack. Yes, they had died, So the ones who died, they're my parents. She no longer knew what kind of expression to wear. The truth left her utterly shocked, overwhelmed by fear. Yes, there was fear. How could she be their child? Wasn't she an orphan? She had always been a demon fox. She wasn't just an abandoned monster, was she? Turmoil surged within her heart, bringing about a profound transformation. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara murmured her name, their voices heavy with complicated emotion. This can't be true. It just can't be. Naruto's face had gone ashen, drained of color, her whole body trembling as she spoke. The two remained silent, their eyes full of aching empathy. Sasuke, tell me, none of this is real, is it? Please tell me it's not real. Naruto clung to Sasuke's shoulders, panic and a faint glimmer of hope flickering in her gaze. She desperately wanted an answer. No, it couldn't be. It just couldn't be true. There must be some mistake. How could she possibly be their child? Yes, you are their child. Sasuke sighed, and there was a gentleness in his voice she had never heard before. Naruto stood frozen. In that instant, as Sasuke's words fell, her world crumbled. The one she had always admired, the one she had always tried to surpass. Her idol was, in truth, her father. Her own father, the one who had sealed the 9 tails within her. The 4th Hokage, he was my father. The chaos of the 9 tails, the rejection, the hatred from the villagers of Konoha, all of it, now glaringly exposed by the truth. A thunderous roar. In an instant, a massive torrent of the 9 tails chakra erupted from Naruto, flooding out of her body. The immense, malevolent energy swept Sasuke and Gaara, the ones nearest her, clear off their feet, sending them flying. Naruto! Sasuke shouted desperately, while Gaara instinctively summoned his sand, attempting to reach her. But the surge of this evil chakra kept him at bay, powerless to get closer. A cry of anguish tore out from Naruto. Fury and tears welled at her eyes. In that fleeting moment, 3 sinister tails of chakra lashed and writhed in the air. And now, a 4th tail burst out, growing rapidly before their eyes. She was seething with rage. The truth felt hollow and cruel. What even was the truth? What was right? Who could she possibly trust anymore? The blossom of hope within her, once shining so brightly, now became tinged with darkness as the truth was laid bare. The one she had admired most, the one she had yearned to surpass, the one she had cherished and respected. Now, she was told, they were her parents, that it was her own father who sealed the 9 tails inside her, shaping the loneliness she had carried all this time. Her own father? A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips, torn from the depths of her soul. The 4th crimson tail began to slowly emerge, and her delicate face twisted into a grotesque mask, as an aura of savage evil raged and spread madly across the area. A tidal wave of fury threatened to engulf the entire Hidden Leaf village. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara were anxious beyond words, the former Sharingan coming to life as he sensed the unbearable pain Naruto must be suffering. In this moment, Naruto was consumed wholly by her rage, deaf to the world around her. Was the truth only a cruel illusion? Her father, the 4th Hokage. Then why? Why did they seal the 9 tails inside her? Why did it have to be this way? She was only 12, lacking the decisiveness and composure she would one day grow into at 16. Madness clawed at her, as it would any child her age. Just then, several figures rushed over from the Hokage's office. One graceful silhouette raised her hand at once. Adamantine sealing chains. A mass of golden chains shot from her sleeves, wrapping around Naruto as she began to fully transform, restraining her, forcing the 4th tail to halt its growth. Naruto! Sasuke made to rush forward, but was stopped in his tracks by the newly arrived Kakashi. Sasuke's frustration ignited, his glare sharp as a blade. Kakashi, what are you doing? This isn't something you can handle. Staying here is the safest choice. Kakashi replied, his voice stern. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the unfolding chaos, and shame gnawed at his heart. This outcome was of his own making. He'd kept the truth about her parents from her, fearing that, once she knew, she might do something truly terrible. He'd always hoped to tell her only when she'd become a strong and mature ninja. And yet, a violent series of crashes erupted. The 3 tails behind Naruto rampaged in a frenzy, tearing into the surrounding buildings, causing Mito's chains to shudder and waver for a moment. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair thickened and shot forth, lashing out to entangle the 3 thrashing tails at Naruto's back. Lady Mito, I leave this to you, Jiraiya shouted, struggling mightily to restrain the raging Naruto. Even for him, it was far from easy. Mito nodded, her figure flickering as she appeared before Naruto in an instant, the golden chains from her sleeves still unmoving, firmly binding their target. When she looked into Naruto's face, as fierce as a wild beast's, especially those tear-streaming eyes, slit pupils filled with chaos, fear, and helplessness, Mito's heart ached faintly. She raised a gentle hand, placing it softly on Naruto's forehead. A warm, soothing light began to flow forth, calm and radiant. "Let me have a look." "Nine Tails," she murmured, closing her eyes as though preparing to delve into Naruto's innermost world. "Naruto, Naruto-kun." Those were the 12 little braves. Sensing the torrent of chakra, they had also hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Sakura and the others could only cover their mouths in disbelief. Naruto-kun. Hinata pressed a trembling hand to her lips, her eyes brimming with pain and worry. And it wasn't just them. Crowds of villagers, drawn by the commotion, came flocking to the edge of chaos. Gazing at the scene before them, they stood stunned and troubled, each wearing a tangled expression. "Stay where you are. No one comes any closer." Kakashi and Jiraiya's shouts cut through the tension. A sudden crash echoed, a sharp, jarring sound. Just then, as Mito attempted to enter Naruto's inner world, an inexplicable force sprang forth, violently repelling her. The shock was enough to startle even her. The 8-trigram seal. Her gaze sharpened. Lifting a corner of Naruto's clothing, she revealed the seal etched upon his abdomen. The 8-trigram seal was indeed powerful, so powerful it could block out anyone lusting after the power of the Nine Tails. Yet its very strength also barred Mito herself from entering Naruto's inner world. Not even Mito, the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan, could pry open this mystery. She did not possess the key. No matter her heritage, this seal lay firmly beyond her ability. Unless, of course, you were Hashirama Senju. "What's that? What is it? Is that a monster?" "A monster? That's the son of the 4th Hokage. Damn it, what did I do before? I actually shunned the child of the Hokage. I'm such a fool, damn it. A monster, he's a monster. The 4th child has turned into a monster. What do we do, what now?" Mito's delicate face flushed with anger at their words. She suddenly shouted, her voice ringing with a chakra not at all inferior to the Nine Tails itself. "Silence, all of you." A surge of overwhelming chakra burst forth, rending the ground open with a deafening crack, instantly quelling the crowd. No one dared to utter a word. A swift movement. It was Itachi leading Mikoto Uchiha toward the scene. Taking in Naruto's transformation, Mikoto's face was painted with empathy and sorrow. "So this is the chakra of the Nine Tails?" Itachi said gravely. "Inside the mindscape. What am I supposed to believe in? Won't someone please save me?" Kneeling in the stagnant water of a shadowy sewer, Naruto trembled in anguish, battered by turmoil and despair. Around her, the water began to gather and swell. So much sorrow, so much confusion. Behind enormous sealed gates lurked the Nine Tails, bearing wicked fangs, voice honeyed and tempting. "Give yourself over to me. I'll set you free. Give me your body, your everything." One of Naruto's eyes began to glow blood red. Not a slit pupil, but an ominous, burning red. Her face began to take on a blank, vacant expression as she stumbled forward in a daze. Bang! Bang! That was the 4th tail, bursting forth with a sudden, violent surge. And not yet over. A 5th tail began to emerge, spreading out at the very instant the 4th had appeared. Outside, Sasuke's eyes widened, his Sharingan swirling with all 3 Tomo. His anxiety cut deeper than anyone else's. "There must be something I can do. I have to do something. That feeling, I can sense it. That same desperation of being left behind. I know it all too well." Gaara swept his hand, summoning sand from his gourd. The grains coiled tightly around the not yet fully formed 5th tail, granting Mito a precious moment to collect her thoughts. Meanwhile, the 4th tail was held in check by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Lady Mito, do you need me to use Jinjutsu?" Itachi asked, his tone steady. "No, if we use Jinjutsu now, it'll put an unbearable strain on Naruto." Mito replied, her analysis cool and composed. A raw, guttural scream tore through the air. Naruto's skin began to split and tear, exposing the bloody, raw tissue beneath. The once delicate face now looked fierce and terrifying. "Naruto!" Mikoto's composure wavered, her heart feeling as though it were being scorched. "Is the full transformation into Nine Tails beginning?" Mito observed gravely, the weight of the situation pressing down upon her. If this continues, Naruto may well be in grave danger. Another explosive burst. The 5th tail broke free from its restraints. Gaara's gaze sharpened, his hands waved, and torrents of sand gushed out from the gourd, desperately trying to pin down the unruly tail. But the Nine Tails' rage was ferocious. Again and again, Gaara struggled to maintain his grip. The 12 rookies and their companions watched anxiously, but none dared approach. Naruto's current transformation was simply too terrifying to witness. She looked now, in every way, like a miniature version of the Nine Tails itself. Naruto, you told me. You wanted to become Hokage, to be an even greater Hokage than the fourth. You said it yourself, Naruto. Gaara shouted, straining to hold the tail, fast as he called out to the berserk Naruto. At Gaara's words, a flicker of hesitation passed through Naruto's frenzied state. Just a brief pause. But that was all Mito needed. Her eyes flashed with resolve. Swiftly, she formed a string of hand signs, then pressed her palm against the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. Release. Under Mito's touch, the seal shifted and loosened. There was more. A surge of chakra from all 5 elements flowed through her fingers. Could Lady Mito be attempting? Watching her movements, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. What kind of technique is this? To loosen the 8-trigram seal without the key? It was clear in that moment just how formidable, how truly extraordinary, the Uzumaki matriarch, the Grand Princess, truly was. The 8-trigram seal is coming loose? Could her plan be to help Naruto break the seal? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean? Jiraiya muttered in horror, his voice barely above a whisper. Release. With a gentle chant from Mito, a crack split open atop the 8-trigram seal. The original sealing technique began to waver, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. Yet, Mito quickly stabilized the situation with another sealing technique, preventing further damage. Closing her eyes, Mito tried once more to enter Naruto's inner world, but her efforts were in vain. Right now, her own heart was sealed shut. What would she do? How was she supposed to help? I can't reach her inner world, Mito said quietly, her eyes still closed and her lips pressed into a crimson line. At these words, Jiraiya and the others turned pale. Could it be that even she was powerless? Hinata and the others could only stare in shock, their faces drained of color. Was it true? Was there really no hope left for Naruto? Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the scene. It seemed as if he was teetering on the edge of a monumental decision. There must be something I can do. I have to. Her anger, her pain, gritting his teeth and activating his Sharingan. Sasuke suddenly broke free of Kakashi's grasp and strode to where Mito and Naruto were. Sasuke, Mikoto and the others gasped in shock. What was he doing? Lady Mito, let me try, Sasuke said, his voice steady and calm. Mito looked at him in surprise before nodding. Focus your chakra. See if you can connect with Naruto's chakra. Sasuke nodded and immediately began to gather his chakra. The pale blue energy danced around him, and as soon as it appeared, it connected with Naruto's chakra in an instant. It worked. Mito was astonished. Even as someone from the same clan, she couldn't achieve such an instantaneous connection. Just who is this boy? Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into the moment. The chaos around him faded away, his consciousness growing dim and light. At that instant, through the bond of chakra, Sasuke witnessed many fragments of Naruto's childhood, memories the heavens themselves had never revealed. Why? Why does everyone hate me? Why do they all treat me like this? Who are my mom and dad? Why do they abandon me? Where are they now? Ramen is the best food in the world. From now on, I'll go to Ichiraku Ramen every day. To the world, someone as insignificant as me doesn't really matter, right? But I am who I am. I am Uzumaki Naruto. The fourth Hokage is my greatest hero. I've sworn to surpass him, to become an even more remarkable Hokage than he was. But why? My father is the fourth Hokage. Then what does everything I went through until now even mean? Then why did he have to seal the 9 tails inside me? A helpless child? It's the world's fault. A tidal wave of memories threatened to sweep Sasuke's consciousness away. In this flood, he saw Naruto late at night, clutching his knees, crying in unbearable pain. It was a side of Naruto he had never witnessed before. That perennial loser was always grinning and clowning around in front of others. This was before the gates of the 9 tails. Naruto stood there in a daze, her eyes dyed blood red and utterly lifeless. Around her, the pooled water surged higher and higher, swelling outward. My father is the fourth Hokage. He's my dad. She moved forward slowly, drawing ever closer to the massive gate. That's right, break this seal. Hurry up and come to me. Pour your emotions into me, everything you are. Give me your heart. Inside the gate, the 9 tails bared its fangs, trying to beguile her. The rising water gradually lifted Naruto, holding her against a sealing talisman. She reached out her hand, slowly. Naruto, you said it before. You want to become Hokage. You want to be an even greater Hokage than the fourth. You promised, didn't you? Naruto. That was Gaara's shout, echoing from deep within her mind. It stunned Naruko, causing her outstretched hand to freeze midway. Hokage. Outside, a man had appeared before Naruko, braving every danger. He gazed at her, tears streaming down his face like rain. His eyes brimmed with guilt and pain. You are the student I am proudest of. That's why you cannot fall here. You have to live on. I haven't seen the day you become Hokage yet. Irika's roar broke straight through to Naruko's heart. Irika, sensei. Naruko was shaken, a hint of clarity flickering back in her eyes. I am his proud student. I'm not the demon fox anymore. I am of the Hidden Leaf Village. Uzumaki Naruto. You idiot, you total loser. A strong hand suddenly grabbed Naruko midair and yanked her down. All at once, clarity returned to her eyes. Looking up, who else could it be but Sasuke Uchiha? Right now, he was breathing heavily, his face twisted with ferocity. On the celestial screen, the Nine Tails opened its enormous jaws, gathering a jet-black tailed beast ball between its fangs, crackling with a ferocious, destructive power. Outside, Kushina seemed to hear Minato's call, regaining her senses. Yet a moment later, she cried out again in agony. You utter blockhead. That was Sasuke's voice, echoing directly into Naruto's heart. In the very next instant, a hand, not particularly large, grabbed Naruto and yanked her down out of the air. Naruto jerked back to her senses, and right before her eyes stood none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Tears still shimmered in Naruto's eyes as she murmured the question. Seeing the girl in such a state, Sasuke felt a pang in his own heart as well. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, the sight of her like this filled him with sorrow too. Dead last Sasuke had only begun to speak. But at that moment, Naruto's mind started to cloud again. Her sky-blue eyes turned blood-red, as if veiled by rage. In agony, she clutched at her head and screamed. Yeah, yes, that's it. Let all your hatred pour out. Give everything to me. The voice of the Nine Tails continued to coil around Naruto's consciousness, tempting and bewitching her. Naruto. Sasuke's expression changed abruptly. He glanced past Naruto, and only now did he notice the colossal gate behind her, like a mountain, and the demonic fox looming beyond. 9 long, unfurling tails. That fearsome form sent a chill through Sasuke's very core and left him breathless. So that's the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto? Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke stared, feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him. So overwhelming, it made his heart tremble. Well, what a surprise to see a little Uchiha here. The 9 tails rumbled, peering down at Sasuke with an eerie intensity. I never expected this. Oof. Naruto wailed again, her scream raw, the sound twisting with pain. For crimson tails lashed behind her. Sasuke rushed forward in alarm, desperate to check on her transformation. Naruto, he started, but in that moment, in the vision above, splurt. Minato's eyes widened suddenly. A hand had punched through his chest, and the one who had impaled him was none other than the fully transformed Kushina. Within the ceiling space. Splurt. In that same instant, Naruto, now partly transformed by the beast within, drove her clawed hand straight through Sasuke's chest as well. Sasuke's eyes shrank in shock, the pain so intense he couldn't help but cry out. Outside, Sasuke's face drained of color, and everyone around him faltered slightly, their gazes pulling to his tightly shut eyes. Scarlet blood began to seep forth, flowing from him ever so slowly. What is happening to this kid's chakra? Mito gasped in shock, sensing Sasuke's chakra surge abruptly, swelling to incredible levels. What could possibly be happening? Could it be? Itachi's eyes flew open, the Mangekyo Sharingan shining as he watched the scene unfold. Naruto, you have to wake up. Irika grasped Naruto's beast-like hand, his voice breaking as he wept. He felt utterly useless, unable even to save his own student. They even claimed to treat him like a younger brother. Yet in the end, they couldn't even find a way to save him. Naruto. The rest of the 12 guardians tried to rush forward, but Kakashi blocked their way. Naruto, Sasuke. Mikoto clenched her delicate hands. Her worry for the two was palpable. Had Itachi not stopped her, she would have dashed to them without hesitation. Inside the sealed space, Sasuke held tightly to Naruto's wrist, blood pouring from his lips. The pain made his eyes narrow in agony, but he gritted his teeth and spoke with determination. I won't leave. I will never leave you. I saw it in your heart. Kurama was at a loss. This scene felt eerily familiar for reasons he couldn't place. It was as if, once before, someone had done something just like this. Why do you persist so stubbornly? What does this guy truly mean to you? Kurama asked. What is it about him that makes you all willing to go this far? He's my friend, Sasuke shouted with all his strength. You're someone I look up to. Those were Naruto's words to Sasuke from before, spoken in that golden-hued space. It's not like that. It's really not like that. The truth is, it's me. Back then, I had nothing, and you were always alone, just like the last of the Uchiha, unable to fit in with anyone in the village. You played those pranks just to get the villagers to notice you, hoping somehow to form a bond with them. At first, I thought you were just a hopeless fool, a coward causing trouble for no reason. But then, seeing you scolded for your silly antics, strangely, I couldn't help growing curious about you. Back then, I wondered if your weakness had started to rub off on me. Every time I saw you, that feeling deepened, and I found myself caring more and more. Watching you struggle so desperately to find connection with those around you reminded me irresistibly of my own family. Somehow, being with you brought me peace. Maybe you felt the same. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony, a burning pain surging through his chest. Yet still, he refused to let go of Naruto's hand. But there was always a softness in me too. To escape that frailty, I threw myself into training, hoping it would inspire me and help me someday avenge my brother and surpass him. Yet still, fate placed us in the same team. Whenever I was with you, memories of my family would surface, unbidden, completing missions with you, while you loudly declared your dream to become Hokage. And growing stronger together, I gradually began to long for the day I'd fight you for real. And little by little, within Team 7, I rediscovered what it meant to have a family. Every time I see your figure writhing in pain, I feel the pain deep inside as well. I've always wanted to be like you, just as cool, just as strong. I kept chasing after you, never giving up. You were the one I looked up to. But in truth, it was really me who envied you. A guttural cry burst forth. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes inexplicably shining with unshed tears. He stared at the four-tailed Naruto, his voice growing hoarse as he spoke. You, who strive to become Hokage, you, who see me as a friend. Keeping your word, seeing things through, wasn't it the ninja doctrine you believed in? Naruto, deep inside your heart, I will never leave. I swear, I will never leave. In Kushina's heart. I can feel it, even now, in Kushina's heart. I've always been there, always. Somewhere in the Hidden Leaf Village, a huge crowd had gathered. They stared at the center, at Naruto, bound and restrained by powerful shinobi. Waves of shock and terror rippled through the people. But the red-haired woman, standing there, her presence struck them all with a strange sense of familiarity, mingled with disbelief. Is that Uchiha Itachi? What is he doing in the Leaf Village? What's going on here? Why would Uchiha Itachi show up in Konoha? And can it be Lady Mito? That's Lady Mito, wife to the first Hokage. When the world is happening. Didn't Lady Mito pass away long ago? How could she still be here? Panic spread among the villagers, a rising tide of noise and confusion. You idiots, shut up, bellowed Jiraiya, instantly silencing the entire crowd. Everyone fell quiet at once. Uzumaki Mito kept her eyes tightly closed. With her powerful senses, she could feel the force burning within Sasuke's eyes, an astonishing strength spreading out. That power, it's as though he's awakened. So young, she murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi looked on, full of worry. Opening those eyes too early, the damage it would inflict on the body was impossible to measure. He knew this all too well. He'd been living with the price of the Mangekyo Sharingan for years, every day in agony. So for Sasuke, within the sealed space, keeping your word, seeing things through, wasn't that your ninja way? Sasuke gazed intently at him, gripping Naruto's hand tight, his eyes locked on Naruto's crimson-streaked face. All those promises, your dreams, everything you once said, do none of them matter anymore? Have you truly forgotten it all? Naruto. 3-Tomo slowly rotated in his eyes, shifting and turning. At last, a gaze like a six-pointed star, his eyes glowed crimson and dazzling in the sealed space. Naruto, lost in her four-tailed form, froze. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in her mind. I'm here. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is ramen, and what I love most is the Ichiraka ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I hate is waiting for that 3-minute cup noodle to be ready. My dream is to surpass the Hokage. I want everyone in the village to recognize me. That moment happened on the rooftop, back when the boy had just become a ninja. It was the dream he declared, the dream he had always wished to attain, his longing to become Hokage. He wanted to surpass the Hokage. To become a Hokage, even cooler and more powerful than the fourth Hokage himself. Keep your word, see it through to the end. That's my way of a ninja. In a heartbeat, all four tails faded away. The malevolent aura and the rampant chakra vanished, revealing Naruto's true form once again. Her eyes still wet with tears. Awake now, the nine tails squinted in confusion, then turned to look at Sasuke, and was instantly startled. That was Mangekyo. Outside the seal. Suddenly, with a rush, all traces of the wicked chakra disappeared. Naruko's delicate form returned to normal, and even the fifth tail was gone. It worked. The people around cried out in delight. Irika and the others had long since been reduced to tears, hearts finally able to rest. Thank goodness, Naruto's safe. Truly, I'm so relieved. Overcome with emotion, Hinata began to weep, and Sakura, her teammate from Squad 7, was also in tears. Naruto really knows how to make people worry, doesn't she? Said Kiba Inuzuka. After everything she's been through, it's no wonder things turned out this way. But what surprised us all? Her parents were the fourth Hokage, Shino observed. Phew, Naruto's alright. Shikamaru's team also breathed a sigh of relief. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Mito said with a tense voice, still worried. The chakra of a Nine-Tails had indeed faded, so she should be coming too. But what was this strange feeling? A heavy unease pressed on Mito's heart. Within the sealed space. Sasuke. Naruko looked at the boy standing so close, her delicate face momentarily blank, but in the next instant, her pupils constricted. Before her, Sasuke's chest was pierced with a gaping wound, and it was her own hand that had caused it. She froze with shock, terror, and disbelief flooding her gaze. What's with that look on your face? Sasuke muttered through pain, and Naruko, panicked, quickly withdrew her hand from his chest. A shriek of horror tore from her. Aya! During the convulsions, Sasuke cried out in pain. It's hard to imagine just how excruciating it must feel to have one's chest pierced. What's wrong, Sasuke? Please don't scare me. Naruto, frantic and on the verge of tears, found herself crying yet again. Sasuke, please don't die. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. You're the one who's about to die, you know? Could you please stop talking, you dead last? All right, Naruto pouted, feeling aggrieved, and fell silent. Sasuke began to take deep breaths, the Mangekyo radiating a strange light within the sealed space. For some reason, the gaping hole in his chest was slowly mending itself. If this were happening outside, such a miracle would be all but impossible. Fortunately, they were in Naruto's mind, or perhaps the very space where the Nine-Tails was sealed. As long as his will remain steadfast, he'd be able to withstand any injury, no matter how severe. Watching Sasuke, Naruto didn't know why, but she felt a deep sense of reassurance. Even here, inside the Nine-Tails lair, she was no longer afraid. Noticing Naruto's lingering gaze, Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable. Together with the aftereffects of activating his eyes, his face looked ghastly pale, drained of all color. It's time to go back, Sasuke murmured softly. Hearing this, Naruto nodded her head so vigorously she resembled a little bird pecking at rice. But then, confusion clouded her face, and she tilted her head with a puzzled, innocent look. But, how we get back? During the convulsions, Sasuke let out anguished cries. It was impossible to imagine just how excruciating the pain of being impaled truly was. What's wrong, Sasuke? Please, don't scare me. Naruko was panicked, on the verge of tears. Once again, tears came streaming down her cheeks. Sasuke, don't die on me. Hearing this, Sasuke's face darkened. You think I'm the one who's dying? Can you please stop talking, you dead last? All right. Naruko fell silent, looking hurt and pitiful. Sasuke began to take deep breaths. In the sealed space, his Mangekyo glinted with a strange brilliance. For reasons unknown, the gaping wound in his chest began to mend, slowly but steadily. If this had happened outside, it would be next to impossible. Thankfully, they were in Naruko's consciousness, or perhaps in the cage of the Nine-Tailed seal. As long as his will remain strong, no injury would be unbearable. As she gazed at Sasuke, Naruko found strange comfort. Even here in the heart of the Nine-Tails domain, her fear faded away. With Naruko's eyes fixed on him, Sasuke felt a little awkward. His face was unusually pale, almost bloodless, likely from the strain of unleashing his power just moments ago. It's time to get back, Sasuke said softly. At his words, Naruko nodded energetically, looking just like a chick pecking at grain. Then she tilted her head, a look of naivety crossing her face. But how are we supposed to get back? Sasuke fell silent. Truth be told, he had no idea either. Well, this is just delightful. Absolutely delightful. That was the chilling voice of the Nine-Tails, echoing through the sealed chamber. Instantly, both Sasuke and Naruko tensed. Do you know how the last Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails died? The beast gaze bore into Naruko. Naruko's expression tightened, an ominous feeling rising inside her. She died by my hand, impaled on my razor-sharp claw. Your parents, they were killed by me. Naruko's eyes turned a violent crimson in an instant. I'm going to kill you. Naruto. Sasuke gripped her shoulder, reining her in at last, though her eyes still smoldered with murderous intent. After what had happened, she was no longer the naive, innocent Naruto she once was. We need to focus on getting out of here first. The Nine Tails can't keep this up for much longer, Sasuke said, his mangekyo spinning as he cast a cold, piercing glance at the great beast. At that, the enormous eyes of the Nine Tails narrowed. But it only wants to provoke you, to get under your skin. Truth is, it can't threaten you anymore. It's just a loud-mouthed fox demon. That's all, Sasuke replied icily. The Nine Tails fell silent. So that's how it is. Naruto clapped a hand to her forehead, realization dawning on her face. You aren't going anywhere, the Nine Tails remarked, lounging in the shallow water, its eyes glinting with dark amusement as it watched the pair. Whether you can leave or not, that's not for you to decide, you sly old fox, Naruto shouted. Sasuke simply glared with his mangekyo eyes. For some reason, he felt an unimaginable power stirring deep within them, a torrent of energy that surged but refused to take shape, at least for now. So this is the mangekyo? Sasuke muttered inwardly. This was the power Uchiha Itachi once spoke of, the true strength behind those eyes, the mangekyo. He fixed his gaze on the Nine Tails. If what Itachi said was true, he ought to possess the means to control the Nine Tails, maybe even help Naruto master its force. Your mangekyo may be potent, but it won't have much effect on me. Give up on that idea, the Nine Tails replied coldly. The fox had never held any fondness for the Uchiha. If it hated anyone most in this world, that would be Uchiha Madara. Hearing these words, Sasuke managed a bitter smile. The fox was right. He wasn't nearly strong enough. Even with the mangekyo awakened, controlling the calamity that was the Nine Tails was still far beyond his grasp. For someone like him, it was simply impossible. Just watch, we're going to get out of here, Naruto exclaimed, defiant. The Nine Tails let out a low, mocking chuckle. Haven't figured it out yet, have you? You're not in quite the same spot as before. At these words, both boys froze. Only then did they realize the great sealing gate was gone. Somehow, they had been drawn deep inside the seal itself. Startled, they attempted to bolt away, but it was already too late. The Nine Tails blocked their path with its vast, imposing body. Stay here with me, both of you. Let's see how long you last, the beast declared. Dark clouds gathered over their faces. Damn that fox, Sasuke cursed under his breath. Naruto gritted his teeth, spun around, and faced the Nine Tails, his face bright with anger. Fixing the beast with furious eyes, he shouted, "No way. I'm taking you down right here." At this, the Nine Tails burst into thunderous laughter, as if it had just heard the greatest joke in the world. You? A brat like you wants to challenge me? Don't make me laugh. She's not the only one. You'll have to deal with both of us. Sasuke stepped forward, placing himself in front of Naruto, matching the beast's stare with his own. Staring down at the two insignificant figures, the Nine Tails was suddenly cast back in time, remembering an old memory, two other tiny humans who once dared defy it. How amusing. Truly, you two are fascinating. Very well, I suppose I can humor you for a little while, the Nine Tails murmured, piqued. Thud, thud. Naruto and Sasuke splashed through the shallow water, dashing straight toward the enormous beast. Chidori, Rasengan. Both young warriors summoned their signature techniques, their hands brimming with extraordinary power. Yet the Nine Tails simply swept its massive tail, effortlessly shrugging off the attacks. The two were sent flying, legs over heads. But it's not over yet. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, 1,000 shadow clones erupted from swirling white smoke, bursting forth as a swarm to charge the Nine Tails. Multi-Rasengan Barrage. Each of the 1,000 clones gathered a Rasengan in their hands, hurling themselves recklessly at the Nine Tails, unleashing a furious assault. The Nine Tails let out a tremendous roar, and in a heartbeat, the army of clones shattered like porcelain, layer by layer dissolving into nothingness. This is the gap in our power, you insignificant brats. With a fierce snarl, the Nine Tails raised its colossal paw and swept it down towards Naruto and Sasuke. But at that perilous moment, suddenly golden chains surged from the pooled water, coiling tightly around the Nine Tails' body. As they bound the beast, Mito's voice echoed through the space. "So, Naruto, you've finally woken up?" Startled, Naruto blurted out, "Big Sister Mito, why is your voice inside my head?" "I don't have time to explain. Earlier, when you lost control, I briefly loosened the seal inside you, just a little. But that was enough for the Nine Tails to seize the opening and drag both of you into the depths of the sealing space. That was my mistake. Now, if you want to get out, there's only one way, to use my power and pull your consciousnesses free. But to be honest, that's nearly impossible. The 8 trigram seal is far too strong. Even I lack the means to completely open it. Then what do we do? Are we trapped in here? Naruko cried out in alarm. That's why I need you. To work with me, Mito said gravely. Naruko and Sasuke stared blankly, not understanding her meaning. Your chakra is already intertwined with Sasuke's, so I'll pull with all my might to draw your minds back, like tug of war. But accomplishing this without the Nine Tails noticing is a slim hope. So, you both must hold it off. Don't worry. While the Nine Tails' power is immense, here in the seal's space, it's heavily restricted. He can't use his full strength. And I'll be helping you from the shadows, Mito said. Hold back the Nine Tails. The two of them froze, wondering if such a thing was possible for them. Trust me, I know you can do it. Mito's gentle smile reassured them. At her words, Naruko and Sasuke nodded determinedly. Then they turned, faces solemn, fixing their gaze on the rampaging beast now restrained by golden chains. Meanwhile, beyond the seal, Mito formed a single-hand seal and gently pressed her palm to Naruko's abdomen. At once, an immense surge of chakra erupted, drawn forth by her touch. If you can endure this final step, Mito declared, her voice resolute as she focused her strength, then from this day forward, you will become the first in history, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In this part of the clearing, everyone's eyes were fixed on each other, some of them uncertain and bewildered. What is Lady Mito trying to do? Why hasn't Naruto regained consciousness yet? The Nine Tails chakra has vanished. He should have woken up by now. Lady Mito, what exactly is happening? Jiraiya stepped forward, moving to Naruto and Sasuke's side. His gaze was grave as he questioned them. Their minds have been dragged into the inner confines of the seal by the Nine Tails. If we want to pull them out, there's only one way. To completely release the seal, or to engage in a spiritual tug-of-war, Mito replied calmly. Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the others grew visibly tense at her words. To undo the seal would mean dire, unimaginable consequences. Worse, it could bring grievous harm to Naruto, perhaps even death. Don't worry. From here on, let's rely on our own strength and haul their consciousness back from the seal's grip. Mito spoke in a steady voice. Though a woman, the resolve and power in her words could put many men to shame. Even the bravest among the men felt dwarfed by her spirit. What do you need us to do? Jiraiya asked intently, ready to act. Mito glanced at him, then gave a forceful tug. Instantly, Naruto's chakra formed a single, unbroken rope. Catching on, Jiraiya reached out his large hand and gripped the chakra rope tightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped up as well, taking firm hold of the line. With each new person joining, the chakra rope grew longer, steadily extending further and further outward. Watching this, the 12 young ninjas exchanged a knowing look and stepped forward too, each adding their strength, their hands gripping the chakra rope with unwavering resolve. Villagers looked on, confusion on their faces. Yet, one man, driven by determination, sprang up and strode to the front, joining the tug-of-war without hesitation. I've made mistakes in the past, but from now on, I won't repeat them. Mito, Jiraiya, the third Hokage Kakashi Mikoto Uchiha, and Itachi, the 12, the villagers. One by one, figures appeared along the stretching chakra rope, their hands clasped on tight, connected to one another. Witnessing this scene, a faint, satisfied smile finally appeared on Mito's face. I'll help as well. Let this be my way of atoning for my mistakes over the years. Naruto, you must wake up. When you do, I promise, I'll apologize to you. Naruto, we're here to help you too. We've made too many mistakes already. Even if it's too late to change the past, let this be our small redemption. The truth revealed beneath the heavens. They now fully understood their mistakes. Their wish to repent, to make amends, this was what they could do, however small, to atone for the past. What began as a chakra rope barely a meter long was now, with the help of the gathered crowd, stretched out for hundreds of meters. We're ready. Lady Mito, they called out in unison. Good. With a loud cry from Mito Uzumaki, the next moment followed. Everyone together, pull. Instantly, they all exerted their strength, gripping the chakra chain, trying to move it forward with the little power they had. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Naruko shouted, lifting a gigantic Rasengan in her hand and hurling it fiercely at the colossal Nine Tails. A tremendous roar erupted from the Nine Tails. In that instant, the sheer force of its bellow shattered everything before it, obliterating even the Super Big Ball Rasengan in its path. Even as the Nine Tails struggled under the restraint of the adamantine sealing chains, for two mere genin to shake it was still almost impossible. Naruto, seeing Naruko flung through the air, Sasuke leapt forward, catching her securely in his arms before withdrawing with her to safety. So this is the Nine Tails? Incredible. Naruko murmured. shaken. Just one roar could unleash such terrifying power. If it were in its complete form, ignorant humans, you will never defeat me. That's because you're far too weak. The Nine-Tails seemed to revel in this moment. It didn't even know why, but tormenting others felt unexpectedly gratifying. No wonder Madara Uchiha had acted so arrogant back then. For the first time, Kurama truly understood the pleasure his former tormentors felt. Yes, this is the Nine-Tails. This is the power of Kurama. Tremble, little humans, before the might of the Nine-Tails. Even after the influence of the heavenly veil softened it, the Nine-Tails had learned a few kinder words. It was aware that the heavenly veil had appeared. Facing that kind of power, it too felt a sense of dread. This Nine-Tails was no longer the same as before. After being tempered by the heavenly veil, it had undergone a profound change. I have to do something. There must be something I can do. Sasuke muttered, his Mangekyo eyes staring intently. He felt it. He truly felt it. His eyes, his Mangekyo. He fixed his gaze on the massive shape of the Nine-Tails. The six-pointed star of his Mangekyo spun slowly, as if gathering some hidden power. Sasuke's eyes narrowed briefly, and then shot wide open. Black flames erupted from the Mangekyo in his right eye. Amaterasu. In an instant, those black flames pierced every layer of resistance, engulfing the enormous form of the Nine-Tails entirely. A soul-wrenching roar of pain shook the entire space of the seal. What are these black flames? The Nine-Tails howled in panic and agony. Sasuke kept his Mangekyo open, blood tears slowly streaming from his eyes. The same was happening to his body in the outside world. After just a few seconds of Amaterasu, Sasuke could hold on no longer. He squeezed his eyes shut, and the black flames vanished. For now, his chakra and ocular power simply weren't enough to sustain it. After the black flames on the Nine-Tails' body dissipated, it suddenly let out a thunderous roar, shattering the golden chains around it. In its mouth, a colossal-tailed beast ball began to form, growing larger and larger. What is that? What is that? Naruto and Sasuke stared in shock at the massive sphere gathering in the beast's mouth, their faces frozen with fear and disbelief. At that very moment, golden chains burst forth from the water below with a resounding crash, surging upward to restrain the enormous form of the Nine-Tails once again. The tailed beast ball in its jaws was shattered in the process, crumbling away like glass. This power? It's that woman. The Nine-Tails was taken aback, its eyes wide with alarm. This wasn't Mito's chakra at all, but rather, I can feel it. Everyone's strength. Naruto suddenly closed her eyes, sensing not just one, but a vast multitude of familiar chakras. She felt the presence of everyone around her. The warmth of Mito's sisterly affection, the wisdom of the pervy sage, the steady guidance of the third Hokage, the kindness of Irika-sensei, the reliability of Kakashi-sensei, the gentle care of Aunt Mikoto, Sakura's companionship, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and the others. Everyone, the whole of the Leaf Village. It was vast, it was comforting. An endless stream of strength welled up from within Naruto's heart, so powerful that even the Nine-Tails furrowed its brow, unable to believe what it was sensing. What is this power? The Nine-Tails muttered in astonishment. What was happening? How could this child suddenly unleash such unimaginable strength? A runt like you, how is this possible? The Nine-Tails bellowed. The water at their feet churned violently in response to its roar. 9 massive tails lashed through the air. Unbelievably, the tailed beast ball began to form once again in its mouth, even larger than before, its size defying comprehension. Sand binding coffin. Without warning, a storm of sand erupted within the sealed space, binding the beast's 9 tails in place. That was Gaara's signature technique. That one-tailed brat. The Nine-Tails growled in rage and frustration, its attempt to form the tailed beast ball slowing under the sand's grip. Naruto, from here, it's all up to you. Gaara shouted from outside, controlling the sand with steady hands, lending his own chakra to the effort. Inside the sealed space, Naruto remained with eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Sasuke knelt in the shallow water, gasping for air, his chakra reserves nearly depleted. He was reaching his limits. After everything those villagers have done to you, why do you still choose to protect them? The Nine-Tails' voice thundered with confusion and anger. It truly didn't understand. Why, after all this? The beast had seen Naruto's entire life. No one else knew as much as it did. It had witnessed everything from the very beginning. Her birth, her isolation, the way she was shunned and treated as an outcast, simply because she was the vessel for the Nine-Tails, a living sacrifice, the Jinchuriki. What's the matter with you humans, anyway? In the eyes of the Nine-Tails, humans were simply not to be trusted, deceitful by nature. Back when they captured me, They painted me as some embodiment of evil, a being that should have never existed. They made such a show of righteousness, but in truth, they coveted nothing but my power. Yes, all humans are a breed of cunning and sinister creatures. Back then, it was Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. They were all the same. The one spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths never really existed. Those villagers treated you like that. Don't you feel any anger? Haven't you ever thought of taking revenge? Of killing them? The Nine Tails roared, glaring at Uzumaki Naruko, glaring at this child. Once it had also taken this child's parents away. Only my Uchiha clan can lead you. Submit, Nine Tails. Nine Tails, your power is simply too great. I'm sorry. I can't let you rampage unchecked. Every time you wield your power, hatred follows. It's best if you stay sealed within me. To the world, you're a source of terror. And to you, I'm the one who restrains you. One after another, they would speak in such sanctimonious tones, as though they were all paragons of virtue. But in the end, they were all the same. You humans, all you want is my strength. You're not the only one who's been cursed by misfortune. I am too. Naruko narrowed her eyes, feeling the surge of that power. The Nine Tails' roaring shouts echoed within her mind as well. A flood of images flashed through her mind. An unhappy childhood, a lifetime of exclusion, years pressed down by loneliness. Likewise, she was aware of the changes unfolding among the villagers. Even now, her misfortune stemmed from the Nine Tails, yet the Nine Tails' own agony began with mankind. Her father was the fourth Hokage. Her mother, the previous Nine Tails host. Both were heroes of their village. And they were her parents. She truly couldn't say. When they sealed the Nine Tails within themselves, what were their true feelings? What were they thinking? Did they love her? Or did they, like Gaara's father, view parenthood through duty and sacrifice? She didn't know. Not at all. But perhaps she would never forget that day, the lowest, most lost, most helpless she had ever felt in her life. He's no longer the demon fox. He is Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. She could never forget. Never. Naruko slowly opened her eyes, her voice calm. I'm a ninja of the leaf, child of the fourth Hokage, child of two heroes. My dream is to surpass the Hokage, to become a greater Hokage than any who came before. I am Naruto Uzumaki. A brilliant flash of power swept through the air. A deep blue Rasengan began to form at the center of her palm, swirling into existence, and with every passing moment it grew larger and larger. Her twin golden ponytails fluttered in the wind, and the Rasengan in her hand blazed with ever-deepening blue, swelling to an immense size. This Rasengan had already surpassed any technique she had ever unleashed before. It was far beyond the giant Rasengan, rivaling even the enormous tailed beast ball formed in the mouth of the Nine Tails itself. So heavy, Naruko murmured, raising the massive Rasengan high above her head. The overwhelming force of it sent tremors through her heart. And then, another hand, firm and steady, slid beneath hers, giving strength from behind. It was Sasuke's hand, lifting Naruko's arm, bearing the weight of the titanic Rasengan together with her. This is my power as well. With those words, Sasuke poured the last of his chakra into the Rasengan. Suddenly, a flicker of lightning chakra wove itself in, crackling quietly at the surface. The two glanced at each other, steadfast resolve reflected in both their eyes. Together, they turned to face the enormous Nine Tails standing their ground. Never underestimate our strength. As the Nine Tails gazed back at them, for one fleeting moment, it was as if it was looking upon two different figures from the past. Its gaze lingered, recalling a time when another pair had stood before it, just like this. We're coming. With unwavering steps, the two raised their gigantic Rasengan and charged straight toward the towering beast, determination radiating from every stride. Sensing the threat, the Nine Tails lashed its massive claws, sending waves rippling through the waters below, desperate to block their advance. Yet in an instant golden chains materialized and lashed out, binding it tightly in place. In the scene, the figure of Minato Namikaze appears within the ceiling space, a Rasengan roaring to life in his palm. His target, none other than the colossal Nine Tails itself. Watching that figure, Kushina is lost in memory, recalling that fateful day. We came here as vessels for the Nine Tails, but before that, we must find love and lay it in this vessel of ours. Even so, even as Jinchuriki to the Nine Tails, we still have the right to live happily. Because I don't want to lose you. In Kushina's heart, there has always been a place for me. And so, I will never, ever let anyone take Kushina from me. In the scene, Rasengan and a massive tailed beast ball collide. Minato's voice echoes through countless hearts, and then, The world is engulfed in pure white light. Go forth, Naruto! Within the ceiling space, an indistinct voice whispered softly. The sound of golden chains rang through the air, flashing across the ceiling realm like dazzling streaks of light, faster and fiercer than ever before. One after another, the golden chains wrapped around the Nine-Tails' limbs and all nine tails, even winding unrelentingly around its neck, binding the beast inescapably. This is, those two, the Nine-Tails murmured, heart-pounding. Whoosh, the sound tore through the air. It was Naruto and Sasuke, both leaping forward together, carrying an enormous Rasengan. Their figures soared and landed right before the Nine-Tails and the looming tailed beast ball. This is everyone's strength. One by one, images danced across Naruto's mind. He saw Mito and the others beyond the seal, saw countless familiar faces crowding the streets and alleyways, thousands upon thousands. People he knew, everyone he cherished. They were all straining with all their might, pulling at what appeared to be a delicate, yet unbreakable, thread of chakra. Rasengan. The gigantic Rasengan met the swirling tailed beast ball head-on. A tremendous crash echoed through the ceiling space. A deafening shockwave surged, engulfing the forms of the Nine-Tails and the two figures, Naruto and Sasuke. What sort of power is this? The Nine-Tails gasped in disbelief. Outside, everywhere throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, threads of chakra wove through streets and alleys, tying together every corner. Children, villagers, and grown-ups alike. Everyone Naruto held dear could be glimpsed, their hands gripping tightly to the strands, their faces set with determination. Each person was pulling with all their strength. And then, after relentless effort from countless souls, the thread of chakra suddenly slackened. We did it! Joy and disbelief broke out among Mito and the others. In that instant, Naruto's eyes flew open. But these were no longer the fox-like slits or his original gaze. Instead, a dazzling golden light burst from her eyes. Her whole body began to change as golden chakra washed over her clothes, as if she were bathed in the blazing aura of a Hokage, illuminating everything it touched. Golden light flashed and flared around her, brilliant and fierce like fire. At her collar, for jet-black Tomo markings slowly emerged. Her twin ponytails floated weightlessly in the air as her entire being radiated a blinding, otherworldly glow. An immense wave of energy erupted from within her. This was the half-golden Naruto mode. And why half? Because at that moment, Naruto's form flickered, shifting back and forth between her usual state and the golden manifestation. Everyone stared, thunderstruck by this luminous transformation, wondering, what on earth was this new power? Because she seized the chance within the ceiling space to claim part of the Nine-Tails chakra. This must be the form created by that union. Uzumaki Mito muttered in awe. She herself was deeply shocked. Even in her own days as a Jinchuriki, the host of the Nine-Tails, she had never seen anything like this form or felt such chakra. Naruto blinked back at their astonished faces. Her eyes were still hazy, lingering between the dream and her newly returned consciousness. I'm back, she whispered softly. No sooner had the words left her lips than Iruka rushed forward, pulling Naruto into a tight hug. With tears in his voice, he chided, Naruto, you rascal. Do you know how worried you made us? Looking at Iruka, who was weeping uncontrollably before her, Naruko couldn't hold back either. Tears streamed down her face as she rasped. Iruka-sensei, I really thought I'd never see you all again. The flames that had enveloped her slowly receded, leaving her just as she had been at the very beginning. Mito gently ruffled Naruko's hair, offering a warm smile, though her expression soon brimmed with sorrow and concern. From afar, Gaara caught sight of this scene, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Sakura and the others, seeing Naruko safe and sound, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Sasuke! Naruko suddenly cried out, her gaze falling on Sasuke, who lay unconscious, her face filling with panic. Sensing his condition, Mito's eyes grew grave. Her voice was steady but heavy. This little one, his situation is quite serious, and his eyes. Pulling back Sasuke's eyelids, Mito revealed, to everyone's shock, the intricate pattern of a six-pointed Mangekyo. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others were instantly taken aback, hardly able to believe their eyes. Itachi, however, wore a look that said he'd known all along. Yet even he and Mikoto couldn't entirely hide their worry. To awaken the Mangekyo at such a young age, this is not good news. Mito sis, please save him. I can't bear to lose Sasuke. Naruko pleaded desperately. Jiraiya, witnessing her distress, gave her head a gentle rub and scolded. "You knucklehead, aren't you forgetting the potion you have?" His words jerked Naruko out of her panic. Right? She was the one with the medicine. She hurriedly pulled a small bottle of emerald green potion from her pocket. Very carefully, she helped Sasuke to drink it. 1 second, 2 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, a gentle green glow began to emanate from Sasuke's entire body. The bloody tears in his eyes slowly faded away. A soothing warmth seemed to envelop Sasuke. He had never felt his eyes this comfortable, utterly at ease. The next moment, Sasuke's eyes fluttered open, still looking confused. Naruko's face lit up with delight. "You're awake. Dead last and... Mom." Seeing his mother Mikoto in tears, Sasuke's heart softened and he murmured, "Thank goodness you're all right. You had us all worried sick," she replied, relief spilling from her words. Meanwhile, Mito's gaze lingered on the now empty potion bottle in Naruko's hand. How could such a miraculous medicine exist? To heal even wounds like these? Just then, a villager stepped forward and stopped before Naruko. She looked at him, confused and uncertain. Abruptly, the villager bowed deeply to her, his voice trembling with remorse and apology. "Naruto, for all these years, it was my fault. I'm so sorry." For a moment, Naruko was stunned, unable to respond. Immediately after, another villager stepped forward, then another, and then another. Eventually, countless villagers from every corner were watching each other with earnest eyes. "Naruto, we're sorry. We truly are sorry for all these years. We were wrong before. We don't expect you to forgive us. We were unforgivable back then, but now, we've changed and we sincerely regret it." Hearing these words, Naruto seemed completely stunned. After all, just yesterday, some of these very same people hadn't shown her any kindness. It all happened so suddenly. She simply couldn't adjust fast enough. She didn't even know how she was supposed to react or face everyone. Of course, she'd always wanted the villagers' approval, but now, this feeling. Her parents were heroes of the village, and she herself was the daughter of 2 such heroes. And because of that, I want to surpass the Hokage, to become someone even greater than any Hokage, and to earn the acknowledgement of every villager. That was her childhood dream, to gain their recognition, to become, just like the 4th Hokage, a true hero. It's not that becoming Hokage earns you acknowledgement. It's only those who are acknowledged who can become Hokage. It was in this moment that Itachi's words from long ago echoed in Naruto's mind. So this was what being acknowledged felt like. After a moment's silence, Naruto suddenly broke into a big grin. She planted her hands on her hips and declared, "I, the great Naruto, am magnanimous. I forgive all of you." She wanted to follow her own path, not because she was the child of the 4th Hokage, but for herself. And she wanted to become Hokage, not for her father's sake, but because she admired heroes, those willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of others. She longed to become a great hero, and so, she wanted to become Hokage, to protect people, not just anyone, but those she truly cared about. Something inside her had changed. On hearing her words, the villagers were moved all the more, even more ashamed and remorseful than before. Suddenly, they surged forward, lifting Naruto's small body up high. "Whoa, what are you all doing?" Naruto cried out in a panic. Her voice echoed with surprise. A beat later, she felt herself being tossed high into the air, up once, twice, 3 times. With the help of all the villagers and watched by countless eyes, Naruto was thrown again and again into the bright sky. Mito and the others watched the scene with warm satisfaction, while the 3rd Hokage alone wore a guilty, regretful expression. Naruto felt overjoyed, happier than ever before. She would become Hokage. Scene transitions. Kushina stands atop the Hokage office, gazing out over the monument of Hokage faces. The Uzumaki will one day become a spiral as well. She looked over at Minato, then suddenly spoke up. "Rasengan, what do you think of this name for the new jutsu I just mentioned? Spiraling Sphere. That's a truly fitting name. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure." The 4th Raikage was especially shaken upon receiving the news. The infamous yellow flash Minato Namikaze had left behind an heir, and what's more, that heir turned out to be none other than the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. "So that boy is actually the Yellow Flash's son?" Raikage A said in astonishment. What truth could be more earth-shattering than this? He gave a scornful chuckle. So the child of the 4th Hokage was shunned by the entire village? As the Hokage, you're repeating the same mistakes as Raza. The Raikage sneered, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. He began to move as if to bang his fist on the table, only to stop short when Samui shot him a fierce glare. Looking rather innocent, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Lord Raikage, I must ask you to rein in your temper. It's only the 3rd table today, Sammy said with a wry smile. She's got a point. Your temper's really rotten, bro. Time to chill out, Bakayero. Killer Bee chimed in. And with that, Killer Bee received an affectionate but forceful punch. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Anoki watched the message scroll by with a brooding gaze, a steely chill deep in his eyes. The yellow flash had left an air. Years ago, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had slaughtered countless Iwagakure ninjas, crippling their strength for years. Those were memories the village wished endlessly to forget. The moniker Yellow Flash had gained its fearful renown precisely because of Iwagakure's losses. When word came that the Yellow Flash had fallen during the Nine-Tails rampage, the village had almost rejoiced. And now, to learn that the fourth Hokage had left behind child, Anoki's gaze narrowed, his voice cold as ice. That boy, he cannot be allowed to live. As the saying goes, the sons must pay the debts of their fathers. Grandpa, do we really have to kill the child? Kuratsuchi asked quietly, torn by a pang of conscience. Kuratsuchi, you don't understand. If we let that child grow, someday he could become a real threat. That I guarantee. Anoki replied. But the fact that he's Minato Namikaze's son, that will never change. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Maitarumi's gaze also narrowed subtly. She hadn't expected that boy to be the child of that man, of that strikingly handsome man. The Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, had driven countless women across the ninja world while back in those days. Even she, Mei herself, had once envied him. Minato Namikaze was dashing, and Meitarumi always favored men who were not just strong, but easy on the eyes. So, he's Minato Namikaze's child? She murmured, gently touching her crimson lips in contemplation, whispering something only she could hear. The ninja world has been abuzz with heated discussions. The revelation that Naruto Uzumaki is the child of Minato Namikaze is, in itself, enough to keep them talking. I never would have imagined it, truly never. And it's real, personally confirmed by the third Hokage of the Leaf. That's not even the end of it. That woman, the first Hokage's wife, the very first lady of the village. Uzumaki Mito has been brought back to life. Uzumaki Mito? You mean Lady Mito herself? Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf Village. In that same familiar area, Naruko was still being tossed into the air again and again by the jubilant crowd. Laughter and cheers filling the space around her. Gaara watched this scene, and for once, a faint smile crossed his face. He felt like he was walking on the breeze of spring. He didn't know why, but seeing Naruko's radiant joy made him smile as well, as if her happiness was contagious. Surrounded by Itachi, Uchiha, and Mikoto, Sasuke gazed at the celebration with a helpless glance, unable to stifle the small smile spreading across his lips. That dead last, always full of surprises. Meanwhile, Mito looked at him with a curious expression and said, How odd, truly strange. Why is your Mangekyo so clear? Tell me, little one, have you felt any discomfort? Mito asked. At her words, Itachi and Mikoto immediately tensed. But Sasuke, looking puzzled, shook his head. Lady Mito, is something wrong with Sasuke? Mikoto asked anxiously. On the contrary, it's a good thing. His Mangekyo, there's no longer any need to worry about blindness, Mito replied calmly. This revelation shocked everyone present. No risk of blindness? Did that mean the eternal Mangekyo? It's not quite what you're thinking. It's probably due to that potion Naruto gave him earlier. The medicine worked on his eyes. I can assure you, as long as he has enough chakra, he can use the Mangekyo Sharingan indefinitely and without consequence. Mito said with quiet certainty. That potion, where did Naruto get it from? It was a reward from the firmament, Jiraiya answered. Are there any more? I doubt it, Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. He noticed earlier that Naruto's potion bottle was already down to the last third. Who would have thought Naruto would use it up so quickly, in just a few days? It's a pity. If I could have obtained that potion, I could have analyzed its properties and perhaps found a way to mass-produce it, Mito mused. There were 3 doses originally. But Naruto, he used them all up in no time, Jiraiya said with a resigned sigh. The potion was meant for 3 uses, but Naruto didn't save a single dose for himself. He gave it all to his friends. What a shame, Mito said wistfully. Suddenly, something occurred to Mito. She turned to Jiraiya and said slowly, Who else has used this potion before? Meh. Without warning, Lee sprang out from somewhere and stood right in front of Mito. Mito observed him closely. Under the perception of her Kagura mind's eye, Lee's physical condition was laid bare in front of her. Your body is quite sturdy, and you must have practiced the 8 gates formation before, haven't you? Mito said. Hearing this, Lee was extremely shocked. With a look of disbelief, he exclaimed, Lady Mito, how did you know that? How many of the gates are you able to open? I can barely manage the 5th gate. Mito's eyes widened slightly. To be able to open the fifth gate at such a young age required not just immense willpower, but also remarkable talent. It was common knowledge that the 8 gates formation put tremendous demands on the body, but this boy is destined for great things in the future. Could you show me what it looks like when you open the gates? Mito requested. Lee hesitated. His teacher, Guy-sensei, had previously told him that the 8 gates were a technique used to protect those who were truly precious to you. Besides, opening the 8 gates would cause severe damage to the body, and if he wasn't careful, his body could suffer yet another serious injury. Lady Mito, please, don't put Lee on the spot any further. He was badly hurt before. If someone needs to demonstrate, let me do it instead. My guy stepped forward, his voice filled with emotion. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, Mito reassured them with a calm and confident look. Hearing this, Lee and Guy exchanged a look. Finally, Lee stepped forward, clenching his fists and crossing his arms. He closed his eyes. Guy still looked worried and was about to reach out, but Mito stopped him, and he reluctantly let his outstretched hand fall back. Under the watchful gaze of the 12 young ninjas and everyone present, 8 gates formation. First gate, open. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded around Lee. The surge was so powerful that even those who had gathered to witness it couldn't help but look on in astonishment. Mito studied him in silence. His aura is even stronger? Kakashi and Guy exclaimed in shock. During the earlier Chunin exams, the force of Lee opening the first gate wasn't nearly this intense. Yet not even a month had passed since then. Could it be because of that potion? Kakashi quietly wondered. Lee opened his eyes, the veins on his forehead gradually bulging with power. Lee stared blankly at his own hands, unable to comprehend what was happening to his strength. Keep going. At Mito's command, Lee nodded and once again let out a loud, determined shout. 8 gates formation. Second gate of rest, open. Third gate of life, open. A pale brilliance flooded Lee's eyes, his face turning crimson, veins standing out beneath his skin. But in spite of this, he was overcome with excitement. He could feel it. He wasn't done yet. That oppressive feeling he always had whenever opening those gates. At this moment, so much of it had simply melted away. He could keep going. Keep going. Yes, sir. Little Lee shouted with excitement, crossing his arms once more as he roared. 8 gates released formation. The 4th gate of pain. The 5th gate of limit. Open. In that instant, he threw open both the 4th and 5th gates at once. Emerald flames of chakra surged around him, his overwhelming aura causing even the elite jonin nearby to shift uneasily in their seats. Off in the distance, the villagers all jumped, startled, one of them trembling so much that she accidentally let go of Naruto's swing. Suddenly, Naruto felt his lower body loosen as she tumbled from the swing, plummeting toward the hard-packed ground below. Naruto was bewildered, and Gaara's eyes tightened with focus. With a flick of his hand toward Naruto's position, a wave of sand sprang from the earth below, firmly cradling Naruto before she could hit the ground. Is that really Lee? Neji stared with his pale Byakugan, visibly stunned by Lee's energy and the immense strength radiating from him. This level of power, he was almost on par with Guy-sensei. Could it be that Lee had really reached such a level? In that moment, Neji recalled the day Lee had fought Gaara, remembering the final words Lee had spoken then. Neji, this move was originally meant for you. Instinctively, Neji's face turned green. If Lee had saved this move for him, he might just have been beaten right out of existence. Naruto pushed her way through the crowd, and the moment she neared Lee, the fierce wind from his aura tossed her hair wildly all around. She nearly got blown off her feet, if not for Irika catching her just in time. "SS so amazing," Naruto exclaimed in shock, barely able to stand her ground. Just as I suspected, Mito stared at Lee for a moment, then spoke up in a low voice, offering an explanation for the crowd. Because of the potion, not only has his body healed, but certain dormant pathways inside him have also been activated. It's as if his meridians have been opened. What's more, his physical durability has increased tremendously. This potion is truly irresistible, she murmured. Her words left everyone around silently marveling to themselves. All of a sudden, Naruto shrieked, drawing the alarmed gazes of those nearby, terrified that some new calamity might befall her. Is this potion really that amazing? Naruto cried out, her small face utterly astonished. At this, Mito let out a gentle chuckle, her jade hand ruffling Naruto's wild hair with a deep fondness in her eyes. At that instant, the image in the sky above trembled violently. Only then did everyone in the Hidden Leaf village realize the vision overhead wasn't finished yet. What does it mean to inherit a legacy? With a sudden shift, the scene cut to a spacious forest. Two figures stood there, one tall, one small. The taller was Jiraiya, the smaller, none other than Naruto Uzumaki. This is a jutsu that took the fourth Hokage 3 years to master. Rasengan. In the scene, a vivid blue Rasengan forms rapidly in the center of Jiraiya's palm. Naruto, watching the swirling Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, gazes up with longing and admiration. In the Hidden Leaf Village. That's me, Naruko exclaimed excitedly, looking up at the sky screen. She was overjoyed to see herself appear again. Legacy. So this is what legacy means. Kakashi murmured. So this is the meaning of true inheritance. The passing on of the Rasengan. The passing on of will. Well, what do you think? Isn't that move cool? Want to learn it? It took the fourth Hokage, your father, 3 whole years to invent. It's an Ultra S-rank jutsu. Jiraiya said, beaming at her. Heh. Naruko chuckled, then raised her small palm under everyone's watchful eyes as, with surprising ease, a brilliant blue Rasengan began to form, single-handedly, no less. Pervy Sage, I already know how to use this move, Naruko said with a cheeky grin. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Then, turning to Kakashi, he asked, was it you who taught her? At that, Kakashi looked stunned. Lord Jiraiya, wasn't it you who taught her? Huh, I didn't teach her, Jiraiya replied, completely baffled. He remembered nothing of showing her that. It was a reward from the sky screen. Watch this. I could do even more. Naruko giggled, suddenly pouring more chakra into her jutsu. Instantly, the Rasengan, which fit neatly in her palm moments before, began to swell larger and larger. Giant Rasengan. The 12 rookie genin stared in astonishment and awe, feeling the distance between themselves and Naruko grow ever wider. Sasuke, seeing all this, only sneered. As far as he was concerned, this was nothing. There were even greater displays to come. What do you think? Pretty amazing, right? Naruko's eyes sparkled with pride, waiting eagerly for their praise, looking especially adorable. All right, that's enough. You better stop now. If that thing gets any bigger, who knows what might happen? Some of them pleaded, utterly exasperated. There were so many people here. If anything went wrong, the consequences could be dire. After all, she was, without question, the most unpredictable ninja in the village. Fine, Naruko pouted, reluctant as she was to let go. Just as she was about to dispel the jutsu, a sudden change struck. Oh no, I can't put it away. Help, Pervy Sage, help. She panicked, staring wide-eyed at the swelling Rasengan in her hands, on the brink of tears. Seeing things escalate, the others' faces changed. Quick as a flash, Mito swept her hand, sending out the gleaming chains of the adamantine sealing jutsu, which wrapped around the giant Rasengan and hurled it skyward. Boom! The enormous blue orb burst in the sunlight, sparkling like a star in the afternoon sky. You idiot! Don't you know to be more careful? Jiraiya rapped his knuckles lightly on Naruko's head. She clutched her scalp, pouting with a look full of wounded pride. I know, big uncle, Naruko whimpered, her little face marked by injustice. Just a moment ago, she could still keep things under control, or so she thought. Mito Uzumaki smiled gently. She could sense it. A portion of the Nine-Tails chakra had been absorbed. Over the years, the chakra she had worked so hard to suppress was gradually seeping back into Naruko's body as time passed. The sheer amount of chakra, enough to leave even Mito herself stunned. Naruko was close to matching her. A half-blood shouldn't have such an enormous chakra reserve. What would be the real reason? Mito mused silently, a warm feeling rising in her chest. For reasons unknown, in Naruko, she saw a fleeting shadow of Hashirama Senju. Was it just her imagination? The scene shifted once more, revealing a sprawling plain. I swear, I won't die before I become Hoka. The image now showed Naruto clenching Yakushi Kabuto's hand tight. Even though a kunai had pierced his palm, the wound running deep and blood trickling down his fingers, Naruto's eyes blazed with unshakable resolve. Why are you doing this? Behind Naruto, Tsunade had fallen to her knees on the open plain, staring at him in shocked disbelief. Rasengan. With the help of a shadow clone, a dazzling blue Rasengan whirled into life at Naruto's right hand. It spun, compressed, grew denser and fiercer, churning chaotically. Then, with a thunderous blast, the blow struck Kabuto squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling tens of meters away, gouging a deep trench across the plain. Far outside the hidden leaf, Tsunade was also watching the scene unfold in the sky. She blinked in astonishment. What was happening? Why was her own image suddenly appearing up there? And was that blood? Instantly, a tremor raced through her body. Her hemophobia, her deep fear of blood, surged up unbidden. Lady Tsunade, Shizune's face blanched with concern. Tsunade, wave her off. Her trembling steadily subdued, and a flicker of intrigue lit her eyes as she looked up at the boy in the sky. Jiraiya's student, the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's child. How interesting, Tsunade murmured to herself. Inside the hidden leaf. That was awesome. Naruko couldn't help but exclaim out loud. For reasons she couldn't name, the scenes played out above made her heart race and set her spirit ablaze. Naruto Uzumaki, won't die before becoming Hokage, she shouted. Sasuke scoffed under his breath. The image in the sky shifted again. This time, the scene moved to an unfamiliar forest. Two figures appeared, not Jiraiya, but rather Naruto Uzumaki and Konohamaru Sarutobi. First comes the rotation, then comes the power, and finally, the control. In Naruto's palm, a swirling Rasengan began to take shape, while in Konohamaru's eyes shone pure longing and admiration. Within the village of Konoha, is that young Master Konohamaru? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched the scene unfold, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Mischievous children, they all grow up one day, Kakashi murmured, and in time, they will pass down their skills to those who come after them. This is what we call legacy. To his mind, Naruto had always been the most mischievous of all, as if he would never quite grow up. But now, at that moment up on the sky screen, whoa, amazing! Konohamaru exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Gazing at the technique, his eyes sparkled with youthful yearning. Big Brother Naruto was going to teach him such a powerful move. That's just how incredible Big Brother is. Rotation, power, keep your focus. Suddenly the scene was swallowed in darkness, and then shifted. Now, it was a street somewhere in the village hidden in the leaves. A man in a black cloak emblazoned with red clouds appeared. One of the 6 paths of pain, the Hell Path. Rasengan. An immense force smashed the Hell Path into the rock wall. His whole body was instantly crushed to pieces. A genin of the Sarutobi clan, bearing the name of the village. My name is Sarutobi Konohamaru. Remember it well? That was incredible. Konohamaru leapt up in exhilaration, then scampered over to Naruto, eagerly tugging his sleeve, eyes bright as stars. Naruto, please, teach me that move from the sky screen. It's so cool, so strong. Ha, don't worry, Konohamaru. I promise I'll teach you. Naruto replied, thumping his chest, grinning brightly. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki and the others had grown visibly more serious. That's the village hidden in the leaves? Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured. That cloak. All eyes turned in unison toward Itachi Uchiha. He too became somber. That was the Hell Path. Having spent years undercover in the Akatsuki, Itachi knew more than a little about the 6 paths of pain, and he was well versed in their secrets. Itachi, can you share with us what you know about the Akatsuki? Kakashi pressed, his voice low. Such information mattered more now than ever to the Hidden Leaf. Itachi nodded in response. He understood exactly what this meant. But here, in such a crowded place, this was no time or place for discussing matters of such gravity. Let's go. We'll talk more back in the Hokage's office, Mito said gravely. She took Naruko by the hand and, without waiting, started toward the Hokage's building. Hey, Mito sis, what are you doing? I don't want to go to the office. It's so boring there. I want to stay here with everyone. Naruko tried to resist. She'd always found that office dull and lifeless. The adults spoke about things she couldn't understand anyway. Why does she have to go with them? I'm worried the 9 tails inside you might act up again. It'll be safer if you stay with me. Besides, I have some things I need to ask you, Mito replied, gripping her hand even more tightly. Okay, Naruko grumbled, defeated. With a pout, she trudged along behind. As they watched Naruko being led away, everyone else exchanged quick farewells and gradually dispersed. Hokage's office. Mito Uzumaki's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Naruko, so much so that Naruko felt a tingling shiver run through her. She kept averting her gaze, uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Naruto, do you remember the special state you accidentally entered before? Mito finally looked away and asked with a deep breath. State? What state? Naruko blinked, utterly confused. She couldn't recall entering any strange state before. Seeing Naruko's blank expression, Mito could only sigh to herself. As she'd thought, Naruko had no idea. Last time, Naruko must have absorbed some of the 9 tails chakra by accident to trigger that transformation. But still, why had it turned out like that? No matter how she turned it over in her mind, she simply couldn't understand. Even with a perfect Jinchuriki, the chakra shouldn't mutate like that. Besides, its color and form were completely different. The image of golden, radiant Naruko still lingered vividly in Mito's mind, filling her with unease. Once more the sky shifted. Suddenly, there appeared an enormous divine tree, cut cleanly in half, and in front of it stood a youth strikingly similar to Naruto. He was dressed just like him, Naruto's signature outfit. But to say similar wasn't quite right. This youth had a spiky pineapple-shaped hairstyle, and on either cheek, 2 whisker-like marks. On his forehead sat the leaf headband, scarred with a deep slash across it. He wasn't alone. Several figures stood nearby. Among them was an older man with cropped hair, wearing vivid orange-yellow clothes. Who is that? Why does he look so much like Naruto? And what's with that outfit? Wait, could he be the 4th Hokage's illegitimate son? Does Naruto have secret siblings now? No, that's Naruto. Hang on. Did he just turn middle-aged in the blink of an eye? Dude, what just happened? What if that boy's actually Naruto's kid? The kid? With who? Sasuke or Gaara? Inside the Hokage's office. That's me. Staring at the figure of the young man, Naruto furrowed her brow, disbelief etched on her face. And as for that unfamiliar boy, who could that possibly be? Why did this give her such a strange feeling? It seems this is yet another kind of future, Kakashi said in a low voice. But I never expected that you would change so much in the days to come. Kakashi went on with a laugh. At his words, Naruto replied with a scoff. There's no way I'd ever get that kind of haircut. It looks absolutely terrible. Really, there was no way she'd ever keep her hair that short. It looked awful. I actually think it would suit you. After all, by then, you won't look like a kid anymore. You'll be more mature and composed, Jiraiya chimed in. Oomph. Naruto grumbled discontentedly. It really did look hideous, and she was certain she'd never style her hair like that in the future. She much preferred how it was now. In the scene before them, Uzumaki Boruto was shaping a spiraling Rasengan in his palm, about the size of a thumb. Naruto, witnessing this, placed his palm beneath Boruto's hand. Gently, a wave of warm chakra flowed from him into the Rasengan. As the Rasengan grew larger, the uncertainty faded from Boruto's gaze, replaced by hope. In that instant, Boruto's eyes reflected something new, a glimmer, and countless figures he had never truly seen before. There stood the silhouette of Jiraiya, appearing next to Naruto, signifying the spirit of inheritance. Then came Kushina Uzumaki, passing her presence to Naruto's side. This was a mother's love. Next, there was Niji Hyuga's figure, standing just behind Naruto. Then Minato Namikaze appeared by Naruto's side. This represented a father's love. Sasuke's shadow joined them, side by side with Naruto, signifying that irreplaceable bond, unbreakable by time. After Sasuke, Hinata's form emerged, close to Naruto, and she offered a gentle, warm surge of chakra, a symbol of love. At last, a massive, vibrant blue Rasengan burst forth in Boruto's hand. Boruto gazed at Naruto, and in that moment, it felt as if countless blurry figures stood behind Naruto, every character from the entire tale of the shinobi world. It marked the close of one era, and at the same time, the birth of a new one. The shinobi world stared, transfixed by the scene, and finally, they understood completely how much effort, how much heart must have gone into this Rasengan for it to be endowed with such strength. Those figures, they were not just people, but stories alive within this moment. So many spirits. This is what inheritance looks like. The legacy of countless predecessors, passed down. The legacy of the Rasengan. Who was that girl? Who was the girl who appeared at the very end? I'm curious. Why did she show up there of all places? And right behind Sasuke? Are you kidding me? Isn't it obvious? Who else could she be except Naruto's wife? That's the only reason she would appear at the very end, right? Just as Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan, she overheard these words. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Shyly, she thought to herself. She was Naruto-kun's wife, Naruto-kun's wife. She had dreamed of this. No, wait, this was real. She had become Naruto-kun's wife. Pure joy flooded her. The very next moment, Hinata couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and fainted right there on the spot. Big sister. Hanabi looked at her with an exasperated sigh. Hinata was so overcome with emotion. What was she supposed to do with her? Inside the Hokage's office. My child. Naruto was stunned when she heard those words. She was still just a child herself. How could she suddenly have such a big son out of nowhere? Even as she stood up, Naruto still couldn't fully process what was happening. Apparently, in the future, she married Hinata and even had a child. A child. That was just 2. The more she thought about it, the stranger she felt. Only Sasuke sat there in silence, his mind a mystery. For some reason, the dead last had gotten married, and he, unexpectedly, felt somewhat unhappy about it. Goosebumps crept up Sasuke's arms. That little girl, huh? Mito had noticed her long ago. It seemed that girl had tried to approach Naruto before, but her shyness had always stopped her. So, you found someone you love. Mito smiled with gentle satisfaction. Naruto grew more and more confused. She didn't even have a concept of marriage yet. To her, Hinata was simply a strange, fragile girl she didn't pay much attention to. "She's my wife," Naruko muttered under her breath. Hinata was a peculiar girl. Every time Hinata saw her, she would quickly avert her gaze. Naruto always thought she simply didn't want to get close to him, maybe even disliked him. After all, those childhood memories had faded. Naruko would never have guessed that the girl she once met under a street lamp on a snowy night would forever remember that boy. Naruko was completely at a loss. Meanwhile, the rest of the Rookie 12 exploded with chatter. "That's Hinata, right? I can't believe Naruto actually married Hinata." Sakura murmured, though to be fair, she'd always suspected Hinata had feelings for Naruto. Once again, heartbroken, Ino burst into tears. The cool, composed Naruto from the future had really broken her heart. But who would have thought, so soon after, he'd turn around and get married? And not to her. As someone who cared so much about looks, Ino just couldn't accept it. "Is that my silhouette?" Niji looked at the image of himself that appeared, feeling a wave of confusion and oddness. What was going on? It made sense for Hinata to appear, but why was he there as well? Ding! Who killed Jiraiya? Question. One of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf, the valiant Jiraiya. Who took his life? Silence. The entire shinobi world fell quiet. The moment this question arose, even Jiraiya himself was momentarily stunned. Had he died? As a ninja, he'd always been prepared for the possibility, whether falling in battle or perishing on a mission. Yet hearing news of his own death, he couldn't help but show signs of anxiety and contemplation. One of the Sannin, Jiraiya died? You gotta be kidding. That man, that legendary ninja, is actually dead? This can't be right, can it? That's Jiraiya-sama, in the Hokage's office. You gotta be kidding me. Naruko cried out, her voice filled with agitation. She glared at the sky screen, shouting, "There's no way the pervy sage would die." Naruko's outburst snapped everyone out of their shock. They turned to Jiraiya with worried faces, but he himself showed little emotion. After all, a ninja must always remain calm, no matter what. "Don't worry, that's something that's yet to come. I'm still alive and well right now." Jiraiya ruffled Naruko's hair with a reassuring smile. "But, it's all right. Now that we know the future, we can work to change it starting now. That's what we ninjas do." Jiraiya's voice was gentle. He showed no fear or dread at the prospect of death, for hadn't he prepared himself from the moment he became a ninja? Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a soft sigh, his gaze turning distant, far beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf, inside a bustling gambling den. "Jiraiya died? Are you kidding me?" Tsunade slammed her fist into the gambling table, sending cards and chips flying. Her immense strength shook nearly the entire establishment. Fury was written all over Tsunade's face as she glared at the sky screen. "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama." Shizen stood worriedly at her side, her voice small and hesitant. "Umph." Tsunade snorted coldly, striding toward the exit with determined steps. No one in the casino dared stand in her way. Everyone around parted instantly, clearing a path for her out of fear. All across the ninja world, chaos erupted. Even the Kage from the 5 great villages were shaken to their core. None dared to say with certainty that they could defeat Jiraiya. Who in this world could truly possess such power? As the leaders of their respective villages, the Kage all knew just how terrifyingly strong a Kage-level ninja could be. The death of even one such figure could set the entire ninja world ablaze. Deep within the Hidden Leaf village, Orochimaru, now standing in for Raza, showed a complicated expression at this moment. "Jiraiya, is he truly dead?" he muttered to himself, emotions swirling in his eyes. This was a friend of days long past, now left to such a fate. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter of the Kazekage's lodgings, the Konoha ANBU members remained hidden in the shadows. The sudden news of the 3rd Hokage's death, revealed earlier across the sky, had already sparked their suspicions. Could it be that Orochimaru was lurking somewhere within the leaf? Given that the Land of Wind was an ally close to the Land of Fire, it was only natural that their people would enter Fire Country during the Chunin exams. Thus, Konoha's higher-ups, including the Hokage, speculated. Perhaps Orochimaru was hidden somewhere within the Kazekage's accommodations. As countless discussions swirled throughout the shinobi world, the vision in the sky abruptly shifted. The previous questions vanished, and a new scene unfolded before everyone on the great screen above. Well, so this time we're not starting off with a question. Even if there was one, would you know the answer? Who could predict the future, anyway? If you're not in jail, why are you even shouting here? Hey, has your village down south been a bit too rowdy lately? Screaming your heads off every time something shows up in the sky, what's up with that? Are you all dogs, barking at every cloud you see? Jiraiya-sama is dead? How could such a great man fall? That's why being a ninja is so dangerous. When will there ever be peace in this world? A time without war and threats. Beneath the setting sun, a peaceful street stretched quietly ahead. Two figures sat side by side on a bench along the roadside. One of them was strikingly beautiful, her long golden hair flowing smoothly, cheeks tinted a rosy red, as if from a bit of wine, entirely enchanting. The other, unmistakably, was Jiraiya. The Akatsuki, they're a group powerful enough to command some truly formidable individuals. No one really knows just how strong they are, he said. And you, it seems, are always running headlong into danger, as though you're offering yourself up, Tsunade remarked. Jiraiya, unmoved, rose slowly to his feet. Well, I suppose it's time to go, he replied. Promise me you'll come back alive, Tsunade said, her words edged with sorrow. Surprised, Jiraiya turned to look at her. Tsunade continued. If you die too, then? Would you cry for me? Well, that would make me happy. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya burst into a broad grin. But I doubt it would ever make you that sad anyway, ha. Idiot. As these scenes appeared on the heavenly screen, both Jiraiya and Tsunade stood frozen, an odd sense of awkwardness passing between them. The Akatsuki again? That organization, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, wore a grave expression. He'd already heard the name more times than he could count. What kind of group was Akatsuki, truly? Not only is he accompanied by the Nine Tails, but now, is that Lady Tsunade? Even one of the legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade, has appeared? Just what kind of organization is Akatsuki, really? I never expected even the Sannin would be wary of them. If I recall correctly, wasn't Itachi a member of this Akatsuki before? Hunting down the tailed beasts. What kind of scheme could they possibly have? What are they planning? The whole thing gives me chills. That masked man, Akatsuki, damn them. The more I think about it, the more terrified I feel. On the heavenly screen, then let's make a bet, the kind you like most. Bet on whether I'll die. After all, you always lose your wagers, Jiraiya said with a gentle laugh, as though trying to comfort her. Tsunade gazed at him as if lost in thought. But when I return alive, Jiraiya paused here, fixing Tsunade with a solemn look. For some reason, in the image, Tsunade's own eyes began to fill with a sense of anticipation. Ha, I'm only joking, just kidding. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Thank you. I mean it. And yet, Tsunade couldn't hide a flicker of disappointment, her eyes still lingering upon him. A man gets stronger after being dumped, you know? If you can't laugh it off, you'll never be a true man. So a man must always be strong. Is that it? Tsunade asked. Pretty much. Besides, happiness isn't really what a man should chase, right? Trying to act cool again. Honestly, if a man doesn't have a woman, he isn't even qualified to get dumped in the first place. Hearing this, Jiraiya outside the celestial vision simply shrugged, an expression of helplessness filling his face. The pervy sage, is that the one you mentioned before? Naruto asked, brimming with curiosity. Wasn't he supposed to be in his 50s or 60s already? Looking at this now, he sure doesn't look like it. On the heavenly screen, if anything happens, you must let me know. I'll come right away, Tsunade said in a steady voice, watching Jiraiya's broad back. Don't worry yourself. You, above all, need to stay in the village. The whole place is running thanks to you right now. There's always another Hokage candidate waiting in the wings. If we keep changing Hokage, the village will never find peace. There's no one more suited to be Hokage than you, Jiraiya replied. Isn't Kakashi still around? And besides, Naruto will get a chance someday too. Tsunade smiled faintly as she spoke. At these words, Naruto's excitement exploded. Surely they meant him. He was certain of it. Me? Me? Didn't I say I'd be Hokage one day? Naruto cheered, leaping up in delight, waving his hands in happy triumph. Meanwhile, Mito watched with a peculiar look. Had Tsunade really become Hokage? In an instant, she recalled the scene of Tsunade and Hashirama Senju going to the casino together, losing so badly that they nearly had nothing left, not even their underwear. For no apparent reason, a sense of unease crept over her. Entrusting the future of the Leaf Village to Tsunade, if she were honest with herself, made her a little uneasy. After all, gambling was hardly something to be proud of. Tsunade-sama is overestimating me, Kakashi said with a wry smile. He knew himself well. He didn't have such extraordinary endurance. After all, becoming Hokage was no small feat. Whenever he thought about being Hokage, Obito's dream came to mind. Hokage, Obito, Rin. In the images, Tsunade and Jiraiya began reminiscing about Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. All right, it's time for me to go. Jiraiya shouldered his scroll, while Tsunade stared after him, tears glimmering in her eyes. By the way, I have one last word of advice for you. Be cautious of the members of Root. Jiraiya's tone was grave. Understand, Tsunade replied. That's good. Take care. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Jiraiya waved farewell to Tsunade. As the last rays of sunlight touched her face, Tsunade's tears finally spilled down her cheeks. Beyond the bounds of Konoha. Tsunade-sama, where are you going? Shizune, catching sight of Tsunade's hurried pace, seemed to guess what was on her mind and followed closely behind. Back to the leaf, Tsunade murmured, her steps unwavering. Was this about Jiraiya-sama? Shizune's heart felt heavy. Who could have foreseen that even one of the revered Sannin would meet such a tragic end? Shizune's thoughts turned from sadness to worry for Tsunade herself. Don't go, Jiraiya-sama. If you go, you'll never return. I don't know why, but the Jiraiya we see in those visions, it feels like he's walking a road of no return. Will he really? Is there any turning back on this path? Who could say? In the Hokage's office. Herbie Sage, you mustn't die. Naruko cried out aloud, clutching Jiraiya's arm and shaking him. Relax, that's something from the future. It hasn't happened yet. Why are you so anxious? Jiraiya responded helplessly. So, that Akatsuki, who exactly are they? Mito asked in a steady, serious voice, her expression grave. Attempting to capture all nine-tailed beasts, such audacity. In her day, only 2 people had ever done such a thing. Her husband, Hashirama Senju, and the other was the Uchiha clan's own demon of the battlefield, Madara Uchiha. Itachi let out a faint sigh, the gravity on his face unmistakable. He told them everything he knew, holding nothing back. When they learned that Akatsuki's leader possessed the legendary Rinnegan, the very eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the shock they felt was overwhelming. None were more stunned than Jiraiya, who stood there as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Rinnegan? He certainly knew what it was, and he also knew there was someone with the Rinnegan, but that person should have already died, shouldn't he? In the present shinobi world, there was only one person he could think of, Nagato, the orphan he once took in years ago. A heavy weight pressed on his heart, heavier than anyone else's, for if his suspicions proved true, then perhaps this, too, was just a hypothesis. Amage Cure, Nagato, the Akatsuki. These reports, are you sure they're credible? Mito asked gravely, still struggling to believe it. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Did such a legendary being truly exist? To the best of my knowledge, the information is accurate, Itachi nodded. And what about the masked man? Kakashi inquired. At the mention of that figure, even Itachi felt a deep wariness. Who exactly was this person? He didn't know his identity, nor his origins. A presence shrouded in mystery. A man behind a mask, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one who once manipulated the Nine Tails to attack the Hidden Leaf. Above the world, on the panorama screen, there stands Amage Cure, built within the Land of Rain, a place shrouded year-round by endless rainfall. To call it a rainy season seems an understatement. For this land, it is a perpetual downpour. Out on the vast expanse of ocean, a lone frog crawls from the shore's edge, its gaze fixed intently on the distant, rain-soaked village. Then the frog's mouth opens, and from within, Jiraiya's figure emerges, climbing out. I've managed to sneak in. Hard to believe was this easy, but is it really? Jiraiya stood in the shadow of the menacing Amage Cure skyline, muttering to himself with solemn caution. Drifting through the hidden village only a short while, Jiraiya swiftly captured 2 members of the Akatsuki alive, interrogating them for information. When the shinobi world heard that Hanzo the Salamander had died at the hands of this new leader, they were stunned. Hanzo the Salamander, the man known as a demigod? Was he truly killed by the head of Akatsuki? Our leader, he is a god. A god? Such arrogance. Who is this Akatsuki leader to claim divinity so boldly? A god, they say? When ego? Does he think himself to be the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? Who is this Akatsuki leader who so shamelessly calls himself a god? Who does he think he is? Are you serious? I've seen a lot of posturing, but nothing this outrageous. Not even from the second Hokage's brother. A god, really? The comment section instantly erupted into chaos. A torrent of noisy discussions flooded the entire screen as people from around the world joined the debate. Someone actually dared call themselves a god? Amage Cure, inside the Akatsuki. Nagato. Conan glanced at Nagato with worry in her eyes, afraid that the flood of on-screen taunts and doubts would disturb his focus. But, on second thought, perhaps such worries were unnecessary. Though Nagato was now gaunt, nothing more than skin and bones, his Rinnegan eyes still radiated the most dangerous aura across the entire area. How could mere mortals possibly comprehend the will of a god? Nagato spoke in a deep, weighty voice. Gazing at the comment-filled screen, Nagato's face remained devoid of emotion, yet his resolve only grew stronger within. He was determined to carry out this dark and merciless reform of the shinobi world. He would use his ways, his strength, to bring peace to the whole ninja world. Even though the path forward would see everyone rising in opposition, he would never regret his choices. To feel pain, to understand suffering. Only through this could true healing occur. With the power of the nine-tailed beasts, he would forge peace upon the world. Those who have never felt agony, who have never endured true pain, can never understand what real peace is. Even if the person standing in my way is the mentor I once revered. Nagato's voice was cold and resolute. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. The teachings, the kindness once received, but since Yahiko's death, everything had changed completely. Conan, watching Nagato in silence, let out a quiet sigh. On the screen above, there appeared an underground passage beneath the hidden rain village. The tunnel was eerily silent, the sea water below flowing in from the ocean. A lone toad swam quietly through the shadows of the tunnel. At last, the toad's mouth opened slowly, revealing the ninja previously captured alive by Jiraiya. Yet it was not that captive after all, but Jiraiya himself, expertly disguised with transformation jutsu. Let's hope I can slip through unnoticed, Jiraiya murmured under his breath. In one shadowy corner, faint light revealed a tall, graceful figure lurking in the gloom. She wore a robe as black as night, and had flowing blue hair, accentuated by pale, purple eyeshadow. Her orange-yellow eyes stayed fixed on him. It was unmistakably Conan. Beyond the screen. Watching this unfold, Jiraiya's expression was a mix of shock and dread, yet deep down, a sense of inevitability. Now he understood everything, including the Akatsuki, even its enigmatic leader, the orphans he once took in, the children he once believed destined for greatness. Conan. Jiraiya muttered her name, eyes filled with guilt and remorse. At this moment, pieces of the puzzle finally came together for him. He once thought all three of them had perished. In those days, Jiraiya grieved for a very long time. You know her? Mito narrowed her eyes slightly, fixing him with a penetrating gaze that demanded answers. Yes, Jiraiya replied. The woman in the vision. She was once an orphan I took in on the border of the Land of Rain. She was also my student. His words left everyone present stunned. Who could have imagined that a member of the Akatsuki would turn out to be Jiraiya's own disciple? Then doesn't that mean the one who killed Jiraiya was actually his own student? Could you explain more clearly? She could see the shift in his mood at this moment. Indeed, even she found such a thing hard to believe. A member of the Akatsuki turns out to be one of the fabled 3 Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya's student. Anyone would find this absurd. It was after the Second Great Ninja War. Back then, I took in 3 orphans at the border of the Land of Rain and taught them ninjutsu for self-defense. Jiraiya concisely recounted those events to everyone present. But among the 3, there was one who possessed the legendary eyes, Rinnegan. The kind said to be awakened only by the sage of 6 paths himself. Rinnegan. Everyone was visibly shocked. The Rinnegan. Wasn't it said that the leader of Akatsuki also has such eyes? Hearing all this, it suddenly doesn't seem all that rare. Naruto, ever curious, couldn't help but chime in. You idiot. Even now, you haven't figured it out? Their leader and Jiraiya's student might be the exact same person. Sasuke was utterly exasperated by Naruto's scatterbrain logic. How do you manage to be sharp at times, and naive enough to be endearing at others? So, these two might actually be the same person? Mito asked. There's a definite possibility, though there's also the chance we're mistaken, Jiraiya replied. At this, Kakashi smiled wryly. Jiraiya-sama, without meaning to, you've inadvertently created a terrifying enemy for Konoha. Jiraiya could only return the bitter smile. Who could have foreseen that the orphans he once sheltered would one day rise to lead the Akatsuki? And what happened to you all these years? Nagato, back then, you were nothing like this. Fire style, flame bullet. Blazing flames surged from Jiraiya's mouth, incinerating the paper sheets launched by Conan to nothing but ash. Is that the toad flat shadow manipulation technique? Conan, revealing her true form, watched the scene in silence. In the scene, Jiraiya too revealed himself, saying, Originally, I meant to lure out that pain guy, but I ended up drawing you out instead. Your techniques have become so refined, and you yourself so beautiful, Conan. The ninja world was in upheaval once again. Wow, so Jiraiya actually knows this beautiful lady? She's so stunning, and yet she's part of Akatsuki as well. She really looks like an angel. Far off, Tsunade, who was hurrying back to Konoha, furrowed her brow when she saw this moment on the screen, lost in thought. The very next second, she abruptly looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, Is that the child from back then? They're still alive. How could Tsunade have ever imagined that the Akatsuki's members would turn out to be those very children? That Jiraiya. Tsunade snapped in anger. Back then, she had already said it. Those children should have been eliminated to prevent future trouble. Heavenly screen footage. Pain. Who is he really? On the screen, Jiraiya stared directly at Conan, who hovered in the air. Conan's body began to stir gently, her form dissolving into fluttering sheets of paper. Soon, a pair of wings took shape, pieced together from countless paper slips. Sensei, this doesn't concern you. Do you really see yourself as an angel now? Jiraiya frowned. This is the will of God. I'm going to kill you. With those words, Conan spread her wings wide, and a storm of razor-sharp paper hurtled mercilessly toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya deftly dodged each attack, then inhaled deeply and spewed forth a torrent of hot liquid. Toad oil bullet. In a flash, Conan's entire form was splattered and slicked with toad oil, making her slippery and unable to escape. Just as she tried to flee, Jiraiya's thick mane wrapped around her, binding her fast. You, who have always loved origami, among them, you're still the gentlest one, Jiraiya said, disappointment lingering in his voice. Conan remained wordless, as if unable to face her former teacher. Her sensei? Jiraiya was actually her mentor? What's going on? How could he have any connection to members of the Akatsuki? Just were the Akatsuki, really? All this time, could Jiraiya's death be tied to his own students? First it was Orochimaru, and now, Jiraiya. As the shinobi world watched the visions unfold above, even the most jaded were shaken. The idea that Jiraiya's protege could be an Akatsuki member was astonishing. And if one of them killed Jiraiya, was it really an Akatsuki member? Akatsuki base. What? Our boss is actually the pupil of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? Deidara exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Unbelievable. That man, who always proclaimed himself a god, had once apprenticed under Jiraiya of the Hidden Leaf? How absurd could things get? You're too noisy, brat, Sasori interjected. Yeah, sorry, Zazuli Zenpai. Hokage's office. Jiraiya also gazed up at the vision with heavy eyes, clenching his fists unconsciously. What, he wondered, had truly happened to Nagato and the others over these years? Memories returned. 3 children found him in the pouring rain begging for a scrap of food, and because of the guilt the war had left in his heart, Jiraiya took them in as students. But now, Nagato, what is it you're really thinking? Jiraiya murmured under his breath. Mito glanced sidelong at Jiraiya, her tone even as she said, now that we've learned part of Akatsuki's secrets, we must prepare as quickly as possible. And besides, she turned her gaze to Naruto and Sasuke, her voice growing stern. Both of you must master that power at once. Right now, it's something Konoha cannot do without. Especially you, Naruto, Mito said. Hearing this, both nodded, while Itachi stepped forward and said, let me handle Sasuke's Mangekyo. After all, I possess those eyes as well. As he spoke, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A crimson glow flashed and shimmered within the office. Looking at him, Mito nodded in agreement. If the intelligence on the Akatsuki was accurate, then the power of the Uchiha and the strength of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki were both indispensable assets in their forces. Across the sky, the scene unfolded. I thought you were all dead, Jiraiya said solemnly. You do not know what we've been through, sensei. In the vision, Conan replied calmly. At those words, Jiraiya's face remained expressionless. You're right, I don't know. But everything Akatsuki has done is still wrong. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure appeared beside Conan. Striking orange hair, face studded with pitch-black iron piercings, and, most striking of all, the Rinnegan, those mysterious, haunting eyes brimming with power. We reached our conclusions after careful thought, Jiraiya-sensei. The 5 great nations. Rinnegan, the 5 Kage jolted in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Rinnegan? The eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths? Could it be that such a power truly existed in this world? Who exactly was this person? Impossible. How can this be? The eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Rinnegan actually exists. Inoki muttered, his face grim. Those eyes were unsettling beyond words. Damn it, what's going on? Eight-Tail says those eyes make him really uneasy. Killer Bee spoke with gravity. When the world is happening, Jiraiya's student possesses such eyes? Just who is he? The 4th Raikage's voice was deep and tense as he slammed his fist down, shattering the desk once again. The ninja world. Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? What's that? Is it greater than the Sharingan? You may not know this, but the Rinnegan stands above any ocular technique. Those are the legendary eyes said to exist only in the Sage of 6 Paths. Compared to the Rinnegan, even the Sharingan and Byakugan are insignificant by legend. How could someone possess such eyes? I thought the Sage of 6 Paths was just a myth. How could such eyes appear now? The vision continued. In the scene, Jiraiya stared at the figure hovering in midair, his voice somber. Though you've changed so much, I see it now. Your pain. Nagato, what happened to you? Why have you become like this? That has nothing to do with you. You are merely an outsider, sensei. Pain replied coldly. In the next moment, Pain's hands moved swiftly, forming seals. With a sudden bang, he shouted, summoning jutsu. A huge cloud of white smoke billowed out of thin air, and from within emerged a massive crab, its form summoned to the battlefield. The creature spat a torrent of white liquid straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodged quickly, but his heart grew heavy with concern. These are all bubbles. As expected of my student, he knows my weaknesses, and all the oil has been washed away, he muttered to himself. The enormous summoned crab lunged at Jiraiya, but Jiraiya remained calm. He made a set of hand signs, and his hair grew thick and long, bristling with energy. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. A dense curtain of white smoke unfurled. The gigantic crab was taken down in one swift move by Jiraiya's hair, and in the next instant, those strands wrapped tightly around Pain, binding him completely. Nagato, I have some questions for you. Where's Yahiko? Jiraiya demanded, his voice low. Yes, there was such a person, but he's already dead, Pain replied dispassionately, a statement that deepened Jiraiya's unease. Because of the war, countless people here have died. It's their suffering that made me who I am. What exactly happened? Jiraiya pressed. Even an ignorant, naive child, once they've tasted that kind of pain, will grow up. Their beliefs, everything about them, will grow up along with them. Pain spoke quietly, his tones certain. Sensei, you're still just a man. But I'm a god now. Yes, I have transcended humanity. I have become a god. A god? What grand talk? Just look at him. Does this look like a god to you? So his eyes are a bit unusual, and he's got a few rods sticking out his face. Honestly, this Nagato fellow, isn't he a bit too arrogant? Pain, proclaiming himself to be a god. All this about Pain, making him stronger. He's just someone running from reality. I think I finally get it, even just a little. He must have gone through unbearable things in the war to end up like this. Sensei, you're just a man. Words meant for gods, a mortal like you simply cannot understand, Pain said coldly. Have your ideas become this extreme? Jiraiya replied with a weary smile. I'm now a god. I can see things that humans cannot perceive. Where men are powerless, a god can make things happen. In short, this is evolution beyond humanity. What is it you're really after? Asked Jiraiya. Pain answered, I intend to put an end to this world of endless conflict. That is what a god must do. Jiraiya frowned. If that's truly your goal, then why are you collecting the tailed beasts? We want to use the tailed beasts to create a new forbidden technique. Once this technique is completed, it will have the power to destroy an entire nation in an instant. It will become the greatest and most powerful weapon among forbidden jutsu. The ninja world, a power formed by the 9-tailed beasts? What could possibly require all 9 of them? To obliterate a great nation in the blink of an eye? Are they serious? Does something like that really exist? As an unknown cog in a mighty nation, I can't help but shiver with fear right now. What do I do? What do I do? I need answers immediately. Pain, that guy, could he really be that strong? Every corner of the ninja world echoed with the shock of Pain's words, destroying an entire country in a moment, and even needing the combined might of all 9-tailed beasts. Inside Naruto's inner seal, all 9-tailed beasts, the Rinnegan. That boy, could he possibly? The 9 tails, lying atop the surface of the water, suddenly jerked its head up, terror welling in its eyes. What the Rinnegan could summon. The demonic statue of the outer path, it muttered, the thought weighing heavier with every moment. If the demonic statue were to appear, then, as the 9 tails, it was certain to suffer. Its 9 tails swept anxiously behind it, its gaze filled with grim concern. The demonic statue of the outer path, the Rinnegan. That brat actually dares to set his sights on us tailed beasts. That kid. Hokage's office. The power to destroy a whole nation. Kakashi's expression grew grave. Could such a force really exist? Even Hashirama, in his day, never possessed something that could instantly wipe out a country, Mito said with a weighty tone. As confident as she was in Hashirama's strength, she knew the truth. He never had power so absolute, but still he was strong. This Akatsuki organization, they murmured thoughtfully, the heavenly canvas. To try and create something like that. How do you plan to put an end to all this conflict? Something like that will only make the strife worse. This is wrong. In the vision, Jiraiya's voice thundered in protest. The nations keep fighting, one after another. How can this ever end, Lord Jiraiya? Pain countered with his own question. I was asking you. Out with it now. For countries caught in endless war, all it takes is to give them a weapon of forbidden power. Once they have that weapon, people will use it. In the blink of an eye, billions of lives could be lost. Fear would grip every heart. People, countries, even the world itself, would know nothing but pain because of it. It's this fear that will end wars, guiding the world towards peace. In fact, right now, this world is growing more peaceful. Pain makes the world mature, just as it did for me in the past. But at these words, Jiraiya only roared back in outrage. Is this what you call your mission? To make the world grow through pain and suffering? You've truly changed, Nagato. Upon hearing these words, people throughout the ninja world were stricken with terror. That man actually planned to sacrifice countless millions of lives for the sake of his so-called growth? This man, he's nothing short of a lunatic. A terrifying, dangerous madman. That ultimate weapon, that overwhelming power, would inflict a devastating wound upon the world. He sought to bring an end to war through such an extreme and dire method. This guy's insane. He's a raving lunatic, through and through. And so are his beliefs. Hokage's office. How did he become so radical? What on earth happened back then? Jiraiya muttered quietly, his voice filled with grave concern. Millions of lives. That man called Nagato. The group stared at the images of pain in the sky, their faces tense with worry. He's a madman, plain and simple. This so-called peace is just an illusion. It isn't real peace at all. Naruto snapped fiercely. If peace is achieved in this way, then it's fundamentally wrong. Sooner or later, once the fear has faded, someone is bound to challenge his ideals and tear down that so-called system, that false dominion he tries to establish. Does true peace even exist? Kakashi whispered. If peace exists, why is there endless strife everywhere? But if it is not, why does everyone yearn for it so deeply? At Kakashi's question, everyone fell silent. Even energetic, ever-active Naruto found himself lost in thought, grappling with such profound doubts. So long as there is conflict, so long as there are people, perhaps peace will always remain out of reach, Mito sighed softly. She herself was from a nation that fell to ruin. She knew well the horrors of war. Though Nagato's approach appears extreme, he's not entirely without reason. If he truly commands such power, the 5 great nations would be forced to stand down. Overwhelming force could suppress all conflict. Perhaps that, too, is a kind of peace, Jiraiya said, lost in contemplation. And yet, is that truly peace? The moment that threat weakens, the moment someone stands up or seizes an opening, war would inevitably erupt again. It's a contradiction, a cycle with no end. People are born to resist. The more they are oppressed, the fiercer their resistance when it finally breaks free. Nagato's words seem final, but he overlooks the most critical fact. He, too, will die. This is not peace at all, Naruto protested angrily. Inside the scene. So, this is your summoning beast? In the image, Jiraiya gazed intently at the massive creature at Pain's feet. His hands swiftly formed signs, as a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed and spread. Ha ha, to think a little brat would see me as just another kid. Funny thing is, I haven't been human for a long time. Tears of blood born from rage, the original 3 legendary ninja, now transformed into a sage, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Hermit, is Yua. Jiraiya, who had just struck a serious pose, suddenly slipped, losing his balance and tumbling backward onto the massive summoning beast beneath him. Beneath his feet was an enormous toad, known as Gamaken of Mount Myaboku. You really haven't changed a bit, have you, Jiraiya-sensei? Pain couldn't help but taunt him. Since the opponent is him, there's no point holding back. I'll use my full strength from the start. With that, Jiraiya bit his thumb, then smeared the freshly drawn blood beneath his eyes, and finally pressed his hands together in a focus seal. Sage mode, activate. Wait, are you about to? Gamaken asked. That's right. I need to summon the 2 sages. Buy me some time, would you? Jiraiya replied in a graviton. Don't worry, I may be clumsy, but I'll do my best. Sage mode. Mito gasped softly, glancing incredulously at Jiraiya, standing at her side. Her gaze seemed to say, you can use that technique? Heh. Truth is, I'm not exactly a master of sage mode myself, Jiraiya admitted sheepishly. He wasn't lying. After all, his own sage mode was far from perfect. That's why, under ordinary circumstances, he almost never revealed this final trump card. So few even knew about it. Sage mode? Could it be the sage mode of Mount Myaboku? Lord Jiraiya is going to use sage mode? That's incredible. What exactly is sage mode? No idea. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Is it really that powerful? You guys don't know about sage mode? If you know, then tell us. I don't actually know either. But it's got sage in the name, right? Maybe Lord Jiraiya is about to turn into a real sage. The sages of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya's sage mode training came from there. This must be what he's about to use. Ninjas across the land murmured with excitement. eager to see just how powerful Sage Mode truly was. In the next moment, the scene showed that giant, lizard-like summoning beast vanishing, taking Pain along with it. It disappeared? Where did he even find that summons? Jiraiya said gravely. If he's gone, we'll have to use the barrier technique then. This battle's going to be tough, Gamaken said, his voice equally heavy. Thud! Jiraiya brought his wooden sandals sharply together, and in an instant, a barrier formed, enclosing the two of them. A thunderous roar echoed from within. A three-headed dog appeared out of thin air in midair, launching a fierce attack on Jiraiya below. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds echoed continuously, shaking the air. The fight broke out from the underground tunnel to the upper levels, with multiple buildings reduced to rubble amidst the chaos. Immediately after, several bizarre and monstrous summoned beasts were called forth by Pain, all charging at Jiraiya in an aggressive assault. Why does he keep relying on summoned beasts? Riding on Gamaken's back, Jiraiya frowned as he scanned the swarm of beasts spreading across the area. Yet compared to these creatures, it was Nagato's abilities that weighed on his mind far more heavily. Gamaken, you should head back. Leave the rest to me. Jiraiya's deep, steady voice rang out. With a sudden thud, the image of Gamaken vanished from the scene. At the same moment, one of the summoned beasts, a hulking bull-like creature, charged straight at Jiraiya. A deafening crash shook the cavern, blowing a massive hole through the cave wall. The beast vanished in an instant, replaced by the sound of footsteps steadily echoing, slow and deliberate, through the cavern's darkness. Hey kid, why do you only ever summon us when trouble finds you? My dear, I'm sure Jiraiya has his reasons for doing this. It's been a long time, boss. Lady, I apologize for the trouble. There's no time for that now. Our opponent wields the Rinnegan. This enemy isn't someone to take lightly. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Do they really exist? Yes. That's why I called you both here to lend me your strength. Let's get started. Within the cave, three distinct voices reverberated, and then, in the darkness, three pairs of fierce and gleaming eyes emerged into the dim light above. At that moment, with Jiraiya's aura flooding the scene, even Pain couldn't help but feel the pressure, a sense of gravity in the air, unmistakable and weighty. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya burst out of the cave, landing heavily on the ground. The force split the floor with cracks radiating outward. Upon his shoulders perched two elderly toads, one male and one female. And as he looked up, the irises in the older toad's eyes shifted from deep black to a vivid yellow, gleaming like a frog's in the twilight. Sage Mode, Jiraiya. Beyond the heavenly curtain, everyone watching could feel that overwhelming, suffocating power. The shinobi world was left in awe. So this is Sage Mode. Such an incredible aura. Was this the true extent of Jiraiya's power when he fought with all his might? Inside the Hokage's office. Whoa! Naruko watched the scene unfold, bursting with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sage Mode was as cool and powerful as she had imagined. If only she could master this technique, maybe she could really help everyone, too. Although it's Sage Mode, it still feels like it's not quite perfect. Mito stared up at the sky, analyzing thoughtfully. She had seen Hashirama activate Sage Mode before, but his version didn't draw power from Mount Myaboku, as Jiraiya's did. Still, Sage Modes always shared common traits. The Jiraiya in that scene, though he had entered Sage Mode, hadn't achieved perfection. The transformation on his face was obvious. His features were already beginning to resemble those of a toad, and that was the greatest flaw of his Sage Mode. Mito-sama, you're truly knowledgeable. My Sage Mode is indeed far from perfect. Compared to the first Hokage, I really amount to nothing, Jiraiya replied with a self-deprecating smile. He wasn't wrong. After all, who was Hashirama Senju? He was known as the god of shinobi in his time. Just that title alone far outstripped the prestige of the much-famed Sannin. You are too modest, Mito shot him a sidelong glance. Pervy Sage, I want to learn that Sage Mode. It looks seriously awesome. Naruko tugged eagerly at his arm, pleading with bright eyes. Well then, once you learn to control the chakra inside you, I'll teach you, Jiraiya said with a gentle laugh, tousling her hair. He was just as perceptive. He could sense the bottomless chakra swelling within her, a reserve so immense it astonished even him. Earlier, in the seal space, Naruko had accidentally absorbed some of the Nine-Tails chakra, and even released part of the chakra she used to suppress the beast. Everyone present could feel just how unfathomable her chakra had become. And more than that, as time went on, Naruko's chakra would only grow stronger still, until perhaps even surpassing theirs. This little one has truly extraordinary potential. If she could master this power, Konoha's overall strength would surely rise to a whole new level. Then it's a promise. When I master my chakra, You'll teach me Sage Mode. Naruko shouted excitedly, brimming with anticipation. Only after mastering Sage Mode could she really help. She wouldn't just have to stand by and watch helplessly. There was no way she'd let the pervy sage die. In the vision. Where is he? The one with a power like the Sage of Six Paths. I don't see anyone like that, croaked Elder Fukasaku. That's just your old eyes playing tricks on you, Granny, grumbled Shima. But Jiraiya shook his head, saying, no, he's hiding inside a summoned beast that can become invisible. Jiraiya boy, for you to summon us and risk so much for this battle, tell us. Why? What makes you so determined? Fukasaku asked. Because I was once his teacher. He used to be my student. At that, the two great sages were visibly shocked. How come I've never heard about this? Could he really be the child of prophecy? The child of prophecy? What does that even mean? The whole shinobi world was left mystified by the words of the two great toad sages, Shima and Fukasaku. Even just the mention of a prophecy made everyone pay serious attention. The child of prophecy? What exactly is that? Is Nagato the child of prophecy? But what does that mean? Some kind of prediction about the future. The leaders of the 5 great nations frowned deeply. The child of prophecy? What kind of thing is that? At the Sand Village lodgings, Orotoru gazed up at the sky with a mocking smile. The child of prophecy, he had never put any stock in such things. Trusting in some vague, intangible notion like that is pointless. Better to believe in myself, Orochimaru muttered. Hokage's office. The child of prophecy. What exactly does that mean? This was not the first time Naruko had heard those words. She could recall in the past her grandpa, the 3rd Hokage, discussing it with the pervy sage. Apparently, Jiraiya had always been searching for someone. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiraiya, but he remained silent, staring intently at the sky above. Seen on the sky screen. In the sky's vision, Jiraiya, too, stood silent, as if recalling the great toad sage's prophecy from years past. In my dream, I knew that you, such a notorious pervert, would someday become a splendid ninja, and that you would have a disciple capable of standing on their own. That ninja would one day bring about a great change to the entire shinobi world. That is what I saw in my dream. Jiraiya himself was puzzled by the great toad sage's words. A change. A transformation that would either bring a new era of peace to the world or plunge it into unparalleled destruction. The change lies between those two extremes. The vision returned to the battlefield. The child of prophecy. So which child is it supposed to be? Then why do you fight? Shima questioned in confusion. With gravity, Jiraiya answered because he didn't grow in the right direction. I even heard he died long ago. So, I stopped believing he was the child of prophecy. No matter what, if someone's gone astray, there's no choice but to end them, Fukasaku said flatly. In that case, let's begin. On the screen, Shima opened her mouth wide, and out came an extraordinary tongue. A long, vibrant tongue, bizarrely tipped with a toad-like face and mouth. The tongue shot forward, instantly locking onto its target and whipping through the air. It coiled tightly around the enormous summoned beast hiding amid the shadows. A tremendous crash shook the ground. Immediately, Fukasaku's eyes narrowed. He spat a high-pressure jet of water, slicing the summoned beast clean in half. Blood gushed out but then evaporated into nothing, leaving not a trace behind. The ninja world. Who was that giant toad? It seemed even Jiraiya had to show utmost respect in front of him. Could that be the Grand Sage of Mount Myaboku? Judging by his appearance, it must be. I always thought he was just a legend. A ninja who brought immense change to the shinobi world. Does the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, count? The yellow flash shone so brilliantly back in the day. But he's dead now. How can someone who's passed away be the child of prophecy? Or could it be that this pain is the one? Order and destruction? If that's the case, I might as well take a wild guess. The child of prophecy is me. Count me in for 500. Let's see how powerful you are. Hokage office. That was the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, the very one who gave me the prophecy. Jiraiya sighed, wondering if that prophecy from years ago truly existed at all. Were those ambiguous words simply the sage's confusion, or were they real? He still couldn't be sure, but he believed, deep down, that the so-called child of prophecy had to exist. All these years, have you managed to find this so-called child of prophecy? Mito asked. At her words, he gave a rueful smile. How could the child of prophecy be so easy to find? He'd wandered the ninja world for decades, witnessing its brutality. At first, he believed Nagato was the child of prophecy, but then he died. Later, he thought Minato Namikaze was the one, but he, too, passed away. Both of the individuals he'd once placed his deepest hopes in, whom he believed could be the prophesied child, were lost to him. This outcome was telling him, all along, that he'd been mistaken. He had even wondered in the dark of night, did the child of prophecy truly exist at all? If so, why was it so impossible to find? Years had passed in endless searching, going in circles. Seeing the expression on his face, the others couldn't help but guess the truth. And in that silence, whoa, those two toads were incredible. Such huge, summoning beasts, defeated in the blink of an eye. But why did they have to shrink down pervy sage like that? Naruko was bursting with excitement, though confusion flickered in her eyes. Hearing Naruko's voice, Sasuke was left speechless. Could she at least try to be serious for once? Everyone was caught in somber reflection. Why was she the only one unfazed? Dead last, could you at least have some sense of occasion? Sasuke chided, exasperated. But they really were amazing. One day, I'm going to be an awesome ninja too. Naruko burst out in a bright, determined laugh. Watching her radiant smile, no one knew why, but all at once, the heavy atmosphere lifted and their tension melted away. On the celestial screen, you will serve as the guide for the one who brings change. One day, you will be forced to make a momentous choice, and your decision will determine what kind of transformation will come to this ninja world. Then what should I do? How can I make the right choice? Jiraiya asked. In my dream, you will travel the world, still writing your books, and a human child shall come to Mount Myaboku. Those words from the great toad, sage, lingered vividly in his memory. Jiraiya stared solemnly at the pain standing before him. The so-called pain, he reminded himself, was just one among the 6 paths, the animal path. Great toad sage, is this the moment when I must make that great decision? Summoning jutsu. In an instant, the animal path slapped its hands together, and 2 figures appeared with a burst of summoning smoke. The hungry ghost path and the human path, both standing ominously alongside the animal path. What you're about to witness is senjutsu, not mere ninjutsu. Gaze upon the gleaming heavens. Here stands the gallant Jiraiya. Before he could finish his dramatic introduction, Jiraiya was promptly punched hard by both of his toad sage companions. You're far too loud. At that moment, the human path seized the opportunity and lunged forward in a flash. A heavy thud echoed as Jiraiya lashed out with a powerful kick, striking the enemy squarely in the face and smashing the rock wall behind them to pieces. Sage Art Gomen! Sage Art Gomen! In perfect unison, the 3 took a deep breath and unleashed a barrage. Streams of fire, wind, and oil exploded from their mouths, merging together to become a blistering sea of burning oil. It surged toward the 3 panes. Yet, as the scorching tide closed in, the hungry ghost path advanced, calmly absorbing all the blazing oil into nothingness. The oil's gone, but it should have hit them. The 3 combatants were taken aback by what they witnessed. Moments later, Jiraiya removed his wooden sandals and pressed himself against the cliff. Frog-like traits had already begun to spread across his hands and feet. Let's check things up close. Without hesitation, Jiraiya shot forward with breakneck speed. Wind howled as a massive, sapphire Rasengan took form in his hand. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. But then, the bizarre happened. The hungry ghost path simply extended both hands, absorbing the Ultra Big Ball Rasengan completely. Not only Jiraiya, but the entire shinobi world registered this shocking development with disbelief. It absorbed the ninjutsu? What kind of technique is that? Could this be the power of the Rinnegan? 3 pairs of Rinnegan was already phenomenal. But just what is this jutsu? Even if 5 great nations were astounded. In all the 1,000-year history of the shinobi world, neither technique nor bloodline had displayed anything like this. As expected from the legendary eyes of the sage of 6 paths, such unimaginable abilities were now reality. Ninjutsu can be absorbed. Does that mean that move is unstoppable? Not necessarily. Perhaps Jinjutsu might work. What a guy. Others have already awakened the Rinnegan, and that's said to be above all other eye techniques. Do you really think such a person would fear Jinjutsu? I don't know why, but now I'm starting to think he really can conjure that thing. The Rinnegan is just insanely powerful. Who in the world is this man? Even the Rinnegan is within his grasp. Could he really be the sage of 6 paths reborn? The ninja world instantly fell into chaos, fear spreading through the crowd, all gazes fixed on the figure looming in the sky, terror written plain on every face. Hokage office. He can even absorb ninjutsu. Kakashi was utterly shocked. To think that even ninjutsu could be absorbed, this Rinnegan really is something else. The office was steeped in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. We've managed to gather some intel, so let's start preparing immediately. This enemy is truly formidable, Mito said gravely. Everyone nodded in agreement. On screen. Likewise, upon realizing his ninjutsu was useless, Jiraiya also retreated at once. Against adversaries like these, even one of the legendary Sannin found the situation incredibly difficult. A heavy thud resounded, with Fukasaku throwing down a smoke bomb. Thick white smoke billowed out, swiftly shrouding the entire area and creating a dense zone of blindness. No sooner had the smoke risen than Jiraiya appeared behind the human path, striking with full force at the enemy's face, only to have his punch caught solidly. What is going on? He could block my sage attack without even seeing me. Jiraiya was taken aback, then quickly retreated once more. Another heavy impact. A toad leapt right in front of the animal path, drawing its attention for a split second, and then a figure flashed behind the animal path. Its thick mane instantly transformed into a hail of sharp white needles, shooting out in rapid succession. Sage art, hair needles sunbon. Yet all of it was blocked outright by a summoned panda. With this, Jiraiya finally understood the truth. The Rinnegan's wielder possessed the ability to share vision among bodies. This meant that even if just one of them saw Jiraiya's movements, the other two would instantly see it as well, as if all their eyes were linked. This kind of foe gave Jiraiya a real headache, so he wasted no time making another swift escape. Hokage office. Their field of vision can actually be shared, and only 3 of the 6 paths of pain have appeared so far. The other 3's abilities are complete mysteries. Jiraiya-sama, in this battle, the odds are overwhelmingly against you. Kakashi's analysis was grim. If just 3 pains made the sage Jiraiya this cautious, then if all 6 were to appear without knowledge of their powers, it was quite possible that he truly had little chance of survival. Pervy sage, if you can't win, you have to promise me you'll run away, Naruko whispered, gently tugging at his sleeve. She had already heard the unspoken meaning in Kakashi's words. If the pervy sage kept going like this, he might die. But she didn't want that. She couldn't bear the thought of losing someone she cared about. Hearing this, Jiraiya paused for a moment, and then gave a gentle, resigned smile. He thought of Minato Namikaze, and also of Kushina. In that fleeting instant, Jiraiya knew what he had to do. If that moment really came, he would choose the same path again. He would never run away. Don't worry. Until the day I see you become Hokage with my own eyes, I absolutely won't die, Jiraiya said, offering a reassuring smile. Upon hearing this, Naruko felt a little at ease, her determination to become stronger burning brighter than ever. She would surpass her old self, become so much stronger than before. She couldn't let those she cared about face danger alone. She wanted to protect them, even if her strength still fell short. But she swore to herself she would never let the ending shown in the sky come true. She would change herself and change everyone's fate. The theater of the sky unfolds. Jiraiya's figure darts relentlessly through the underground passageways, all the while conferring with the 2 Elder Toad sages. They have already deduced the abilities the Rinnegan can share, and know as well that neither taijutsu nor ninjutsu can harm pain. Now, only Genjutsu remains. A deep, resonant frog song begins. Fukasaku and Shima commence their strange duet. Though it's called a song, these are the guttural, haunting croaks of giant toads. Soon, the echoing chorus of frogs fills the shadowy corridors, reverberating in every corner. The 3 pains, hearing it, immediately race toward the source of the sound. Then, suddenly, they catch sight of Jiraiya's silhouette standing in the middle of the corridor. The toads' chorus throws off their vision, and among them, the Preta path is drawn by a shadow clone summoned by Jiraiya. Fire-style, giant flame bomb. A massive fireball bursts from the mouth of the clone behind them, rushing forward. Preta path hurriedly thrusts out both hands, absorbing the flames in their entirety. We did it. That big one really did go to absorb the ninjutsu. The first of them could only use summoning, and the prior 2 times it was this brute who absorbed the ninjutsu. Just as I thought, they each have only one ability. Now, that brute is only watching for ninjutsu, and another is distracted by genjutsu. So that means, between them, they only have a single set of eyes. The real Jiraiya up ahead suddenly spits out another scorching flame bomb. The 2 pains leap up toward the ceiling, only to discover, to their astonishment, that the ceiling has become a vast, oozing marsh. The actions of the human path pain were held back by the mire of yellow springs. And just as the animal path pain was about to summon a creature, Jiraiya came flying in and sent him sprawling with a heavy kick. In an instant, the tides of battle completely turned. Incredible. As expected of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, even in such a perilous predicament, he still manages to turn the tables. He's so powerful, it's just too cool. This is the strength of a Sannin. This is our Leaf's very own Jiraiya. Sure, Lord Jiraiya is a bit of a flirt, but isn't that just what it means to be a true man? Brother, what's that got to do with his love of women? The title of the Sannin isn't just for show. They're truly legendary shinobi. Honestly, the so-called 6 paths of pain don't seem so intimidating now. Jiraiya just crushed 3 of them in an instant. This Nagato isn't all he's cracked up to be. For all his boasting, he's nothing more than talk on paper after all. The entire shinobi world was fired up by Jiraiya's comeback. Everyone was so excited, it was as if they themselves had struck down pain. Now, in their eyes, the god in 6 paths of pain Nagato claimed to be seemed nothing special. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the Sanin's fame couldn't possibly be empty. Even his pain, he's not much to speak of. He talks big, but that's all, Karatsuchi said with a grin. Meanwhile, Inoki stayed completely focused on the sky screen, not looking away for even a moment. To manage a turnaround kill in such dire circumstances, that level of strength was enough to make even Inoki wary. But what weighed on his mind most wasn't Jiraiya's remarkable display. It was the other 3 pains who had yet to appear. Just 3 were enough to make him feel uneasy, nearly afraid. He could only imagine how terrifying it would be if all 6 emerged at once. Land of Fire, Hokage Office. Amazing, as expected of Lord Jiraiya, to pull this off. Kakashi exclaimed, thinking that if it were him in that situation, the most he'd dare hope for would be a successful escape, not to fight back and win. After all, even a single one of these opponents was enough to make Kakashi feel completely burdened. Now's not the time to celebrate. That's only 3 of the 6 paths. There are still 3 more who haven't shown themselves, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. On the sky screen, the 2 great toad sages were still croaking. Their chorus instantly threw the 3 pains into confusion, and by the time they snapped back to their senses, it was already too late. It was as if they'd been drawn into a blue, cubic space, and outside this strange realm stood a gargantuan, sword-wielding toad with a bizarre appearance. Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't expect you to know such illusions, Animal Path Pain said in awe. The tables had truly turned against them. As I told you before, Nagato, no matter what sort of enemy you face, you can never afford to let your guard down, Jiraiya replied. Staring into the illusory space, watching the 3 figures of pain before him, Jiraiya suddenly found himself remembering a moment from the past. I only want to protect those 2. For that, I can endure any pain. Those words from Nagato still echoed vividly in his mind. Back then, Jiraiya even thought Nagato might be the one he had been searching for all this time. He was also the one the great Toad Sage had prophesied about. In those days, Jiraiya truly believed it without a shadow of doubt, but rather than using pain to guide the world, I only wished you could use that power that surpasses pain to protect them. Your pupil, as a ninja, will someday bring sweeping changes to the entire Leaf Village and the ninja world. He may bring unprecedented peace or utter destruction. The storm of change will come from one of these outcomes. In those days, Jiraiya had such faith in him, such confidence in his own judgment. Though our time together was brief, I truly believed you were the one. Farewell. The illusion shattered in an instant. In that moment, 3 massive swords pierced through the bodies of the 3 pains. Throughout it all, Jiraiya's face remained utterly impassive. The ninja world, watching this unfold, was left in shock. Just like that, the 3 pains were defeated. Truly worthy of the Sannin. Truly worthy of Jiraiya, the legendary ninja. In the Akatsuki hideout, Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato murmured softly, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Yet almost instantly, resolve replaced uncertainty. He was a god, and he would do a god's work. He would bring an end to this cruel ninja world. Whatever rumors and whispers existed outside, after the birth of his ultimate weapon, they would simply vanish. In that moment, he would become a god, leading the world with pain. He would make the entire ninja world taste the agony of despair, and in that agony, the world would finally grow, ultimately forging true peace. Above, the images on the sky screen. Just as Jiraiya allowed himself the briefest moment to relax, disaster struck. A different pain appeared behind him, a Jura path. You should never let your guard down. Isn't that what you taught me, Jiraiya-sensei? At those words, Jiraiya's demeanor changed in an instant. A deafening crash exploded through the cave. Against the vast backdrop of the ocean, Jiraiya was flung from the cavern's mouth, his left arm torn clean off, blood pouring in thick, heavy drops. Kid, your left arm? I know, Jiraiya replied grimly. What happened? Fukasaku asked, aghast. This one has a completely different face from the others. I suspect he's another conjured by that earlier summoning technique, Jiraiya replied, face grave, blood still welling noisily from his arm. In this heavy, oppressive atmosphere, a low whisper started to rise, echoing softly from within the cave. And then 6 figures shot out from the darkness. Well then, the 6 paths of pain, present and accounted for. Across the ninja world. What's going on? Weren't those 3 pains already dead? How can they be standing there unharmed? This is the 6 paths of pain. The sheer force they emanate is overwhelming. Don't tell me they were brought back to life by the Rinnegan. Did you notice? All of these pains, every one of them, speak with the same voice. Could it be that the real Nagato is actually one of these 6? That the rest are just puppets? Who exactly is that Nagato, anyway? The entire ninja world plunged into chaos. The dead pains had returned before their very eyes, and, to top it off, Jiraiya's arm now hung limp, shattered. Under these circumstances, it seemed likely, maybe, just maybe, Jiraiya would die here. Hokage's office. These guys. Jiraiya stared at the 6 figures of pain on the screen, his face grave, yet betraying a hint of confusion. They all looked so familiar. That's Yahiko? What's happening? How can he possibly possess Nagato's Rinnegan? Jiraiya muttered, fixing his gaze. Why would Nagato's Rinnegan be in Yahiko's eyes? And why did all 6 pains speak with exactly the same voice? On top of that, the other 5 pains all gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen them all somewhere, long ago. What is this? Who are these people? Staring at those faces, Jiraiya couldn't shake the feeling that he'd come across them before. They looked just as they had in his memories. Pervy Sage, are you all right? Naruko asked, concern heavy in her voice. In a flash, memories surged through Jiraiya's mind like a breaking wave. He remembered now why those faces had struck such a chord. He had encountered each of those ninja before. Jiraiya sensed he was standing on the cusp of the truth, missing only a single piece. Seen upon the celestial curtain, why you're Yahiko? On the screen, Jiraiya stared at the leader of pain, the one with Yahiko's familiar face, momentarily lost in disbelief. What happened here? Didn't Yahiko die? How does he have those eyes? To see Yahiko in me. That's fitting for the teacher you were, the Deva Path declared coolly. But Yahiko is already gone. What stand before you now is pain. Clutching his bloodied shoulder, Jiraiya gazed up at the 6 paths. So, which of you is Yahiko? Which is Nagato? What are you? We are pain. We are gods. With those words, the 6 paths of pain dashed down toward Jiraiya like a storm unleashed. Little Jiraiya, run! Fukasaku called out anxiously. With all 6 paths of pain gathered, even Jiraiya in sage mode found it nearly impossible to hold his ground. Now, with his left arm severed, fending them off was almost unimaginable. They dare claim to be gods. Grasping a fleeting opportunity, Jiraiya swung his fist with all his might toward the Deva Path, but his attack was easily caught and stopped. Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's eyes? Jiraiya demanded. Even if you know, you still can't defeat us, the Deva Path replied in a calm, measured tone. With a sharp jerk, he flung Jiraiya across the battlefield. The explosions came in rapid succession. In the next instant, the Azura Path raised its arm and unleashed a barrage of missiles. Perched precariously on the rocky cliff, Jiraiya had no choice but to dart away like a cornered animal, desperately seeking shelter. I have to find their weakness, no matter what it takes. Even if it means going down with them, Jiraiya muttered with growing urgency, ultimately deciding the only option for now was to retreat and bide his time. Within the shinobi world, what exactly is the power of those 6 paths of pain? That huge guy can actually unleash missiles. Is he some kind of machine? And what about Yahiko? What abilities does he have? Uri, Jiraiya-sama. There's no shame in fleeing if you're not their match. There's no way he'll run. I doubt Jiraiya-sama has any intention of escaping. No way. How can anyone fight now? All 6 pains have shown up, and Jiraiya-sama's already lost an arm. Worse still, the enemy can even resurrect each other. Tsunade, racing back to the hidden leaf at top speed, glanced up at the sky, biting her lips hard as she muttered curses under her breath. That fool Jiraiya, always rushing to play the hero, isn't he? The words caught in her throat, and her eyes started to glisten with unshed tears. Damn it. Tsunade-sama, Shizen, watching her intently, let out a wistful sigh. She used to say she wasn't worried at all, but now she was more anxious than anyone. She really is the stubborn type. Her words could cut deeper than any blade. Hokage's office. Pervy Sage, you have to get away. You promised you would, Naruko whispered, her hopeful eyes shimmering with the threat of tears. She didn't know why, but a strange sense of unease seized her, as though he truly might disappear for good. She hadn't known the Pervy Sage for long, but she felt a strange sense of reliance on him, as if everything was safe so long as he was nearby. She never felt this way with Irika, or even with Kakashi. Irika gave her warmth, something she once thought of as fatherly love. With Sasuke, it was different, a bond like true friends, impulsive and powerful. With the Pervy Sage, it felt almost like a grandfather teaching his grandchild. That was how she felt these days. Jiraiya fell silent. He didn't know how to answer. If things really came to that, for the sake of Konoha, for the sake of protection, and to keep Naruto from falling into the hands of the Akatsuki, even if it cost him his own life, he would not hesitate. You're the one who said it, pervy sage. Naruko suddenly shouted, her voice clear and spirited. Jiraiya, unusually a loss for words, gently patted her head with a resigned smile. What's there to worry about? I'm right here and perfectly fine, aren't I? Naruko simply stared at him and wouldn't look away. Under the canopy, two long tongues dragged the animal path down into the ocean's depths. Its presence, it's gone, muttered Tendo half to himself. That was the figure of the animal path, pulled away by two great toad sages into the belly of a giant toad. Rasengan. Jiraiya's silhouette appeared in a flash. He summoned a swirling Rasengan in his palm, and with one fierce strike, took down the animal path, sending the body plunging into the corrosive depths of the stomach acid. Jiraiya collapsed, breathless on the ground. Suddenly, the animal path body launched itself from the acid, conjuring a black iron rod that pierced through Jiraiya's arm and shoulder. But the animal path finally lost all trace of life. Is it dead? So you must drag just one into the barrier to kill it, muttered Jiraiya. As the headband slipped from the body before him, Jiraiya realized, to his shock, that this wasn't Nagato after all, but a ninja he had met many years ago on his travels. There are some things I have to confirm face to face. You too should head back, Jiraiya said after a moment's heavy silence. Are you insane? If this goes on, you'll die for sure. You have to escape now, while they still haven't noticed. The two toad sages shouted, their voices urgent and strained. Jiraiya closed his eyes. If I leave now, I might really be killed. But if I stay, just maybe I could discover the enemy's true identity. If I miss this chance, I may never get this close to pain again. This may be the only moment to reveal who he really is. This is exactly the crossroads Grand Sage Toad spoke of in his prophecy. Big brother, big sister, please take this intel and Pain's body back to Konoha, and tell Tsunade. Jiraiya's words were cut off by Fukasaku. Leave the rest to Ma. She can handle this. And be sure you're back before supper, Shima said, her voice calm and even. When it's all over, I'll go home with Jiraiya for dinner, Fukasaku added with a smile. Jiraiya, for his part, had already made up his mind. Grateful beyond words. Truly, thankful. The shinobi world. Don't go, Master Jiraiya. You'll die. Jiraiya, please, don't go. If you cross that line, you'll die for sure. This isn't a joke. For some reason, I just can't hold back my tears at this moment. All for so-called intelligence, you throw your lives away. Are all you ninja just fools? What do you know? Sometimes a single piece of information can bring peace to an entire nation. All across the shinobi world, people were deeply moved by Jiraiya's selfless act. For the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village, for the sake of precious intelligence, he was willing to lay down his life. Such patriotism, such a legendary figure. Even the five Kage themselves regarded Jiraiya with solemn respect, genuine admiration gleaming in their eyes. He was someone truly worthy of honor. A great shinobi, one of the legendary Sannin. Surely this is what defines such a title? Inside the Hokage's office. Don't go. Pervy Sage, you can't go. Naruko cried out desperately, her voice raw with emotion as a mist gathered in her eyes, staring hard at him. You little rascal, what are you worrying about? Jiraiya replied with a wry smile, yet deep down, he was deeply moved. Would he really end up taking that step? Perhaps in the future. Lord Jiraiya. Even Itachi was moved to genuine respect for Jiraiya. The honor of being one of the legendary Sannin was truly earned. A true hero. Meanwhile, Mito and the others wore conflicted expressions, recognizing the weight of what it meant to go this far for Konoha. Seen on the heavenly screen, out on the open sea, Jiraiya's figure emerged slowly from beneath the waves, his eyes locked intently on the Azura path ahead. With a swift motion, he summoned an enormous shuriken and hurled it, closing the distance in an instant. But the act sharply caught the attention of the other Pains, and Jiraiya was quickly surrounded. As I expected, these are all ninja I've encountered once before. Memories surged through him like a tidal wave. Faces that had long blurred with time re-emerged, now starkly clear in his mind. He finally understood the mystery behind Pain. These weren't strangers after all. I've uncovered Pain's real identity. Just then, the Azura path burst violently from the sea below, its black iron stake piercing straight through Jiraiya's throat. A gasp of agony escaped him. Blood gushed from his mouth, and before he could react, more Pains descended from the sky, their iron rods brutally stabbing into Jiraiya's back. Pervy Sage. Naruko watched this scene unfold, and in a split second, she let out an angry roar right there in the office. Her eyes blazed with fury, and within them swirled golden flames that slowly seeped out from her entire being. As her rage grew, those golden flames surged higher and higher. Is this extreme anger causing the Nine-Tails chakra to leak out? Mito observed the change with a thoughtful expression. Deadlass, calm down. Sasuke placed a hand firmly on her shoulder. But Naruko suddenly jerked her head around, eyes brimming with tears and burning wrath, and that look pierced Sasuke's heart with sharp pain. On the heavenly screen, a few pitch-black iron rods stabbed through Jiraiya's body. Crimson blood slowly seeped from his wounds. I have to get intel on pain to the big brother. This desperate thought echoed through his mind, but a Jura path had already pierced Jiraiya's throat. He could no longer speak. Hang in there, Jiraiya. A faint, muddled voice from Fukasaku rang in his ears as Jiraiya's consciousness began to blur and fade away. It's no good. I'm starting to lose consciousness. Am I going to die now? With a crash, a mountain collapsed, obliterated by Tsunade's monstrous strength. Boulders tumbled down, and flocks of startled birds took flight into the sky. Tsunade fixed her eyes on the scene, staring intently at the 6 paths of pain, her face tight with rage and murderous intent. The storm of her chakra felt as if it could rip apart the earth itself. Her chest rose and fell with each ragged breath, sorrow glimmering through the anger. When she spoke, her voice trembled, caught at the edge of breaking. Why did you have to go? She let out a hoarse, anguished cry. Jiraiya, you fool. If you couldn't win, why didn't you run? Back when you used to spy on me, you were always quick to run away, weren't you? Lady Tsunade. Shizen gazed at Tsunade with deep worry in her eyes, full of concern and resignation. Despite what she said, she clearly cared. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Naruko was already sobbing out loud. Why is the heavenly screen making me watch this? Why do they have to show me this? This is too cruel. Why? Did I fail? A hazy sight, a fading awareness, a feeble voice echoed on the heavenly screen and reverberated throughout the shinobi world. As the vision on the screen slowly faded to black, faint memories lingered. Next, the image shifted, a young man appeared. It was Jiraiya in his youth, at the very height of his power, sitting and writing in a book. In the scene, the young Jiraiya gazed into the distance at the Hokage, a symbol of the village's ultimate leadership, the highest honor of all. Ninjas live in a world where life is fleeting and death is weighty. To show your worth, it's not about how you live, but what you accomplish before you die. Looking back now, my life is painted with failure. On screen, Jiraiya smiles faintly as a wave of familiar memories and faces flicker through his mind. He remembers being punched away after confessing his feelings, unable to prevent his friend's departure, helpless in the face of his students' and teachers' deaths. Fragmented scenes flash through his thoughts. Tsunade always turned me down. I couldn't stop my friend from leaving, and protecting my students and teacher was beyond me. Compared to those great Hokage who came before me, what I've accomplished is insignificant. I wanted to fall in a blaze of glory, just like the Hokage of previous generations, because the ending shapes the brilliance of the story. There's a peculiar charm to failure. It sharpens me through experience, steels my resolve to carry on, and in time, one's crowning achievements can erase all the failures of the past, to die spectacularly, like a true, great ninja. That's how it should have been. But this ending, I never imagined I'd die like this. In the scene, Jiraiya's pen comes to a stop. According to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, I am the guide to the one who brings about change, destined to make the decision that will either bring peace to or destroy the ninja world. I'm supposed to defeat Pain and the Akatsuki right here to save the ninja world from destruction. Yet in the end, I failed. How shameful. For the gallant tale of Jiraiya to close on such an ending, what a sorry story this turned out to be. You're anything but insignificant, Lord Jiraiya. In our hearts, you have always been a great ninja. If the things you have accomplished aren't great, then what does that make all we ninja have done? You are one of the legendary Sannin, a towering presence among the ninja. A ninja like you is no failure. In our eyes, you've always been an extraordinary and honorable ninja. Voices began to rise from the many villagers whose lives Jiraiya had touched. Over the years, he had traveled the lands, helping countless struggling people. Among the 3 legendary Sannin, his character was perhaps the finest. Though he had his rough edges, these small flaws couldn't dim his brilliance. The gallant Jiraiya, always revered and admired, a hero in the eyes of the people, a role model for generations of ninja. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. To have called himself gallant, to have trained the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash himself. How could such a life be deemed insignificant? Inoki murmured softly. Perhaps in Jiraiya's eyes, his life was one of failure, but to the history of the ninja world and those who live in it, he was a resounding success. He was a legend. Hokage's office. A vast surge of chakra began to gather around Naruko, blazing like golden flames, dazzling, intense. The six tomo at her collar hovered in and out of sight, flickering like distant stars in the night. This pain, this nagato. The fury inside her was overwhelming, threatening to consume her whole. Her mind was a storm. There was only one thought, sharp and blinding. The pervy sage was dead, killed by that nagato. This feeling, she cannot bear it. The angrier she gets, the easier it is for this chakra to break loose, isn't it? With a grave expression, Mito gently touched her smooth hand to Naruko's forehead. At once, a warm green glow flowed from her fingers, seeping gently into Naruko's mind. Naruko's body relaxed all at once, and she slumped limply into Mito's arms, drifting into deep, peaceful sleep. Naruto. Sasuke, witnessing this, started with alarm, worry flickering in his gaze as he looked at her. Don't worry. She's perfectly fine. Mito reassured him, stroking Naruko's small head with comforting gentleness. But inwardly, she knew, Naruko had to learn to master that power, and quickly. If too much of the Nine-Tails chakra leaked out, it could stain the girl's heart. And if that were to happen, nothing good would come of it. Sasuke only relaxed after hearing this. Around him, everyone else looked on, faces clouded with emotion as they gazed at Jiraiya. He seemed calm, his eyes locked on the vision shimmering above them. So he had died after all, killed by pain, killed by Nagato. The child I once believed to be the prophesied one turned out to be my own killer. You, who used to be so gentle, who treasured your friends above all else. What changed you, Nagato? After all these years, what have you been through to become like this? On the celestial screen? No, that's not how it happened at all. It was a young voice, clear and full of life, echoing inside the heavenly image. The scene shifted. A warmly lit room appeared. There stood Minato Namikaze, holding a book penned by Jiraiya himself. This is a wonderful story. Every tale inside was adapted from your legends, Sensei. It almost reads like an autobiography. And that ending, the resolve never to give up until the very last moment, is so inspiring. The protagonist really is just like you, Sensei. Jiraiya, flustered by the praise, gave a bashful smile and said, Do you really think so? So I had this idea. If I have a child someday, I'd love for them to grow up to be a ninja, just like the main character. So, would it be alright if I used the main character's name for my own child? Is that really okay? I just came up with that name on a whim while eating ramen. Naruto. That was Kushina, heavily pregnant, stepping out from the side, her cheeks glowing with a blissful smile. That's a wonderful name. Kushina. Jiraiya stared at them in a daze, then scratched his head and said, Really now, does this mean I'm like family, giving this child a name? Am I truly worthy of that? Sensei, you absolutely are. You're a great ninja who truly embodies the spirit of a shinobi, an unparalleled master among us. Is that so? Once I gave that child, I'm going to be Hokage, and not just that, I'll surpass every previous Hokage. I always speak my mind. That's my ninja way. Somewhere in his mind, the image of Naruto appeared, undaunted and unyielding, a spirit and resolve that could never be broken. Jiraiya felt his heart slowly grow steadfast. Naruto, now that I think about it, you remind me so much of the hero in my novel. And yet a true ninja, is one who can endure pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Let me tell you something important. The most vital trait a ninja can have isn't the number of jutsu he knows. Instead, it's the indomitable will to never give up. Speak plainly, act boldly. If that's your ninja way, then Naruto, as your teacher, how could I possibly give up so easily? If you ask me why, well, a student's ninja way must be inherited from his teacher, right? Isn't that so, Naruto? Wah! There, atop the rocks, with that iron will that refused to bow, Jiraiya forced his battered body upright, even though his heartbeat had already ceased. His heart should have stopped, shouldn't it? Tendo watched on, baffled by the scene unfolding before him. But Jiraiya turned his gaze to Fukasaku and, seeing the old sage ready, tore open his cloak to reveal his unscathed back. Summoning every last ounce of chakra, Jiraiya managed to lift his hand with great difficulty. He carved all the vital information onto Fukasaku's back. Never giving up, this is my final, true decision. Naruto, there's no doubt anymore. You truly are the child of the prophecy. The rest, I entrust to you. A tremendous impact sounded. His body was blasted into the sea. Jiraiya the Gallant, now at last I deserve that name. The final chapter, the frog at the bottom of the well, now lost beneath the sea. Undoubtedly magnificent. It's time to put down the pen. Oh, but what should I call the sequel? Of course, the tale of Uzumaki Naruto. The ninja world stared blankly at this scene, bewildered and lost in thought. What exactly is this so-called prophecy? What is the true nature of peace? In such a harsh and unforgiving world of shinobi, could a power like that truly exist? The child of prophecy Jiraiya once spoke of, could that person really be here?